This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Weirdos. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This rainstorm will last for 5 to 7 days. Residents are requested to take corresponding defensive measures. Please try to avoid going out in the next week. Squeak, click. Song-gu cut the waterproof tape with a knife, checked it one by one, made sure that the door gap, window and window edge were completely sealed. She folded the military knife back to her waist, put down the tape. Song-gu walked to the table and turned off the boiling electric cooker. She picked up the noodles with chopsticks and poured in a little chili sauce. The windows were completely sealed, and only a faint bright yellow light was left in the semi-basement. Song-gu had long been accustomed to it. She looked indifferent, holding the hot bowl and eating noodles slowly in the dim 10 square meter small single room. The weather station said that this heavy rain is expected to last for about a week. But it lost its accuracy again. The rain stopped after only 3 days. On the 4th day, the sun was shining brightly. In the dim semi-basement, the cell phone on the table kept lighting up and going off. Song-gu came out of the bathroom. She had just taken a shower, wearing a pair of plastic slippers, with her short hair wet, and her slightly broad shoulders and thin waist under her washed-out t-shirt. From behind, she looked more like a slender and thin boy. Song-gu picked up her phone and saw that there were already 99 plus messages in the class group. Scrolling to the top, it was a notice from the head teacher, saying that the rain had stopped and classes would resume as normal in the afternoon, and everyone had to arrive at school before 1 o'clock. The content posted by other students was varied. They showed off their delicious meals, their luxurious houses, and the sunny weather outside, and talked about where to go after school because they were bored. There were only a few words to discuss the rainstorm that came and went so quickly. Song-gu changed her clothes and tore off the waterproof tape beside the window. Something was washed in by the flood outside the window, blocking the light completely. Song-gu locked the door and left home. She walked up the stairs. The bright and dazzling sunlight shone in her face. Song-gu raised her hand to block her eyes, and the hot temperature on the back of her hand told her that it would be another hot summer. I'm used to it. Song-gu put on the hood of his sweater and carried a shoulder bag. When he walked to the half window of his basement, he picked up the cardboard boxes that were soaked and stuck to the window, and threw them into the trash can that was washed more than 10 meters away. Cleaners can be seen everywhere on the street. The sun was high in the sky, and there were no clouds in the sky. It was impossible to tell that it was raining heavily last night. 10 minutes later, Song-gu walked to the school. The gate of Kitching High School was full of private cars, many of which were luxury cars worth millions. Luxury cars were parked randomly, occupying the normal traffic lanes, so there was a serious traffic jam outside several traffic lights. Song-gu was not surprised, and turned a blind eye to it with her sweater and hat on. She walked into the gate of the high school, in the huge campus of Kitching High School. At first glance, all the students were neat and beautiful red and white British-style school pants and skirts. Only Song-gu was wearing a sweater and long pants. People around her frequently cast strange glances and pointed and whispered. Song-gu glanced at them casually. Those who were talking immediately stopped, and they avoided her eyes. Song-gu retracted her gaze, walked to the teaching building, went up to the 3rd floor, walked into the classroom of Class 6 of Senior Grade 3, and walked straight to the last seat by the window. The sun was very strong. She quickly pulled the curtain shut, stretched her legs over the stool, and put her school bag on the table. She sat alone at a table, and behind her was a corner where the trash can, broom, and mop were placed. Song-gu fell asleep on the table when he arrived. The first class was the class of the head teacher. The head teacher called Song-gu name before he even flipped through the lesson plan in his hand. Song-gu, why aren't you wearing your school uniform again? Song-gu stood up and said in a sleepy tone. I washed it, but it's not dry yet. The teacher was very disappointed with him. Next time you don't wear the school uniform, you will stand in the corridor with your books and listen to the class. Song-gu said. I have never seen such a shameless girl. A sharp and disgusted voice came from the opposite corner. The person said, You, why do you think we let such a scumbag come in? After a while, a small and gentle voice replied, Don't talk, the teacher is looking at you. 40 minutes passed in a blink of an eye, and it was time for break. Song-gu likes to attend classes, but he doesn't like to leave get out of class. During class, only the teacher talks. But after class, a group of people talk. buzzing like a group of noisy flies. Just as a shrill voice came from the right front, "You. Let me show you my new bracelet. It's a new tulip model that's on sale. So beautiful." "Really? I give you one later." "Come on." Chu Qiao. "Xiaoyu doesn't need your bracelet. The jewelry she wears is all made by a famous Italian jewelry designer. Each set is unique. How can she be interested in your fake goods?" Chu Qiao choked, and her face turned red. The girl called Xiaoyu said, "Chinimo, stop talking nonsense. It takes a long time for Davis to design a set of jewelry. And the styles are very exaggerated. I only wear it when I attend important evening parties. I usually wear the ones I bought in the store." Qiao. "Thank you. I like it very much." "Humph. Just be with Chu Qiao. I be with you too. Which perfume or bag do you like? Tell me, and I give it to you later." "Okay. Then I want the new tiger print one you carried last week." "Okay, I'd bring it to you tomorrow." Boring. Songge covered her head with the hood of her sweatshirt, too lazy to listen. The day passed very peacefully. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon when school was over. In late spring and early summer, the days gradually became longer. No wonder it was afternoon, and the intensity of the sunlight did not decrease at all. Songge went to the supermarket and bought a box of instant noodles and a box of water, and also bought 2 lighters and a box of candles. In the past 3 days, the food stored at home was consumed a little, and she habitually replenished it in time. Last month's electricity bill was over-limited, so I won't use electricity unless necessary, and will use candles. However, if it doesn't rain, there's no need for candles. The sun shines through the windows during the day, and at night the streets are full of lights and cars, so her semi-basement room will never lack light. When Songge returned home, she saw a beggar sitting at the entrance of their building. The old beggar was wearing tattered clothes, and was covered in filth. His fingers were scratched with wounds, and no one knew what he was doing. She could smell a strange odor from a distance. Songge held a box of instant noodles in one hand, and a box of water in the other, and there was no third hand for her to pay 2 yuan. However, she felt that even if she gave money, the supermarket would not let the beggar go in to buy bread. Songge went home to put her things, and when she came out, she saw that the hunched beggar had walked to the side of the road. Not far away, there was a black private car that looked very high-end and expensive from the color and lines. The window of the Bentley was half lowered, revealing a beautiful and delicate little face. Long and soft black hair tied into a high ponytail, a shiny hairpin like a princess, and the slightly curly hair swept across her slender white neck. She was gently and softly telling the driver who got off the car, "Uncle Chen, buy a pair of shoes for the old man by the way." "Okay, Mississippi Tong Xiangyu said, feeling as if someone was looking at her. She looked up at the narrow and crowded corridor. Chapter 2 Cake. Songge hid herself by turning sideways, but she frowned after hiding. She didn't understand why she had to hide, but since she had already hidden, Songge paused for a moment and walked downstairs without looking back. That night, a strange topic became a hot topic. It was said that after this heavy rain, many dead and deformed fish appeared along the coast. As the tide rose, all the dead fish were left on the coast. In this kind of hot weather, the smell of dead fish would be unbearable if they stayed for 2 more hours. After another 2 hours, there would be maggots and flies all over the ground. I hope the relevant departments can intervene and deal with it as soon as possible. Songge turned off the video after watching it. When there are changes in the species group, it is usually a natural disaster. It is related to fish, either an undersea earthquake or an undersea volcanic eruption, or it is not related to natural disasters. It is that some crazy and conscienceless guys have poisoned the sea, which is not impossible, after all. The world is so big, when people live, they will always see the diversity of the human species. But these things have nothing to do with Songge. She put her phone aside, and dragged a large cardboard box from the corner of the room. Inside was the handicraft she received from the landlord, making the clips for the clothes drying rack. A clothes drying rack has 14 clips, and bed 2 small wooden frames into the iron core, which is a bit laborious, but one is worth 3 cents, and a whole clothes drying rack is worth more than 40 cents. Songge can make about 100 in one night. There is no other way. The city is strictly controlled, and no child labor is accepted outside. If she goes to work in those restaurants and hotels, she may go and come back on the same day, and she will not get any wages. After making half a box, Songge packed the things and put them back into the carton, and then lay down on the single bamboo bed to sleep. She had grown fast in the past 2 years, and the bed seemed a little small. Song-gu bent her legs. The next day, Song-gu went to school. On the way, she bought 2 white steamed buns at a breakfast shop. But they were knocked off by a blind young man. Someone behind him shouted anxiously, "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" Song-gu took a look at the steamed bun that fell on the ground and was stepped on by the thief, and chased after him without saying a word. Although she was thin, she ran fast and had great strength. She caught up with the thief, kicked him, twisted his arm with her backhand, and subdued him in a few seconds. After a while, the fat ant whose things were stolen finally ran up panting. Song-gu returned the bag in the thief's hand to the woman. The woman opened the bag and checked it, spat at the thief again, kicked him hard, and turned around and left. Song-gu called her Auntie. The woman turned to look at Song-gu, and then she remembered to say "oh" twice, and she smiled. "By the way, thank you, classmate." She glanced at the school uniform Song-gu was wearing, and said, "I will send a banner to your school later. What's your name? Which class are you in?" Song-gu said, "There's no need for a banner. I just dropped my breakfast. Can you buy me 2? Breakfast?" The woman frowned. Song-gu said, "Or give me 2 yuan, and I can buy it myself." The woman opened her bag and looked through it. "I don't have any change. Do you want 100? Song-gu was silent for a moment, and said, "I can buy breakfast and return the change." The woman looked Song-gu up and down again, and then she turned around and walked away. Song-gu watched her walk away quickly without calling out, but loosened his knees and let go of the thief, who was still howling. "What about you? Will you pay?" The thief got up in a mess, said, "God, you're crazy," and ran away immediately. Song-gu went back and picked up the steamed bun that was crushed by the thief and threw it into the trash can. He touched the coins in his pocket and didn't go back to the breakfast shop to buy more. Song-gu walked towards the school, but she didn't notice that a black private car waiting for the red light not far away had lowered its window. Tong Xiangyu watched Song-gu walk away, and suddenly said to the driver, "Uncle Chen, let the chef make 40 sandwiches." "Forget it. Send 40 small cakes to the school. Be quick." Although Uncle Chen didn't understand, he still responded, "Okay." Mississippi Song-gu slept for 2 classes in the morning, and was awakened by the various voices around her. She noticed that the noise was coming towards her. She raised her head from her arm, and saw a beautiful girl standing in front of her. Her skin was as white and tender as a freshly peeled boiled egg. Her long black and soft hair was tied into a high ponytail, and the tip of the ponytail swept her neck. "Sorry to disturb your sleep," the girl said first. Song-gu eyebrows jumped slightly, but she didn't say anything. She just looked at her calmly, as if asking, "Is there anything wrong?" Tong Xiangyu was stared at by her, and she was a little nervous. She tapped the ground lightly with her toes, which others could not see. She said, "Someone in the family is having a birthday. I put the small cake here for you." Song-gu took a look at the large piece of cake wrapped in a delicate transparent box, and said nothing. Tong Xiangyu stood there for 2 seconds, not knowing what to say next, and turned away. Song-gu said, "Happy birthday" when she left. Tong Xiangyu paused for a moment, and just as she turned around to say thank you, she saw that Song-gu had already started to open the cake box when he said that, and he opened the box roughly, cut it with a fork, and stuffed a large piece of cake directly into his mouth. Tong Xiangyu was stunned. She had never seen any girl, no, even boys rarely eat like this. She was embarrassed for a second, and even the word thank you was not clear. "I forgot to say it," and turned away. Chu Qiao saw her coming back, and whispered, "Why did you give it to her? She's a weirdo. Everyone has it, but she doesn't get anything bad." Chi Nemo was happily enjoying the tiger print bag, and said to Chu Qiao, "Yu is so kind. You know that. But that person is very strange. He didn't study hard when he was in school, and he would sleep every day when he came to school, no matter how the teacher scolded him. He was too thick-skinned to take it seriously, and he didn't look like a girl at all." Chu Qiao said, and then looked at Song-gu carefully, and lowered her voice to say to Tong Xiangyu, "I think she might be mentally abnormal. Otherwise, why would a girl cut her hair so short?" Tong Xiangyu said, "Stop talking, eat the cake quickly, try it. Our chef uncle's cooking is really good." "Yeah." Song-gu could hear it, but turned a deaf ear to those words. The cake was indeed delicious, but she, a wild boar, couldn't eat the bran, so she only used it to fill her stomach and couldn't taste anything. She casually threw the box into the trash can behind her, and then continued to sleep on the table. There is always a lot of talk during breaks. After a while, someone in front of her brought up a new topic, talking about the hot search of the previous day. But of course the pretty girls would not talk about the many dead fish washed up on the coast last night. They would only talk about witch Shinchan or idle gossip or upcoming concerts, etc. Song-gu was too lazy to listen. But he had no choice but to have such a good hearing. He raised his hand to grab the hood of his sweater to cover it. In the end, he grabbed nothing. And then he remembered that he was wearing a school uniform and had no hood. Chapter 3 Crisis. The morning classes passed by in a flash. Their school was full-time. At noon, the others went to the cafeteria for lunch. Song-gu did not stay in the classroom. She walked to the school wall. She climbed up a crooked tree nimbly by stepping on the stones. Then she jumped onto the wall. Not long after she jumped up, a little boy of about 11 or 12 years old came over on a bicycle. He leaned his bicycle against the wall and stepped on it. Song-gu, who was squatting on the wall, bent down and took it. Then he brought the takeaway box up. The meal fee of the aristocratic school is expensive. Song-gu has no money to pay. The school does not allow any takeaway boy to approach. The school wall is high. She can climb the wall from the inside, but she can't climb the wall from the outside. So she can only do this. The boy is the son of the owner of the nearby cold noodle stall. Luckily, he didn't despise her 3 yuan. He would deliver it to her on time every day. Song-gu gave the 3 yuan in her pocket to the little boy. After taking the cold noodles, she was about to jump back from the tree. But at this time, the little boy said, "Sister, I won't come tomorrow." Song-gu figure froze, and she looked back at the little boy. "What's wrong?" "My dad is sick," the little boy said. "I don't know if he was bitten by a dog. He tore the quilt apart early in the morning. My mom said she wanted to go to the hospital, so I might not open the stall tomorrow." "Okay," Song-gu said. "I see. Thank you. Of course. Bye." Sister, the little boy rode his bicycle away, and Song-gu turned around and jumped down from the tree trunk. As soon as Song-gu landed, he turned around and saw a middle-aged bald man standing not far away. The bald man was furious. Song-gu sighed, hid the cold noodles behind him. "Director, can you pretend you didn't see it? Let me pretend I didn't see it. Look at what you look like. Again and again. How many times? You never change after repeated admonitions." Song-gu didn't say anything. The dean of teaching was furious. "Don't think that your parents have sacrificed themselves, and you can rely on this to live off them for the rest of your life. It is a government preferential treatment to send you to a school with such good resources. You should be grateful. And you should study hard to serve the motherland in the future." Song-gu's ears were almost calloused after hearing these words. But she didn't say a word. After the dean finished the last sentence, he looked at her with a look of disappointment. "Come to my place to eat. It's not good enough to hide here and be seen by others." "No," Song-gu said. "I asked the boss's wife to eat coriander. The smell is strong, so it won't fill your office with a smell." The dean saw her careless look, pointed at him angrily, but turned around and left. Song-gu stood alone behind the tree and ate the box of cold noodles. It was actually quite delicious. But if you eat cold noodles for 2 or 3 months, no matter how delicious it is, it will not taste good. Song-gu picked up the last 2 fried soybeans soaked in sour cold noodle soup, closed the box, and thought that in terms of taste, the small cake in the morning should be quite delicious. But he was in a hurry to eat it, so he didn't taste anything special. Song-gu returned to the classroom. At this time, everyone had basically returned from the cafeteria. There was a boy from another class in the classroom. He was tall, handsome, and wore a school short-sleeved shirt and a brand-name mechanical watch. He sat opposite Tong Seung-yu. The 2 girls next to him were a little shy. The boy only talked to Tong Seung-yu. I don't know what they talked about. Tong Seung-yu suddenly smiled and said, "Okay, that's a deal." The boy smiled and looked very handsome. "If you didn't come, I would die of thirst on the court." Tong Seung-yu was amused. Her voice was soft and pleasant. "How could it be? There are so many girls who want to give you water, but I only want to drink the one you give me. This scene happens every now and then." Song-gu is used to it. Although he doesn't care, Song-gu also knows the boy's name. Last year's transfer student Fan Mingyuan, the prince of Fan's real estate. His family is rich. He is tall, handsome and can play basketball, and many girls like him. It is said that he has recently hired 6 or 7 tutors, intending to improve his academic performance. Not for the purpose of inheriting the family business, but because Miss Tong likes students with good grades. So he wants to change for love, and has made it known to everyone, and has made a big fuss. No one can resist such a passionate and obvious pursuit. Song-gu raised his eyelids and glanced at Tong Xiangyu's slightly red cheeks, thinking that nodding and agreeing would probably be a matter of a few days. It is irrelevant. Song-gu retracted his gaze and walked back to his seat. The first class in the afternoon was math class, which was also the most sleepy class. Song-gu opened the textbook and covered his head with it. He couldn't understand the incomprehensible book anyway, so he might as well make up for the sleep. However, he couldn't sleep well. He finally fell asleep when he was woken up by the rumbling sound of airplanes above his head. Although Kaching is a developed provincial capital city with 2 large airports in the north and south, neither of them is near Kaching Middle School, so he doesn't usually hear such sounds. Song-gu's hearing was particularly sharp. After his sleep was interrupted repeatedly, he felt irritated and opened the curtains to look outside. The strange thing is that there are not only civil airliners flying in the sky, but also many fighter planes. Song-gu wondered if this was a military exercise. Song-gu didn't look for long, took out 2 pieces of tissue paper from her pocket, and stuffed them into her ears. When the noise that could not be isolated came into her ears, Song-gu had fallen into a deep sleep. She opened her eyes, but saw that there were only a few people left in the classroom. Everyone was excitedly lying on the corridor fence looking out. Seemingly there was something exciting. Song-gu took off the tissue paper, and the noise of those watching the excitement suddenly multiplied. She frowned in disdain, and was about to stuff the paper ball back into her ears. But she heard a scream of fear. The scream was like a stone thrown into a lake, and instantly a stone caused 1,000 waves. The screams filled the entire teaching building. Yes, the entire building. Song-gu saw that the students who were still watching the excitement in the corridor were panicked. Some screamed and ran to the other end of the corridor, and more rushed into the classroom. Door. Close the door. Close the door. Come in quickly. Wang duo duo. Close the door quickly. Window. Close the window too. Help. Ah, someone is killing someone in school. It was like the quiet water was boiling instantly, and the noisy screams in my ears could pierce my eardrums. Song-gu no longer hesitated, and directly stuffed the paper ball back into his ears. Knock on the door. You? Tong Xianyu. Are you in there? The door was opened again in an instant. Fan Mingyuan ran into the classroom, and the door was immediately closed again. What's going on? Tong Xiangyu's pretty face turned pale, and she asked Fan Mingyuan in panic, who is killing people outside? It's not murder, it seems someone has rabies, and is biting people randomly. Fan Mingyuan took the opportunity to hold Tong Xiangyu's soft hand. He is the captain of the basketball team, tall and muscular, and looks very safe and reliable. He said to Tong Xiangyu with a loving face, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." Tong Xiangyu felt uncomfortable, and blushed as she pulled her hand away. Song-gu opened the curtains, and saw several students running for their lives in the back of the school. Could a person with rabies chase all the students in the school? Suddenly, Song-gu remembered what the boy who delivered cold noodles at noon said, saying that his father was sick and seemed to have been bitten by a dog, and the quilt was torn in the morning. Chapter 4 Zombies. Something seems to be wrong, Song-gu thought. Just then, there was a sudden bang, bang sound of knocking on the door of the classroom. The screams of the girls hiding in the classroom became more obvious. A boy in the class shouted, "Back off, all you girls. Back off." Then, they pulled a table full of books to block the door, to prevent the people outside from breaking in. Song-gu immediately became alert. If it was just rabies biting people randomly, how could it have become like this? The doors and windows were tightly closed. The closed classroom seemed safe, and everyone was together. However, from another perspective, there was no way out here. They were just locked in a space, and became trapped. If no one came to rescue them. Once the doors and windows were broken by people outside, these students would be fish on the chopping board, lambs to be slaughtered. The boys were busy blocking the door, and the girls were busy crying. This scene made Song-gu, who was still sitting firmly in front of the last desk and chair in the classroom, look out of place. Song-gu still had 2 balls of paper stuffed in her ears. Even so, she could hear the increasingly violent noise outside. She turned her head to look at the curtains. If the corridor was already blocked, this was the only way out. Obviously, the situation had not reached that point. But if it really got out of control, she would need to create a way out for herself. Although the building was 3 stories high, Song-gu was confident that she could land unscathed as long as she operated properly. She hoped that the situation would not be that bad. Even at this time, the girls in the class still had prejudices against Song-gu. They gathered together in fear, comforting and soothing each other. But they didn't call Song-gu. Maybe Song-gu was too calm. Or maybe they didn't remember her at all. Bang! 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 The banging sound became stronger and stronger. And there were some strange roars. How many people were outside? Song-gu had this doubt in her heart. And she heard a boy shouting, "Quickly retreat! Everyone! Run!" Song-gu immediately stood up and picked up a broom nearby. It was useless to retreat blindly at this time. You had to find a handy weapon to protect yourself. Although the broom did not have much killing power, it was at least long enough. However, if the opponent had a lethal weapon, the only function of this weapon was to give yourself a little more confidence. As the boys standing behind the door and the first line of defense against the table shouted to retreat, the door had been pierced through by a hand. Yes, it was pierced through by a bloody hand. Without tools, he pierced through the solid wood door with his bare hands. This was unheard of. Everyone screamed in panic and gathered in the middle, away from the front and back doors. Fan Mingyuan and Tong Xiangyu were among them. Fan Mingyuan showed some manliness. Although everyone was crowded and panicked, he always protected Tong Xiangyu and kept her by his side. However, it seemed that God was playing a joke on everyone. Obviously, the door at the back was broken first. But the first thing to be knocked open was the window in the middle. As the glass shattered, the people who had been hiding in the middle fled in all directions. As those people climbed in through the window, Song-gu finally saw clearly that they were not rabid dogs or criminals, but some crazy monsters who eat people. They were still wearing the uniforms of Kiching High School, but their mouths were full of blood, and they looked like they had lost their minds. There were so many of them, swarming in. Fan Mingyuan was big after all, so he picked up a chair and smashed it hard on the head of the first person who rushed in. But the man who was hit had a dent in his head, blood and flesh all over his body, and even one of his eyes popped out. There were screams of terror all around. But the man did not fall down, but rushed forward even more fiercely. This scene was like a zombie movie that I had only seen in movies. Fan Mingyuan was shocked. And he also picked up a chair with his other hand, and shouted, "Fuck! Why are you guys so cowardly? Are you waiting to die here? Protect the girls. If you are brave enough, rush up with me and beat these people back." These words were inspiring enough. Although those monsters didn't look like humans at all and couldn't be defeated no matter how hard they tried, some tall and brave boys also rushed forward with chairs. The girls hugged each other, and the whole classroom was filled with screams and cries. Suddenly, a boy who was hitting the monsters with a chair was grabbed by one of them and bitten hard. The defense line that could have been barely resisted was instantly broken by him. The boy turned around and bit the girl they were protecting. Song-gu no longer hesitated, stepped on the windowsill and tore down the curtains, cut a few holes in the curtains with the military knife she carried with her, and then torn them apart from the beginning to the end, and then used a special knot to firmly connect the ends. Then, Song-gu used the military knife to unscrew the screws that fixed the anti-theft window one by one. The scene around was in chaos, but Song-gu's hands were very steady. She quickly made a space for people to pass through. She tied one end of the curtain to the anti-theft window and threw the rest out of the window. Song-gu did not jump down directly, but turned around and asked the girls in the class, who were about to faint from crying, "Hey, do you want to come over?" No girls paid attention to her. Or rather, they simply did not have time to pay attention to her, because some boys changed sides after being bitten, and they screamed and hid in the corner or ran around the classroom. Song-gu looked around and saw that no one paid attention to her, so she decided to go down by herself. As soon as she turned around, she was hit on the back, and a slight, terrified gasp came from behind. Song-gu looked back, white face, beautiful features, high ponytail. The little face was full of panic and fear. The big dark eyes were hiding tears of fear. Who else could it be but Miss Tong, who gave her a piece of cake in the morning? Song-gu pulled the curtains, asked little cake, "Oh no, Tong Xiangyu, you want to jump?" Chapter 5 Jump. Everyone said Song-gu had a bad temper. Although Tong Xiangyu gave Song-gu a piece of cake in the morning, The other party's ability to control the thief in 3 or 5 moves still made Tong Xiangyu feel daunted and scared. Now she accidentally bumped into the other party and offended him. So of course she jumped instinctively. But she didn't expect Song Ge to ask like that. Jump? Tong Xiangyu then noticed that Song Ge was holding one end of the curtain in his hand, and the other end was already hanging outside. Want to jump down through the curtains? Oh my god, this is the 3rd floor. Tong Xiangyu is a gentle person at heart. Even if Song Ge's behavior seems unacceptable and dangerous, even if he looks terrified, his panicked voice is still as soft as water. What? Aren't you going to jump? Otherwise, why would you come here? Song Ge thought so. Before Tong Xiangyu could speak, Chu Qiao on the other end had already called out, You, come here quickly. Don't stay with that person. Many people died when they jumped from the building to escape the fire. She is crazy, isn't she? She actually encouraged us to jump down? Yes. You, come here quickly. Stay with us. That person is crazy. Don't bother with her. Seeing so many people objecting, Song Ge was calm. Glancing at the situation of people biting each other in the classroom, the boys in the class couldn't even resist their classmates who were bitten. Looking at Miss Tong in front of him, who was still hesitating, Song Ge decided to give a piece of advice for the sake of the small cake in the morning. It will be too late if you don't jump now. Or do you want to be bitten to death here and become a monster? Tong Xiangyu's eyes turned red when she heard that she was going to become a monster. She was beautiful and her expression was pitiful. But I am afraid. I can't hold on. My hands are getting weak. Then I will jump first. It was too late. Song Ge said. I will catch you below. Without waiting for Tong Xiangyu to answer, Song Ge grabbed the curtain and rappelled down through the opening. The process only took 2 or 3 seconds. More miserable screams came from the classroom. This time it was not because of the zombie monster biting people, but because of Song Ge who jumped off the building. Everyone thought Song Ge jumped off the building and died. But Song Ge did not. The curtain fabric was very strong. It was torn into several strips and tied together, although the length was not long enough to hang on the ground. It was only about 1 meter. The last section of the rappel was also jumped, so it did not hinder it. Song Ge landed smoothly, first glanced around, confirmed that there were no monsters behind the school except those who ran at the beginning. Song Ge grabbed one end of the curtain, looked up at Tong Xiangyu standing by the window, and shouted, Come down! Although Song Ge had landed beautifully just now, she was Song Ge. Tong Xiangyu had no confidence. Her hands and feet were weak. She didn't know whether she should trust the other person. After all, she was a thin girl. There were other strong boys in the classroom. Tong Xiangyu looked at Song Ge's calm expression, and suddenly gritted her teeth and mustered up great courage to step onto the windowsill. The girls were all panicking, and all of them tried to persuade Tong Xiangyu to do something stupid. Tong Xiangyu felt a gust of wind, which made the cold sweat on her face cool. She looked down and felt dizzy. It was so high, although the curtain was in strips. It was very wide. Song Ge had tied the knots left to left and right to right. This had an advantage, that the knot was not in the middle, and the curtain would be like a slide when it was spread out. The girls had weak arms and could not hold it. Song Ge pulled open the curtain, not letting Tong Xiangyu hold the curtain and descend with her arms and core strength, but letting her slide down like a slide. Tong Xiangyu sat on the windowsill in fear, her body in the middle of the curtains. Thousands of scenarios flashed through her mind, such as the curtains were not tied firmly, and she fell down in midair, such as Song Ge not holding the curtains firmly and falling vertically. And another example. No, she didn't dare. Tong Xiangyu's face was pale, and she felt her calves were weak. Tears fell out in big drops. Song Ge shouted, Hold your hands on your chest. Close your eyes. Jump! The screams behind her were getting closer and closer, as if between the tables and chairs. Those strange roars that were different from ordinary people were already close at hand. Tong Xiangyu didn't dare to delay any longer. She didn't want to become a monster. Tong Xiangyu subconsciously followed Song Ge's instructions, crossed her hands over her chest, closed her eyes, and jumped. Ah! Tong Xiangyu screamed in fear. Then, Tong Xiangyu found that after weightlessness, she was hugged into a soft and thin embrace. There was no curtain for the last meter or so. If she fell directly to the ground, the gravity would definitely break her leg bones. Song Ge said he would catch her, so he seized the opportunity and hugged her. The body in his arms was fragrant and soft. Song Ge saw her carefully open her eyes. The distance was very close. She saw Miss Tong wet eyes were as beautiful as a little deer. Song-gu forgot what he was going to say for a moment. At this time, Tong Xiangyu reacted quickly. She said thank you. Song-gu came back to his senses, loosened his hand, and said no. Tong Xiangyu didn't have time to be afraid or thankful. She turned around and shouted to the girls, who ran to the window to watch. You guys come down too. It's okay, Song-gu will catch you. Song-gu on the side. Did I say I would take care of them? Don't use me as a favor. However, as soon as Tong Xiangyu finished speaking, one of the two girls, who were watching by the window screamed and was dragged away by the biting monster. It was obvious that the boys' defense line had completely collapsed. These monsters are not afraid of death. If they also jump down, then they can't escape. Song-gu made a prompt decision, grabbed Tong Xiangyu's wrist. Let's go! Tong Xiangyu refused to leave. She looked at Song-gu anxiously, grabbed her hand, and cried out in fear. Save them. Please. They are still alive. They have a chance to live. The screams in the classroom became less and less, which meant that the majority of the monsters were bitten and mutated. Not only on the third floor, but also on the first and second floors. The students were bitten, and the screams were endless. The situation was obviously out of control. Such a big thing. The school did not deal with it or intervene, which meant that something worse had happened. Seeing that Tong Xiangyu was not going to leave, Song-gu decisively took away Tong Xiangyu's hand, saying, Save yourself? Save yourself? Then she turned and ran away. Tong Xiangyu saw her running away without looking back, and she was so panicked that she couldn't help crying even louder. She wanted to chase after her, but she felt that she shouldn't blackmail others morally, so she could only suppress her fear, pick up the curtain, and try to learn the way Song-gu caught her at the beginning, and pull it hard. Then she looked up at the girl by the window. Come on. Jump. Don't be afraid. The girl was originally crowded by the window. After hearing what Tong Xiangyu said, she was about to climb onto the windowsill. But the next moment, she was pulled away by someone. Tong Xiangyu was stunned. But the person who appeared by the window instead was Chu Qiao, who looked panicked. Tong Xiangyu heard a shrill and terrified girl scream. She recognized the voice. It was Zhao Cixi, who was just by the window. Chu Qiao shouted in panic, You. Catch me. Please catch me. Tong Xiangyu didn't dare to think about other things anymore. With shaking hands, she grabbed the curtain tightly. But then, a more cruel scene appeared. Chu Qiao had already grabbed the curtain and was about to slide down, but was suddenly pushed away by another person. The person who pushed her away was Fan Mingyuan, who had just protected Tong Xiangyu and led the whole class to resist the outsiders. His body and face were covered with blood. He didn't look sunny and handsome at all, but rather like a demon crawling out of hell. After a scream, there was the sound of a heavy fall to the ground. Bang! The girl who had made her hold the curtain tightly just a moment ago fell to the ground. Tong Xiangyu screamed and retreated with a pale face. Chapter 6 Save Again. Looking up again, Fan Mingyuan kicked away the girls, who were holding his legs and asking for help. Those girls were instantly pounced on and bitten by the monster. Fan Mingyuan didn't even look at them. He held the curtain and slid down little by little. It seemed that all the classmates in their classroom were gone. There was no sound. Tong Xiangyu couldn't stop crying. She turned around and ran away in fear. This must be a nightmare. She had to wake up quickly. Song-gu didn't know if the whole school had encountered such a crisis. But the incident had been so serious for so long. But there was not even the most basic broadcast notification. He could only prepare for the worst. Song-gu gave up the idea of escaping from the main entrance of the school, and chose to go to the back wall to get takeout. But he couldn't leave empty-handed. Fortunately, there was a sports equipment room behind the school, and Song-gu didn't have to go too far. He found the most handy tool inside. A javelin. An inch longer. An inch stronger. Song-gu took it and ran to the back of the school. There was a smell of blood in the air, and the screams gradually faded away. But this did not mean safety, but more danger. Song-gu ran to the wall, climbed up the crooked tree in a few steps, and stepped onto the top of the wall. With the javelin, although the top of the wall was high, the danger would be greatly reduced if he jumped down with the help of the force. Song-gu found the right angle and was about to jump, but his eyes were dazzled by something shiny. Song-gu turned his head to look. He saw a girl in a school uniform and skirt crouching behind the tree. She hugged her knees. Her high ponytail trembled with her shoulders, and the slightly curly hair swept her white neck. She was obviously trying her best to suppress her crying of fear. What caught Song-Gu's eyes was the shiny hairpin on her head. Miss Tong. Song-Gu thought. Isn't this person saving people downstairs? Why is she here? Song-Gu looked down and called. Hey! Tong Xiangyu raised her head with sobs. Her eyes and nose were red from crying, and her pretty face was full of tears. She couldn't be more pitiful. Song-Gu was silent. If he took this person with him, he would not be able to climb over this wall. After weighing the difference between saving effort and trouble, Song-Gu looked from a distance and found that no monsters had run to this area yet. So he jumped back to the crooked tree with his javelin, got off the ground neatly, and walked over. What's the use of crying? Run. Tong Xiangyu hugged herself tightly and shook her head. She didn't have much affection for the classmate in front of her now. Song-Gu would leave others behind at that time, and once in danger, he would also leave herself behind. She didn't want to run away. She would hide here, and when the day came, she would wake up from this nightmare. Song-Gu was speechless, and didn't want to waste time talking to Tong Xiangyu, so he went to grab her. The wrist he pinched was so thin that it couldn't be broken. Such a helpless and pampered young lady, if she really met a monster, she would only cry and let herself be bitten, Song-Gu thought. For the sake of that piece of cake in the morning, I will meddle in other people's business one more time. Last time. If you don't appreciate it, forget it. This time. Tong Xiangyu let her pull him up. You can't climb over the wall in the backyard. We have to find another place to go out. Song-Gu said, those monsters are not fast. How fast are you at 800 meters? Tong Xiangyu looked at her with sobs, unable to say a word. Song-Gu said, forget it. Can you climb a tree? Tong Xiangyu shook her head, and 2 more bright tears fell. It's okay. Song-Gu bent down and picked up her legs. Suddenly, Tong Xiangyu screamed in midair. The school skirts of Keqing High School were really short, and they were covered with socks, and her smooth, white, straight legs directly pressed against Song-Gu's palm. Song-Gu said, hold the tree trunk, and then find a place to step on it. Tong Xiangyu choked and cried, saying that her hands were weak. Song-Gu, you want to become a monster? Tong Xiangyu didn't want to, so she stretched out her hands with tears in her eyes, and grabbed the tree trunk. Her hands were soft and white, and she felt pain when she grabbed the rough tree trunk, but her arms were weak, and Song-Gu lifted her up twice, and she finally stood on the crooked tree. Song-Gu looked up and said, you stay on the tree. I go find a bicycle. When Tong Xiangyu saw Song-Gu was leaving, she collapsed immediately. Don't go. What will I do if you leave? It was so high. If Song-Gu didn't come back, she wouldn't be able to get down by herself. I come to pick you up, Song-Gu said. He wanted to give her the javelin for self-defense, but he felt that this young lady couldn't carry it on her shoulders or hands, and she wouldn't be able to use it even if she took it. It was already safe enough to stand on the tree. So he ran away. Tong Xiangyu watched Song-Gu run away with tears in her eyes, and hugged the tree trunk with trembling hands. She prayed in her heart, you must come back. Please. Song-Gu did not run too far before she saw the monsters wandering on the playground. They wandered aimlessly, and their bodies were covered with blood. There were quite a few of them, and there were more than a dozen of them in total. They had to be avoided. Song-Gu took a detour from the main road and decided to pass through the school's grove. As a result, halfway through the run, she heard some strange noises coming from the front, and there were girls' high-pitched screams. Song-Gu was startled. Are monsters here? She turned around and ran back, but heard a man's voice. You are screaming so coquettishly. Are you comfortable? Song-Gu's footsteps suddenly stopped. When she heard the girl humming and answering, comfortable, she rolled her eyes speechlessly. You still have the leisure to have sex in the wild. It seems that this place is safe. Without saying anything, Song-Gu took the path through the forest and ran to the bicycle parking area next to the teaching building. Most bicycles are locked, but the school has good security, and some students are too lazy to lock their bicycles. Song-Gu quickly found one. Although he rode fast, he had to try his best to avoid alerting the monster. If he led everyone over, he would not have time to get the young lady down from the tree. Song-Gu was extremely cautious along the way. He only encountered one monster, a short female teacher with glasses. Her neck was covered in blood, and her eyes were blurry and white. Even so, she was still holding a teaching plan book tightly in her arms. Song-Gu didn't know him. In fact, she didn't recognize all the teachers who taught her several subjects. She could count the 40 students in the class with one hand. Song-gu couldn't help but think, what kind of strange virus is this? It is so contagious and so fast. Where did it come from? I'm afraid it's not just the school, but other places have also fallen. Isn't the father of the cold noodle boss like this? Then, the hospital? Song-gu didn't think about it anymore, and lowered her body slightly, holding the javelin in one hand and the handlebars in the other, and pedaled quickly. Tong Seong-yu stood high and saw far. When she saw Song-gu riding back, her heart finally settled down. She even forgot to cry. How should I get down? Jump down. Song-gu gave her the javelin. Try to use this force. Tong Seong-yu squatted down slightly, holding the javelin, but felt helpless. How can I use the force? I don't know. Forget it. Song-gu stretched out his hands. Just jump. I catch you. Tong Seong-yu was so scared that she shook her head quickly. No. I'm heavy. Before, the curtains cushioned her, but now she was afraid of getting hurt. Get out of the way. I jumped down by myself. If you break your legs, it will only cause more trouble. Song-gu said. Jump quickly. We have to leave immediately. Tong Seong-yu looked at her and was still hesitant. Song-gu, are you going to jump or not? If not, I leave. Tong Seong-yu heard the tone, and her eyes were hot with grievance. Why is this person like this? Chapter 7 Her Home. Tong Seong-yu finally saw the target and jumped down. Her posture was not standard at all. Song-gu took it reluctantly. Song-gu rode a bike. Tong Seong-yu sat on the back seat, struggling to hold the javelin in her hand. Song-gu rode fast and went straight through the school playground. Tong Seong-yu asked nervously, Does this count as skipping class? Song-gu heard it. It's amazing. Where did this rich and beautiful girl come from? Then I take you back to the classroom to continue your class? Tong Seong-yu was so scared that she shook her head repeatedly. Song-gu stopped talking and drove all the way. On the way, they saw some surviving classmates panicking and desperately running out of the school, but they had no transportation tools and just walked on their legs. When they saw Song-gu passing by them like a gust of wind, they suddenly realized that this was still possible. The fence of the school gate was usually closed. The security guard of the police department was still wearing reading glasses and reading the newspaper. When he saw Song-gu riding a bicycle with people, he immediately put down the newspaper in his hand and opened the window. Hey, that classmate. Riding a bicycle is prohibited in school. Uncle! Song-gu turned his head. The security guard recognized Song-gu at a glance and said angrily, Why are you here again? Uncle, something happened in the school. Open the door. You should run as well. What happened? As he was talking, the police officer heard the bang 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 sound outside. Song-gu was startled and turned his head to look. He found that on the road outside the school, many private cars collided in a chain reaction, and the windows of a bus that stopped suddenly were smashed by someone with a window hammer. Someone jumped out of the window to escape. Looking closely, the bus was in chaos. The scene was bloody and terrifying. The old man took off his glasses and saw this scene. He immediately cried out in pain, and did not dare to be careless. He immediately pressed the door opening button. Although he was old and had presbyopia, his legs and feet were very flexible, and he quickly ran out of the police station. Song-gu originally only planned to send Miss Tong, who was sitting in the back seat, out of the school. But now he knew it was not possible. If he left her here, it would be the difference between being bitten in school and being bitten outside. The door was already open. Song-gu drove the people away, and asked Tong Seong-yu, Do you want your family to pick you up? Tong Seong-yu said, I called the driver. But no one answered. After Song-gu said this, Tong Seong-yu's eyes turned red again, and her voice choked up. My parents won't be in trouble. Right? How should I know? Tong Seong-yu felt that she was so cold. And after a while, she asked then, Can you take me to my father company? Where is your father company? It's right in the city center. It's too far, I won't go. Song-gu thought that the city center has so many people, if they go directly, they will be bitten to pieces. She said, Either I put you down now you go by yourself, I give you the bike, or you come with me to my house. Tong Seong-yu asked, Where is your house? Song-gu was silent for a moment, remembering her basement in a corner, probably not even enough space for this young lady to breathe, changed her mouth, and said, Forget it, you go find your dad. Song-gu said, as he stepped on the brakes, and put his foot on the ground. When Tong Seong-yu heard that she wanted to separate from him, she quickly grabbed her clothes, and said in a crying voice, No! I don't want to go alone. Don't leave me. Take me back to your home. Song-gu, no regrets? Tong Xiangyu thought to herself. What is there to regret? And immediately said, no regrets. Okay. Song-gu didn't say much. He raised the pedal to the highest point, stepped down, and ignored the cars on the roadside that were smoking because of the collision. The situation on the road was already a mess. Song-gu thought that there was no relevant news on the hot search yesterday. It suddenly broke out today. Is their Kaching the first province to fall? Then just need to find a safe place to hide during this period and wait for rescue. I don't know whether this is a virus or something else. The country will have a way to deal with it. Song-ji's home is very close to Kaching High School. It takes about 10 minutes to walk. Now there are bicycles. The efficiency needs to be improved. In less than 5 minutes, we arrived at the path outside. When passing by the supermarket, Song-gu took a special look, and her scalp tingled. The situation in the supermarket was not much better than outside. Did these monsters break out at the same time? Song-gu did not dare to stay any longer. Anyway, she still had a lot of food reserves in her house, which should not be a problem for 10 days or half a month. Such a long time is enough to last until rescue. But in front of the narrow passage, Song-gu stopped the car and hesitated. If there were monsters like that everywhere, would there be some in the basement? If there is, they are undoubtedly seeking their own death. Wait here for a while. Song-gu asked Tong Xiangyu to wait. I go down and take a look. If there is nothing wrong, I come up and call you. Before he finished speaking, a monster with a loud breathing sound suddenly jumped out from behind the trash can. It turned out to be the old beggar yesterday. The old man rushed directly to Tong Xiangyu and bit her. Tong Xiangyu, who had her back to the opponent, held the javelin in both hands and was unaware of this. Song-gu kicked him without saying anything. The old man was thin and weak, and he fell to the ground. But he didn't even scream. Tong Xiangyu saw Song-gu's fierce expression a moment ago, and then she saw her behavior. She looked back and saw the old man on the ground. He was dirty and messy, and his face was bloody and unrecognizable. She couldn't help but scream and backed away. Song-gu felt that no matter where he put this young lady, it would not be safe. It's better to take care of it yourself. Give me the javelin. Song-gu said, follow me later. When I say run, turn around and run upwards without looking back. Get it? Tong Xiangyu nodded nervously, yes. The corridor was very narrow, and the light was not bright enough. Song-gu listened carefully to the movement, and walked down the corridor quietly. Tong Xiangyu didn't dare to breathe, and followed her step by step. Fortunately, Song-gu's house was on the underground floor, a semi-basement, so she didn't have to go too far down. Song-gu opened the door with a key soon, and let Tong Xiangyu go in first. The room was very dark. There was only a little light, coming from the half window, that could see the ground outside. Tong Xiangyu felt stuffy when she walked in. The room was so small. She was even shocked. Could this be a place where people could live? The space was small, but there were not too many bad smells. It was just that the air was not circulating. Tong Xiangyu was nervous all the way, and now she just felt that she couldn't breathe well and didn't have enough oxygen. Song-gu followed closely, looked around cautiously, and then locked the door. The room was very quiet. Song-gu locked the door, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. She walked to the table, picked up the penguin water bottle, and was about to pour it into her mouth. Halfway through the action, she remembered something, and turned to look at Tong Xiangyu. Do you want some water? Tong Xiangyu heard her question, and felt her throat was dry, but seeing the other party's heroic action, she hesitated. Seeing this, Song-gu picked up a cup upside down on the table, poured a cup and handed it to her. Drink it. Tong Xiangyu took the glass with both hands, and said softly and gently, thank you. Song-gu didn't say you're welcome. He took the penguin pot, and drank several sips in the air. Then he asked, is it okay to turn off the light? It's okay. Tong Xiangyu stood in the middle of the 10-square-meter house. Her pretty face was full of embarrassment, because there was only a small bench in the room. She couldn't sit there. At the same time, she didn't look at the small room too much for fear of offending others. Tong Xiangyu just lowered her head and drank water in small sips. In fact, she had heard some rumors about Song-gu. Chapter 8 I'm scared. People often mention that Song-gu's parents are both dead, and she is an orphan. So she lives in a place like this alone? An unventilated basement, a half-open window that can't be opened except when there is light, A small single bed, an old table, with a kettle, dishes and chopsticks upside down, and charging cables, pliers, tape and other trivial items. Tong Xiangyu felt complicated, and thought, without parents, a 17 or 18-year-old girl relies on her own ability to survive in a big city, and rents a basement like this, it's not easy. Right? The two drank water. And the room instantly became quiet. Although Tong Xiangyu was good at socializing, this people definitely did not include Songge. It was better to have a response when chatting. And Songge was obviously not the one who would be happy to respond to her. Every time she opened her mouth, Songge would have a "you are so annoying" expression on his face. Tong Xiangyu held a glass of water, wishing she could drink forever, and never open her mouth. Songge didn't know what Tong Xiangyu was thinking. She walked to the window. Although it was only half a window, it was enough to see most of the situation outside. The basement was not soundproof, and the sound of cars colliding or exploding could be heard from time to time. There were also many people on the street screaming and running away in panic. Some people were bitten by monsters while they were taking out their phones to make calls. Songge judged the situation. This kind of thing happened in different places at almost the same time, which meant that the virus had spread without anyone knowing. During this period, the virus infected many people, but they were all in the incubation period, and no one noticed it. After the outbreak, the situation was not optimistic because the monster could not be killed and was highly contagious. Moreover, they were all defenseless. Now the most important thing is to find the source of the virus legend. As long as the source is controlled, there is still room for recovery. Songge thought calmly, at this time, the country will definitely send rescue. Songge retracted her gaze, and turned around to see Tong Xiangyu standing motionlessly holding a water cup. She was slightly stunned. She was so absorbed in thinking just now, that she forgot that there was such a precious lady. You can sit anywhere, stools and beds are fine. Songge said, don't be afraid of getting dirty. Even if there is rescue, they won't come so early, unless you plan to stand here all day. After hearing this, Tong Xiangyu couldn't help thinking, this person really doesn't know how to talk. Just when she was about to say, it's not dirty here, Songge looked away. Songge picked up his phone to check the hot searches. Sure enough, there were 4 or 5 hot searches with Kachung, all in the front row, followed by a black and red word explosion. The first hot search came with a video, saying that many patients infected with mutant rabies virus suddenly appeared in Kachung. They bit people indiscriminately on the street. The police were useless. They even bit the police. They looked completely crazy. What's more, guns couldn't kill them. Many people in the comment area said, isn't this a zombie virus? It's played like this in movies. Songge exited and watched the second one. The second hot search was a revelation from an insider, saying that half a month ago, their hospital admitted several rabies-like patients to Kaching Central Hospital for treatment. According to research, the patients were only manic, irritable and aggressive at the time, but soon they became unconscious and bit things. Their teeth also gradually became beastly and sharp. Songge wanted to see more related news, and clicked on the blogger who said it with certainty. But it showed that the user had already deleted his profile. He went back to look again, and found that the entire hot search had disappeared. Songge refreshed the page again, and it seemed that the several explosive hot searches he had just seen were just his illusions. The hot searches were all about discussions about TV stars and idols. Tong Xiangyu elegantly and carefully gathered the hem of her school uniform, and sat on a small stool. Seeing that Songge had no time to pay attention to her, she finally dared to look around curiously. The room was not big, and it was clear at a glance. Soon, Tong Xiangyu noticed that there were boxes of instant noodles and mineral water stacked in the corner of the room, as well as some compressed biscuits, meat jerky, sausages, etc. The quantity was large, and it was extraordinary. Songge lived alone, and there was a supermarket 100 meters away, which was very convenient for shopping. Why did she stock up so much food? Just thinking about it, Tong Xiangyu felt Songge looking at her, and she immediately retracted her gaze, pretending to be obedient and absent-minded. Songge did not expose her poor acting skills. Asked, did you bring your cell phone? Tong Xiangyu, come to your senses, quickly replied, yes. Check the trending searches. Okay. Tong Xiangyu immediately touched her pocket, but found nothing. Her face turned pale instantly. She stood up and emptied both pockets of her school uniform. Then she looked up at Songge in panic. Songge, did it fall? Tong Xiangyu cried. How could it be? I clearly called the driver uncle in the classroom. It's lost. Song Gu was calm, thought for a moment, handed over his phone, said, Do you remember your family's phone number? Call it again and try. Tong Xiangyu was silent. Song Gu saw her like this and said, You don't remember? Tong Xiangyu felt Song Gu ridicule, felt a little embarrassed, and whispered, You could open the navigation and search for my father company. The company's front desk phone number is on the navigation. No navigation. You download one. No traffic. Tong Xiangyu muttered something in a low voice. Even though Song Gu had good hearing, he couldn't hear clearly. What did you say? Tong Xiangyu mustered up the courage to repeat, You have traffic even if you are on the trending search. Song Gu laughed angrily. How can it be the same? Putting aside the matter of making a phone call for the time being, Song Gu put the phone in his pocket, sat down by the bed, looking at Miss Tong's pretty face that turned red after she finished speaking, said, Aren't you going to stay there to save people? When Tong Xiangyu heard Song Gu mention this, she recalled the scene at that time, and her originally rosy face turned pale instantly. She felt sick and wanted to vomit. She took 2 steps back and bumped into the wall. Tong Xiangyu was panicked and shocked. She had seen such a terrible scene with her own eyes, and experienced such a horrible thing. She was panicked and desperate. Why didn't she think of those things when she was talking to Song Gu? Tong Xiangyu couldn't help looking at Song Gu and asked, You? Why aren't you afraid at all? Song Gu said, Scared? Tong Xiangyu. I can't tell at all. Song Gu sneered. Fear doesn't necessarily show on your face. Besides, showing it will only make you more afraid. So you'd better find a way out instead of wasting time. Tong Xiangyu hesitated. Song Gu, just say it if you want to. You ran away at that time. Yes. Song Gu sat on the bed, with his back against the wall, looking at the great bodhisattva with a frank expression. Tong Qianjin. Why can't I run? But you could have saved them at that time. I have already saved them. Tong Xiangyu couldn't help but argue. No way. She ran away without hesitation. Song Gu said, After I made the escape route. I asked you if you wanted to jump. Tong Xiangyu remembered it instantly. She heard it at that time, but Chu Qiao said Song Gu was really crazy. Their classroom was on the 3rd floor. Wouldn't she die if she jumped down? Song Gu looked at Tong Xiangyu with a pale face and red eyes, a grieved and pitiful appearance, remembering that when he saw this young lady again, she was alone, shrinking behind a tree and trembling with fear. Obviously something worse happened afterwards. So Song Gu didn't say much, just stood up. Come and sit over here. I wash my hands. Chapter 9, Grievance. Time passed slowly and quickly. When the setting sun shone through the window to Song Gu feet, who was sitting on the bench, the noise outside had completely disappeared. But the street lights came on time. Song Gu put down the clothes hanger he had made, thinking that he had to find a chance to confirm whether the boss lady was still normal. If she had turned into a monster, then no one would pay her the wages, and she would still be doing nothing. Song Gu stood up and took a look at Miss Tong, who was curled up and sleeping on the bed, thinking she was quite careless. It was just that she was tired from being scared. Song Gu went to the tap to get some water, and put it in the pot to boil. Tong Xiangyu woke up to a strange smell. She opened her eyes, and turned over first, but her arm hit the wall with a bang. She screamed in pain, and woke up instantly. She sat up, and felt sore all over. Song Gu's small bed was made of long bamboo strips, and there was no mattress, so it was very hard. Tong Xiangyu thought she would never fall asleep, but she only squinted and it was night. Seeing the steam rising up on Song Gu's indifferent face, Tong Xiangyu's heart sank. Her nose felt sore, and her eyes turned red. It was over. Those terrible things were not dreams. What should she do next? Awake? Song Gu glanced at Tong Xiangyu and said, You can eat now. If you have an appetite. Tong Xiangyu asked. What is it? It tasted strange. Instant noodles. Song Gu walked to the corner of the room, unpacked the box of ham sausage, and said, I give you another sausage. Thank you. Tong Xiangyu watched Song Gu walk to the small table. Seeing that she didn't express her gratitude, she looked up at the half window. The street lights outside were on. It was the first time in her life that she looked from this angle. Tong Xiangyu retracted her gaze and apologized to Song Gu in a low voice. I'm sorry, I fell asleep. What's there to be sorry about falling asleep? Song Gu said. Who doesn't sleep? Song Gu used a knife to cut a hole under the aluminum alloy ring of the sausage, then tore it off along the packaging line, and cut the sausage into slices and put them into the pot. Tong Xiangyu drank some water before going to bed. And now she was sitting on the bed rubbing her feet a little awkwardly. Although Song-gu didn't look at her. He knew what she was doing. Just say it if you have something to say. I want to use the bathroom. Tong Xiangyu blushed. There. Song-gu pointed to the bathroom inside. And said, the light is by the door. Okay. Thank you. The bathroom was also very small. And could only accommodate one person. It was also combined with the bathroom. There was a toilet and a wash basin on the left. And a shower on the right. Tong Xiangyu stood in the bathroom with a pitiful expression and struggled for a long time. Before she took a piece of tissue and carefully opened the lid of the toilet. After opening it, she found that it was unexpectedly clean and tidy. Despite this, Tong Xiangyu still didn't dare to sit down. After washing her hands, Tong Xiangyu saw Song-gu standing by the window looking out again. The small pot was no longer plugged in. And it was hot and fragrant. Song-gu glanced at her and said, Eat it. Tong Xiangyu saw that there was only a bowl and a small electric pot on the table. And asked, What about you? Song-gu picked up the bowl. Tong Xiangyu. Song-gu said, I usually use this bowl, you just hold the pot directly. Tong Xiangyu's eyes instantly welled up with tears when she heard this. She had never suffered such humiliation before. How could a person eat directly from a pot? What kind of words are these? Seeing her instantly feel wronged, Song-gu misunderstood her and said, It's not delicious, but don't pick it up. Unless you want to starve. But as long as the rescue doesn't come, we can't get out. You will have to eat these sooner or later. As Song-gu said this, he picked up a large chopstick of noodles and ate them in big mouthfuls. Tong Xiangyu saw this and instantly felt hungry. She pursed her lips in grievance and walked to the table hesitantly. But looking at the small electric cooker, she didn't know how to start. Seeing this, Song-gu understood and helped her put the electric cooker on the bamboo bed. He also moved a small stool to the bedside and said, Sit down and eat. A rich girl from a wealthy family might not be able to eat without sitting in an elegant posture. Tong Xiangyu's eyes widened. How could you put the rice cooker on the bed? How dirty. How could she eat? Tong Xiangyu turned her back to Song-gu, and tears fell. She bit her lips hard, enduring the extreme grievance, and refused to cry because of her self-esteem. She smoothed her skirt and sat on the small stool. Song-gu felt that he had done his best, and had no time to care about the young lady's fragile heart. After finishing the instant noodle soup, Song-gu put down the bowl and chopsticks, and looked out the window again. The street lights are still there. But the neon lights are gone. It used to be busy and bustling. But now it is empty. With only some zombie-like monsters wandering aimlessly. It looks like a ghost town. Song-gu took out her phone and tried to call the police. But each one was busy and no one answered. As for the hot search about the peaceful and prosperous years, Song-gu didn't look at it again. She did open the class group. But the chat record stopped at one night. Song-gu suddenly asked, How many people in the class have come down? Tong Xiangyu was crying. But after trying to eat a mouthful of instant noodles with a frown on her face, she decided to cry later. No. It was not worth crying for such a small thing. She could only endure this night at most. She would ask her father to save her tomorrow. She just needed to fill her stomach and build up her strength. Wiping off the last trace of tears on her face, Tong Xiangyu picked up the last piece of sausage in the bowl that had no meat taste at all. And then heard Song-gu question. Tong Xiangyu thought of the scene she saw during the day. And her stomach churned instantly. She covered her mouth, dropped her chopsticks, and ran into the bathroom. Song-gu looked at this scene and shrugged his shoulders in vain. It was not intentional. But it seemed that the situation was quite tragic at that time. Tong Xiangyu vomited everything. When she came out, her face was weak and pale. Although Song-gu did not mean it. He felt a little guilty seeing her like this for the first time. And said he would make another bag for her. Tong Xiangyu shook her head and whispered, No. I don't want to eat it now. No appetite. Song-gu pointed out. Tong Xiangyu listened to Song-gu's flat voice. And suddenly pursed her cherry lips, staring at her with red almond eyes. She couldn't help but blame her tone. Why are you so cold and heartless? Song-gu, do you think I'm going to cry for them? Tong Xiangyu snorted in anger on the spot, and didn't want to pay attention to Song-gu. But after a while, seeing that Song-gu didn't react at all, remembering that everyone said Song-gu had a twisted personality and was abnormal, she couldn't help but say, You could also try to have a little sympathy, which is human emotion. Song-gu, oh. Tong Xiangyu said patiently and kindly, seeing that Song-gu didn't even raise her head, said, "You are so perfunctory." Song-gu looked at her from his phone. "Then I'm not a human being, is that okay?" "You?" Song-gu said, "If you have nothing to do, go to bed early." Little Bodhisattva. Chapter 10 Sick. I won't sleep anymore. You can sleep by yourself if you want. Tong Xiangyu walked over and snatched the small stool and sat down. She then held her face with one hand and looked out the window in a huff. It was so quiet. How could the night in Keqing be so quiet? Tong Xiangyu silently looked up at the street lamp. She thought, if I hadn't gone with Song-gu at that time, where would I be now? Has it been eaten by a monster? I can't climb trees, I can't climb over walls, and I don't have the ability to find a bicycle. Qiao Qiao and Qin Mo are all dead, and all the classmates in the class are dead. Only Fan Mingyuan is left, and he still did such a dehumanizing thing. Song-gu took out the military knife she had used during the day and sharpened it. Suddenly she thought of something. She opened the drawer and took out a new toothbrush. There were 10 toothbrushes in the plate. The colors were all blue, green and gray. Song-gu hesitated for a moment and chose the only pink toothbrush in the middle. Song-gu put the toothbrush on the table with its back facing up. The toothbrush is here. Brush your teeth when you want to go to bed. Tong Xiangyu came back to her senses and looked. She only saw a large toothbrush with a rustic color and rough shape on the table. She swore that she had never seen such an ugly toothbrush. Her pretty face wrinkled. But she didn't complain. She just said thank you. Song-gu felt that he was very considerate. So he continued to do his own thing. It was already very late when he finished. Song-gu stretched his body, which was stiff because of maintaining the posture for too long, and looked back at the quiet Miss Tong, who was still staring out the window in a daze. Song-gu went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face. After washing, he came out and walked in front of Tong Xiangyu. It's very late. Why don't you sleep? Tong Xiangyu looked at her. I'm not sleepy. I don't want to sleep yet. I want to sleep. Then you sleep. I won't make any noise to disturb you. Song-gu sighed and said, You're sitting on my stool. How can I sleep? You sleep on the bed. The bed is for you. Song-gu couldn't let the delicate young lady sit on a hard bench all night. The single bed was too small for one person to sleep on. If two people had to squeeze together. She thought Miss Tong would rather stand all night. Tong Xiangyu shook her head. How could a guest occupy Song-gu bed all the time? She was silent for a moment. And for the first time in her life, she said in a harsh tone, I don't sleep on the bed. Your bed is too hard. It makes me ache all over. Song-gu laughed angrily. The bed is hard. So the bench you are sitting on is not hard? Tong Xiangyu choked and whispered. I can't sleep anyway. Song-gu thought to himself that he didn't know who slept so soundly in the afternoon. But he didn't say anything. He just turned around and walked to the cabinet on the wall at the entrance. Opened it. Took out a mattress and put it on the bamboo bed. It's not hard anymore. Come and sleep. Tong Xiangyu looked at the bed and quilt. Then looked at Song-gu. Although she was touched, she still said stubbornly, I really don't want to sleep yet. Then you come and sit here too. You can sleep whenever you feel tired. Song-gu frowned, showing an impatient look. Why are you so difficult to please? Tong Xiangyu's nose was sore, and she stood up aggrievedly. She just wanted Song-gu to sleep on the bed. Song-gu was very tired after a day. She sat on a stool against the wall and fell asleep quickly. In the middle of the night, she heard some noise, and suddenly opened her eyes alertly, listened carefully, and looked at the single bed. Tong Xiangyu sat on the bed, hugging her belly. Even though the light in the room was dim, Song-gu could see that the young lady's fair face had turned red. Song-gu felt a little helpless. But he didn't say anything. He just opened the box next to him and took out 2 packs of compressed biscuits and a small bag of meat jerky. And then took out a bottle of mineral water, walked over to her, and said, Eat it. Tong Xiangyu was no longer stubborn at this time. She took it with both hands and said in a voice as light as a mosquito, Thank you. The redness on her ears spread to her neck. Song-gu went back and sat on the bench. However, the night did not pass like this. Not long after Song-gu went back to sleep, he heard footsteps, and the sound of turning on the light, and then the sound of flushing. This repeated several times. Song-gu stood up and blocked the door. Tong Xiangyu's face was pale. As soon as she opened the door of the bathroom, she was frightened by Song-gu standing outside the door, and took a big step back. Song-gu pulled her back in time to prevent her from hitting the sink. Tong Xiangyu was a little embarrassed. You want to use the bathroom? Right? I'm fine. Song Ge asked, what's wrong with you? Tong Xiangyu avoided his eyes, felt aggrieved. I'm fine. Diarrhea? Tong Xiangyu was exposed, and was extremely embarrassed for a moment, her little hands clenched into fists, hesitating. I? Alas. Song Ge sighed. It's really a stomach made of gold. Tong Xiangyu felt embarrassed, and whispered, I'm fine now. Fearing that she was not convincing, she added 2 more words. Really? I don't have any medicine at home. Song Ge said, but you reminded me that we need to prepare some medicine. If the rescue team doesn't arrive in time, we will get sick again. It will be inconvenient if we don't have regular medicine on hand. When I go out tomorrow, I will think of a way to get some medicine back. Tong Xiangyu was shocked. She was so scared that she didn't care about anything else. She grabbed Song Ge close tightly. We are going out at this time? No, I'm really fine. It's very dangerous outside now. There are monsters everywhere. Song Ge corrected. It's not us who are going out, I'm going out, you stay here. This is even worse. Tong Xiangyu's eyes were red with anxiety. Please download the navigation, and call my father company. My father company is called Tongdao Group. He will definitely send someone to rescue us. Song Ge looked at the anxious Miss Tong in front of him, and moved his lips slightly. He wanted to say that he had tried to download the navigation, and called her father company. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the working hours of the company employees, but no one answered the 3 numbers of Tongdao Group. I'm afraid it's too late. But Song Ge didn't say anything. Just said, let's try tomorrow. Tong Xiangyu finally smiled. Tears still welling up in her beautiful almond eyes. Her eyes were red. But she nodded vigorously. Yes. Believe me, my dad will definitely send someone to rescue us. Song Ge casually replied, yes. I believe you. Tong Xiangyu was tormented by diarrhea all night, and fell into a weak sleep near the morning. It was just dawn. Half of the window was hazy. Song Ge tore off some paper, and left a few words for Tong Xiangyu. Then took the javelin and folding military knife that he had sharpened with a whetstone last night, and quietly left the basement. Song Ge didn't plan to leave too far. There was a supermarket, and a convenient pharmacy a few hundred meters away. She wanted to get some food and medicine. Otherwise, with the golden stomach of the eldest daughter in the family, she would die before the rescuers arrived. It was still early, and she didn't know if the monsters had a rest schedule. They were wandering around the streets yesterday, but now there was no trace of them. Despite this, Song Ge did not relax her vigilance. She walked lightly, held the javelin tightly, and kept an eye on the surroundings. Not long after walking, Song Ge smelled a foul odor. Then she saw an old beggar lying not far away. He was the one she had kicked down yesterday. He was lying motionless on the roadside greenery, with bite marks all over his body. Because it was summer, the body was no longer fresh, and flies were flying around. Song Ge felt sick in her stomach and quickly looked away. But when she looked, she found that there were many bodies lying in all directions on the messy driveway and the blood-stained sidewalk. Chapter 11. Damn it. What happened? Are all the monsters dead? Could it be that in just one day, the zombie virus in these people's bodies automatically disappeared? Or, these things are just sleeping? The second guess made Song Ge back cold. Not daring to delay any longer, Song Ge quickened her pace, and at the same time kept looking behind her retreat to see if there were any accidents. During this time, she thought again, if the monsters are dead, then can I go back to school and pick up Tong Xiangyu's lost mobile phone in the classroom? Send that precious, difficult to serve hot potato back to her parents as soon as possible. This way, I don't have to worry about finding other food or medicine. I just have to wait in the basement. Wait for the country to send rescue workers to clean up these rotten corpses, and then carry out comprehensive disinfection. The city will soon return to order. The whole world will not know that the people of Kuching almost encountered a terrible disaster. Thinking of this, Song Ge quickly approached the supermarket, although he didn't hear any sound. But Song Ge remembered the scene she saw yesterday, and she was mentally prepared. After approaching carefully, she saw that the glass door of the supermarket had been smashed, and the ground was full of glass shards and blood. It was quiet inside. Song Ge walked in with a javelin in hand. Looking around, the shelves that were not crooked, the blood splattered everywhere, and some human tissues left on the ground and walls. Song Ge's face wrinkled, without looking any more, and picked up 2 large bags at the cashier at the entrance. Song-gu took things purposefully. She didn't know what the young lady's delicate stomach could eat. Anyway, it was right to pick expensive food. Avoiding bloodstains, she took clean chocolate, wafer biscuits, chicken feet and duck necks, beef jerky, bread and potato chips. Thinking of the medicine she had to get, Song-gu didn't waste too much time in the supermarket. If the situation outside was just like this, she could come out again later. Thinking of this, Song-gu took another bag and walked quickly to the sanitary napkin area. She didn't even look at whether it was cotton or net. She also picked up expensive brands and put them in day and night. She also grabbed a few bags of women's underwear hanging on the shelves. After finishing, Song-gu left the supermarket quickly and quietly. The convenient pharmacy was just 100 steps away from the supermarket, and it was necessary to cross the road. There were several rotten corpses lying in the middle of the road. Song-gu tied the bag while observing the most convenient route for her to advance and retreat. She did not intend to take the things she took from the supermarket to the pharmacy. However, just after tying the knot, Song-gu's ears moved slightly, and she heard an abnormal movement. She immediately stood up, holding the long spear tightly in a defensive posture, and slowly walked to the side of the road, looking in the direction of the sound. After seeing what it was, Song-gu got goosebumps all over her body, and she took a deep breath. The sky brightened quickly. Looking from afar, at the end of the road, a group of rescue workers in fire uniforms were rushing in like a tide. Their forward posture was very strange, and they had obviously turned into monsters. Song-gu was not the only one who heard this noise. The street that was quiet and deserted a moment ago suddenly became restless, and a store next to the supermarket where Song-gu was standing heard a loud bang. With a sound, Song-gu, who was holding a javelin, was frightened and turned around immediately. He saw several monsters with blood all over their bodies, rolling their eyes, and pounced on the window and beat it hard. Damn it! Song-gu cursed in his heart, and without saying a word, he picked up 2 shopping bags and ran back quickly. As Song-gu ran, he noticed that the bodies lying motionless on the ground did not resurrect. However, the monster virus was not dead either. Fortunately, he did not go to school. Song-gu ran back to the narrow and crowded corridor at a very fast speed. But when you are unlucky, even drinking cold water will make your teeth ache. Song-gu had only run a few steps into the basement when she ran into a fat-bellied female monster that was swimming from the bottom to the top. She stopped quickly. The monster eyes were white, her face had been torn to pieces, and she was screaming with her mouth open. Despite this, Song-gu still recognized that this was her female landlord. Damn! That box of clothes hangers was wasted. But Song-gu thought again, do I not have to pay rent anymore? The monster saw the living creature and uttered a huffing sound in excitement. The next moment, it rushed towards Song-gu as if it had installed an accelerating spring. Although Song-gu had never fought a monster head-on, she had carefully observed the boys in her class fighting against monsters. These monsters were strong, had no mind, would not die, they were already dead, and had only 2 actions to attack people, pounce and bite, which were mechanical and slow, and most importantly, not fast. This is why she dared to take the risk. The road for a few hundred meters nearby was straight, and the view was good. Even if she encountered a monster, she was fully confident that she could escape with her own speed. But these things were very poisonous, and even their fingernails might carry the zombie virus. Song-gu did not give the monster landlord a chance to get close to him. He held the sharpened javelin and stabbed it through with one shot. But the monster was immortal, and it didn't realize that it had become a string of candied haws. It opened its bloody mouth and still howled as it rushed up. The scene was horrifying. Song-gu's scalp tightened, and the hair on the back of his neck stood up, but he couldn't retreat at this time, because there was a group of zombies behind him that were even more difficult to deal with. Song-gu calculated the opponent's speed in his mind, and relied on his high position and great strength. When the opponent rushed over, he held the javelin tightly in his hand, gritted his teeth, and kicked the man down with a fierce kick when the time was right. The fat landlady slipped off the javelin and fell backwards, and rolled down the steep stairs. There were more than one rolling sound, like playing bowling, all rolling down one by one. It seemed that there were monsters all down there. Song-gu endured the goosebumps, and did not waste time, put the javelin stained with monster blood outside the door, quickly took out the key, and went into the basement room and locked it. Put the 2 bags on the ground. Song-gu washed his hands with soap, and found that he was sweating all over, and simply took off his clothes and took a shower. After washing, he saw Tong Seong-yu was still sleeping. Song-gu then let out a sigh of relief, took the scraps of paper placed beside Tong Xiangyu pillow and threw them away, then walked back to the small bench and sat down. Song-gu leaned against the wall, thinking, it seems that the rescue defense line of Kicheng province has collapsed. Firefighters with such strong physical fitness can't resist monsters. If the country sends elite rescue forces, will it be a rescue or add fuel to the fire? The survival time of this zombie virus should be closely related to the physical constitution of the person. People with poor physical constitution can only be driven by the virus for a period of time after being bitten and infected, while people with strong physical constitution can survive for a long time, and may not even die. After all, according to the outbreaks in different places at the same time, the time when these rescuers turned into monsters should not be much different from that of the students in the school. Now things are back to the basics. Where did the virus come from? There was a clear sound of zombies wandering outside. Song-gu didn't think about it anymore. Got up and walked to the window to adjust the angle. The firefighters who turned into monsters stepped over the corpses lying on the ground, wandering around aimlessly. And some even entered the shops with open doors and never came out again. If these monsters don't leave, it will be difficult for her to get medicine. Song-gu can deal with some ordinary resident monsters who don't exercise all year round. But if the other party is a firefighter, it may not work. Song-gu retracted her gaze, leaned on the table, and looked at Tong Xiangyu, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed. I thought that the delicate and elegant lady would sleep in a straight posture, but I didn't expect her to let herself go like this, lying on her side, hugging the quilt tightly, and her straight and white legs under her short school skirt were bent up. But she just frowned her beautiful eyebrows. Her eyes moved under her eyelids, and her light-colored lips opened and closed to make a little whisper. What are you talking about? Song-gu just approached to listen, and saw Tong Xiangyu swish open her eyes, and shouted loudly, No! Chapter 12 Lurking. This was so sudden that Song-gu was startled by her. Tong Xiangyu woke up and saw Song-gu standing by the bed. She breathed a sigh of relief and apologized. I'm sorry. Why are you saying sorry to me? Song-gu asked. What nightmare did you have? I dreamed about something at school. For example? Falling from the teaching building. Song-gu heard it as jumping down and said, Then you are really timid. Tong Xiangyu thought to herself, Do you think everyone is as timid as you? She was very sleepy and wanted to continue sleeping. But seeing Song-gu wearing a long coat and long pants, Tong Xiangyu became alert and sat up immediately. Where are you going? Song-gu thought to himself. I'm not going anywhere. I'm already back. Song-gu, I'm not going anywhere. Are you hungry? Tong Xiangyu was of course hungry. She either vomited or had diarrhea from what she ate last night, and now her stomach was empty and uncomfortable. But when she thought of the food that Song-gu had at home, she endured the discomfort and shook her head. I'm fine. Why are you holding on? Song-gu said. Do you think I only have compressed biscuits and ham sausage? Tong Xiangyu corrected. That's called starch sausage. No difference. It's a big difference. Song-gu took out the bag of snacks that he had stuffed into the cabinet. Tong Xiangyu saw it. Her eyes widened instantly. How did you get these? You can tell from the bag that these snacks are not what someone like Song-gu would buy. The landlady gave them to me. Song-gu put the shopping bag on the bed, leaned on the edge of the table, and made up a lie. Her daughter often comes to play, and she's greedy. The landlady was afraid that her daughter would get sick from eating my food, so she bought a bag of snacks and put it here. Then this is for her daughter. I can't eat it. Song-gu said, Silly. You can buy some to make up for it later. This is the first time that Tong Xiangyu has been called stupid since she was a child. But after a pause, she felt that Song-gu was right. She will make up for it with better snacks later. Song-gu said, Look and see if there is anything you can eat. I can eat anything. Yes, but I have diarrhea after eating. I didn't have diarrhea last night because of your food. Tong Xiangyu felt much better after having something to eat. But she just said stubbornly, I was scared yesterday. Then I get you some biscuits and meat jerky? Tong Xiangyu immediately opened the shopping bag to look for something, pretending not to hear Song-gu words. Seeing this, Song-gu smiled. Tong Xiangyu heard the noise and quietly looked up at her. The sun shone in from the half window and fell on Song-gu, who looked like she was smiling. Song-gu's appearance was not bright and beautiful. She had a straight nose, thin lips on the top and thick lips on the bottom, a little thin, a clear jawline, not very white skin but good skin quality, and a neat short haircut. The bangs slightly covered her eyebrows. There was a mole on her thin right eyelid, which could be seen when she lowered her eyes. But when she raised her eyes, the mole disappeared into her double eyelids. Song-gu is tall among girls, but her figure is a little thin. Tong Seong-yu couldn't imagine how Song-gu, who was so thin, could hug her during the 2 times she escaped from school. Moreover, Song-gu has a very unique temperament. She is not gloomy as everyone says. On the contrary, Tong Seong-yu feels at ease when she sees Song-gu now, as if she doesn't have to worry about anything or be afraid of anything. Even if the sky falls, she will eat and sleep. Tong Seong-yu thought, when my father sends someone to pick me up, I must take Song-gu with me. I want to give her a lot of good things. Thank you for saving me. Why are you looking at me? Tong Seong-yu was so absorbed in her thoughts. When she heard Song-gu words, she quickly looked away, her ears turned red with embarrassment. I'm sorry. Do you good students like to say the word I'm sorry all the time? Song-gu said. She heard something. She looked back, and then stood up straight, took a newspaper from the table, and covered the window with tape. Tong Seong-yu found that the light in the room dimmed instantly, turned around to see Song-gu behavior, and asked in confusion, why cover the window? Nothing to see. When Song-gu was sealing the corner of the window, a bloody arm flew over and stuck to the window. Song-gu's hand holding the tape trembled, but his tone remained calm, and he said, just wait for rescue. Then download the navigation system quickly. No, my phone is out of battery. You can charge your phone if it's out of battery. After the window was sealed, it was a little dark. Song-gu went to turn on the light in the room, and said, you are really noisy, eat quickly. No more. Tong Seong-yu was a little angry when she saw her go back on her word. She looked at Song-gu and said, you clearly promised me yesterday to download the navigation system and call my dad's company. How can you go back on your word? Song-gu also said, okay. Then let me ask you a question. Have you ever thought that your parents might have turned into monsters? Impossible. Tong Seong-yu said. My dad has more than a dozen bodyguards around him. Monsters can't get close to him. Song-gu thought to himself, congratulations. He must be the one who is most likely to die. But he said, no matter whether it is possible or not, let's discuss it. I give you the phone after the discussion. What if your parents die and become monsters? What are you going to do? Tong Seong-yu was silent for a long time. Her beautiful eyes suddenly turned red, and she said in a tearful voice, then I don't want to live anymore. Seeing the tears of the eldest lady bursting out, Song-gu rubbed her palms and backs until they were all wet. He was not surprised at all. She was a delicate flower who had never experienced any wind and rain. He immediately threw his phone to her. Tong Seong-yu picked it up with sobs, but found that there was already a navigation software on the phone. She looked at Song-gu, but Song-gu didn't look at her. He walked back to the bench and sat down, closing his eyes and resting against the wall. Tong Seong-yu opened the software and saw her father company name in the historical search. Then she thought of Song-gu's question. Tong Seong-yu suddenly felt frightened and timid. She didn't even have the courage to click on the search. After hesitating for a long time, she clenched her phone, looked at Song-gu, and said, after something like this, the employees of my father company must have gone home for the holiday. Song-gu closed his eyes and asked back, do you still remember the phone number of your home? Tong Seong-yu, no. Tong Seong-yu said confidently, so you have to take me home. Song-gu laughed angrily, opened his eyes, and looked at her. Why? Although Tong Seong-yu felt that Song-gu was safe, she had only been with him for 2 days, and didn't dare to act rashly, and lowered her voice and whispered, because you brought me here, maybe if you didn't bring me my dad would have sent someone to the school to rescue me. This is nonsense. If it weren't for Song-gu, she would have been bitten and turned into a monster in the classroom. But Song-gu said, that makes sense. Tong Seong-yu's eyes lit up. So you agreed? No. Song-gu closed his eyes again. That's right. But don't say it anymore. Stay here and wait for rescue. Tong Seong-yu pouted her lips. Unhappy. She opened the snack bag and found a piece of chocolate to eat. She ate half of it and felt better. She unscrewed the mineral water and drank 2 sips. She also tore a bag of cucumber-flavored potato chips. After eating the potato chips, she tied the mouth of the shopping bag back. With just 1 bag, she had to eat sparingly. After eating and drinking, Tong Seong-yu finally began to care about the business. When will the rescuers come? Song-gu closed his eyes and rested, saying lazily, how would I know? They must find out what kind of virus this is before they come. Otherwise they will die in vain. Why is there such a virus? Tong Xiangyu said, I mean, why is it not only in the school, but also outside at the same time? Songge, it is transmitted during the incubation period. Tong Xiangyu said, if this virus has an incubation period, wouldn't it be a disaster? We are the provincial capital, and there are a lot of people coming and going from all over the country every day, and there are even more international flights. If the virus can be transmitted during the incubation period, wouldn't it be possible for many cities, and even many countries to have outbreaks? What did you see on the hot searches yesterday? When Songge heard this, he was shocked and opened his eyes. Yes, if you don't realize the incubation period, then you don't know if the virus has spread. But when the incubation period ends, the outbreak will begin. There shouldn't be only catching on the hot searches. Wait. Songge was shocked. What if there were related hot searches before, but they were also suppressed? Chapter 13 Taking a Shower. Songge immediately stood up. Give me the phone. Tong Xiangyu returned the phone to Songge, and seeing her expression slightly tense, she couldn't help but get nervous. What's wrong? Songge didn't say anything, and went straight to the hot search, but it showed that the network connection failed. She restarted the data connection, and it still showed the same, and tried to switch to other software, but there was still no network. Songge didn't even raise his head, and asked, under what circumstances can't you connect to the internet? Tong Xiangyu, my phone is out of payment, and the network signal is poor? The network signal is poor. Songge pursed his lips, and had already made up his mind, and stopped wasting time, and put away his phone. Tong Xiangyu asked what happened. Songge didn't say anything. It would be useless to say it anyway. This young lady can't do anything. She can't do anything either. This is no longer something that one person or one group can handle. It has to be handled by the country. It's okay. You can continue to sleep. Tong Xiangyu saw Songge was talking halfway, and thought to herself, how can I still sleep? She pursed her lips and asked Songge worriedly, you won't go out alone after I go to bed, right? Songge said. No. Tong Xiangyu recognized that her expression didn't seem to be lying. So she lay down and tried to sleep again. But she had a nightmare and sweated coldly. And now her body was sticky. Moreover, she wore this school skirt yesterday, and she was still wearing it. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She couldn't get over it, and sat up again. Songge. Songge raised his eyelids and looked at her. I want to take a bath. Tong Xiangyu was so angry that she said, can you lend me a set of clean clothes and underwear? Songge answered, not thinking it was embarrassing. Tong Xiangyu saw her calmly walk to the cabinet by the door, and added in a low voice, do you have any new ones? Songge said nothing, took a set of clean clothes, and took out a bag of underwear she had taken from the supermarket this morning. Tong Xiangyu was surprised when she saw the underwear. She could feel the good texture of the fabric through the packaging. The price on the label was also very expensive. It didn't look like someone like Songge who only spent 30 or 50 yuan on a set of clothes would buy it. However, how could she ask questions about something given by others? Maybe Songge would wear such good underwear. After all, it was much more important than clothes. Tong Xiangyu went to take a shower. Songge walked to the window, and tore off a corner of the tape, to see what was happening outside. There were a lot of bloodstains on the window. There were some body parts scattered not far away. Monsters were wandering around, and making some vague wheezing sounds. It was impossible to go out in this situation. Tong Xiangyu studied the shower for a long time, but couldn't get hot water. She had already taken off her clothes, and put them back on. She looked pitiful, and opened the door to ask Songge how to adjust the hot water. I didn't buy hot water in the summer. Songge said, it's not cold, just take a shower. Tong Xiangyu's pretty face looked a little helpless. Ah? Okay. She hesitated, and tried to close the door. Wait. Songge said, you won't catch a cold if you take a cold shower. Right? I don't have any medicine here. I shouldn't. Don't be sure. Songge said, if you are not sure, don't wash it first. Tong Xiangyu's eyes turned red. But I stink. Songge stood up, and walked to Tong Xiangyu, and lowered his head to smell it. Tong Xiangyu never expected Songge to do such a straightforward action. She was shocked. If the bathroom was not small, and there was no place to hide, she would have jumped up on the spot. I didn't smell it. Songge said in a flat tone, glancing at Tong Xiangyu. High requirements also depend on the situation. I don't have the conditions here. Tong Xiangyu, I won't catch a cold. Song-gu saw that Tong Xiangyu's eyes were evasive, and said something without confidence. After a moment's silence, he said, you really need to exercise your physique. While waiting for the rescue, you can train with me. Train? Train what? Physical training. Song-gu said, I will arrange how to train and how much intensity. Why do you want to train this? Won't there be rescuers coming? Who knows? Song-gu said casually, no one in this world can be trusted. Except yourself. Not everyone you need will be by your side at every critical moment. It is more effective to master some escaped skills. It is best if you don't use them. If you use them, you can save your life. Tong Xiangyu understood and said, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Song-gu snapped his fingers and pointed at Tong Xiangyu. That's right. A cultured person. Tong Xiangyu looked at her snapping fingers and felt a little handsome, but also felt a little shy for some reason. She turned her eyes away and said softly, I still want to take a bath. I will try not to get sick. Please rest assured. Whatever you want. Song-gu said, I can't help you get medicine since you're sick anyway. Tong Xiangyu took a shower under the cold water. It was really refreshing. Although it was summer, it was chilly in the basement, even if it was only half a floor underground. She shivered, and then she remembered to ask Song-gu outside, where is the shower gel? Only soap. Song-gu said, in the grid under the sink. Tong Xiangyu bent down, and saw the used soap, and for some reason, she had a mysophobia attack, and felt very worried. But if I don't use soap, wouldn't my body still smell? I remembered that Song-gu said it depends on the situation. But there is no such condition here. After enduring it for a while, Tong Xiangyu still reached out, and picked up the yellow soap. The soap looked smooth and round, and its shape was not big anymore. It was obviously used many times. Tong Xiangyu felt very uncomfortable. She kept imagining the scene of Song-gu rubbing his body with this soap. After struggling for a long time, she still couldn't get over it. Tong Xiangyu put down the soap and glanced at the two towels hanging on the wall. I didn't want to use someone else's towel. Tong Xiangyu's nose was sore, and she wanted to cry for her current bad situation. Tong Xiangyu didn't cry, nor did she wipe herself with a towel. She just jumped a few times in the bathroom, trying to shake off the water droplets on her body, and then put on the clothes and pants Song-gu gave her. The lights were on in the basement. Song-gu stood beside the table, bending over to count the food and drinks, trying to see how long she could hold out before rescue came. The bathroom door was open, but she didn't look. Tong Xiangyu pinched the corner of her short-sleeved shirt a little shyly. She thought Song-ji's cheap clothes would be uncomfortable to wear, but the short-sleeved shirt, which was washed white and old, was very soft against her chest. It was just that the bra Song-gu gave her couldn't be fastened, so she didn't wear it. Tong Xiangyu let down her long hair that was a little wet, and put it in front of her chest to cover it, which at least avoided a little embarrassment. Despite this, her curvy figure was still fully displayed in the simple outfit. Song-gu's grades were terrible, and he calculated for a long time before he almost wrote a number in the lower right corner. 12 days. It was a little less than 2 weeks. And if he was frugal, he could last half a month. This is the amount for 2 people. Because she had to get the young lady delicate stomach used to the food she had stored. Today she was lucky. She ran out of the supermarket and encountered the monster. If she had been a little greedy or taken things a little slower, something bad would have happened. But as time went on, Song-gu had to consider more than just the monsters. There was another thing. In the case of the zombie virus breaking out in the whole city, they were not the only survivors. Other survivors would definitely find a way to go out and look for supplies when they ran out of ammunition and food. I just hope the situation is not the worst. They can come earlier and wait for rescue. Otherwise, people who want to survive are not much kinder than monsters. Song-gu closed his notebook, turned his head to say something to Tong Xiangyu, and saw that the young lady was already sleeping on the bed, still in a side posture. The short-sleeved shirt and shorts on her body were not fitting. The straight and delicate long legs under the trouser legs were as white as glowing. The short-sleeved shirt was soft against her too slender waist, and the big neckline squeezed out sexy and beautiful ravines and curves. Song-gu looked for a second, and stood up to help Tong Xiangyu cover the quilt. Don't catch a cold and cause trouble for her. Chapter 14 Name. Because the windows were papered, Tong Xiangyu didn't know whether it was day or night when she woke up. The lights were on in the basement, and Song-gu seemed to be cutting something with a knife. Hearing that Tong Xiangyu had woken up, Song-gu asked, "How are you? Are you sick?" Tong Xiangyu touched her forehead. She felt fine, But she might be a little groggy from sleeping too much, she said. I'm not sick. Then practice 2 sets of movements first, and then eat. Tong Xiangyu, what movements? Jumping jacks and high-knee running. Song-gu didn't look up, and said, train your endurance and leg strength, so that if you encounter a monster, you can run, or if you can't run, you can kick a few times to resist. Both are very effective. Okay. Tong Xiangyu thought, I can't do anything here anyway, so let's just train. The basement is very small. Song-gu moved the table to the corner, making room, but he didn't expect that the big and small sisters said it was no good after doing a few sets, and refused to do it. Song-gu, why not? Tong Xiangyu didn't say anything. She blushed and turned away. Don't be so squeamish. Song-gu said, if you practice well, you can save your life at the critical moment. I'm hungry. Then eat first. Song-gu seemed to be relieved when he saw Tong Xiangyu's expression, and continued, do it after eating. Tong Xiangyu's pretty face suddenly fell. Tong Xiangyu took the shopping bag full of snacks and opened it. Seeing this, Song-gu took a bottle of water and 2 small bags of meat jerky from the box and gave it to her. Tong Xiangyu was stunned and looked up at Song-gu. I eat these. Song-gu, your quantity is small, and you won't be able to eat it for a few days. You still have to learn to eat instant noodles, compressed biscuits and meat jerky. Now mix a little in it to trick your stomach, and just think of it as a bag of beef jerky for 50 yuan. Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu looked down at the snacks in the shopping bag, and then looked at the meat jerky. She was very hesitant and entangled. She didn't want to have diarrhea again. It was uncomfortable and embarrassing on the one hand, and she didn't want to cause trouble for Song-gu on the other hand. Tong Xiangyu said, but I think this big bag is enough for me to eat for more than a week. What if the rescue team doesn't come in a week? Then I eat yours. Song-gu looked at Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu knew that she looked very squeamish, but she still wanted to hold on. She looked at Song-gu eagerly with her beautiful almond eyes, with a little pitiful request. Okay. Song-gu pursed his lips, but finally gave in. Whatever you want. Tong Xiangyu was immediately happy. Thank you. Song-gu thought. What's there to thank for this? Looking at the young lady's bright smile, he looked away unnaturally, toward a bag of meat jerky, said, eat quickly, and then continue to practice. Tong Xiangyu became depressed again. Oh. After eating and digesting the food, she continued to practice. But this time, she didn't practice for long. Tong Xiangyu jumped 3 or 4 sets, and then hesitantly whispered that it was not possible. Song-gu said, it's because it's not possible that you have to practice more. If you don't reach the training volume, there will be no effect. You only jumped 2 sets. Is your physical strength really that poor? Tong Xiangyu, it's not a matter of physical strength. What is it? Yes. Song-gu looked at her. Yes. For a long time, but didn't say the rest, frowning and tooting. Forget it, if you don't want to practice. Don't practice. After saying that, he was about to move the table back to its original position. Tong Xiangyu saw that Song-gu was angry, suppressed the embarrassment in her heart, and said quickly with a blushing face, it's the breasts. My breasts hurt when I jump. I'm not wearing underwear. The one you gave me, I can't wear it. Song-gu turned his head and looked at Tong Xiangyu's chest. He looked at her directly. Tong Xiangyu blushed to her ears. She didn't know whether to cover it with her hands or not. Finally, she thought, we are all girls, it doesn't matter. So she forced herself to suppress her shyness, and tried to let Song-gu see it openly. Song-gu then noticed that his ordinary short-sleeved shirt was worn by this young lady so sexy and charming. He looked away and said, sorry. I haven't experienced it, so I don't know. It's okay. It's okay. Tong Xiangyu said hurriedly, I washed my underwear. I will train hard after it dries. Yeah. The training was postponed, and she couldn't sleep again. Tong Xiangyu sat on the bed, watching Song-gu fiddling with her military folding knife again. The knife was very big, and it was not suitable for girls. Tong Xiangyu looked at it, and her eyes moved from the folding knife to Song-gu's focused face. Although they had been together for a short time, Tong Xiangyu knew that Song-gu was not a twisted, dark person as her classmates said. Indeed, Song-gu had flaws in her personality, such as lack of sympathy, and sometimes offending others with her words. But who doesn't have flaws? The basement was so quiet. Tong Xiangyu looked at Song-gu for a long time, and suddenly asked, by the way, you still don't know my name? Song-gu raised his eyelids and looked at her. Did this young lady suddenly become stupid? In Tong Xiangyu's opinion, Song-gu seemed to be indifferent to everyone and everything. Although they were in the same class, they had never said a word. Oh! No, they said 2 words when they delivered the cake to Song-gu yesterday morning. But that was also the first time they spoke. Seeing Song-gu looking at her, but not speaking, Tong Xiangyu thought she had guessed it right, and said, "My name is Tong Xiangyu." Song-gu deliberately said, "Oh, milk tea." Tong Xiangyu explained in a good-tempered manner, "It's not the taro in taro milk tea. It's the gold character. With a jade pendant. It means treasure." "I don't know. I'm uneducated." Tong Xiangyu. In order to ease the embarrassment of Song-gu not knowing her name, Tong Xiangyu said considerately, "I know your name is Song-gu. But which one? The one that doesn't fit in." Tong Xiangyu was stunned, and said quickly, "No. It's obviously the G of pattern. G of style. G of rhythm. G of character." "Okay. Are you practicing word formation?" Tong Xiangyu said, "I just set it out for you to choose. I hope that next time you introduce yourself to others, you won't say that again." Song-gu pouted secretly, thinking who would introduce themselves to others. But he didn't say anything, retracted his gaze, and continued to sharpen the knife. Tong Xiangyu asked again, "This dagger is not yours, right?" Song-gu action of sharpening the knife froze. Chapter 15 Power Outage. Because it looks big? Tong Xiangyu explained to Song-gu why she asked this question. "It doesn't look like something girls would use." Song-gu froze for a moment, and then continued to sharpen the knife, without any rhythmic changes, and replied calmly, "Yeah." Obviously, he didn't want to talk more about this topic. Tong Xiangyu certainly saw it, but the 2 of them were in the same room, and there was no entertainment. Song-gu at least had a knife to sharpen, so could she just sit there with her knees hugged, she would become stupid. So Tong Xiangyu pretended not to know, and continued to ask, "Whose is that?" Song-gu said, "Does it have anything to do with you?" "It doesn't matter." Tong Xiangyu knew that Song-gu spoke like this. It sounded aggressive, but it was just direct. So she didn't take it to heart, and just said, "Let's chat. Otherwise it's boring. I don't want to chat." "Why?" "Tired." Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu said, "If you don't chat with me, then I will have to recite the text. A true warrior. Dare to face the bleak life. Dare to face the blood." I secretly glanced at Song-gu, and saw that her expression did not change. I continued to recite with great emotion. What kind of mourners and happy people are these? However, fate often designs for mediocre people, and washes away the old traces with the passage of time, leaving only the pale red blood and the faint sadness. Tong Xiangyu recited, "In this pale red blood and the faint sadness, people are given a temporary chance to survive, maintaining this world that is neither human nor inhuman. I don't know when this world will end." Suddenly stopped. Tong Xiangyu looked at Song-gu again and asked, "Song-gu, aren't you going to ask me why I didn't continue reciting?" Song-gu asked, "Didn't you finish reciting?" Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu said, "There is another sentence after that." Song-gu, "Oh, I don't know." Tong Xiangyu didn't look down on Song Xuezha, but patiently said, "The sentence after that is I don't know when this world will end." Song-gu, you say, "With such a monster, is the world we live in coming to an end?" Song-gu said, "I don't know if the world has come to an end, but I know that if the rescue team doesn't come within half a month, we will face the end of the world." "No way." Tong Xiangyu said, "As a matter of course, it must be a big fuss on the internet now. Kuching is such a big city." As she said that, she suddenly cried out, "Song-gu, do you think only our area will fall? If the whole Kuching is occupied by monsters, then the passengers on the train and the plane will all be doomed. Right? A direct devastating disaster." Song-gu said, "When you came out of school, didn't you also see the situation of the bus? Other means of transportation are similar, unless there are no infected passengers on the train or plane, so that they can escape. But if the destination is Kuching, and the entire Kuching falls, those passengers will soon become monsters. Don't scare yourself. Finish the text and go to bed early." "I haven't finished reciting it yet. There are still many things to come." Then you continue to recite. Just like that, 3 days passed peacefully. Every day when Miss Tong fell asleep, Song-gu would tear open the newspaper on the window to observe the situation outside. The situation was sometimes good and sometimes bad, but the monster was always hovering nearby and had no intention of leaving. Because it was hot in the summer, there were many fat, shiny big-headed flies flying on the stumps near the window. It looked very disgusting. Song-gu covered the newspaper and pasted it back, and put the positive on the notebook. Write the third stroke of the word. On the fourth day, Tong Seong-yu started to train with Song-gu. Because she was sweating, she took a shower afterwards. Perhaps the fact that she did not get sick the first time she took a cold shower gave her confidence. Tong Seong-yu took a shower a little longer this time, and then she had a fever that night. Song-gu heard a vague and uncomfortable groan from the other side of the bed in the middle of the night, opened his eyes, turned on his phone and walked over, first turning on the light switch on the wall. But, after a click sound, the light in the basement did not light up. Song-gu tried again, but it didn't work. She turned on the light in the bathroom again, but it didn't light up either. Song-gu's heart sank slightly, and she walked quickly to the table and tore off a corner of the newspaper on the window. Unlike before, there was no light outside tonight. The street lights were off, and the neon lights of the shops that lit up automatically on the street were not on. The city was particularly strange and dark. There was a power outage. Tong Seong-yu felt cold and hot when she woke up, and she was sweating all over. She moved, and her back and waist ached from sleeping. Song-gu. As soon as she spoke, Tong Seong-yu found that her throat was very hoarse and dry. She propped herself up and sat up, and subconsciously touched the light switch on the wall. Awake? Song-gu's response came from the corner. Tong Seong-yu breathed a sigh of relief, cleared her throat, clicked, and pressed the switch and said, "Well, why don't you turn on the light?" After the words fell, the basement did not light up. Tong Seong-yu was puzzled, and pressed the switch again twice. At this time, a soft click sounded in the corner where Song-gu was sitting, and then a small flame lit up, and the flame quickly moved to another place. Tong Seong-yu watched her light the candles, and asked in confusion, "Is the power out?" "Yes," Song-gu said calmly. "I don't know when the power will come back. So light the candles first." "How do you feel?" "So heavy. Sore. And I sweated a lot." "You had a fever last night," Song-gu said. "I don't have any medicine, so I can only get another quilt to cover you." Tong Seong-yu pinched the quilts covering her body, and sure enough, there were two thick quilts. She immediately said, "No wonder. I feel like I can't turn over when I sleep. It's so heavy." "You feel heavy because you are sick." Song-gu lit two candles and placed them on both sides of the table, lighting up the entire basement, then folded the quilt on the top bed, tied it up, and put it back in the closet. Tong Seong-yu said, "Don't you want to air this quilt before putting it back? Why don't you take it out to air it now?" Tong Seong-yu felt very guilty after hearing this and said, "Song-gu, thank you. I'm sorry to trouble you again. You should have taken care of me all night last night." "Right?" "No," Song-gu said. "I just brought an extra quilt for you to cover." Tong Seong-yu. Tong Seong-yu found that she didn't want to talk to her about this, and changed the subject and asked, "Now the power is out, what should we do? Don't you still need to boil water and cook noodles?" "Not for now. Song-gu, eat biscuits and meat jerky first." "Wow, so those are prepared for power outages? Does your basement often have power outages?" "Not really." Song-gu tucked in the quilt and looked back at the naive young lady. "This is the first power outage in the 5 years I've lived here." Tong Seong-yu was stunned, and then she reacted slowly, and said in surprise, "Could this be related to the monster?" Song-gu said, "It should be an accident at the power bureau or power supply company. It's okay. When the rescue team comes, they will repair these first." Chapter 16 exposed. They said they would wait for the rescue team to come and repair the house. But Tong Seong-yu knew that it would take a long time for the rescue team to arrive. In fact, in the basement, there were only 3 places where electricity was needed. One was lighting, the second was food, and the third was charging Song-gu's mobile phone. He found substitutes for the first 2, but he just couldn't charge the mobile phone. But just for this reason, Tong Seong-yu felt inexplicably insecure. In today's society, mobile phones are the most convenient and important communication tools to contact the outside world. Although there is no network and signal now, as long as the phone can maintain its power, she can get the news immediately. In this dark basement, she and Song-gu are very isolated from the news. What if they don't know when the rescue comes? Wouldn't it be an unjust death? Tong Seong-yu is worried about this. Song-gu is as calm as ever, compared with the eldest lady who is kept in the dark and knows nothing about the outside world. Song-gu looks at the outside through the window every day. The situation was sometimes good and sometimes bad before, But it has been getting worse recently. The number of monsters seems to be increasing. After a few days, Song-gu was numb to the corpses, limbs, and various horrible death scenes. There were a lot of limbs and rotten meat piled up outside the window. In this situation, forcing through is the worst option when there is no way out. When he woke up that day, Song-gu opened half of the newspaper, as usual, to observe the situation outside when Tong Seong-yu was still asleep. But he could not see anything. The rotten meat and blood completely covered the window, and white maggots were wriggling in the rotten meat. Even if Song-gu took off all the newspapers, there was no clear space on the window to see outside. However, Song-gu's biological clock was accurate. When her mobile phone was out of battery, and the window was covered so that she couldn't tell the sky, she could mark the passage of days according to the time she fell asleep and woke up. There was still a lot of food left. The number of days she could last was longer than expected. This was also thanks to Miss Tong's kitten-like stomach. She often felt full after eating a small chicken drumstick or a piece of bread. The bag of snacks that was supposed to last a week after Song-gu wrote to Jeunesse. On her notebook, there were still more than a dozen items left. Song-gu wrote the first horizontal stroke of the third jeune on her notebook, and suddenly noticed something different from the past. She looked back. At some point, Tong Seong-yu had quietly sat on the bed. She looked straight at him. Her black and white almond eyes didn't even blink, and she pursed her moist lips. This looked like sleepwalking. But after more than 10 days of getting along, Song-gu knew that this young lady would not sleepwalk after sleeping. Having a nightmare again? Song-gu asked casually. Tong Seong-yu pointed out directly. I just saw you tearing up the newspaper. Song-gu paused when writing, but he didn't expect to be caught by the young lady. Song-gu straightened the pen and turned it on his knuckles. Tong Seong-yu was annoyed. Why are you watching secretly by yourself? What's going on outside now? What can it be? More and more monsters, more and more corpses. But after so many days, I didn't hear any monster sounds. Song-gu reacted, stopped spinning the pen, and the pen fell on the table with a pop sound. She turned around and looked at Tong Seong-yu, who was sitting on the bed. Are you suspecting that I lied to you? Tong Seong-yu corrected her. I'm not suspecting you. I'm just raising a reasonable question. You just need to give a reasonable explanation. Reasonable explanation. Song-gu chewed on these words, and suddenly felt very bored and sneered. She looked at Tong Seong-yu. If you suspect that I'm a pervert and deliberately made an excuse to lock you up, just say it. Do you want to see it? Come and see for yourself. Song-gu stood up and tore off the newspaper she had pasted on the window that morning. She didn't realize that her actions showed a bit of temper. Tong Seong-yu covered her eyes immediately, and said aggressively, I don't want to see. I don't want to see. I just want an explanation from you. Song-gu leaned against the table and looked at her. How about no explanation? Tong Seong-yu had tears in her eyes. Her tightly pursed cherry lips were trembling slightly. Her thin white fingers covered her face. Listening to Song-gu's cold and mocking question, she choked and suddenly started to cry. Song-gu. I forgot that this rich girl loves to cry. Song-gu felt absurd, as if she was fighting with a child. In the past, she would not have taken it seriously. She put the newspaper back, walked to the bed, gently pulled Tong Seong-yu's hand that was covering her face. Hey. Song-gu, little milk tea. Tong Seong-yu stared at Song-gu with red eyes. Don't call me that. Song-gu said, don't cry, there are only a few bottles of mineral water left. You should keep the water in your body. Tong Seong-yu pursed her pretty lips, sobbed twice, and stared at her again with tears in her eyes. Seeing the young lady aggrieved and resentful look, Song-gu curled his lips and gave in. Go wash your face. I explain to you after you wash. Tong Seong-yu got off the bed very straightforwardly. When she passed by Song-gu, Tong Seong-yu had stopped crying. She said clearly, it would have been great if you had done this earlier. She didn't seem to have the sadness and grievance she had just now. Song-gu was stunned, looking at Tong Seong-yu back. She suspected that it was her illusion. Tong Seong-yu turned on the faucet to wash her face, but the water flow gradually became smaller and smaller. She turned it to the maximum, and it stopped. Tong Seong-yu stared slightly, turned off the faucet and turned it on again. But there was no water at all. She turned on the shower, and except for a few drops of water at the beginning, it stopped completely. Song-gu. Song-gu, what's wrong? Tong Seong-yu walked out of the bathroom in 2 steps, and said to Song-gu, who was illuminated by candlelight, it seems that there is no water. Song-gu held a candle and checked the switch under the sink. No one had touched it. so there would be no problem. But why did the water suddenly stop working? Forget it. Now is not a good time. The water should be cut off, Song-gu said. First cut off the internet, then the electricity, and finally the water. It seems that our entire kitchen has basically fallen. Tong Xiangyu asked anxiously with a wet face. What should we do now? No way. Continue to wait for rescue. But we can't just sit there and wait for death. Song-gu, didn't you say before that there are monsters outside and it's dangerous? Before was before. Now is now. When you are poor, you must change. And change will lead to success. Tong Xiangyu said anxiously, if we don't find a way out, we will die after we finish drinking the remaining water. People will die if they don't drink water for 3 days. Song-gu saw Tong Xiangyu speaking anxiously and rationally, and suddenly laughed. Tong Xiangyu was stunned. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Song-gu left the bathroom and walked past her. Tong Xiangyu chased after him and asked, what are you laughing at? I just feel like you have grown up suddenly. Grown up? Tong Xiangyu was about to speak. Song-gu, who was walking in front, turned around, with a normal look and tone, and said, practice a few more sets of jumping jacks and high-knee running. Ah, practice again? Tong Xiangyu said, there is no water for bathing. Then don't bathe. But, if you don't practice well, how can we run out? Tong Xiangyu's heart suddenly boomed faster. And she looked at Song-gu. You mean? Song-gu knew that things were worse than she thought. Maybe the rescue they had been waiting for had already come. But it disappeared into thin air, becoming part of the monsters wandering in the city. Song-gu said, when we finish drinking the water, we will run out. You can drive, right? Tong Xiangyu hesitated and said, I have a driver's license. Song-gu said, that's fine. Start dancing. And have breakfast after dancing. Chapter 17 Preparation. In the past 10 days, Song-gu has always had the habit of recording when the monsters outside are most active, when they are active and quiet, and when they are the quietest. This can be an important basis for them to choose the best time to rush out. But the notebook records the specific time. Now the mobile phone is out of power. There is no clock in the basement, and the windows are blocked and cannot be identified, which greatly reduces the importance of this data. We can only calculate a rough time based on Song-gu's biological clock and the movements outside. In addition, there is another important point. Song-gu tore up the newspaper. Tong Xiangyu didn't know why she did this suddenly. Song-gu said, take a look first. Get used to it. What do you mean? Tong Xiangyu didn't understand. When she looked at the rotten meat outside the window that had rotted into a pool with countless maggots crawling on it, her stomach churned, she covered her mouth and turned around and ran into the bathroom. At this time, Tong Xiangyu still remembered that the water supply was cut off. She didn't vomit into the toilet, but ran out to get an empty bag of potato chips and then vomited. She didn't eat much in the morning, but just vomited acid. Song-gu was prepared, and handed her the mineral water with the cap unscrewed. Tong Xiangyu took it and rinsed her mouth, and said weakly, thank you. You're welcome. Song-gu asked, are you feeling better? Yeah. Then let's continue. Tong Xiangyu? Song-gu. Be kind. Song-gu lowered his eyes to meet Tong Xiangyu's gaze, and said, you asked me why I didn't show you the situation outside. This is the reason. I was afraid that you would lose your appetite after seeing it. Tong Xiangyu felt a little wronged. So you are taking revenge on me. Song-gu, you think too much. If we want to rush out, you have to adapt to these scenes quickly. When you are on the verge of life and death outside, there is no time for you to vomit. But Tong Xiangyu could not adapt to those scenes at all. In particular, Song-gu asked her to hold a candle and watch closely in order to let her see carefully. Tong Xiangyu was horrified whenever she saw the wriggling maggots, and her stomach immediately reacted. She vomited no less than 3 times. And she was so weak that she lay in bed and couldn't get up. There were still a few days left. Song-gu didn't plan to let this young lady adapt in one day, but he stopped covering the window with newspapers. Tong Xiangyu felt uncomfortable, and with her back to Song-gu, she said in a weak voice with great grievance, even if we have to run away, I won't stare at such a disgusting thing. I just need to pretend that I didn't see it. Why do we have to do all this? Song-gu said, this is only part of it. The corpses and body parts scattered all over the ground outside are even more terrifying. I just don't want to look. Tong Xiangyu was stubborn, pursing her lips. There were so many monsters that day, and they were all scary and disgusting, but I didn't vomit. Song-gu said, are you mentally prepared? Yes. Tong Xiangyu turned around and looked at Song Ge. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. If I really fail, you can just ignore me and leave me alone and run away. Anyway, you run very fast. Song Ge raised his eyebrows, feeling that she was still blaming herself for running away and not saving people. Tong Xiangyu frowned in annoyance after she finished speaking. She didn't mean that. It was all because of being with Song Ge. She became more direct in her speech. She said again, I am very grateful that you saved me at school. If it weren't for you, I would have died in the classroom and turned into a monster. You have helped me so much. I don't want to hurt you at the critical moment, so if there is an accident when you rush out, don't hesitate, and don't have any psychological burden afterwards. Tong Xiangyu said, anyway. We are just classmates. You have been very nice to me, and have done your best. I will definitely not blame you. Song Ge thought for a while, and suddenly said, Don't you want me to take you home? Tong Xiangyu was slightly stunned. Song Ge said, If you can run out with me, I will take you home. Tong Xiangyu looked at Song Ge. Song Ge had his back to the candlelight. She could not see the specific expression on Song Ge's face when he said this. But Tong Xiangyu was moved. After so many days of getting along, she knew how much Song Ge disliked making promises. But he would definitely do what he said. But Tong Xiangyu felt bitter. In this situation, I don't even know if my parents are at home. Song Ge said, If you can run out with me, I will take you to find your parents. Tong Xiangyu's eyes lit up, and she sat up excitedly and asked Song Ge, Really? Song Ge saw that the eldest lady's face was still weak, but the beautiful eyes that looked at him were full of expectation and light. He pursed his lips and replied, Yeah. Really. Monsters don't sleep. They are most active in the morning and evening. They are much quieter in the afternoon. Maybe most viruses are afraid of heat. The hot summer days in Kiching often reach 42 or 43 degrees. So from 1 to 2 p.m. every day, Miss Tong healthy nap time, is when the monsters are least active on the street. But the least active does not mean there are no monsters. There will also be a few zombie monsters wandering around. The night before the action, Song Ge opened the drawer at the edge of the cabinet and took out a large bag of masks and some disinfectant. Tong Xiangyu looked at it in surprise. Why do you still have this? Kiching often has heavy rains, and there will be very dirty water accumulation. Song Ge explained. Although the epidemic prevention station will carry out comprehensive disinfection of the city, it is impossible for people to come to this basement. And the landlord will not spend money to hire a disinfection company. So if we want to avoid getting sick, we have to rely on ourselves. Tong Xiangyu heard this and felt sad. They were obviously the same age. But Song Ge had to take care of so many things and live such a difficult life. Song Ge didn't know that the eldest lady had a kind heart again. He opened a small package of masks and handed them to her. You should wear more. No one knows what kind of germs the rotting corpses will carry, and whether they will spread in the air. Song Ge added, even if there are no germs, the smell will definitely not be good. Tong Xiangyu took the mask and nodded seriously. Yes. After that, the two of them were ready to rest and recuperate. Tong Xiangyu said, You should sleep in the bed tonight. You need to keep your strength. No need. Song Ge walked to the small bench in the corner and sat down, and said, I am used to sleeping on the bench. I don't know if I can sleep without this bench after escaping. How about I take this with me? This was obviously a joke. But Tong Xiangyu didn't find it funny, and her mood became inexplicably heavy. Yes, they are about to face all the terrible unknowns outside. Compared to those, this basement is small and closed. But it is the place where they can feel most at ease. Chapter 18 Good luck. If they fail tomorrow, they will die miserably in the mouth of the monster. And all their efforts and persistence will be in vain. Their lives will end here. Even if rescue comes, they will just clean them up with the monsters indiscriminately. Thinking of this, Tong Xiangyu completely lost sleep. Song Ge heard her tossing and turning, and asked, What's wrong? Tong Xiangyu looked at the thin white candle on the table not far away, slowly burning a little flame, and the melted wax oil slid down the wax column, and finally accumulated into a pool at the base. Suddenly she said, Song Ge, I'm a little scared. What are you afraid of? Will it hurt if you get bit by a monster? Song Ge would not answer this kind of boring nonsense in the past, but he would just remain silent. But tomorrow's situation is special. Song Ge thought about it, and rationally analyzed, it shouldn't hurt. According to my observation, people will mutate very quickly after being infected by the monster virus, and they will lose their minds and all perceptions in an instant. Tong Xiangyu was silent. Song-gu waited for a while, but there was no follow-up. Thinking that Tong Xiangyu was no longer afraid after hearing the answer, he was about to fall asleep, but he heard the eldest lady ask in a low voice, Song-gu, can I recite the text for a while? Song-gu, you recite it. It is September, the third autumn. The muddy water has dried up, and the cold pond is clear, the smoke is condensed, and the evening mountain is purple. Tong Xiangyu closed her eyes with a slight tremor, reciting the excerpt of preface to the pavilion of Prince Tung in a low voice. I rode on the road, visiting the scenery in the mountains. I came to the Changzhou of the Emperor's son, and found the old mansion of the gods. The mountains are green, reaching the sky. The flying pavilions are red, and there is no land below. Song-gu fell asleep quickly in the gentle and soft voice. It should be around 6 o'clock when they woke up. The 2 candles on the table were burned down to the size of a fingernail. Song-gu looked at Tong Xiangyu on the bed, who was still sleeping soundly. Song-gu took a candle, lit 2 candles with a little flame, dripped 2 drops of wax oil on the table to fix it, then opened the cabinet and took out the shoulder bag, and counted the things they were going to take with them today. For bottles of mineral water, 10 bags of compressed biscuits and meat jerky, for pairs of underwear, 2 packs of sanitary napkins for day and night use, 2 packs of tissues, a bag of masks, a bottle of disinfectant, pliers, a dead mobile phone and charger, and finally 2 candles and a lighter. Things should be kept simple. Too much will affect her speed. Since she is going outside, everything should be done according to circumstances. But the extra space in the backpack should be filled with clothes, so as not to attract monsters with the noise of running. Song-gu thought about it, and took a few chicken legs that Miss Ton liked to eat, and put them into the shoulder bag, then stuffed the clothes and zipped it up. Although I really hoped to get out of Kiching smoothly, but judging from the situation on the first day after leaving school, the road conditions nearby must be very bad. It would be best if they could get an off-road vehicle, so that they can deal with complicated road conditions. After Tong Xiangyu woke up, Song-gu confirmed with her the precautions after going out. After that, Song-gu kept paying attention to the movements of the monsters outside, secretly calculating the time in his heart. Sure enough, at about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when the sun was the hottest, the movements of the monsters outside were obviously much smaller. Tong Xiangyu had finished stretching. Her facial features were delicate. Her face was rosy, and her always energetic and cute ponytail was tied into a tight bun. She was wearing Song-gu cheap black and white sportswear. The trouser legs were originally long, but they were just right after cutting a few centimeters at the bottom. Seeing Song-gu pick up the backpack, Tong Xiangyu clenched her fist nervously, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. Watch my gestures later, and follow my instructions. Song-gu reiterated. She put the bag on her back. Her tone sounded calm. Try to keep your voice down. If you really encounter a monster, just run. If you encounter an accident that cannot be solved, take off the mask and call me loudly. Tong Xiangyu nodded nervously. Okay. Song-gu patted Tong Xiangyu's shoulder, feeling that her body was very tense, asked, Are you sure you have done the warm-up? Don't run halfway or your legs will cramp. Tong Xiangyu heard this, and hurriedly repeated the warm-up exercises. During this time, Song-gu walked to the door, to listen to the movement on the stairs. It was very quiet, since the day she kicked the landlady and rolled down a series of bowling monsters. The stairs outside had been very quiet. Song-gu turned around and whispered, Are you ready? Tong Xiangyu panted slightly, calmed down her breathing rate, and nodded. Song-gu put on the masks one by one, put on 3, and then pressed the metal strip above the bridge of the nose to fit. Tong Xiangyu did as she was told. Song-gu took out 2 long strips of cloth cut from a black short-sleeved shirt from his pocket and handed one to Tong Xiangyu. His voice was muffled by the mask. The sun outside will be very strong. We have been in the basement for too long. It will take time for our eyes to adapt to the light. Tie this first. Tong Xiangyu followed Song-gu's example and tied the cloth over her eyes. She found that the cloth was soft and transparent. She could still see things clearly, but it was much darker around her. Will this hinder us from rushing out? You can take it off when your eyes are almost used to it. Song-gu finished speaking, finally confirming with Tong Xiangyu. What is the first thing we should do when we rush out? Find a car that can be driven. Yes. Song-gu asked Tong Xiangyu to stand back, and she opened the door carefully. Because she was wearing a mask, Song-gu could hear her own clear breathing. Through the black cloth, she scanned the stairs up and down. There were no monsters, reached out to take the javelin that had been placed outside, and raised her other hand to wave forward. Seeing this, Tong Xiangyu, who was in the house, immediately followed with light steps. They walked up the stairs step by step. Soon, Tong Xiangyu saw the situation outside. The doorplate collapsed. The green plants were destroyed. There were rotting corpses everywhere. Flies were flying everywhere. And there were big rats and big cockroaches crawling on the ground. There were no intact cars in sight. Private cars were either crashed in a chain or lost control and crashed into shops on both sides of the road. There were also many people who were burned by the explosion and only had empty frames and charred bodies curled up. It was the first time that Tong Xiangyu saw such a scene. She instantly had goosebumps all over her body, and her heart was beating wildly. She was so nervous and scared that she felt sick. She quickly retracted her gaze and stopped looking around. She couldn't vomit at this time. They needed a car. There were a few cars parked in the parking spaces in the distance, but there were no car keys, so they couldn't use them. Song Ge hid behind the wall and observed carefully. There were two monsters in suits in front of the big pharmacy. Their necks were broken and their heads were on their shoulders. They were walking slowly under the shade of the trees. The shop window that she was facing when she found the monster in the firefighter uniform had been smashed, and the glass was shattered all over the floor. There seemed to be no monsters in the shop. However, at this time, the monsters might be taking a rest inside, waiting for food to be delivered to them. The right side was Song Ge's blind spot, and he could not see the situation. Song Ge gestured to Tong Xiangyu behind him, asking her to stop and not move. While he was on guard against the two monsters in the distance, he tiptoed out to sea. Under the scorching sun, the air was distorted violently. The scorching sun seemed to be able to penetrate the clothes and burn people's skin. Maybe it was because she stayed in the basement for too long. The temperature seemed to be much higher than 41 or 42 degrees. Wearing a multi-layer mask, it was hot again. Song Ge's breathing was not smooth. Sweat dripped down her neck, but she didn't wipe it off. She was always alert to the movements of the two monsters, listening to the thump and thump of her heart, and quickly and carefully observing the situation on the right road. She looked far, carefully, and didn't miss a single car. Through the twisted air, Song Ge suddenly noticed that on the central isolation strip of the lane 100 meters away, there was an off-road vehicle that she had been thinking about. The front of the off-road vehicle hit the green belt. From a distance, the damage to the vehicle did not seem serious, and it seemed that the door was half open. Good luck. Song Ge's eyes lit up, but she did not care about being excited. Instead, she calmed down, took off the cloth tied on her eyes, and leaned forward to confirm. Yes, it was a black off-road vehicle. Song Ge immediately retreated to the stairs and whispered to Tong Xiangyu about the next plan. Tong Xiangyu was ready, listening carefully and nodding. Chapter 19 Mistakes. The plan went smoothly. However, the two ran out of the corridor and into the sun when an accident happened. Tong Xiangyu had a black cloth tied around her eyes, and she didn't pay attention to her feet. She felt something kicked under her feet. She was startled at first, fearing that the thing would roll and hit something and make a noise. When she looked over, she found that it was a skull with only skin, bones and hair left. Tong Xiangyu screamed and her throat was blocked instantly. Song Ge reacted quickly and stepped on the rolling old man in time. At least he didn't let it. The loud noise caused by the crash into the trash can on the roadside attracted the monster. Did you see that off-road vehicle? Song Ge whispered to Tong Xiangyu. Go. Tong Xiangyu hadn't recovered from her shock yet. When she heard Song Ge's solemn order, she threw everything behind her and ran straight towards the car in the distance. In the hot summer, she ran at full speed with 3 layers of masks inside and outside. Tong Xiangyu didn't want to experience this feeling for the second time in her life. The mask covered her, and she couldn't breathe quickly. The brain was deprived of oxygen. The innermost layer of the mask was still stuck to her mouth and nose, and it was wet. Tong Xiangyu felt terribly uncomfortable, but she couldn't take it down. They were almost there, and the SUV was about to arrive. However, the SUV was clearly 100 meters away. They were running at full speed. Even if their vision was affected by the black cloth, they should have arrived in about half a minute. The strange thing was, after they ran wildly for a while, the black SUV was still in the distorted air, far away 100 meters. What's going on? Song Ge also found something wrong. At this time, the movement of the two people and the breath of living people caused the silent monsters to suddenly stir. Song Ge heard the breathing sounds on both sides of the road, and his hair stood up. He didn't have time to think too much. He grabbed Tong Xiangyu's hand and continued to run forward. Song-gu ran all the way, keeping an eye out for safe places around where he could hide temporarily. But at this time, everything unknown represents danger. No one knows which buildings will hide man-eating monsters. Tong Xiangyu ran at full speed in front. She was a little tired now. She didn't want to be dragged down by Song-gu. She looked at the sweat on Song-gu's neck, his sunburned forehead, and his frowning brows. Is this nervous look like facing a great enemy? Tong Xiangyu couldn't help but look back. Monster! Tong Xiangyu's eyes suddenly widened, and she screamed in panic, Song-gu, the monsters are chasing us. There are so many, more than a dozen. They run so fast. Of course Song-gu knew, otherwise why would he run so hard? Tong Xiangyu was devastated, but she ran as fast as she could while devastated. At this time, the benefits of Song-gu's previous physical exercise were reflected. Although it was very tiring, she could persist. However, the fact that the monster is chasing us put too much psychological pressure on Tong Xiangyu. She couldn't concentrate on running and couldn't help looking back. The black cloth made it hard to open her eyes after being soaked with sweat. She could not see things clearly. Tong Xiangyu simply removed the black cloth from her eyes. However, the dazzling sunlight was strong. Tong Xiangyu felt that everything in front of her eyes suddenly went dark. The burning pain in her eyeballs made her head dizzy. She could no longer keep up with Song-gu's speed and frequency. She stumbled and fell to the ground. The one running in front of the monster group was a child monster. Half of its face had been bitten off, and the wound was rotten and maggots were growing on it, but it was still carrying a small school bag. The child opened his completely mutated sharp scarlet teeth, and rushed directly to Tong Xiangyu and bit her. Song-gu was quick-witted and swift-handed. He stabbed the little monster through with his javelin, and then bent down and grabbed Tong Xiangyu's hand. Tong Xiangyu's eyes were in so much pain that she couldn't open them at all. She cried in fear and tried to pull Song-gu's hand away. Don't worry about me, just run. I can't see. There was no time for nonsense. Song-gu clenched his fingers and pulled her hard, and shouted, Don't you want to find your parents? Just one sentence, and Tong Xiangyu's dizzy brain regained its spirit. No, she couldn't die yet. Tong Xiangyu squinted her sunburned eyes with difficulty, and everything she saw was red. She endured the pain in her knees and propped herself up. Other monsters had already swarmed in. Song-gu pulled Tong Xiangyu up and pushed her to the side, and shouted, Run! He held the javelin with a small monster on it tightly, and swung it fiercely at the group of monsters chasing him. Under inertia, the small monster on it slipped off the javelin, and knocked down two of them like dominoes. Song-gu suddenly found that these monsters had a bad sense of balance, and they couldn't get up for a long time after falling to the ground. Suddenly he remembered the homeless old man he had kicked down before, and he also seemed unable to stand up after falling down. But there were many monsters, and there would be more and more. Song-gu looked around hastily. There were at least 20 or 30 zombie monsters. Her strength was limited, but there were countless monsters. She couldn't knock down these ghosts with just a javelin. Her heart was beating very fast, almost jumping out of her throat. Her rapid breathing under the mask was all in her ears. Song-gu pushed down the trash can to slow down the speed of the monsters. She used the javelin to jump onto the roof of the car. Song-gu. Tong Xiangyu waved her hand anxiously, and shouted not far away, Song-gu. Come here. Song-gu looked over and saw someone next to Tong Xiangyu. Song-gu was shocked at first, and then she realized that it was a living person, not a monster. It was a healthy-looking old lady. The old lady had kind eyes, but a worried look. She was obviously trying to persuade Tong Xiangyu to go in quickly. Song-gu calculated the fastest distance from here to there in her mind, and took another look at the javelin in her hand, and the dozens of bloodthirsty and terrifying monsters in front of her. She gritted her teeth, held the end of the javelin tightly, and used all her strength to throw it hard at the monsters in the front row. She tried to knock down the monster to buy herself time to run over. However, the monsters pushed each other, and several of them in the front row leaned back, but did not fall down. Their chests and ribs had been shattered and collapsed inside, but they were completely unaware, and were panting as they rushed over. Song-gu cursed in his heart, and saw that Tong Xiangyu's shouting attracted several monsters, and immediately made a gesture, asking them to quickly go in and hide first, and he turned around and jumped onto the store's sign, and climbed up to the second floor with a pull-up. The monsters actually knew to split up into two groups, one group guarding below, and the other group entering the shops. However, the shops were connected. Song-gu could easily go from one shop to another. On the other side, the old lady had already brought Tong Xiangyu into her home, and immediately locked the door. When Tong Xiangyu thought that Song-gu might die because of her being trapped in the monster group, she could no longer hold back her inner self-blame, fear and despair, and leaned against the door and cried, "Song-gu, Song-gu." Chapter 20 Coaxing People. Song-gu put her shoulder bag across her body, and found that the shop she entered was a nail salon. The shop was in a mess, the tables and chairs fell to the ground, and there were all kinds of old bloodstains splattered on the wall. But it seemed that no one had left the shop, and no monsters were left here. After a fierce fight, Song-gu had consumed a lot of energy, and it was hot and stuffy wearing a mask, and sweat was flowing down like a sauna. She wanted to find something useful, and she glanced at the workbench, but there were all kinds of beautiful cartoon nails on it, and she had a flash of thought. It might be something that Miss Tong would like. But there was no useful weapon for her. Song-gu held the javelin tightly, and after hearing the sound of the monster chasing downstairs, she stepped out decisively, and jumped onto the air conditioner box, and went to the next door. Next door was the gym. There were useful things here. Song-gu took a few dumbbells, and picked up 2 resistance bands on the stage, and jumped down from the railing on the second floor without wasting time, and jumped on the roof of a parked private car. The monsters below howled excitedly, and rushed over. The monsters in the store also swarmed downstairs again. Time was running out. Song-gu quickly tied the extremely elastic tension belt to the door. Her eyelids and eyelashes were all sweaty. The more nervous she was, the steadier her hands became. After tying it, she turned around and ran to the main road. The monsters chased out, but they were blocked by the tension belt. They rushed forward again, but still couldn't break through, until one by one they all pushed forward. The glass door couldn't withstand the monster's strength. Bang! Shattered. The front row of monsters fell down after losing resistance, and the monsters behind pressed on one after another. At this time, Song-gu had also dealt with the monsters guarding downstairs. She rolled a few dumbbells along the ground towards the monsters, and did not intend to knock them down like bowling balls. But the monsters were not flexible in dodging, and would not pay attention to their feet when rushing up. So many dumbbells would always trip some of them. As expected, as Song-gu expected, when a monster fell, the others behind it piled up one by one. Seeing that the time had come, Song-gu finally had time to wipe the sweat that affected her vision. And without a moment's hesitation, she ran directly in the direction where Tong Xiangyu had just stood. There was a faint sound of corpses in the distance. Like thunder, Song-gu turned her head to take a look while running. The huge crowd made her hair stand on end. After arriving, she knocked on the door hard, took off her mask and shouted, "Tong Xiangyu, it's me!" The door was opened after a few seconds. Song-gu entered the door immediately, and before she could say to close the door quickly, she was rushed into the arms of someone. Tong Xiangyu hugged Song-gu waist tightly, and touched and pinched her back with her hands to confirm whether she was intact. While sobbing pitifully, "Song-gu, Song-gu, fortunately you didn't. The old lady locked the door tightly. Song-gu was hugged by Tong Xiangyu for a long time. Only then did he realize that his whole body was stiff. His hands were awkwardly spread out at his sides, and he even held his breath, and didn't dare to breathe loudly. Although he had escaped from the tense battle of life and death, Song-gu didn't recover for a long time. After a long while he said, "I'm all sweaty, and there may be zombie blood." But Tong Xiangyu didn't let go, but hugged him tighter, and cried even louder. Song-gu tilted his head slightly, thinking that she had shaken his ears, and then thought that since it was the first time for the young lady to see such a scene, she might be really scared. He was the same at the beginning. Song-gu let out a long breath, raised his right hand, and patted Tong Xiangyu back stiffly, and comforted her in a very unfamiliar way. "Don't be afraid. It's okay." The old lady looked at the 2 little girls, who survived the disaster, and asked, "Have you eaten anything?" Song-gu pushed Tong Xiangyu away a little, and thanked the old lady solemnly. "Thank you." Tong Xiangyu also came to her senses, wiping her aching eyes, and thanking the old lady with sobs. Thank you, Grandma, we have already eaten. Then you can rest here for a while." The old lady smiled kindly. She didn't have candles here, but the windows were big, the interior was very bright, and the decoration was also very good. She took the 2 to an empty room in her house, and said, "It's just that there is no water in the bathroom. The water supply has been cut off." The old lady asked Song-gu again, "Are you injured?" Song-gu adrenaline just surged, and she didn't feel anything. She wasn't sure if she was injured during the process, but the absence of abnormalities meant that she was not bitten by the monster. After checking, She found that there was only a cut on her wrist, which was bleeding a little. She didn't know when it was scratched. Song-gu said it was fine. Tong Seong-yu looked very nervous after seeing it. She hadn't finished crying yet, and asked the old lady with tears in her eyes if she had a medicine box. Yes. Yes. The old lady said, it's in my room. I go get it. Tong Seong-yu followed along. Then I learned that the old lady's surname was Tian. Her name was Tian Yuehua. She was the landlord of this building, and she was 68 years old this year. The old lady had silver hair and a slightly hunched body, but her legs and feet were flexible, and her hearing and eyes were sharp. She watched Tong Seong-yu open the medicine box, and then said to the two of them, I call you again when we eat in the evening, and go upstairs with everyone. Everyone. Song-gu looked at her and asked, how many people are here? 12. The old lady had a very good memory. 2 of them were my original tenants. 1 was a family of 4. 1 was a young couple. And the other 6 were classmates like you. They escaped from school more than a week ago. There were boys and girls. After saying that, Grandma Tian stood for a while and left. Before leaving, she asked the 2 to have a good rest. When the medicine box was used up, she would leave it with them, and there was no rush to return it. Anyway, no one would need it for the time being. Tong Seong-yu thanked the grandmother again. After Grandma Tian left, Tong Seong-yu opened the alcohol cotton ball to clean Song-gu wound. The wound on her wrist was quite severe, and the blood was smeared on her clothes. Tong Seong-yu lowered her head and said nothing. The room suddenly became quiet. Song-gu felt the stimulation brought by the alcohol, and couldn't help but let out a soft hiss. The next moment, she saw 2 bean-sized tears falling, one on the left and one on the right, evenly falling on the back of her hand. Song-gu. Song-gu cleared her throat, and reached out to take the tweezers in Tong Seong-yu's hand. How can it be useful if you are so gentle? Let me do it myself. Tong Seong-yu avoided her, and didn't let her take it away. She still lowered her head, and continued to move gently with tears blurred, carefully cleaning Song-gu wound. Song-gu scratched her hair, and felt a little tricky. After a while, Song-gu suddenly remembered something, and she took out her trouser pocket, and felt happy when she found something. Song-gu took it out, spread out her hands, and handed it to Tong Seong-yu. Here, little milk tea. For you. Tong Seong-yu's vision was blurred by tears, and she couldn't see clearly what it was. It just seemed colorful. After wiping away her tears, she found that it was a bunch of cute and moist nail stickers. Tong Seong-yu looked up at Song-gu. Song-gu saw that her beautiful eyes were red from crying, and her nose was also red, and whispered, don't cry. Your eyes should rest more because they are stimulated by strong light. If you cry again, it will become inflamed, and you will really go blind. Tong Seong-yu pursed her lips and sniffed. I just got this from the store. Song-gu tossed the nail polish in his hand, and handed it to Tong Seong-yu. I think you will like it. Tong Seong-yu's nose was blocked, and her voice was muffled. Taking without permission is stealing. You dislike it? Then I give it back later, Song-gu said, pretending to take her hand back. Tong Seong-yu reached out to stop her in time, and her fingers touched Song-gu's palm, and snatched all the nail art stickers, and said with a nasal voice, I pay for it next time. Song-gu smiled. That won't work. Tong Seong-yu looked up at Song-gu. Song-gu looked at her and said, I gave it to you, of course I pay for it. Tong Seong-yu pursed her lips, but she couldn't help it, and burst into laughter. Song-gu saw that this young lady finally smiled, and she was relieved, and once she relaxed, she felt her muscles aching, she let out a long breath, and simply lay down on the big bed. Chapter 21 Sharing a Bed. Song-gu fell asleep quickly and tiredly. But she didn't sleep for long, and woke up in just over 20 minutes. When she woke up, she saw the unfamiliar chandelier in the room, the unfamiliar bright light outside the window, the unfamiliar spacious bed under her, and the unfamiliar softness in her arms and body. And so on. Song-gu was as stiff as a machine that had been out of repair, and had not been lubricated for a long time. She turned her head a little bit, and saw the person in her arms. Tong Seong-yu was sleeping soundly, and the tears on her face had not completely dried. This young lady, spoiled, naturally beautiful. It's a pity that she has been living in her dark basement for half a month, and she has become a little wilted. Although her skin is still tender and her eyelashes are thick and long, her originally beautiful oval face, her chin has become a little pointed, and her mouth corners are not always raised with a smile like before, but straightened or slightly pouting in unhappiness. She is still wearing a sports suit that cost 50 yuan at the night market. However, his sleeping posture was as willful and unrestrained as ever. Tong Xiangyu originally just wanted to sleep on the side for a while. After applying the medicine to Songgu, she felt scared and exhausted, and wanted to rest for a while. There was only one bed in the room, but the bed was very big, more than enough for 2 people to sleep. Tong Xiangyu was afraid of touching Songgu's hand, so she deliberately slept on the edge of the bed. She didn't know that after falling asleep, she would instinctively move closer to the breath that made her feel at ease, and unconsciously move closer to Songgu. After getting close, she fell into a deep sleep. In her sleep, she raised her hands and placed them on Songgu's chest, and then bent her legs and pressed them on Songgu's thighs, and when she adjusted to this most free and relaxed sleeping position, that was not a matter of sleeping for a while. Songgu woke up, but did not get up. She remained motionless and let the person next to her continue to hold her in sleep. Her thoughts scattered randomly. She thought, what was this precious lady marinated with? Why does she smell so good all the time? Then she thought, half a month ago, she would never have believed that this unattainable young lady, who was the center of attention and the focus of the crowd, would sleep in her arms one day. They were not related at all. After thinking about it for a while, Songgu turned his head and looked at the big window. It was dead silent outside. This city was originally prosperous, thriving, noisy, and one of the most economically developed provincial capitals in the country. But since the outbreak of the monster virus, it has completely become an isolated island. It was still an abandoned island. Thinking of how she escaped alone from so many monsters, Songgu was not afraid at that time, but now she still felt a lingering fear. It was like a dream. It was 8 years ago since Songgu had this thought. At that time, she waited at home from day to night, and then to day, and the phone calls she made were always busy and no one answered. Until the doorbell finally rang, she ran to open the door without even wearing shoes. She thought, did Mom forget to bring the key because she was in a hurry to go out? But when she opened the door, she saw her parents' colleagues. They were in uniforms. Everyone had red eyes. 2 of them were holding black boxes. 2 of them were holding enlarged photos, and another was holding clothes. The highest-ranking officer in the police station knelt down in front of her and said, "Little girl, your name is Songgu, right? I'm sorry that this is the first time we meet. Your parents, uncle brought them back to you." Songgu got up anyway. Luckily, he didn't wake up Miss Tong. Songgu looked at his wrist. After treating the wound, he put a band-aid on it. Although it was a very ordinary band-aid, it looked delicate. It looked like he had been seriously injured. Songgu didn't care anymore. He looked around the room carefully, then walked over to open the window, and jumped up. He exerted force on his wrist, and it hurt a little. Songgu squatted on the windowsill, carefully observing the terrain outside. It was a small garden backyard with a swimming pool. After days of exposure to the sun and water outage, the flowers and plants were almost dead. The blue water in the swimming pool was only a bottom. The water was very dirty, and some dead branches and leaves of flowers and plants fell. The wall of the backyard was not high, but the top of the wall was inlaid with colorful and sharp thick glass shards, which should be used to prevent thieves from breaking into the house. There was a door. I don't know where the back door leads to. If an accident really happened, if they needed to escape, it would not be enough to just look at these. Songgu needed the layout of the entire building, including the surroundings. Tong Xiangyu had slept for more than 3 hours, and was still sleeping. Songgu did not call her. She planned to wait for the old lady to call them for dinner, and then she would wake up the young lady. Or if the old lady forgot about them, they would eat biscuits and meat jerky to fill their stomachs. Besides, she brought chicken legs. But before Grandma Tian came to call people, Tong Xiangyu had a nightmare and woke up. Her scream was very abrupt in the quiet room, and Songgu was startled and looked back. Tong Xiangyu sat up with sweat all over her forehead and looked for Songgu. Songgu, Songgu. Her eyes were out of focus, and she anxiously turned around the room twice. Songgu watched her eyes fall towards him, and then looked away as if she didn't see it. Songgu said, "I'm here. Did you do it on purpose?" Tong Xiangyu looked in the direction where Songgu was speaking, and didn't say it was not intentional, but just asked, "Songgu, why don't you light the candles?" Songgu was stunned, and immediately put away his relaxed state, strode over, and waved his hand in front of Tong Xiangyu, and saw that the other party's pupils did not respond, and frowned and asked, "Are you blind?" "I can see it." Tong Xiangyu squinted her eyes, and tried to identify it. "But I can only see a little." Songgu was relieved immediately, and said, It's okay, it's just the sequelae of seeing the strong light. It will be fine after 2 days of rest. But you can't cry easily, did you hear me? Tong Xiangyu, you cry easily. You just had a nightmare. Song-gu saw that the eldest lady had just woken up and her face was pale, and she was sweating but still insisted, and said, "What did you dream about?" "As soon as I woke up, I looked for me all over the world." Tong Xiangyu, anyway, I didn't dream about you. That's good. Song-gu said, dreaming about me in a nightmare is definitely not a good thing. Tong Xiangyu suddenly fell silent. At this time, there were 3 knocks on the door outside the room. Song-gu walked over, opened the door, and saw the old lady who saved them standing outside the door. The old lady probably did a lot of good deeds in her life. She always smiled kindly, very kind. "Little girl, did you have a good rest? It's time to eat." "Thank you." Song-gu said, "My friend is still sleeping. I go upstairs to eat, and then I see if it's convenient to bring her some food." The old lady said, "Okay. It's convenient. Then wait a moment. Grandma, I go to the bathroom and come back." "Okay." Song-gu closed the door, but did not go to the bathroom, but walked to Tong Xiangyu, who was sitting on the bed, and whispered, "How much can you see now?" Tong Xiangyu squinted and leaned close to Song-gu, and whispered, "This way you can see your eyes, nose and mouth." She sat up straight, opened her eyes normally, and said, "It's blurry. Everything is hazy." Song-gu, "Just now, I was too close, and I almost bumped into her face." Song-gu came back to his senses and whispered, "After I leave, you lock the door of the room. When I come back, I will knock on the door 5 times from outside. And then you open it. If it's not 5 times, don't open it." "What if I forget to count?" Tong Xiangyu suggested excitedly, "Why don't we make a Morse code? Not the pinyin of Song-gu name. Or just the pinyin of Gu." Song-gu, "No. Just like that. 5 times. Oh. Chapter 22 Survivors. Song-gu went upstairs with the old lady, and instinctively looked around. The building was 3.5 stories high, a small Western-style house with a combination of Chinese and Western styles, 1 elevator for 2 households, hollow glass roof, and very good lighting. "We ate on the balcony on the top floor," Grandma Tian introduced. "Xiao Jiang and his family rented there. They thought the gas bill was too expensive, and I didn't want to rent out my balcony, but their 2 children were both in school here. If Tong Xiangyu had come with her at this time, she would definitely chat with her grandmother enthusiastically, and at the very least, she would ask her grandmother where her children were. Unfortunately, it was Song-gu who came. Song-gu just said, "Oh." Grandma Tian didn't think she was impolite. She smiled and said, "My son had ordered it before he went abroad. The supermarket will deliver rice, noodles and bottled water every month. I live close to the vegetable market, and I often go there to buy vegetables. I can share some of the money at this time." Song-gu was a little impressed after hearing her words. She was so well adapted to such a big change at her age. If she was a little timid or had a poorer acceptance ability, she might have been scared to death. Before reaching the 3.5 floor, Song-gu heard people talking and smelled the food. She paused. The smell of food? It's a good thing that Xiao Jiang and his family have gas tanks and stoves. Now the water, electricity, and gas are all out, Grandma Tian said. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to have a hot meal. Pushing open the door to the rooftop, Grandma Tian smiled and said, "I brought new friends to everyone. Because of the power outage, dinner was eaten very early, and the sun hadn't even set yet." Song-gu saw that everyone on the rooftop was looking over. They were almost divided into 3 groups. A middle-aged couple was busy in front of the hot stove, and 2 little girls were squatting beside them, looking at the small green vegetables in the phone box. On the left was a young man wearing glasses, holding a beautiful woman in his arms. They were reclining on a lounge chair in the shade. On the right were 6 students sitting next to the dining table. None of them were wearing school uniforms. There were many schools nearby, and it was unknown which school they were from. However, one of them was a familiar face, and Song-gu knew him. But Song-gu passed over him as quickly as he looked at other people. "Grandma Tian, why did you save someone again?" the man on the lounge chair said dissatisfiedly. He let go of the woman and sat up. "I don't know when the rescue team will come. This is not a shelter. If you keep saving people in the building, saving one more mouth will feed us. We don't even have enough food to eat." A girl among the students felt that this was also directed at them, and said, "You can't say that. Grandma Tian is kind-hearted. Are you going to let her watch you die without saving her? When the monster was eating people, why didn't you see your kindness to save them? The man mocked her unhappily. Special situations require special treatment. You have read so much that you must be cautious at this time. The girl didn't expect the man to curse directly, and her face turned red with anger. At this time, the strongest and tallest boy in the student group said bluntly, if you want Grandma to be cautious, then you don't have to eat tonight. Aren't all these foods provided by Grandma Tian and Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang? What's your role? Adding 2 mouths to eat and make sarcastic remarks. You? The man with glasses immediately stood up angrily. The pretty woman hurriedly pulled him back, whispering, don't be angry, Mingyuan is right, we also eat from Grandma Tian and Uncle and Aunt Jiang. Fan Mingyuan put his hands in his trouser pockets, looking at the furious man with glasses with disdain and provocation. That's right. Among the 6 students, the only one Song Ge knew was Fan Mingyuan. This guy was quite courageous. When the zombie monster rushed into the class, he led other boys in the class to resist and protect the girls. Although it was also a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But if the young lady saw that he was still alive, she would be very happy. Thinking of this, Song Ge said, I cannot eat. Just bring some for my companion. She has a small appetite and eats very little. How can you not eat? Grandma Tian went to grab Song Ge's hand. Song Ge subconsciously wanted to hide, but he held back halfway. Grandma Tian held Song Ge's hand. After all, she was old, her hands were skinny and thin, but very warm. She grabbed Song Ge and said, look at how thin you are. It's not good to starve yourself. Don't worry, I still have a lot of food. She turned around and said to the man with glasses, Xiao Wu, don't quarrel with children. The situation is special. We should be more united. The man with glasses, who was called Xiao Wu, was not happy, but he still gave the landlord some face. I know. Among the 6 students, there were 2 boys and 4 girls. Only Fan Mingyuan and a short girl with medium-length hair and a round face were from Kuzhong. The round-faced girl was a freshman. The freshman and the senior year were separated by a campus. She had heard of and knew Fan Mingyuan, but she didn't know Song Ge. The remaining students were from the number 2 middle school next to Kuzhong. The Jiangs prepared the last dish and served it on the table, and everyone started to eat together. Song Ge noticed that each bowl and plate was covered with a layer of plastic wrap. At this time, Grandma Tian brought a box to Song Ge, which was also covered with plastic wrap. She said, give your little girl some first. Otherwise, when everyone finishes eating, there will be cold dishes and leftovers. Song Ge, thank you, Grandma. Song Ge knew that Tong Xiangyu had a small appetite, and there was a man with glasses staring at her covetously. So he only scooped a spoonful and a half of rice from the pressure cooker, picked up 4 dishes with a chopstick, and closed the thermal box. The man with glasses snorted and said nothing. Song Ge knew that she was in an awkward situation, so she didn't eat much. The atmosphere at the table was not very good. The 2 daughters of the Jiangs were the most active, and the family of 4 was having a good time. Then the students talked to each other, and the man with glasses talked to his wife. Song Ge was a man of few words, and she didn't say a word after she sat down. While everyone was still eating, Song Ge had already finished the last bite of hot rice. She knew the function of plastic wrap. She took off the plastic wrap from the bowl, and the bowl was still a clean rice bowl, and there was no need to waste precious water to wash it. Song Ge said, Grandma, I'm done eating. Grandma Tian was surprised. You've finished eating already? You only ate a little bit, are you full? Yeah. Song Ge picked up the insulated box. Then I go downstairs first. Song Ge knocked on the door 5 times. Soon, the door was opened. Tong Xiangyu squinted. Song Ge handed her the lunch box and chopsticks in his hand. Tong Xiangyu was surprised when she took it. After eating snacks for nearly half a month, she almost forgot what warm food was. She squinted and took a closer look. What is this? Rice. Song Ge closed the door and locked it, and said, she has a stove to light a fire. Wow! That's great. Tong Xiangyu was very happy. Song Ge looked at her excited and happy face, and thought that if he talked about another thing, she might be happier, but for some reason. Song Ge pursed his lips, and then said that he missed the opportunity to say it. Tong Xiangyu ate the hot rice and dishes with satisfaction and enjoyment. The rice was fragrant and soft, and the 4 dishes were scrambled eggs with tomatoes, the pickled radish with a sweet and spicy taste, the small green vegetables, and the braised pork. But when eating the braised pork, Tong Xiangyu's beautiful eyebrows frowned. She remembered that the power was off, and the frozen meat could not be kept in the refrigerator. So the meat tasted like it had gone bad. Tong Xiangyu's expression became reluctant. She was afraid that she would have diarrhea if she ate it. If she had diarrhea, it would be embarrassing to have no water to flush the toilet. She hesitated and didn't want to take the second bite. Song Ge didn't know the twists and turns in the eldest lady's heart. He thought she was savoring it carefully, and walked to the window. Tong Xiangyu hesitated for a long time before saying, "Song Ge, I don't want to eat this piece of meat." Song Ge looked over and said, "It's lean meat." "I know," Tong Xiangyu whispered. But it seems to have gone bad." "Really? I didn't eat it." Song Ge only picked up 2 slices of tomato and a little pickled radish from the table. But she didn't hear anyone say that the meat was bad. She walked to the bedside, held Tong Xiangyu's hand and chopsticks, and ate the piece of meat that she had bitten a little. Tong Xiangyu was shocked. She couldn't see clearly at the moment, just like a blind person. Song Ge holding her hand, and the series of actions that followed were too obvious. Tong Xiangyu reacted, her cheeks flushed, and she stammered in panic, You. Song Ge ate it. The braised pork was made with a lot of ingredients, probably to cover up the smell of spoilage. She couldn't taste it, but took the chopsticks from Tong Xiangyu's hand, picked up the remaining 2 pieces of meat and ate them, and then stuffed the chopsticks back into the hands of the eldest lady. "No more, eat the rest of the food." Tong Xiangyu froze, her face flushed. Song Ge looked at her, confused. "What's wrong?" "No, it's okay." Tong Xiangyu blushed and held the chopsticks tightly, and awkwardly poked the bottom of the insulated box, and then, after hesitating for several times, lowered her head, and picked up a few grains of rice with the chopsticks to eat. Chapter 23 Tenant. Tong Xiangyu said it was okay. Song Ge stopped looking at her, and went to the window. It was always dark in the basement before, but now it was in the big yard, and she couldn't feel the passage of time. The clock on the wall of the room showed 6:20 p.m. But the sunlight outside was still very strong. Maybe because of the distance, Song Ge couldn't hear the movement of the monster outside, which would make her feel that nothing happened, and thus lose her alertness. If this situation can be resolved quickly, then it's fine, but if not, she doesn't think it's a good thing. The atmosphere on the rooftop was completely different from the quietness in the room. Because there were so many people, not long after Song Ge left, everyone cleaned up the dishes. After eating, everyone tacitly did not leave the rooftop immediately. The 2 little girls ran around. There was not much rice left in the pressure cooker. Jiang Zhuang took out the cold rice, and planned to make fried rice for his daughters the next day. Mother Jiang was tidying up the dishes. The man with glasses was hugging the beautiful woman and looking down from the rooftop railing. The streets and alleys were empty, and occasionally there were a few zombie monsters wandering around. Because of the high temperature, those who died on the street turned from corpses to rotten meat, and then to rotten water in less than half a month. Luckily, the height of Grandma Tian's single-family building is quite good. 3.5 floors are equivalent to the 5th floor of others. At this height, the stench of corpses below cannot be smelled. High school students also gathered together to chat. Fan Mingyuan rarely spoke, he always leaned on the railing to listen to others. There was another boy in their student group, a fat guy with acne on his face, who was less than 1.7 meters tall. Girls paid zero attention to him, and of course they preferred the tall and handsome Fan Mingyuan. Unlike Kazhong, Number 2 Middle School is a key high school. It is an art college. So the girls tend to dress up and rarely study. When they see a handsome boy like Fan Mingyuan, they are naturally attracted to him, and flirt with him openly or secretly. But Fan Mingyuan has seen countless beauties since he was a child. These girls have dyed hair, tattoos, and behave like little gangsters. He knows their little tricks. But he doesn't like them at all, and will not be tempted. He only occasionally chats with the first-year high school girls in the same school. I just spoke up for her. The girl name is Zhu Lulu. She has a round face and round eyes, and looks honest and likable. She has good grades. She said that she has always taken Senior Tong Xiangyu from the 3rd year of high school as a benchmark. Senior Tong is so beautiful, and studies so hard. What reason does she have not to work hard? I hope that one day I can get the first place in the grade like Senior Tong. Fan Mingyuan laughed when he heard it, but when he thought about the day when the monster broke out, he was separated from Tong Xiangyu, and he couldn't help but feel upset. He didn't know if Tong Xiangyu could still be alive under such circumstances. Although the temperature was high, and the sun was strong, it got dark very quickly. Because of the power outage, Everyone left the rooftop when the sun was about to set. The Jiang couple and their 2 daughters went to bed early, with the couple sleeping on one side and the 2 daughters sleeping on the other. The younger sister asked, "Today is another starless sky. Mom, why is it not raining, and there are no stars in the sky?" Mother Jiang replied, "We have to wait for the firefighters to come before there will be stars." Although the younger sister was only 7 years old, she raised a reasonable question. Can the firefighters control the stars in the sky? Jiang's father said, "Why ask so many questions? Your mother is right." Jiang's mother pushed him with her arm. Jiang Zhuang laughed, and the unshaven man wanted to kiss her and touch her, but she pushed him away. She said, "Don't talk nonsense and teach children bad things." The younger sister asked again, "When will the firefighters come?" The elder sister said, "Maybe tomorrow." "Ying, let's go to bed quickly. When you wake up, the firefighters will be here." "Okay, sister. I'm already asleep." Grandma Tian building has 2 households per floor, and the 2nd and 3rd floors are rented out. The rooftop was originally just a storage room, but later, because the Jiang couple was short of money and really wanted to rent it out, Grandma Tian vacated it, bought them a big bed, and called a decorator to open a window in the storage room, and built a roof next to it, so that they could use it to store kitchen utensils and stoves. The couple lived here with their 2 daughters for 4 years. From the time the youngest daughter went to kindergarten to elementary school, they lived on the rooftop. But apart from the rooftop, the 2nd and 3rd floors were all well decorated and well-sized suites, with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room facing north, and 2 bedrooms and 1 living room facing south. The county master's house was rented out, but when the monster zombies broke out, the other tenants did not return. So Grandma Tian temporarily used it to accommodate the students who were rescued. Xiao Wu and his wife lived on the 3rd floor. So Grandma Tian put the students, who might make more noise, on the 2nd floor. The suite facing north had 3 bedrooms, and an extra single bed was moved to the living room for the 4 girls to rest and sleep. The suite facing south was for the 2 boys. Just right. Wu Xinjun walked into the room, and the first thing he did was to take off his glasses. He lost his polite appearance outside in an instant, and cursed, "Damn old woman." The beautiful woman took off her shoes, and said nothing. "I don't have many days left to live, and you help people everywhere, but in the end you are harming us." Wu Xinjun cursed as he walked into the bedroom. "Now we don't know when the rescue will come, and there is not much food left. Do you really think I didn't hear what Aunt Jiang and the others said? There's only half a bag of rice left." The woman said, "It's useless to get angry. It's useless." Wu Xinjun calmed down, pulled his hair, walked to the big bed and sat down. He looked at the woman who took off her sunscreen clothes and was left with only a small camisole inside, looking very sexy. He stretched out his hand and said, "Come here." The woman leaned into his arms tenderly. Wu Xinjun touched her slender waist and went up, then kissed her neck, pressed her on the big bed, and said vaguely while kissing, "This is good. We can still be intimate for a few more days." The woman tilted her neck to be kissed. Her breathing was a little hurried. I said, "If your wife died, then you don't have to worry about divorce? Then you can't get the money." Wu Xinjun smiled evilly, and said, "You are still with me without money?" Fan Mingyuan took the water and brushed his teeth. When the door was knocked, he thought it was the fat man who lived with him, and casually said, "Come in." And when he saw a red skirt floating in the mirror, he paused, and then rinsed his mouth. Walking out of the bathroom, the sun was setting. I saw the girl with dyed yellow hair sitting on the edge of the bed. Fan Mingyuan said, "What's the matter?" The girl got up and ran to him, and gently touched his chest. "Handsome guy, want a date?" "No." Fan Mingyuan took her hand away. The girl looked at his tall back and said, "Do you have a girlfriend?" "Even if you do, she's not here, and you don't have to take responsibility. In a place like this, it's lonely and unbearable. You know it, and I know it. Let's play with each other to pass the time. Go find the guy next door to get rid of him." The girl's face changed slightly, but she tried not to get angry, and ran to Fan Mingyuan again. Fan Mingyuan sighed, looked at her and said, "I'm really not interested in someone like you." The girl had many suitors in school, and was rejected many times, and felt embarrassed, so she asked, "Which one are you interested in?" "Someone who is good at studying." Fan Mingyuan said, "Pretty and cute, speaks softly, blushes easily, but is very kind." The girl was a little speechless. This must be what someone said. She asked for trouble, and turned away. And the girl who was good at studying pretty and cute, spoke softly, blushed easily, and was very kind, was holding her finished bowl, looking at Song-gu in front of the window. Tong Xiangyu couldn't see clearly. She could only vaguely see a figure standing in front of the big window. She thought, what is Song-gu looking at? Or is he in a daze? Song-gu had been thinking about something for a long time. When he moved his legs, he felt a slight numbness. She turned around and saw Tong Xiangyu's innocent big eyes looking at this side. Song-gu was stunned at first. Then he remembered that the wider this young lady opened her eyes, the less clear she could see. Song-gu moved his eyes to Tong Xiangyu's hand, walked over to take the empty bowl and put it on the table, and pulled the sofa. Tong Xiangyu heard the noise, squinted. What are you doing? Put the sofa next to the window, so that you can hear the noise outside. Tong Xiangyu was surprised. You are not going to sleep on the sofa, are you? Song-gu, what else? This bed is very big. Why don't you sleep on the bed? Your sleeping posture is not good. Tong Xiangyu choked and said stubbornly, nonsense, no one has ever said that I sleep badly. Well, now there is. Tong Xiangyu said, Song-gu, don't go too far. Song-gu, what do you mean by too far? Is it too far if I don't agree to sleep with you? Tong Xiangyu was stunned and was stuck there. Chapter 24 Map. Tong Xiangyu finally reacted, her face slightly reddened with anger. I was referring to you saying that I had a bad sleeping posture, and that was too much. Oh, it was too much to tell the truth. Song-gu made a joke with the young lady. After moving the sofa, before it was completely dark, he took out the candle from his backpack, and took out a compressed biscuit. When it was bright, Tong Xiangyu was a blind man. When it was dark, she could not see any more. Even if she squinted her eyes, she could only listen to the sound to determine the location, and the movement of opening the biscuit was very familiar. Tong Xiangyu asked, Song-gu, didn't you eat enough tonight? Song-gu took out the biscuits, and his tone did not change. I ate enough, but I subconsciously opened the biscuit packaging when I saw it. Do you want to eat it? No. No. I don't want to eat it. It will get damp tomorrow. You can eat it yourself. It's just a biscuit, and it won't take up any space in your stomach. That makes sense. Song-gu ate the compressed biscuits, then put the candle on the table, and lit the lighter, but it didn't catch fire the first time. Tong Xiangyu listened to the noise and said, I can't even see the candlelight. I haven't lit it yet. Song-gu lit the candle and said, I light it now. Tong Xiangyu took the opportunity to say, I still can't see it now. Song-gu, what do you want to hear me say? Great? Tong Xiangyu choked, and didn't know what to say. The room soon fell silent. One of them slept on the bed, and the other on the sofa. Tong Xiangyu asked softly, Song-gu, will we stay here for a long time? Until the rescue team arrives? I don't know. Song-gu asked her back, do you like it here? There are hot meals here. And there are many people. I don't know either. Tong Xiangyu opened her eyes wide in the dark, and said, but you said you would take me to find my parents. Song-gu said, yes. Tong Xiangyu saw that the topic ended with Song-gu as usual, turned over in bed, and continued to ask, Song-gu, I have only seen Grandma Tian among so many people. How are the others? Are they easy to get along with? Song-gu said, the family of 4 living on the rooftop is a couple with 2 daughters, and a man with glasses with his mistress, and among the 6 students, 4 are girls and 2 are boys. How do you know that the person with the mistress? The man with glasses has a wedding ring mark on his middle finger, but the woman doesn't. Song-gu knew what Tong Xiangyu was going to ask, and continued, if the 2 were a couple, the woman would wear a ring, or the man would not have to take off the ring. Wow! You observe carefully. People with bad morals are not good people at heart. Song-gu said in a flat tone, avoid him when you see him next time. Yeah. Song-gu suddenly pursed his lips, wanting to say that Fan Mingyuan was among the students, but he thought that Tong Xiangyu might be more surprised to see him with her own eyes after her eyes recovered, so he closed his eyes and went to sleep without mentioning it. When Song-gu woke up the next day, it was just dawn, and he glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 6 in the morning. Song-gu got up and extinguished the burning candle first, then turned his head to look at the bed. It was said that the young lady who slept well had her legs wrapped in the quilt, her head slightly tilted up. Her neck curve was elegant and beautiful, and her skin was white and smooth like jade. It felt really different to watch the scene in the basement, and in this occasion, Song-gu saw that she was sleeping soundly, and walked back to the window. The morning light was just beginning to appear. The door next to her was pushed open at this time. and Song-gu saw that it was the landlord. Grandma Tian walked to the door with the garbage bag in her hand, put it into the largest garbage can, and then began to pick up the larger dead branches and leaves in the yard. Song-gu walked out of the bedroom. Grandma Tian was a little surprised to see Song-gu, and smiled kindly. "Little classmate, you got up so early?" After saying that, she remembered the things in her hand and felt a little embarrassed. "Oh, I haven't cleaned the yard for a long time." Song-gu picked up a large dead branch. Grandma Tian said, "I do it. I do it." "Song-gu, where to put it?" "Over there. Just put the other person there for now." Song-gu helped Grandma Tian clean up until dawn, but couldn't find a suitable time to speak. Suddenly someone called. Song-gu turned around and saw Tong Xiangyu standing in front of the window. The window was half open. The bright light shone on the pretty face of the eldest lady. Song-gu. Song-gu didn't know why her name sounded a little nice when she called it. She asked Tong Xiangyu, "Can you see it?" "Yeah." "Much better." Tong Xiangyu stretched with a smile, and then said, "What are you and Grandma Tian doing?" "Cleaning up the yard?" "I come too." Song-gu said, "It's already cleaned up." Tong Xiangyu, "Oh." Tong Xiangyu said excitedly, "Then I come too." Song-gu saw the eldest lady running to the bedroom door without saying anything, so he had nothing to say. With Tong Xiangyu joining, the team instantly became lively. The eldest lady was sweet-mouthed, calling Grandma all the same, and had a great sense of aesthetics. She insisted on retidying up the withered flower pots. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting heated, Song-gu took the opportunity to ask Grandma Tian, "Do you have a map of the area nearby?" Grandma Tian said, "Where does this nearby refer to?" "Near the house, or the streets near Kitching." Grandma Tian said, "I am most familiar with Kitching. I know all the shops and traffic lights here." "Aren't you a local, little classmate?" Song-gu said, "No. I only study here." Tong Xiangyu immediately looked at Song-gu with some surprise. "Not a local, and his parents. But he can come to Kitching to study?" "He is studying in the best key high school in Kitching." Song-gu doesn't look like he got in based on his grades. Tong Xiangyu felt that she had noticed something strange. But Grandma Tian said, "Is that so? Then I tell you about it later." "Okay." Song-gu said, "I draw it." Tong Xiangyu was even more surprised, looking at Song-gu. "Song-gu, can you draw a map?" Fan Mingyuan's second floor window was not closed. He was half asleep and half awake when he heard the chattering of people downstairs. He got up in a daze and wanted to lock the window. But just as he raised his hand, he heard a familiar voice coming from downstairs. "Song-gu, can you draw a map?" "Tong Xiangyu?" Fan Mingyuan woke up immediately. He opened the window and leaned out to look, but he didn't see anyone, and the voice gradually faded away. Although it was just a possibility. Fan Mingyuan immediately changed his clothes and ran out. He came back to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash up. In the room on the first floor, Song-gu had already asked for a pen and paper, and began to draw a nearby route map according to what the old lady said. Tong Xiangyu saw Song-gu was full of confidence, but he just randomly scribbled on the white paper. She was confused. She asked, "Song-gu, are you serious? This is not the way to make a draft." "Song-gu, Tong Xiangyu asked tentatively, "Do you still remember the basic elements of drawing maps in our geography class?" Song-gu looked at her. Didn't say anything, but his eyes clearly said, "What? You need elements for a map?" Tong Xiangyu had already guessed it. She took the pen from Song-gu, turned the white paper over, marked the direction and simple legend symbols in the upper left corner, and said, "3 elements of a map: scale, legend, and pointer." "Grandma, do you have a ruler?" "Song-gu, how can she have a ruler?" Before Song-gu finished speaking, Grandma Tian responded, "Yes. Yes. My little granddaughter left it here. I go get it for you." Song-gu saw Grandma Tian walk out and was a little speechless. He said to Tong Xiangyu, "Even if you want to be precise, can the old lady memory be so precise for you?" Tong Xiangyu said, "But these are all very important. Even if there is only a vague approximation, it is also very important. If you only draw adjacent shops or streets, shops are big and small, streets are long and short, there are big differences. This is the importance of map scale." "Song-gu, are you giving me a lesson? Little milk tea?" In the past, Tong Xiangyu would definitely feel a little embarrassed when she heard Song-gu words, thinking about how to take care of the other party's self-esteem. But now, she said, "You didn't pay me tuition, why should I give you a lesson?" I taught you in vain. Song-gu said, thank you so much. Tong Xiangyu said proudly, you're welcome. As they were talking, outside the crack of their room door, the voice of Grandma Tian greeting someone came out. Hey, Xiao Fan, why did you get up so early today? Usually, she wouldn't show up until noon. Fan Mingyuan said yes, and then immediately asked, Grandma, who are you chatting with just now? The two little classmates from yesterday. Oh, I was in such a hurry last night that I didn't have time to say hello. Fan Mingyuan seemed to have just remembered, and said with a hearty and enthusiastic smile, Grandma, can you take me to meet some new friends now? In the room, Tong Xiangyu obviously recognized Fan Mingyuan's voice. Her face turned pale instantly. She grabbed Song-gu hand tightly, and asked with a trembling voice, is it Fan Mingyuan? Why is Fan Mingyuan here? Song-gu saw that Tong Xiangyu's face was not right. And just as he was about to speak, the voices outside were getting closer and closer. Tong Xiangyu immediately ran into the bathroom in panic and hid, and locked the door. Grandma Tian took Fan Mingyuan to knock on the door outside. The door was not closed, but Song-gu still got up to open it, his eyes looking at Grandma Tian. Grandma Tian introduced her with a kind smile. This is Xiao Fan, also a student. You met him at dinner last night. But you left in a hurry last night, so he didn't have time to greet you properly. Hello. My name is Fan Mingyuan, from Keqing High School. Fan Mingyuan blocked the door like a wall, and greeted Song-gu with his mouth, but his eyes looked around the room instead of Song-gu. Yeah. Song-gu looked at him, with a cold expression, with no intention of inviting him in. Fan Mingyuan couldn't find the person he was thinking about. So he suppressed his anxiety and asked Song-gu, I heard you say you had a companion last night? Are you also from Kuzhou? Song-gu, yes. Fan Mingyuan asked again, what's the name of your companion? Little Milk Tea. What? Song-gu turned around and shouted louder, Little Milk Tea. After a while in the bathroom, a pinched nose response sounded. Song-gu raised his eyebrows at Fan Mingyuan. And the meaning was obvious. It should just be a nickname. Fan Mingyuan vaguely heard that the voice was not similar, but he still remained skeptical and asked, what is her real name? I don't know. Song-gu put his hands in his trouser pockets. Even though he was facing a boy who was taller and stronger than him, his mood was very stable. He said, I picked it up on the way on the day when the monster broke out. Maybe you can meet her after she finishes defecating? She has diarrhea and has been having diarrhea all morning. When Fan Mingyuan heard this, it seemed that he also smelled the unspeakable smell inside, and immediately backed out. Forget it, if it's not convenient. Let's wait until noon, see you at noon. Grandma. I go upstairs first. Fan Mingyuan left. Grandma Tian asked Song-gu when she closed the door, why did Xiao Fan have diarrhea? Did he catch a cold last night? Song-gu did not answer, but went to knock on the bathroom door. She knocked 5 times and said, come out. He's gone. Tong Xiangyu opened the door a little. Song-gu wanted to ask her why she reacted like this when she heard Fan Mingyuan's voice. But the landlord was there, so it was inconvenient to ask. Song-gu only asked Tong Xiangyu, can you still draw a map? Tong Xiangyu nodded with a pale face. Song-gu said, maybe you can take a rest first. There's no rush. It doesn't matter. Tong Xiangyu shook her head, sorted out her mood, and said, I'm fine. Chapter 25 Provocation. Grandma Tian also brought the Keqing travel brochure, which had a part of the Keqing map, but it was still far from here in terms of area. The three of them spent the whole morning drawing maps. Until lunchtime, Tong Xiangyu began to feel uncomfortable again. Her eyes had indeed not fully recovered. She had used her eyes too much in the morning drawing, and they turned red with a slight rub. Song-gu told her not to rub them, and said, if you feel uncomfortable, I help you get some food. Tong Xiangyu stammered and agreed. Song-gu took the incubator on the table, and walked to the door, and then turned back to lock the window of the room, and told Tong Xiangyu to lock the door. Tong Xiangyu nodded repeatedly. Song-gu thought for a moment, and said, now we have a map. If you don't want to stay here, we can leave at any time. Tong Xiangyu heard this, and knew that Song-gu might have guessed something, and was silent for a moment, and whispered, I know. She didn't say whether she was leaving or not. Song-gu nodded, and didn't force her to make a decision immediately. They had noodles for lunch. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. With a power outage for half a month, the meat in the refrigerator could no longer be stored. Jiang Zhuang used meat and spicy pickled cabbage as fillings to make a lot of meat patties. Song-gu guessed that Tong Xiangyu wouldn't eat it, She thought the meat yesterday had a bad taste. Song-gu leaned against the rooftop gate alone, looking at the lively scene of people coming and going in front of him indifferently, thinking that if the eldest lady was here, she would probably like this scene very much. It was as if no accidents or troubles had happened. Everything was normal. Unfortunately, before the monster corpse tide broke out, Song-gu didn't like this scene. Not to mention after the outbreak. This kind of comfort and leisure will only make people lose their alertness when facing a crisis. Song-gu once thought that after Tong Xiangyu's eyes recovered and she successfully recognized Fan Mingyuan, he would leave and let this couple stay here. They should want to stay here after all. There is food, drink and companions here. It is very peaceful and quiet. Maybe they can really hold on until rescue arrives. The eldest lady at that time must have forgotten that their original purpose was to escape from Kitching. But at present, it seems that there is an irreconcilable conflict between Tong Xiangyu and Fan Mingyuan. Song-gu's eyes fell on Fan Mingyuan not far away. And he remembered that when he ran away and met Tong Xiangyu that day, Tong Xiangyu hid behind a tree and cried alone. And then vomited when she mentioned that day. Song-gu probably knew what was going on. When it comes to life and death, when humans become selfish, they will appear extremely ugly. The beautiful and kind-hearted young lady would even care about her running away. Fan Mingyuan, who was in the classroom at that time, probably did something more terrible and unacceptable to the young lady. For example, the knight who was trying his best to protect the girls just a moment ago, turned into a butcher wielding a machete. Song-gu thought, my metaphor is really cultured. I let the young lady judge it another day. Although he guessed the cause and effect, Song-gu's expression did not change. Human nature is evil, and it's not surprising that they do anything. Fan Mingyuan was fully expecting to see Tong Xiangyu at noon. Or at least to confirm whether it was Tong Xiangyu. But he did not expect that the short-haired girl came again. He went to ask why she did not come again. Song-gu said she was not feeling well, and was still sleeping. Fan Mingyuan asked, what is wrong with her? Song-gu, she is not used to the local climate and needs more rest. Seeing Song-gu flat tone and unmoved, Fan Mingyuan could not help but frown. Looking at Song-gu's face, he suddenly felt a little familiar, but could not remember who it was. Fan Mingyuan asked, have we met before? I don't know. Song-gu looked at him. Do you have any impression? I have no impression of you. Fan Mingyuan was pursued by so many girls in school. How could he bear that a girl with short hair and bad personality said she didn't know him? It was a great shame. He immediately said, I don't have any impression either. I must have remembered it wrongly. The pancakes at noon were disdained by the eldest lady as expected. Song-gu ate them himself, and took out the chicken drumsticks from his backpack. Tong Xiangyu's eyes lit up when she saw the familiar packaging. She was delighted. Song-gu, why did you bring this with you? It was clearly not there when I packed my luggage that day. Song-gu, my backpack is too empty. There's nothing to put in it. Tong Xiangyu looked at her and said, actually, you're just worried that I have nothing to eat. I'm hungry. Right? It's not shameful to care about others. Why don't you admit it? Song-gu said. You have a rich imagination. How you say one thing and mean another. Tong Xiangyu looked at her and said, you're shy. Aren't you? Song-gu thought this young lady was boring, and stopped paying attention to her. Tong Xiangyu couldn't perform a one-man show by herself, so she ate both chicken legs carefully. After eating, she was silent for a long time, and suddenly asked Song-gu, Song-gu, why don't you ask me about Fan Mingyuan? Song-gu asked back, do you want to talk about it now? Tong Xiangyu was silent, seeing that she didn't want to talk yet. Song-gu took the initiative to change the subject. There are still a lot of biscuits left from lunch, and you should eat this in the evening. I want to borrow the couple's pot to cook noodles. Do you want to eat? Tong Xiangyu said hurriedly, I want to eat. Tong Xiangyu still didn't eat with everyone for dinner. Fan Mingyuan looked at the short-haired girl who borrowed the pot from the Jiang couple. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was right. The voice he heard in the morning was Tong Xiangyu. It's just that this woman temporarily hid Tong Xiangyu. Why hide? Abnormal? Abnormal? The word flashed through Fan Mingyuan's mind. And suddenly a series of related words came up. Parents died, psychopathy, twisted personality, homosexuality, etc. Could this be Song-gu? Fan Mingyuan had no impression of Song-gu's appearance, but he had heard Chu Qiao and the others mention this name and a series of related adjectives more than once. In other words, this pervert probably took advantage of the monster outbreak, and Tong Xiangyu was left alone and helpless, and thus coerce Tong Xiangyu. Just when he thought of this, Fan Mingyuan heard Grandma Tian ask the short-haired girl, Xiao Tong, "Are you still feeling unwell?" Xiao Tong. It was really Tong Xiangyu. Fan Mingyuan felt his heart beat faster. Song Ge said, "She can't eat heavy oil and salt. I cook her some clear soup noodles." Song Ge told Tong Xiangyu that he would cook noodles and bring her a bowl, but the noodles, gas and 2 small green vegetables were all asked from the Jiang couple, so she couldn't eat much. She ate noodles with everyone, then put the cooked noodles into a takeaway box, and left early again. This time, Fan Mingyuan secretly followed behind. Fan Mingyuan guessed that Song Ge must have used special means, such as feeding medicine, etc., to control Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu is in danger. He wanted to find evidence, covering his footsteps, following very secretly. Song Ge knocked on the door. After a while, Tong Xiangyu ran to open the door, and called out softly, "Song Ge." The sun had not yet set. Fan Mingyuan bent his body, and hid at the stairs, only revealing a pair of eyes to spy on everything. He saw that under the setting sun, his yu fluttered out like a butterfly. But Song Ge quickly closed the door. No! Fan Mingyuan saw that Tong Xiangyu was fine, and her mind was clear, but he still felt that she was controlled by Song Ge. He thought Tong Xiangyu must not know that he was here, and Tong Xiangyu must have some reasons. So she had to temporarily cater to Song Ge. Tong Xiangyu must be brought into everyone's sight, so as to expose the true face of Song Ge, the perverted woman. Fan Mingyuan couldn't sleep all night, and was slightly excited. He didn't expect that his Yu was still alive. The next day, Tong Xiangyu still didn't show up in the room. But at lunch, Fan Mingyuan suddenly asked Song Ge in front of everyone, "Is your friend still feeling unwell?" Song Ge didn't even raise his eyelids. "Yes." Fan Mingyuan said, "You can't just endure if you're not feeling well. You need to take medicine. After lunch, let's go and see her together." Song Ge said, "No. She just needs to rest quietly." Wu Xinjun also felt it was troublesome. Fan Mingyuan could go and see if he wanted to. Why bother with that? We have to see it. Fan Mingyuan's attitude suddenly became tough. He glanced at Wu Xinjun, then at the Jiang couple, and then gathered a few classmates, saying, "I hope you can understand. The current situation is too special. We have been together since the beginning. We know each other well. Only you two have just joined. The monster virus is so dangerous, once it breaks out, it is uncontrollable. Your friend has been feeling unwell, and not showing up. If she is really sick, it is okay, what if?" When Fan Mingyuan said this, Wu Xinjun was shocked, thinking how could he miss such an important thing. Now everyone is blocking the monster outside, but what if this terrible virus breaks out from the inside? Everyone will die. Wu Xinjun immediately said, "Xiao Fan is right, our Qianqian is a nurse. If your friend is feeling unwell, let her go and see him." As he said that, he hugged the woman's waist. Lu Qian had no choice but to cooperate and said, "I can go and see. If you feel unwell, you should take medicine as soon as possible. If you delay for a long time, it will easily aggravate the condition." Jiang Zhuang also said at this time, "Does Grandma Tian have medicine at home?" "Yes." Grandma Tian said, "The medicine boxes are all at Xiaodong Place, and we haven't brought them back." Lu Qian smiled. "That's perfect. After eating, there's nothing to do anyway. Let's go and see together." Song Ge saw that several people had finalized the matter after talking to each other, and they didn't intend to get her consent at all. She looked at Fan Mingyuan calmly and coldly, and saw that the other party was full of provocation and arrogance without disguising it. Song Ge thought, maybe they should leave. Chapter 26. Fortunately, Tong Xiangyu didn't know they were all here. The soundproofing effect of closing the door was very good. She could hardly hear the voices outside, but the knocks on the door were very clear. 3 knocks. Not Song Ge? Tong Xiangyu just thought so, and heard Song Ge's voice from outside saying, "Little milk tea, I heard that you were not feeling well, so everyone came to see you." Everyone? Which everyone? When Tong Xiangyu thought that Fan Mingyuan might be there, her face turned pale instantly, her heartbeat accelerated in panic. She grasped the corner of her clothes tightly, walked to the door and whispered, "I'm much better, I don't want to pass the disease on to everyone." Another man's voice said unceremoniously, "Open the door first. We have a doctor here." Tong Xiangyu bit her lip, hesitated for a long time, and carefully unlocked the room. At a glance, more than a dozen people were crowded in front of the door. Fan Mingyuan was overjoyed to see Tong Xiangyu. and rushed into the room to shake Tong Xiangyu's hand. But Tong Xiangyu dodged and retreated repeatedly. Song Ge stepped forward, blocked in front of Tong Xiangyu, and was wary of Fan Mingyuan. "What do you want to do?" Fan Mingyuan ignored Song Ge, and only looked at Tong Xiangyu. "You. It's me, Mingyuan. What did she do to you? What did she threaten you with? Tell me. Don't be afraid." Tong Xiangyu's face was pale. Her hands tightly grasped the corner of Song Ge's clothes, and she lowered her eyes and didn't look at Fan Mingyuan. Her body was trembling slightly, and the fear she showed was self-evident. However, this pitiful and lovely appearance was not only seen by Fan Mingyuan. Wu Xinjun also saw it clearly. He was very surprised. Song Ge was such an unpleasant man, but he actually had such a beautiful female classmate, with a curvy figure, delicate facial features, and a pair of big watery eyes. Wu Xinjun's eyes lingered on her waist and chest, and he swallowed his saliva. Lu Qian looked at Wu Xinjun's hooligan look, and her face instantly became long, and she walked over and stepped on him hard. Wu Xinjun cried out. Lu Qian turned around and smiled and walked into the room, and took Tong Xiangyu's hand affectionately. "Little sister, I'm a doctor. Where do you feel uncomfortable? Tell me. My stomach is not feeling well." Tong Xiangyu looked at her. Perhaps people always have a natural trust in the profession of doctor. Tong Xiangyu relaxed a little. The hand that was originally tightly holding Song Ge loosened. She whispered to Lu Qian, "I often have diarrhea after eating a little, and I don't sleep well at night." Lu Qian was beautiful. She looked more friendly and kind when she smiled. "The diarrhea is because your stomach is not in good condition, and our food has been stored for a long time and is not so fresh. It's okay. I just saw that Grandma Tian has anti-diarrhea medicine. As for the poor sleep, it's probably because of too much stress. You can do some exercise before going to bed to make your body tired, and it will be easy to fall asleep." "Thank you, sister." "You're welcome." Lu Qian smiled and took out 2 medicines from Grandma Tian's medicine box and gave them to Tong Xiangyu. "Take one of these pills if you have diarrhea again. You can drink a sip of the syrup before eating." Tong Xiangyu, "Okay." You. Fan Mingyuan called Tong Xiangyu again. Tong Xiangyu knew that living under the same roof, it was impossible to hide all the time, and chatting with the doctor made her relax a little, so she looked at Fan Mingyuan and forced a smile at him. "Fan Mingyuan. I knew it." Fan Mingyuan was very excited and grabbed her wrist and asked in front of everyone, "Are you controlled by Song Ge, and it is not convenient for you to talk to us? Don't be afraid. Now we are all here." Tong Xiangyu was shocked, pulled her hand away, said, "How could it be? It was Song Ge who saved me." Fan Mingyuan turned to look at Song Ge. Song Ge calmly looked back at him expressionlessly. Fan Mingyuan was very unhappy, but with so many people present, he could only say reluctantly, "It seems that I misunderstood you before. Thank you for saving you. I have already thanked her." Tong Xiangyu did not need Fan Mingyuan to thank her on her behalf. She stepped back, stayed far away from Fan Mingyuan, and then said, "I still want to rest. I won't keep you guys to chat." Tong Xiangyu was pretty. And of course not only 2 men noticed this, but also several female students. Zhu Lulu never thought that one day she would be able to live under the same roof with her role model of life. She was very excited, but because she was not feeling well and they did not know each other, she could only suppress her excitement. Several girls from number 2 middle school finally understood why Fan Mingyuan ignored their courtesy. It turned out that the person he liked was such a delicate and beautiful girl. They knew they couldn't compare. But the girl named Yu seemed to be uninterested in Fan Mingyuan and even resistant to him. Fan Mingyuan, who was indifferent to them, was just a dog in front of other girls. Seeing this guy was no longer attractive. Tong Xiangyu's resistance was seen by outsiders, so how could Fan Mingyuan not know it? Although in the end, Tong Xiangyu still responded politely. But it was far from the intimacy of the past. Fan Mingyuan's heart was burning with anger. He thought carefully about the whole process, and finally understood that Tong Xiangyu was the first to jump down the window along the curtain to escape. Later, when Chu Qiao wanted to jump down, she asked Tong Xiangyu to catch her, and he pushed Chu Qiao away. Fan Mingyuan clearly remembered that after he landed, Chu Qiao's blood flowed under his sneakers. Her eyeballs and fingers were still moving, and her bleeding mouth was opening and closing as if she wanted to say something. He didn't waste time to take another look, and chose to escape directly. At that time, he didn't notice where Tong Xiangyu went. Was she disappointed? Fan Mingyuan's face darkened. He had been thinking about her life and death for so many days. But she was afraid of him. Do you think he is scary? If he hadn't led everyone to stand in front of the monster that day, they would have died in that classroom long ago. Fan Mingyuan thought of Tong Xiangyu rejecting him in front of so many people, and the more he thought about it, the more humiliated he felt. Although she met everyone at noon, Tong Xiangyu still didn't want to eat with everyone. Anyway, everyone knew that she was unwell, so she just kept using the same excuse. The only thing Tong Xiangyu was worried about was causing trouble for Songge, because she was always asked to bring food. Songge didn't care. If Tong Xiangyu didn't want to go, she didn't have to go. She just said, I thought you would like the crowds, there are many girls of the same age. She looked like she loved dressing up. Tong Xiangyu whispered, I don't want to make friends. Songge raised her eyebrows and said nothing. Tong Xiangyu lowered her eyes and continued, besides the doctor's sister and Grandma Tian, I don't think I can talk to the others. Songge said, you used to like making friends. Tong Xiangyu wanted to explain when she heard this, but the words were already on her lips, and she suddenly stopped, looking at Songge, somewhat surprised. Before? Songge. Have you ever paid attention to me before? Songge. Songge said, I remember that your side was always very noisy. Some people always said bad things about me. Tong Xiangyu hurriedly explained when she heard this. No. Zhu Qiao actually had no ill intentions. The main reason was that the first person spread the rumor quite outrageously, and you didn't come out to clarify it yourself. So everyone spread the rumor, and it will become more and more. Songge, so it's my fault? Tong Xiangyu, of course not. Songge saw that the topic of attention had just passed, and said casually, there's nothing to clarify. Tong Xiangyu looked at Songge and said cautiously, but... Songge said, it's true that both my parents have passed away, I have poor academic performance, I don't talk to others, I'm alone, I have a gloomy personality. And I'm often criticized by teachers. Tong Xiangyu rushed to say, nonsense. I know you are a good person. Songge pulled the corner of his mouth slightly, looking at her. You are the first one to say that I am a good person. Tong Xiangyu saw that the topic they talked about today was a little deep, thinking that after all, they were friends of life and death, unlike those people outside. After a long silence, she suddenly glanced at the door, then leaned close to Songge's ear and whispered, I saw Fan Mingyuan kill someone. Tong Xiangyu covered her mouth with her hand. The hot and fragrant breath flowed along her fingers to Songge's face. Songge rolled his eyes, moved away a little uncomfortably, said, don't get so close, I can hear it. I know. But you have to keep quiet about this. Tong Xiangyu didn't know why. She would feel sad and nauseous every time she thought of this. But after Songge interrupted her, the atmosphere disappeared, and she didn't feel so bad anymore. Tong Xiangyu asked Songge in a low voice, why aren't you surprised at all? Songge looked at her calmly. What's there to be surprised about? If we continue to stay here, you will see the crueler side of human nature. Tong Xiangyu was stunned, obviously unable to imagine. What is it? Songge looked at her innocent and beautiful face, shook his head. You don't need to know. I will take you away tomorrow. There is a very old electric car in the backyard. I asked the landlord. She said it can still be used, and gave me the car key. It may be that the battery is insufficient. I don't know how lucky we are. Tong Xiangyu bit her lower lip. Songge keenly noticed that she had something to say and stopped, and asked, don't you want to leave? That doesn't have to be. Tong Xiangyu quickly said, no. No. I follow you wherever you go. When Songge heard this, her heart moved slightly for some reason. But she didn't show it. Just looked at Tong Xiangyu, waiting for the follow-up of this young lady. Tong Xiangyu blinked her beautiful big eyes and asked, I just want to know, why do you call me Grandma in front of Grandma Tian, but call me landlord behind her back? Songge, because she is not my grandma. Tong Xiangyu was puzzled. Isn't this just a name? No. Songge said, I am not used to attaching emotions or special meanings to people or things, so that when I lose them, I won't feel bad. But if you don't give emotions, life will be so cold. Tong Xiangyu said, emotions are mutual. You have to give, and you will get rewards. I don't need rewards. And you are very good to me. The two said it in unison. Songge looked at Tong Xiangyu and said, I didn't treat you well. And Tong Xiangyu said to her again at the same time, I will repay you. In the large room filled with sunlight, the two girls sat opposite each other and looked into each other's eyes. After a moment, Songge asked, Aren't you going to say it anymore? Tong Xiangyu was a little embarrassed, touched her red ear tips, and whispered, "I'm afraid I say it to you again." Song-gu said nothing more, turned her head to look at the time on the wall. It was time to go upstairs for dinner. She stood up, and said to Tong Xiangyu, "Although it sounds cold-blooded, but—" Tong Xiangyu looked at her expectantly. Song-gu looked at the bright and beautiful almond eyes of the eldest lady, and the harsh words on his lips suddenly stopped coming out. After a pause he said stiffly, "I haven't had a friend for a long time." "It doesn't matter." Tong Xiangyu eyes curved. "I can be your first friend in such a long time." Song-gu was silent for a longer time. After a long while Song-gu said, "It's up to you." After that, she turned around and left the room, and did not forget to say, "Lock the door." "Oh, I remember." Tong Xiangyu ran to the door like a little butterfly, watching Song-gu walk away, and for some reason her heart was beating fast. Tong Xiangyu closed the door and locked it, patted her chest, and let out a long breath. It was a close call. She thought Song-gu would say something cold and embarrassing like it sounds cold-blooded. "But I didn't treat you well, and I don't need you to repay me." But, fortunately, Tong Xiangyu ran and fell into the big bed with satisfaction, reaching out to hug the quilt tightly. And for some reason, she felt a strange joy in her heart. She buried her face in the quilt happily, and couldn't help but hug the quilt and tilt her head to think about something. Chapter 27. This time when Song-gu went upstairs, more people were looking forward to her. Seeing Song-gu go up to the rooftop alone and close the door, everyone was disappointed. Wu Xinjun was still holding Lu Qian in his arms, but he asked first, "Your friend is not coming to dinner again?" Song-gu didn't look at him. Her expression and tone were indifferent. "She is not feeling well." "Wu Xinjun, didn't I prescribe medicine for her? Why is she still not feeling well?" Song-gu didn't say anything else. She glanced at the table, which was almost all meat dishes. She walked over to the Jiang couple, and told them her request. She still wanted to borrow gas to make noodles. Seeing that he was ignored, Wu Xinjun tightened his embrace on his lover's waist in anger. Lu Qian pushed him with her palm, and when he looked over, she glared at him and said, "Why do you care so much about others?" Wu Xinjun pushed his glasses on his nose, and said with a gentlemanly look, "We live under the same roof, and we will see each other more often in the future." Lu Qian snorted coldly, "I didn't see you care so much before." Everyone knows that he must have had lustful thoughts because he saw that the girl was beautiful. Dogman, a thing with a head on its lower body. Zhu Lulu stood among several students, watching Song-gu start cutting vegetables again, walked over and whispered, "Do you need help?" Song-gu turned his head to look at her, recognized her as the female student, who couldn't help but talk back when the glasses man mocked him on the first day. Song-gu said, "No need." Oh. Zhu Lulu looked a little reserved, but even though she was rejected by Song-gu, she didn't retreat immediately, but stood aside, with a hesitant expression. The water in the pot boiled. Zhu Lulu summoned up the courage to ask, "Excuse me, is senior sister Tong still feeling uncomfortable?" Song-gu did not raise his eyes this time. "She is delicate." Zhu Lulu was stunned. She did not expect this answer, and froze for a moment. After a while she asked again, "Then, can I go see her later? She probably doesn't miss it." Song-gu put the noodles into the boiling water, stirred them with chopsticks to make them sticky, added a little salt, covered the pot, and then looked at the round-faced girl. Next time. Zhu Lulu was originally shy, and after being rejected several times in a row, she could only smile and nod, and then went back in shame. Song-gu looked in the direction she left. They were all students, but because they were standing behind the tent, they couldn't see who they were. However, it was dinner time, and everyone should be there. Song-gu didn't look at them much, and continued to cook noodles. In the room on the first floor, Tong Xiangyu thought about a lot of things. After reviewing everything that had happened in the past 10 days, her originally warm mood also cooled down. She hugged the quilt, closing her still sore eyes, and unexpectedly felt calm after sorting out everything. The terrible biting monster, the friend who was pushed down the stairs and fell to death, Fan Mingyuan, who knew a person by appearance but not by heart, and Song-gu. When she fell that day, Tong Xiangyu really thought she was done, and was going to be bitten to death by the monster. Because it is human instinct to run away at the critical moment of life and death. But Song-gu? Tong Xiangyu was thinking halfway when she suddenly heard a knock on the door. Knowing that Song-gu was back, Tong Xiangyu felt her heartbeat strangely faster, rubbed her hot face randomly, got out of bed, and opened the door. But halfway through, Tong Xiangyu suddenly stopped. Except for the time when he brought many people here during the day. Song-gu knocked on the door 5 times these days. She was used to it. Although she was distracted just now. The number of knocks was obviously wrong. Tong Xiangyu was a little confused and alert. And she walked slowly behind the door, with light footsteps. Knock. 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 Fan Mingyuan raised his hand, and knocked on the door again. Although time was tight. His knocking rhythm was normal. The last time she followed Song-gu here. She saw that Song-gu also lived here. But he knocked on the door before entering the house. Which meant that the door was usually locked. Song-gu didn't say anything after knocking on the door. So Tong Xiangyu came to open the door. Fan Mingyuan knew that Tong Xiangyu was now very repulsive and resisting him. Thinking of the series of things he would do after she opened the door for him. He felt abnormally excited. Fan Mingyuan patiently raised his hand and knocked for the 3rd time. Tong Xiangyu in the room pressed her chest nervously. She finally understood why Song-gu used 5 knocks as a signal. People usually knock on the door only 3 times. If they are anxious, they will knock 4 times involuntarily. If they want to find someone to remind the people in the room, they will usually knock twice or 3 times in a row. There is a slight pause in the middle, but the total is 6 times. 5 is a very special number when it comes to knocking on the door. This number makes Tong Xiangyu very sure that the person standing outside the door at this moment is not Song-gu. Who else could it be? Besides Fan Mingyuan, who else could it be? Tong Xiangyu felt her heart being tightly gripped, and her hands and feet were cold. She didn't dare to make a sound. Every knock on the door outside, dong dong dong, seemed to hit her heart directly. Suddenly, the knocking stopped. The footsteps went away. But Tong Xiangyu not only did not feel relieved, but became more panicked. She looked around in panic, and suddenly found that all the windows in the room were locked. It was Song-gu who locked them. This thought made Tong Xiangyu calm down in an instant. But the next moment, a face appeared outside the window. Tong Xiangyu was so scared that she almost screamed. She covered her mouth tightly. Fan Mingyuan first pulled the window. But it couldn't be opened. The room was on a high ground. And with the reflection of the setting sun, it was difficult to see the situation in the room from outside. He tried hard but couldn't open it. Fan Mingyuan had no choice but to turn back. This time he had lost his patience. He knocked on the door and shouted, "Yu, open the door." The sudden and heavier knocking on the door behind him scared Tong Xiangyu so much that she jumped all over. She covered her mouth tightly, tears of fear welled up in her eyes, and shook her head repeatedly. "Yu, would I hurt you?" Fan Mingyuan said, "Think about it, on the day of the accident, did I go to you on purpose to protect you? I like you, you are the only person I want to marry. Would I hurt you again? I know, you blame me for the Chuqiao incident, but I swear to you, I really didn't know it was her at the time. She is your best friend, I love her and her family, how could I possibly hurt her? No matter how terrible those man-eating monsters are, I will hold on even if I die, I will not hurt your friends, I will not hurt your heart." Tong Xiangyu did not feel any better because of Fan Mingyuan's words. Her eyes were red, she covered her mouth with trembling, tears fell, rolling over her fair and beautiful fingers. Knowing that Fan Mingyuan couldn't see, she kept shaking her head. "It's not like that. It's not like that at all. Fan Mingyuan killed someone. No matter who it was, he was still a murderer." Fan Mingyuan didn't get a response from Tong Xiangyu, and he was obviously getting anxious. He turned his head and looked at the stairs. He hadn't heard Song-gu footsteps coming down the stairs yet. So he lowered his voice and said, "Yu, I know you are listening. You can keep silent. But listen to me. You can hate me and not forgive me, but you should listen to my advice and stay away from Song-gu." Fan Mingyuan said, and his speech speed increased. "She is a pervert, a mentally twisted pervert. She is a lesbian and likes women. Don't you know? Why do you think she treats you well for no reason? It's because you are beautiful, well-behaved and easy to deceive." Tong Xiangyu was afraid and covered her mouth tightly to prevent herself from making any sound, but when she heard Fan Mingyuan slandering Song-gu, she couldn't help it, and argued in a crying voice, "You are talking nonsense. Song-gu is not like that at all." Sure enough, Fan Mingyuan outside the door had a dark light in his eyes. He suddenly slowed down his tone, coaxed, "Yu, open the door, let's talk face to face. I really want to see you. I have been suffering for the past half-month. I have been worried about your safety." Tong Xiangyu shook her head, remembering that Fan Mingyuan could not see, wanted to say something, but covered her mouth again. There were footsteps upstairs. It should be Song-gu coming downstairs. Fan Mingyuan cursed in his heart, and did not forget to say the last sentence to Tong Xiangyu. You, I'm leaving first, I will come to see you tomorrow. Remember? I like you, and will never hurt you. Song Ge was relieved when she saw the door was closed. Fan Mingyuan was not on the rooftop. The man who lived with him said he had no appetite, and slept in the room. Song Ge didn't know if this was an excuse. She was worried that Tong Xiangyu would get into trouble. So she hurriedly ate, and came back with the cooked noodles. Now it seems that she was too worried. Song Ge walked to the front of the room, and raised her hand to knock on the door. But suddenly, she noticed something. She didn't move. But her eyes slightly lowered and glanced behind her. There is someone. Song Ge frowned, but the other party did not move, obviously just hiding his body. So Song Ge raised his hand, and knocked on the door 3 times, shouting, "Little milk tea." After a while, the door opened. Song Ge saw that Tong Xiangyu had cried. The eldest lady's eyes were red from crying. Her expression was full of panic and fear. Song Ge pursed his lips, did not look back, walked into the room, and immediately closed and locked the door. After a while, there was a slight sound of footsteps outside. Soon the footsteps ran upstairs. Song Ge then put the incubator on the table, took out 2 pieces of paper, and handed them to Tong Xiangyu, whispered, "I told you not to cry anymore. Do you still want the eyes?" Tong Xiangyu reached out to take the paper Song Ge handed her. Her tears had stopped, but when she heard her say this, she suddenly felt wronged, and the bitterness rushed straight to her nose and eyes, and she cried out. Song Ge immediately realized that he had said too much, and shut up. Tong Xiangyu cried for a while, and wiped away her tears with paper. She was still very scared and nervous, but because Song Ge was there, she felt more at ease. Although Song Ge didn't care why she was crying, Tong Xiangyu still took the initiative to say, Fan Mingyuan came to see me. Did you open the door for him?" Tong Xiangyu shook her head hurriedly. Seeing this, Song Ge said calmly, "Go wash your face first, you really can't cry anymore." After thinking for a while, he said, "And it looks better when you don't cry." Tong Xiangyu was stunned, looking straight at Song Ge with red eyes. Song Ge didn't think he said anything wrong. Tong Xiangyu's mind suddenly flashed with the words that Fan Mingyuan said outside the door, saying that Song Ge was gay, and that he liked her. And so on. She was a little flustered for a moment, and immediately stood up and ran into the bathroom. Song Ge didn't know what Tong Xiangyu thought of. She knew Fan Mingyuan, but she didn't know much. After a moment of silence, she took out the military knife from her waist, and sharpened it with a whetstone. In the bathroom, Tong Xiangyu saw herself in the mirror. She had cried. Her eyes were red and swollen. Maybe because of nervousness and fear. Her face was also red. Like a monkey's butt. Ah! So ugly. Tong Xiangyu didn't care about the bad mood brought by Fan Mingyuan at this time. She just felt a little overwhelmed that she looked like this in front of Song Ge. She hurriedly poured some water from the bucket to wash, and patted her cheeks with the remaining water, trying to disperse the blush on her face. But when she looked in the mirror again, her face was wet, and it still didn't look very good. Tong Xiangyu felt melancholy, and she sat on the toilet seat anxiously, waiting for the blush on her face to fade away. After it faded away with great difficulty, she walked out of the bathroom, and saw Song Ge sharpening a knife. Song Ge, it takes so long to wash your face. Tong Xiangyu walked to the bed by herself, pretending not to hear what Song Ge said. Seeing that she seemed to have calmed down a lot, and didn't plan to come over for dinner, Song Ge picked up the noodles and chopsticks on the table, and walked over to give them to her. Tong Xiangyu took it with both hands, and whispered, "Thank you." Song Ge said nothing, and went back to sharpen the knife. Tong Xiangyu opened the box and found that there were not only small green vegetables, but also a poached egg that looked very good. She looked up at Song Ge, hesitated, and whispered, "Don't you want to ask why Fan Mingyuan came to see me?" Song Ge asked back, "Do you want to say it?" "He just came to apologize to me." "Oh," he said. He didn't know it was Chu Qiao, my good friend, at that time. Otherwise he wouldn't have pushed her down. But if it was someone else, could he have pushed it? Wouldn't that be murder? Song Ge didn't say anything, thinking that the eldest lady was really a model of morality. Tong Xiangyu said, and when he said these words, he didn't feel any guilt at all. "He's really scary. I don't want to see him again." "What kind of person is he?" Song Ge, Fan Mingyuan personality. Tong Xiangyu said, "I don't know, but I always thought he was a humorous and considerate boy, sunny and cheerful, loves playing ball, loves to laugh, except that his academic performance is not very good." I think everyone likes him. What about you? Ah? Song-gu looked at Tong Xiangyu. Everyone likes him. What about you? Tong Xiangyu held the noodles in her hand, shaking her head like a rattle in fear, whispering softly but firmly. I don't like him. I don't like him. Song-gu, because of what happened that day. Tong Xiangyu hesitated, thought for a moment, and answered seriously. What happened that day was the main reason. But human nature is evil, little milk tea. Song-gu sighed. In critical moments, people don't react through the brain. Their limbs will instinctively protect themselves. Tong Xiangyu no longer refuted Song-gu's nickname, and said seriously, but when I fell, you came back to save me. Song-gu paused almost imperceptibly, and continued to sharpen the knife. That's different. Tong Xiangyu asked. Why is it different? Song-gu said calmly. The situation was not particularly critical at the time, and I knew I could run away. Tong Xiangyu saw that she was speaking casually, and unconsciously picked up the noodles with chopsticks. Seeing the steaming noodles and the fragrance of eggs, Tong Xiangyu didn't know what she was thinking. She looked at Song-gu again. What if it was someone else who fell at that time? Would you save him? Of course not. Song-gu looked at her. Do I look stupid? Tong Xiangyu smiled, and suddenly felt better. She snorted and muttered, then save me. Song-gu, I said I would take you to find your parents. Tong Xiangyu responded with a and did not go back to the topic related to Fan Mingyuan, and began to eat noodles. She ate in a gentle and leisurely manner. After finishing the noodles, the vegetables and the eggs, she walked over and put down the thermos box. Song-gu glanced at her and said, drink the soup too? But I don't know when I can drink hot soup in the future. Oh! Tong Xiangyu had to pick up the thermos box again, but suddenly looked at Song-gu again, her black and bright eyes widened. Are we leaving tonight? 2 days later. Song-gu said, I will go to the door to check the situation outside in the next few days. Tong Xiangyu nodded repeatedly. After spending so much time with Song-gu, she no longer felt that drinking the leftover soup was shameful. She drank it bit by bit while holding the thermos box. Song-gu also sharpened the knife. He took the thermos box and handed the military knife to Tong Xiangyu. This? Tong Xiangyu looked at Song-gu in confusion. Song-gu said, hold it and try it. Tong Xiangyu took it. This military knife didn't look small, and it wasn't suitable for girls to hold because it was very heavy. Tong Xiangyu didn't know how Song-gu could hold the knife for so long. It was so heavy. How is it? Song-gu asked. Tong Xiangyu, it's very heavy. Song-gu saw that she was struggling to hold it, so he took the military knife back and put it back on his waist. It was obviously not reliable to give it to the young lady for self-defense temporarily. Chapter 28. At night, Song-gu carefully checked the doors and windows as usual before lying on the sofa. The moonlight was bright. Song-gu listened to another shallow and even breathing sound in the room, looking at the moon in the sky, thinking, if Fan Mingyuan was not here, it would really be possible to let Tong Xiangyu stay here and wait for rescue. But that man with glasses is not a good guy. The eldest lady is too beautiful, maybe she can get some preferential treatment because of this, but when the riot happens, she has no ability to protect herself, so her beautiful appearance will only bring her trouble. I knew it would be troublesome when I climbed over the wall that day. Song-gu thought so, and soon fell asleep. The next morning, Song-gu took Tong Xiangyu to the rooftop. Yes, with Tong Xiangyu. Although Song-gu has been paying attention to the movements of monsters since he moved in, the time at noon and at night is far from enough. Since he is leaving, he needs to collect more useful information. In this way, Song-gu can't stay in the room all day. It was safe in the room before, but now the situation has changed. Once Song-gu leaves for a long time, Tong Xiangyu will be left alone in the room, and will face frequent harassment from Fan Mingyuan. This is being left alone in another sense. Just keep him with you. After all, even if Fan Mingyuan has evil intentions and plots something bad, he will definitely not do anything beyond the rules in public. And the reason why Song-gu chose the rooftop is that opening the first floor door to observe is not only risky, but also has a small observation range. Once discovered by others, it will cause dissatisfaction and resistance. Only the rooftop is the best, safe, and you can see farther and more comprehensively. It was dawn early. Song-gu stood in front of the railing of the rooftop. Several monsters with twisted limbs wandered aimlessly on the street. Half a month had passed, and the size of the monsters did not seem to have changed much. If this thing was not very resistant to hunger, then it did not need to eat at all. They bite people, perhaps just instinctively driven to spread the virus. At present, it seems that they will not die naturally. This place belongs to the 4th and 5th rings of Kaching, and the population is not that dense, mostly students, and as for the situation in the center of Kaching, it is definitely not optimistic. However, they were running to the next city, not to the city center. Song-gu looked at the route, looking farther and farther, looking very carefully, and gradually, she found that all the streets overlapped with the route on the map drawn by Tong Xiangyu based on the landlord's dictation. Song-gu raised her eyebrows slightly in surprise. As expected of a top student, the young lady really has some skills. Song-gu looked back. This top student with skills was playing the game of unraveling yarn with 2 little girls under 10 years old. She had a high bun, revealing her fair and beautiful face. When she smiled, her eyebrows were curved, and her lips were red, and her teeth were white. The Jiangs were making breakfast nearby. Mother Jiang was also surprised that this beautiful and noble-looking girl had such an approachable personality. After all, there were many female students eating with them, but they all didn't like dealing with children, and her daughters didn't like to approach them. Sister Yu, it's your turn. Tong Xiangyu asked, hook your little finger here first. Right? Sister, yes. Sister Yu, hook here. Tong Xiangyu stretched out her fingers and hooked them. Suddenly, she noticed the gaze coming over. She looked up and met Song-gu open gaze. At that moment, Tong Xiangyu little finger, which was hooking the yarn, bit unconsciously again, and she felt inexplicably nervous. Tong Xiangyu had not washed her hair since the water supply was cut off. Although Grandma Tian had bottled water, the water source was precious. She only used a little water every morning when brushing her teeth and washing her face, and drank the rest. Although it was uncomfortable, she could tolerate this special situation. However, in this occasion and this light, her hair would definitely look a little greasy. Song-gu didn't know what Tong Xiangyu was thinking. She looked at the eldest lady and found that her eyes were clear, well-behaved, and a little weak. It seemed that if she waved, she would get up and walk over obediently. Song-gu suppressed the inexplicable evil interest in his heart, turned his eyes away, and continued to observe the surrounding routes and monsters. After breakfast was ready, the Jiang couple invited the two to eat together. It was dumplings. The skin was freshly rolled with dough, and the filling was pork and vegetables. There was a large can of chili sauce next to it. It seemed that he took care of the two of them, and was worried that they could not eat spicy food. So he did not mix the chili sauce with the filling. Song-gu cut the dumplings, leaving the meat, and put the dumpling skin into Tong Xiangyu bowl, letting her eat the noodle soup. The Jiangs were stunned. Tong Xiangyu blinked her almond eyes, and looked at Song-gu. Song-gu said, "What are you looking at? It's good enough to give you some noodle soup." Tong Xiangyu was in a dilemma. Because there was meat filling, she didn't want to eat it, but she was embarrassed to refuse the kindness of the Jiangs. She was struggling and didn't know what to do. Song-gu action just saved her. She looked at Song-gu gratefully. But she didn't expect Song-gu to still perform steadily. Mother Jiang suddenly remembered that this beautiful and delicate female classmate had a bad stomach. The meat they used to make dumplings was not fresh anymore. She felt embarrassed and hurriedly stood up and said, "I cook you another bowl of noodles." Tong Xiangyu picked up the chopsticks. "Don't bother, Auntie. I just eat this. I'm on a diet. I don't want to eat meat." Dad Jiang was slow-witted, not knowing the crux of the matter, just said, "You're so thin and still trying to lose weight." Tong Xiangyu laughed. Which girl would complain about being thin? Song-gu, me. Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu immediately looked at Song-gu. "I know you're good at spoiling things. Don't say anything." Song-gu's own observations were very limited. No one knows the movements of monsters better than the Jiang couple, who have lived on the rooftop for a long time. Tong Xiangyu is good at dealing with people and talking. She didn't reveal their intention to leave this place at all, and quickly got all the information they wanted to know. Tong Xiangyu was responsible for asking, and Song-gu was responsible for listening and remembering. Song-gu has a good memory, but he is unwilling to use it for studying. After dinner, Song-gu went to the railing again to look, remember the route, remember the store, and match them one by one with a map in his mind, and then fill in the remaining road layout that is invisible now based on those proportions. Slowly, Song-gu gradually had a complete route to Kaching in his mind, covering most of the area. On the other side, the two sisters were actively taking Tong Xiangyu to see some vegetables grown by their mother. Although the prices here are not as expensive as in the city center, The Jiang couple are still used to growing some vegetables and fruits in foam boxes. It just so happens that Grandma Tian grows flowers and has no shortage of soil. Vegetables like cabbage, tomatoes, green onions, and sweet potato leaves are very easy to grow. Tong Xiangyu took it seriously. At this time, the older sister said, "Sister Yu, the quiet sister is looking at you." Tong Xiangyu coughed lightly. "You lied. This time it's true." The elder sister said, "Does the quiet elder sister have something to tell you?" Tong Xiangyu couldn't help but look back when she heard that, but saw Song Ge still standing in front of the railing. She looked into the distance, with a slender figure, standing straight, like a straight pine tree under the scorching sun. Tong Xiangyu retracted her gaze, looking at her elder sister who looked triumphant. "Dandan, you lied again. Hee, because since you came here, I haven't seen that elder sister for a long time." Tong Xiangyu lowered her head, gently pulled out 2 small weeds from the potted plants, and whispered, "Why should I look at her? I don't know. Anyway, my sister always looked at her before." Children are always naturally sensitive in this regard. Dandan held her chin and suddenly tilted her head and asked, "Sister Yu, are you sick? That's why you asked that quiet sister to bring you food every day?" "Yes," Tong Xiangyu said, "I was sick before." Dandan said, "Sister Yu, don't be sick. By the way, I have medicine here, you will be fine after taking 1 pill." After saying that, he stood up and ran into the room, and soon ran out again, and stuffed the medicine box into Tong Xiangyu's hand. Tong Xiangyu turned it over and saw, stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets. Tong Xiangyu. Dandan said, "Mom said you have a bad stomach, this is a stomach strengthening medicine, look, these 2 words, I know them." "Wow, you are awesome." Tong Xiangyu smiled, and returned the medicine to her, and said softly, "Thank you, but Sister Yu is well now, so she doesn't need to take medicine, I leave this for Dandan and sister. I won't eat this now, because my stomach isn't uncomfortable." Tong Xiangyu thought, but in this situation, there's no chance for you to eat too much. Tong Xiangyu finally had lunch with everyone. When Wu Xinjun saw her, it felt like the sky had suddenly brightened up. If Lu Qian hadn't pulled him aside, he would have wanted to go up and chat with her immediately. Song Ge found that all the students were there, except Fan Mingyuan, who was not there again. Combined with what Tong Xiangyu said last night, Song Ge guessed that she should be expressing her feelings to the air outside the room on the first floor, and he couldn't help but curl his lips and sneer. At noon, we had rice, and the dishes were still mainly meat, with some vegetables. The power was off, and all kinds of meat could no longer be stored. Even if they were salted, the smell of spoilage would only get stronger. So we had to eat them as soon as possible. As for vegetables, there were some, but they couldn't grow that fast. We didn't know when rescue would come, and we had to rely on these vegetables for sustainable development. Tong Xiangyu had no idea where to start with the dishes on the table. But fortunately, she had a small appetite. So she ate half a bowl of rice and some sour and sweet tomato scrambled eggs. At the table, Wu Xinjun enthusiastically tried to pick up food for Tong Xiangyu many times, but Lu Qian took all the food with her bowl, which made Wu Xinjun look unhappy. Lu Qian pretended not to see it, and asked Tong Xiangyu how she was doing now with concern. Tong Xiangyu smiled and said, "Thank you, sister." She was much better now. The dinner table was very harmonious. Zhu Lulu looked at Tong Xiangyu, and was slightly excited and happy that she was eating at the same table with Benchmark, but she was also melancholy about how to talk to her. It was not until after the meal that Zhu Lulu found that she did not leave immediately after finishing her meal, that she finally found a chance to muster up the courage to go up and say hello, "Tong. Senior sister Tong." Tong Xiangyu looked at her, with a surprised look on her face. "Hello? My name is Zhu Lulu, and I am also a student of Kuzhong." Zhu Lulu clenched her fists and tried to stay calm, saying, "Senior sister, I have always been targeting you. You are so beautiful, and you study so hard, and you are so excellent." Tong Xiangyu's eyes were curved, and her voice was gentle and soft, but looks don't seem to have anything to do with studying? "It does," Zhu Lulu said, "although Kuzhong is a key high school. Many girls in our class, who are a little bit prettier will date boys, and then their grades will be affected." Tong Xiangyu pursed her lips and smiled softly. Seeing this, Zhu Lulu blushed again, and she was a little afraid to look at her later, and said, "Senior Tong, you are really beautiful, and you are also very good, very kind, very gentle and kind." Tong Xiangyu asked, according to you. Are pretty girls not kind? No. No. Zhu Lulu said, but they feel they are superior to others. Compared with ordinary girls like us. They have a great sense of superiority. But I often think, Tong, you are so beautiful. You are the best in your grade. And you have a good family background. If you don't show a sense of superiority, who are they? Why do they do that? I feel a little unfair. Why are you still speaking up for me? Tong Xiangyu's voice was very gentle. And she said softly, I don't think I'm that good looking. Aesthetics is a very personal, subjective and biased thing. Maybe you think it's good looking, but others don't think so. And others think it's good looking, but you don't think so. So, don't worry too much about it. Also, who said you're ordinary? I just think you have a round face, and you're very cute. Zhu Lulu looked at her nervously and flattered. Why? Don't you believe it? Tong Xiangyu thought about it, and decided to give an example. She turned to look at Songge, who was busy with work, and pointed at him and asked quietly, for example, what do you think of Songge? Zhu Lulu looked over, and was very hesitant, because she knew that the two seemed to have a good relationship, and it was not good to say bad things. So she just stammered, Senior Song's personality is a bit cold, and she doesn't seem to be easy to get close to. She should be the kind of person who is not easy to get along with. Tong Xiangyu asked, what about her appearance? Do you think she is pretty? Zhu Lulu looked over again. The bright sunlight shone on Songge. She was very tall, and looked very thin, and had a good body proportion. Short hair would definitely reduce her points among girls. But if you look closely at her facial features, she had beautiful double eyelids, and a nice nose bridge, and a perfect height. The lips were thin on the top and thick on the bottom. Together, although her skin was not white, she was much prettier than ordinary people like them. It was just that, maybe her expression was always cold, and her eyes always kept people at a distance, so she looked difficult to approach, and not very pretty. After reading it, Zhu Lulu answered seriously, it's pretty. Tong Xiangyu was instantly stuck. She thought Zhu Lulu would blurt out that it wasn't pretty. She had prepared many words to praise Songge in her mind, and used this as an example to further deepen the argument that aesthetics is very personal and subjective. But Zhu Lulu actually said it was pretty. Tong Xiangyu hesitated, thinking about secretly saying it wasn't pretty. But before she could open her mouth, she saw Songge looking over here, as if he had noticed something. Tong Xiangyu suddenly felt like she was caught doing something bad. Her heart was pounding faster, her eyes were dodging guiltily. She gave up the idea of saying bad things about Songge, pulled Zhu Lulu away a little, and whispered, let's change an example. Let's change to Fan Mingyuan, you should know him. Right? What do you think he looks like? Very handsome. Zhu Lulu blurted out without thinking, her eyes were shining, looking at Tong Xiangyu. Senior Fan is the school hunk, and he is also your pursuer, Senior Tong, isn't he? No. Tong Xiangyu said very decisively this time. He is totally not my taste. Do you think he is handsome? I have no feeling at all. Zhu Lulu was very surprised, stunned. Senior Fan is just average? Then what is your taste? Tong Xiangyu replied, I don't know, I haven't met anyone I like yet, and I don't know what my taste is. Zhu Lulu asked, then do you think Senior Song is pretty? Tong Xiangyu supported her face, turned her head to look at Songge, who was no longer paying attention to this side. After her eyes paused on Songge for 2 seconds, she retracted them. She answered softly but firmly, I think it looks good. Zhu Lulu's eyes lit up again. Then our aesthetics are not completely different. Yes. Tong Xiangyu also smiled, with curved almond eyes, said, so aesthetics is a very magical thing. In the evening, Songge asked Tong Xiangyu what she talked about with her junior schoolmate in the afternoon, and they talked excitedly for the whole afternoon. Tong Xiangyu said that they were talking about the philosophy of life. And Songge would definitely not be interested. Songge said, that's right. I can't understand the world of you academic masters. Tong Xiangyu hurriedly explained, that's not what I meant. Don't misunderstand me. Songge smiled when she heard it. Tong Xiangyu looked at her, and suddenly said, you should smile more. Songge, you look better when you smile. Songge stopped smiling, raised his eyelids to look at her. Oh! Tong Xiangyu. Songge, I find you are very rebellious. How old are you? Are you 3 years old this year? I don't know, I should be almost full. Wow, you are still picking up the gag. Songge stopped talking nonsense with the eldest lady, and said, you fit in really quickly. In one day, you broke into all age groups and conquered everyone. No way. Tong Xiangyu didn't think it was her fault. She said, Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang are very nice people. Dandan and Yingying are just children. Children are nice to everyone. Zhu Lulu is a junior. And she said, she took me as her role model. The doctor's sister has a very good personality. What about the girls from number 2 middle school? They are from the art school. Do you have any common topics? They and I curse Fan Mingyuan together. Song Ge had nothing to say about the strange friendship between the girls. Chapter 29 Dilemma. The next day, they got up early, and went to the rooftop as usual. The difference was that the two girls had become familiar with Tong Xiangyu the day before, and when they met, they enthusiastically pulled her to do morning exercises, saying that she needed to exercise more to avoid getting sick. Song Ge looked at the monsters on the street that were moving slowly because they had no target, and then looked at Tong Xiangyu who was playing well with the children, and hesitated again in his heart. Perhaps taking risks was not suitable for this young lady, and she should stay here and wait for rescue. This thought reached its peak after Fan Mingyuan hit a wall. Song Ge found that Fan Mingyuan was very enthusiastic after seeing Tong Xiangyu. But he was not surprised at all. Obviously, before that, the fat boy told Fan Mingyuan that Tong Xiangyu would go to the rooftop to eat with everyone. Fan Mingyuan pretended very well, as if he was not angry at all for confessing to the heir for a long time the day before. But when he went to talk to Tong Xiangyu, the situation changed. Tong Xiangyu's resistance to Fan Mingyuan in the past 2 days was obvious to all. This time, Tong Xiangyu was no longer surrounded by Song Ge, but Zhu Lulu, several female students from number 2 middle school, and 2 little girls under 10 years old, the Jiang couple, Lu Qian, and even Wu Xinjun. Everyone stood on Tong Xiangyu's side. Fan Mingyuan, who entered this group earlier, became the one who was isolated. It seems that even if Tong Xiangyu continues to stay here, Fan Mingyuan will not get any advantage. The same is true for the man with glasses. Although Lu Qian is a mistress, she is not weak in character, and even has some strong character. She can calm down. So that night Song Ge asked Tong Xiangyu, here she has food, drink, clothes and shelter, there are doctors and medicines when she is sick, and there are so many friends, will she still leave? Tong Xiangyu answered without hesitation, let's go. Song Ge asked, why? Tong Xiangyu said, because you have to go. I want to follow you. I am counting on you to take me to find my parents. Song Ge, you can also wait for rescue here. When the rescue team arrives, these monsters and viruses will be solved. When the society is restored to order, electricity, and network will be provided, you will find your parents soon. But where's the rescue? Tong Xiangyu said, we have discussed this before. This virus should have an incubation period. This terrible thing should not only happen in our Keqing province and city. Song Ge, that's just our guess. Tong Xiangyu said seriously, but it's the most likely. Isn't it? If it was just our problem, when one side is in trouble, all sides will come to help. Rescue teams from all over the country would have come long ago. But look, it's been almost a month, and I haven't even heard the sound of a helicopter. When Song Ge heard her mention the helicopter, he paused and asked, were there many planes that day? Tong Xiangyu was puzzled. What? Song Ge said, on the day the monster appeared, there were many sounds of fighter planes flying over our school. Didn't you notice? You put it that way. Tong Xiangyu thought about it carefully. It seems so? Song Ge's heart sank. Tong Xiangyu saw that Song Ge's face was not right, and immediately asked, what does this mean? Song Ge said, it means that this monster virus may have broken out inside Keqing. The Keqing government wanted to control the situation itself at first, but finally found that it was out of control, so it could only flee in advance, abandoning the citizens. Those military aircraft are the signal that the region has given up control and is asking the country for help. Tong Xiangyu said, according to what you said, the situation in other cities should be fine? No. Song Ge said, there is another possibility. That is, the virus has already existed all over the country, and it is uncontrollable. The country is afraid of causing panic and greater chaos. So it has been concealing it until it can no longer be concealed due to the full-scale outbreak. The only way is to evacuate the important leaders of each city in advance. Tong Xiangyu's eyes gradually widened. Song Ge looked at her and said, the second possibility is more likely. Tong Xiangyu was a little panicked. What should we do? If there is no rescue in other cities, then we can only wait for death? Why wait for death when you have hands and feet? Song Ge retracted his gaze. Didn't I say, don't rely on others? The one who can really save you is yourself. Song-gu continued, besides, as of now, the only scary thing about this kind of monster is that it will attack humans. They don't have much desire to destroy buildings. Tong Xiangyu saw that Song-gu said it so simply, and frowned as if facing a great enemy. Isn't it scary enough that it will attack humans? This means that as long as we encounter them, our lives will be in danger, and they are impossible to kill, which is the most difficult thing. It's not that they are impossible to kill, but we don't know how to kill them yet. However, these monsters have a poor sense of balance, and we can use this to deal with them. Song-gu said, no matter how terrible they are just viruses parasitizing flesh and blood. If the flesh is completely destroyed, they should die. Tong Xiangyu, how to completely destroy the flesh? Song-gu, for example, burn it with fire. Tong Xiangyu uttered a soft wow, looked at Song-gu, and waited for her to continue. Song-gu did not continue to speak, but raised her eyes again and asked Tong Xiangyu, did you think that rescue might not come? So you came with me? Of course not. Tong Xiangyu said, I just want to go with you. You said that I have a good relationship with them, but all of them combined are not as good as you alone. Song-gu looked at Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu saw Song-gu staring at her in silence, and she realized how ambiguous her words were. Her ears turned red, and she explained in panic, no, that's not what I meant. I mean, I have a good relationship with them now, because the situation is not urgent. There is enough food, and there are no monster attacks. When such real problems arise later, this then, easily established relationship will easily turn against each other. You are different. You don't seem to be afraid of monsters at all. You are very calm, and give people a very powerful feeling. Song-gu saw that she was getting more and more flustered and her face was getting redder as she explained, a little puzzled. Why are you flustered? Why don't you just say that I can fight better than them? Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu was afraid that Song-gu would misinterpret her ambiguous words and misunderstand that she also had that kind of thoughts, but she didn't expect that Song-gu did misinterpret them. But he misinterpreted them in other ways. Tong Xiangyu had no choice but to say, that's right. Song-gu said, so, you're not stupid. How could I be stupid? Tong Xiangyu was a little bit unbelievable, looking at Song-gu and said, if I'm stupid, can I still get the first place in the grade? Do I need to praise you for being great? No. Thank you. You're welcome. I didn't want to praise you anyway. Wish you first. The topic was about to end like this. Tong Xiangyu turned over on the big bed, facing Song-gu, and said, Song-gu, actually before you said those words tonight, I wanted you, Lulu, and the others to go with us. Song-gu, don't. The battery car can't knock down so many people. Song-gu said, and you are the only one who is in trouble. Tong Xiangyu felt a little uncomfortable when she heard Song-gu say that she was the only one who was in trouble. But she didn't feel offended after thinking about it. So she just whispered, I am not a big trouble. Am I? I even drew a map for you. Song-gu was silent for 2 seconds and said, are you still not going to bed? You have to get up early tomorrow. Tong Xiangyu saw that Song-gu refused to acknowledge her contribution and pouted. I want to eat chicken legs. Song-gu, it's in the bag. Take it yourself. My eyes are not fully healed yet. I can't see. You help me get it. You still say you don't have to cause any trouble? Tong Xiangyu said seriously, I have saved you a lot of trouble. In order to avoid diarrhea and trouble, I have been eating vegetarian food for so many days. Now I can't even eat a small chicken drumstick to satisfy my craving? Song-gu said, aren't you trying to lose weight? Tong Xiangyu, but you also said that girls don't need to be too thin. Song-gu was silent. Tong Xiangyu said faintly, Song-gu. Song-gu sighed, sat up resignedly, and muttered softly, little trouble. Song-gu went to get his backpack in the moonlight and candlelight in the room, and let the young lady choose whether to eat chicken legs or duck necks. Tong Xiangyu looked at the 3 small bags, but suddenly couldn't bear to get up. Only 2 left? 3. But if I eat tonight, there will only be 2 left. Tong Xiangyu was reluctant to leave. Song-gu heard her pitiful tone, and thought that if there was no monster corpse tied, this young lady would be able to get whatever she wanted no matter where she went. She would never suffer such grievances. So he said, wait until we get out. If the situation outside is not dangerous, we can still go into the store to find these. Tong Xiangyu looked up and looked at Song-gu eagerly. Song-gu was speechless for a while. I know. You are going to say that taking things without permission is stealing. No. No. Tong Xiangyu smiled. Her beautiful almond eyes curved into crescents. And she looked at Song-gu and said, I don't know why. Song-gu, I feel a little excited and expectant all of a sudden. Song-gu poured cold water on him. Then you'd better not have such a feeling. Tong Seong-yu. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. At the same time on the rooftop, the two sisters had fallen asleep early because they had played with Tong Seong-yu too much during the day. Mother Jiang, however, tossed and turned in bed and couldn't fall asleep. Father Jiang whispered, Don't worry too much. What's supposed to come will come. At worst, we could all go out to find supplies. Isn't there a supermarket not far downstairs? Mother Jiang was full of worries and sighed again. Father Jiang warned, Don't tell anyone about this for now. Telling them will only make more people anxious and make the situation tense. Jiang Zhuang. Do you think rescue will really come? Of course. Jiang Zhuang said, Life is above all else. Didn't you watch the news? Our country's rescue is the most reliable in the world. But it's been so long, and they haven't come yet. Maybe because of the lack of water, electricity, and internet. And there are so many monsters. It's not easy to start the work, Mother Jiang said, but I saw in the news before that when it was inconvenient to rescue, the government would send planes to drop supplies. Do you think that people outside would think that there was no one left in kitchen, and would not waste those rescue resources? Father Jiang said, Of course not. The more Mother Jiang thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case. With the internet and power cut off, we couldn't contact the outside world, and the outside world couldn't contact us either. They must have thought that everyone was dead. Father Jiang said, Don't think about it. How could it be possible? Take a look at major accidents, such as plane crashes. We all said that no one was alive. But the rescue team fished out bodies from the sea. This is the idea of seeing the bodies alive or dead. The country will definitely not ignore us. Dad Jiang said a lot, but Mom Jiang didn't listen to a word. Women are emotional. The more she thought about it, the more difficult it was to control her fear. Her voice was tearful. I'm fine. I've lived enough. But my Dandan and Ying are still young. They are in elementary school. Their lives have just begun. What should I do? Seeing that she was so weak, Father Jiang scolded, I told you not to think too much. What's wrong with you? Then he hugged her and said in a softer tone, Don't cry. What if you wake up the child? Mother Jiang sniffed, choked, and tried to calm down. Father Jiang hugged her. Don't scare yourself. Go to sleep quickly. The couple thought they spoke quietly and calmed down their emotions in time, but the next day, Dandan told Tong Seong-yu about it. Sister Yu, do you think the firefighters won't come? Of course they will come. Dandan, but my mother said that the firefighters may not know that we are still here, so they won't come to save us. My mother also said that the rice at home will run out and we will all die. Tong Seong-yu was stunned. She quickly came back to her senses and looked at the others. Seeing that no one noticed this place, she immediately took Dandan to the side and asked in a low voice, Did your mother tell you this? Dandan shook her head. Mom said that after Ying and I fell asleep, and told Dad. But I was not asleep. I heard it. Tong Seong-yu felt heavy-hearted, but her voice was still gentle and soft. Dandan, promise Sister Yu that you will not tell this to anyone else. Okay? Dandan nodded vigorously. Tong Seong-yu thought about it, and pinched Dandan's soft little hand again, saying, Of course the firefighters will come. They will know we are still here. I teach you a way. What is it? Come. I draw it for you. Tong Seong-yu wrote 3 English words on the dusty floor tiles with her fingers. Dandan read them carefully. One by one, see. Oh. See. Tong Seong-yu said, Yes. These 3 pinions, put together, it means save me. When the firefighters see this, they will know that someone needs help here, and they will come to save us. Dandan said, But how can we let the firefighters see it? Tong Seong-yu thought for a while and asked, Dandan, do you have any red cloth or clothes, and then find me a pair of scissors? Sister, come with me. Song-gu didn't know what Tong Seong-yu was doing with a kid who was less than 10 years old, but she was not interested in knowing. When Ju Lulu arrived at the rooftop, Tong Seong-yu had already cut a lot of red cloth strips, and she was tying the strips with 2 kids, and then bending them into the shape of letters, and sticking them on the ground. Ju Lulu looked at the S on the ground, and immediately understood what Tong Seong-yu did. Senior, are you sending a distress signal? But Tong Seong-yu glanced at the 2 sisters, who were eager to help, and immediately made a hushed gesture to Zhu Lulu, asking her not to say anything, and then led people to the side. Zhu Lulu sighed and said, "This requires others to have a telescope or be in the sky to see it. Right? But these days, there is no plane." Tong Xiangyu said softly, "It's right to be more prepared. Do you want to wait until you hear the sound of an airplane before you start posting this? It will be too late then." Zhu Lulu's eyes lit up. "That makes sense, then I help too." Everyone served the rice for lunch in an orderly manner. After eating one round, when Wu Xinjun got up to serve the rice again, he looked at the bottom of the pressure cooker, scraped it with a rice spoon, and frowned and said, "Sister Jiang, I didn't cook enough rice today." "Oh, I ate a little too much." Mother Jiang said, "I'm sorry. Xiao Wu, I'm a little hungry because I was busy this morning. I won't eat any more. I give you this bowl." Wu Xinjun glanced at her rice bowl, which was already filled with food. Although he felt disgusted, he felt that it was important to fill his stomach in this special situation. So he took it without hesitation. Father Jiang wanted to say something. Mother Jiang pulled him aside and told him not to speak. Song Ge, who was sitting next to her, knew that the rice bowl had not been touched at all. So where did the eat more come from? She saw the couple's little action, but pretended not to see it. She only put down the bowl and lifted the plastic wrap after eating. While Wu Xinjun was eating more rice, he complained that the meat was too salty. Frowning tightly, "Sister Jiang, your cooking skills are not good today. It's so salty." "Oh, really? I will pay attention next time." Tong Xiangyu couldn't stand it anymore, put down the bowl and chopsticks, and said, "Uncle, if you think the food is too salty, you can eat less. Please don't point fingers. Respect the fruits of others' labor. Okay? Unless you cook it yourself." Xian Jufu. This was the first time that Tong Xiangyu took the initiative to talk to the cheating man with glasses. Wu Xinjun was originally very excited, but when he heard the other party call him uncle, he froze for a moment, and his face suddenly became unhappy. They were only 7 or 8 years apart. Does he look that old? Calling uncle at the age of 7 or 8? But Wu Xinjun was just unhappy in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He raised his glasses frame and said with a smile, You are right, you are right. Sorry. Sister Jiang, I am not very good at talking, don't take it to heart." Mother Jiang said hurriedly, "It's okay. It's okay. How could it be? Don't quarrel over me." Fan Mingyuan also spoke at this time, Uncle, we are not familiar with you. Right? Why did you even call me Yu? This is something we can only call each other among classmates and friends." Wu Xinjun heard Fan Mingyuan emphasize the word uncle, and the veins on his forehead jumped. He had clearly called him brother before, but he still gritted his teeth and endured it. He laughed and said, "We all live in the same room and eat at the same table. There is no need to be so formal. I will show you my skills some other day. Let's do this. When I am rescued in the future, I will treat everyone to a meal." Fan Mingyuan sneered. "Do I need you to treat me?" The atmosphere at the table was about to become tense. The landlord, Grandma Tian, took a piece of meat with chopsticks and said, "I think it's delicious." In this special situation, everyone must be harmonious and avoid conflicts within the group. Since Grandma Tian said so, everyone gave her a face, and the situation was no longer tense. But after lunch, Song Ge did not stay on the rooftop. She looked at Tong Xiangyu, and Tong Xiangyu happened to look over. The two looked at each other. Going down to the first floor, Song Ge locked the door as soon as he entered. "Song Ge, I have something to tell you." "What's going on?" They both spoke at the same time. Seeing Tong Xiangyu's serious expression and thinking of what happened at the table, Song Ge said, "Is there not enough food?" Tong Xiangyu was about to say, but was shocked to hear Song Ge's words. "How do you know? Did you hear it?" "Just guessing." Song Ge asked, "What do you want to do?" Tong Xiangyu frowned and hesitated. "Aren't we going to leave tomorrow?" "Yes. Before I leave, I want to help Jiang and the others as much as possible," Tong Xiangyu said, and immediately looked at Song Ge. "Of course, this risk is very high, and it must be approved by you. This is what I think." Although the old man surnamed Wu stared at me with a lecherous look, and Fan Mingyuan was also annoying. But the others were very friendly. If there is not enough food, just like Grandma Tian said, conflicts will definitely break out first. Song Ge said, "You want me to go to the supermarket to get rice and noodles?" Tong Xiangyu heard Song-Ge's straightforward words. And she hesitated. She had been with Song-Ge for so long. And she knew what kind of person Song-Ge was. She always advocated keeping oneself out of trouble. Song-Ge would not agree to take risks for irrelevant people this time. But since Song-Ge had said it openly, Tong Xiangyu nodded hesitantly and looked at Song-Ge carefully. Anyway, we have Grandma Tian electric car now. You see, the electric bike was originally my grandmother's. Song-Ge, but there are monsters everywhere outside, and there might be some in the supermarket too. Tong Xiangyu instantly understood Song-Ge's attitude. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she silently lowered her eyes. Song-Ge said, "Let me think about it." Seeing that Song-Ge did not completely refuse, Tong Xiangyu felt conflicted again. She kept twisting her fingers, not knowing if this was morally blackmailing Song-Ge. So she said, "Forget it, if it's too dangerous. Don't go." Song-Ge looked up at Tong Xiangyu. "The Jiangs are responsible for our meals here, and it was Grandma Tian who saved us. It's time to repay her." Tong Xiangyu's eyes lit up, and she looked at Song-Ge. "Did you agree?" Song-Ge knew that this kind-hearted little bodhisattva didn't have to agree to it when she said forget it, but if she refused, she would definitely feel guilty and cry secretly for a long time. Song-Ge replied, "Yes. Let me think about it, and make a plan." Song-Ge, "But this will consume a lot of battery power." "It doesn't matter." Tong Xiangyu said eagerly, "The electric car is a pleasant surprise. We would have run without it. After my eyes are healed, I will exercise every day. I will definitely not hold you back then." Because Song-Ge agreed as an exception, Tong Xiangyu looked very happy. She said, "And wasn't our original plan to find a car? Once we find a car, it won't matter whether the electric car has power or not." Song-Ge saw that the eldest lady's eyes were bright, and her expression was high when she spoke. He suddenly felt that his concession was not so stupid. He said, "That's true." Chapter 30 No Regrets. Song-Ge originally planned to leave the city in the opposite direction of the supermarket. Since she was going to the supermarket to get rice, she observed and studied the situation around the convenient supermarket near the basement in the afternoon. The windows of the clothing store adjacent to the north side of the supermarket were shattered to the ground. It seemed quiet inside now. There were no monsters. But Song-Ge still remembered the scene of the monsters ferociously pounced on the windows. So we must be vigilant here. There was a slope in front of the supermarket for cars to drive. But now, it was completely blocked by a private car and a broken green plant. In other words, although the electric vehicle is convenient, they can't drive it directly to the supermarket gate. They need to park the electric vehicle on the road more than 10 meters away from the supermarket, and then carry the rice and flour. However, the view around the supermarket is very wide, and there are many crashed cars and trees on the road. Their electric vehicle is small, so it should be able to drive back and forth smoothly. After calculating the route in his mind, Song-Ge observed the spots where the monsters like to wander the most. The temperature is still very hot recently, and the rule that the monsters are the least active around 1 p.m. has not been broken. Looking around, there are not many monsters on the street. Only 4 or 5 ragged monsters with broken arms and limbs walking slowly under the big tree. Monsters are afraid of heat, but that doesn't mean that high temperatures will have a substantial impact on them. At least from the last time, their mobility has not weakened at all. This trip to the supermarket to get food is obviously much more dangerous than going out of the city directly, because the supermarket is a closed environment. Just like the classroom before. The classroom at least has windows. But the back door of the supermarket is not something they can easily find and open. Once they enter the supermarket and are surrounded by monsters, she will become a turtle in a can, and it will be difficult for her to survive even if she has wings. Sister Yu, you are looking at that cold sister again. Tong Xiangyu quickly came back to her senses when she heard this, retracted her gaze, looked at the carefree little girl Dandan, pursed her lips and smiled, but she was not at all relaxed in her heart. Tong Xiangyu began to wonder if her decision was rash. Although Song-Ge had been busy planning their escape from the city these days, he had never relaxed his frown like this before. Zhu Lulu and several girls from No. 2 middle school were also there. They were chatting, but stopped talking after hearing Dandan's words. Zhu Lulu looked at Tong Xiangyu first, then at Song-Ge standing in front of the railing in the distance, and said, "I think Senior Song seems to like standing over there. What is she looking at? It's so hot. Doesn't she mind the sun?" Strange. A long-haired girl from No. 2 middle school also said, "In this kind of weather, I can't stand standing under the sun for even a minute. But she can stand for hours." Another person said. It seems that every time I see her, she is standing over there. Is she not sociable? I don't know, but I feel like she is girls with cold personalities, who dress more like men, generally speaking, also like girls. Ju Lulu immediately frowned and said, Don't talk nonsense. Then she glanced at Tong Seongyu, the girl from number 2 middle school. I'm not talking nonsense. There are so many TS in our school. It's because our art school is dominated by women, so you can't blame us for being deceived by Fan Mingyuan appearance after we saw him. Everyone was chatting enthusiastically. But Tong Seongyu had no intention of listening. The more she thought about it, the more she regretted her hasty decision. Or now that the matter has not been exposed, they can pretend not to know. Tong Seongyu was shocked when this thought came to her mind. How could she do this? Grandma Tian was kind enough to save them, and Aunt Jiang was also very good to them. How could she think like this? In the evening, Songde told Tong Seongyu about the plan. Speaking of safety, it would be best if someone was watching outside the supermarket. Tong Seongyu immediately raised her hand. I am going with you. I can be responsible for watching. Songde looked at her and said, Not only do you have to keep watch, but you also have to receive things. I took out rice and noodles from the supermarket, and you have to pile them up on the electric car. Do you have the strength to do that? Of course I do, Tong Seongyu said. Don't underestimate me. Songde thought to himself. It's not that I want to underestimate you, but you think even a military knife is too heavy. Songde glanced around the room, walked over and picked up a few things, and finally handed a solid wood chair to Tong Seongyu. Tong Seongyu looked at Songde without knowing what was going on. Songde said, If we want to take a bag of 20 kilograms of rice, it's about this heavy. Tong Seongyu took it with both hands, and her hands suddenly felt heavy. She cried out, and quickly held it steady. Songde saw that Tong Seongyu was struggling to hold it, and each finger was blue and white from the effort, and said, We still have to find someone else. No. Tong Seongyu was so anxious that she almost got a stitch in the side. She quickly put down the chair and said to Songde anxiously, This matter must not be known to others. First, it will cause panic. Second, if they know that Grandma Tian has an electric car, do you think we can still leave? Songde was startled, and looked at Tong Seongyu. So you feel guilty? The topic jumped too quickly, and Tong Seongyu didn't react for a moment. What? Songde said, We will ride the landlord's electric bike. Are you worried that without the bike, it will be dangerous for people here to go to the supermarket to get food? So you want to solve this troublesome matter before we leave? Tong Seongyu was slightly stunned. She didn't think so at first, but when Songde said so, she found that there was indeed this consideration. So she nodded. Songde frowned, which had been on for almost the entire afternoon, relaxed, and heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. Tong Seongyu was puzzled. How is it good? Songde picked up the solid wood chair with one hand, walked to the window, and said, I thought you were kind-hearted, and you wanted to lend a hand to anyone in trouble. Tong Seongyu instinctively followed Songde and said, They are not considered others. Right? Songde, we just lived under the same roof for a few days. So are we our own people? Tong Seongyu wanted to say that I didn't mean that, but she felt that she couldn't explain it clearly, so she used her own spear to attack the other side's shield. Didn't you say that you were grateful to Aunt Jiang for cooking these days? They just did it by the way. But now we have to risk our lives. Songde stopped and handed the chair in her hand to Tong Seongyu. She had her own set of principles, and said, Besides, it is the landlord and the Jiang couple who have done us a favor. But we get the rice and noodles, and everyone benefits. This is not fair. Tong Seongyu subconsciously took the solid wood chair. Because she was talking, she didn't pay attention to it. She said, Not everyone cares about fairness. Songde, others don't care. I care. Tong Seongyu frowned slightly. The chair was heavy. Her hands began to tremble slightly. So, do you want to go back on your word? No. Seeing this, Songde took the chair back from her. I never go back on my promises. Tong Seongyu herself was a little hesitant. So when she heard Songde's words, she didn't know whether she was relieved or more worried. She clenched and opened her fingers several times, and said, Then you said so much because? Songde didn't say anything. After she finished resting, he handed her the solid wood chair again. This time, Tong Seongyu took a look at it, but didn't take it. She shook her head and said, "No, my hand hurts. It hurts now. We will just get more rice tomorrow." Song-gu handed her the chair. "Take it, and put it on the sofa." Tong Xiangyu opened her eyes wide. "Why?" "Because when you put rice, you have to pick it up and stack it." Tong Xiangyu realized that Song-gu told her that to distract her, and then get used to the weight of the chair. Tong Xiangyu took the heavy chair and put it on the sofa. However, because her hand hurt, she couldn't help but said angrily, "The rice bag is definitely not as sharp as the chair that hurts my hand." Song-gu said, "Rice is not as sharp as the chair that makes you pick it up so easily." Tong Xiangyu pouted, looking unhappy. Seeing her like this, Song-gu suddenly said, "But your strength is better than I thought." Tong Xiangyu's eyes lit up instantly, and she looked at Song-gu with watery eyes. Song-gu said, "Don't look at me. Keep practicing." Seeing that she only praised him for 1 second, Tong Xiangyu snorted, but she regained her energy, lifted the heavy chair and said, "I said I can do it. I'm not a problem." Song-gu looked at her and thought that this young lady IQ must have been all spent on studying. The last-minute training was of course effective. However, the next day, Tong Xiangyu's arms were so sore that she could hardly lift them. Tong Xiangyu was very worried about this, and she kept pinching her arms to relax her muscles according to what Song-gu said. The soreness was relieved a little at noon, and by the evening, she was almost fully recovered. At this time, when Tong Xiangyu picked up the solid wood chair again, her hands no longer shook. It was obvious that the effect was very good. Song-gu quietly opened the door of the building. Tong Xiangyu wore a mask and followed her quietly. She asked quietly, "Song-gu, why do we have to act at night? Aren't there fewer monsters during the day?" Song-gu said, "Do you think they can't see us if we act during the day?" Tong Xiangyu, "But we can't see us at night." Song-gu, "I can see it." The moon was high in the sky, with no clouds blocking the view. Although it was only a faint moonlight, Song-gu had good eyesight, and could see things normally in this light. Tong Xiangyu was different. Her eyes had been sunburned by the strong sunlight before, and she had not recovered completely, so she could not adapt to the darkness. When she walked out of the door, Tong Xiangyu grabbed the air with her hands, and immediately grabbed the corner of Song-gu's clothes when she touched her. Song-gu walked in front, and Tong Xiangyu followed behind. The two took advantage of the night to come to the place where the old electric vehicles were parked. Song-gu inserted the key and turned it on. Then he found the switch on the handlebars of the electric bike and flicked it. A headlight suddenly lit up in the darkness. Tong Xiangyu exclaimed softly, and said in a low voice, "I forgot that electric bikes have headlights." But then she asked worriedly, "Will the headlights attract those monsters?" "No." "How do you know?" "I can see it." Song-gu said, "The frequency of monsters' activities during the day and at night is about the same, which means that light has no effect." Tong Xiangyu asked, "What has an impact?" "Temperature." Song-gu whispered, "To put it bluntly, these monsters are parasites infected by viruses. All viruses should be afraid of high temperatures, so they are least active at noon." Tong Xiangyu whispered, "But the weather is so hot, and I don't see them dying. Which virus can be killed by a temperature of more than 40 degrees? Song-gu said, "They can clearly distinguish living things, people, animals, so I guess they should have a special sensory system, similar to that, something high-tech." Tong Xiangyu blinked. "Are you talking about infrared radiation imaging technology?" Song-gu looked at her. Tong Xiangyu wanted to say a lot, but she stopped in time when she remembered something, and simply said, "It is thermal imaging, which captures the biological state through temperature to form an image." Song-gu immediately said, "That's it." Song-gu asked, "If it is this technology, is there any way for us to hide?" "Yes. The simplest one is that according to the principle, we can isolate the heat generated by ourselves, such as adding tin platinum under the clothes to isolate the body temperature." Song-gu asked while making preparations, "What is that?" "Metal elements, all are silvery white, and very ductile. Tin can weld metals and make alloys. Platinum is platinum. You know platinum? It has very stable chemical properties, and is insoluble in strong acids and strong." Song-gu interrupted, "There is no such thing. Is there any other way? There is also a high-tech material that is said to be specially used for camouflage." Forget it. When she heard about high-tech, she knew it was hopeless. Song-gu had already tucked the hem of her short-sleeved shirt into her waistband, and tied the waistband tightly, and threw the flashlight into her clothes from the collar, to solve the problem of having no pockets. She put on the mask, moved to her chin, pushed the electric car towards the back door, and said in a deep voice, "Repeat our plan again." Tong Xiangyu whispered, "You go to the supermarket to get some rice. I be on the lookout outside. If I find any monsters, I call you as soon as I see them. Oh, by the way, Song-ge, didn't you take the 2 marbles that Dandan gave me? You said that monsters have a poor sense of balance and will fall if they step on the marbles. But I think the probability of them stepping on the marbles is too small given the wide road. So I asked Aunt Jiang for a bag of soybeans. Soybeans are too small. And the monsters won't fall even if they step on them. Maybe they won't fall if they step on just one. But they will definitely fall if they step on a lot of them." Tong Xiangyu said, "You believe me?" Song-ge responded, looked at her hands, but they were empty, asked, "Where are the soybeans?" Tong Xiangyu said, "In the room." Song-ge. Seeing Song-ge silent, Tong Xiangyu immediately reacted, and said nervously, "Ah, so you need it tonight? I thought we would use it when we escaped Chung. Then I get it now." "No need." Song-ge had already led the battery car outside. She used a rope to tie a special knot on the handle of the back door, so that the door would not be locked, and if it was hit by a reckless collision, the knot would only get tighter and tighter. The night was hot and humid. Even through the mask, one could smell the rotten smell in the air. Song-ge got on the electric bike. "Get on. Let's try to make this quick." Tong Xiangyu nodded vigorously. "Okay." She got on the electric bike with a determined look, and wrapped her hands around Song-ge's narrow waist. Song-ge noticed her tenseness and said, "Don't hold me too tight. It's strangling me." "Oh! Oh!" Tong Xiangyu, original firm and nervous mood, was instantly relieved. She loosened her hands awkwardly, and grabbed Song-ge's clothes instead. Chapter 31. I'm fine. The night was dead silent. Only a beam of car lights illuminated the empty street. For fear of making too much noise, Song-ge didn't ride very fast. She turned the handlebars to accelerate and brake, and smoothly bypassed all obstacles in front of the road. The heat of the day seemed to settle at night, making the rotten smell even more disgusting. Tong Xiangyu grabbed a corner of Song-ge's clothes. She was determined before setting off, but in fact, she didn't even have the courage to look around, and just lowered her head timidly. It was a smooth journey. Song-ge squeezed the brakes, and parked the electric bike on the street more than 10 meters away from the supermarket entrance. Song-ge did not remove the key, but kept the electric bike running, ready to drive away at any time. And the headlights were not turned off, so that Tong Xiangyu could keep an eye on the wind and find monsters in time. Then, Song-ge pulled out the hem of his clothes and took out a flashlight, motioning Tong Xiangyu to stay here, and walked to the window of the clothing store next to the north, and placed 2 glass marbles on the left and right among the broken glass slag just in case. Finally, Song-ge took out the military knife from his waist, and walked into the supermarket cautiously. After not coming here for more than half a month, the smell in the supermarket was even worse. Song-ge frowned. The feeling of entering the supermarket at night was completely different from that during the day, because of the poor lighting. The cold and decayed feeling of not seeing the sun for a long time was particularly obvious, which made people shudder and feel uncomfortable. Although there was no movement in the supermarket, Song-ge did not take it lightly. She focused on observing the surroundings until she was sure that there were no monsters lurking around. And then she went straight to the area of the supermarket that specialized in selling rice and noodles. Song-ge put away his military knife, picked up a bag of rice with his left hand, bit the flashlight with his mouth through the mask, picked up another bag of rice with his right hand, turned around and walked out of the supermarket quickly. The night was hot and humid, but it wasn't cold at all. Tong Xiangyu stared at the end of the dark street in front of her, looking back from time to time, but she always felt a gust of cold wind, and she shivered repeatedly in the strange silence, until she heard Song-ge's footsteps. Tong Xiangyu immediately ran to the supermarket door to greet him, and after getting the rice, she found that it was actually lighter than the solid wood chair. Song-ge handed a bag of rice to Tong Xiangyu, and placed another bag at the entrance of the supermarket. Without wasting a second, he went back to the supermarket to carry the rice and flour for the second time. 2 trips of rice and flour were enough. Song-ge's original plan was not to stay in the dangerous supermarket for more than 3 minutes. On the 3rd trip, Song-ge went to the braised snack area and took a few bags of chicken legs into his pocket. Suddenly, he remembered something, picked up a plastic bag, and went to the bulk grain area to scoop up a few spoonfuls of soybeans. The accident happened at this moment. Song-ge was lowering his head to scoop soybeans with a shovel. He heard a clean swishing sound in his ears. Suddenly, there was a clear wheezing sound behind him. The breathing sound was very strange. Song-ge's scalp tightened. The breathing sound behind him suddenly increased. When the rotten smell came directly at him, he saw the opportunity to dodge to the side, and then use the shovel in his hand as a weapon to stab the monster neck. Song-ge's hand was strong. At this critical moment of life and death, he used all his strength. She was still biting the flashlight in her mouth. Under the light, she could clearly see the monster's ferocious face covered with corpse spots. Its skin was sunken, like a mummy due to dehydration. Its teeth were yellow, and its eyes were cloudy and white. Song-ge got goosebumps all over her body. She gritted her teeth and tried her best, forcing the skinny but powerful monster to crash into the wall of the supermarket. The monster struggled, and there was a crackling sound in its throat, and its rotten hands grabbed Song-ge directly. Song-ge had nowhere to hide. One hand was not strong enough, so she tried her best to use another one. After a click, the iron shovel in Song-ge's hand cut off the monster neck, which was only skin and bones. The skin on the monster neck had rotted, and when the bones were broken, the head fell to the side, and the body that was still resisting and attacking fiercely lost its ability to move in an instant, falling to the ground like a dried corpse. Song-ge had already retreated 2 steps, and watching this scene, she was shocked to find that her back was full of cold sweat. Not daring to stay any longer, she held the rice in one hand, and a bag of soybeans in the other, and ran out of the supermarket. Song-ge. Tong Xiangyu just called her anxiously, her face pale. No! Monsters are coming! For bags of rice were neatly stacked on the footrest of the battery car. Song-ge took a look at the dense zombies in the direction of the light, and directly piled the bag in her hand on top, and handed the bag of soybeans to Tong Xiangyu, and got on the battery car without saying a word. Tong Xiangyu didn't need Song-ge to tell her, and immediately sat on the electric bike, grabbing her clothes with one hand. In the dark night, one could hear the wild howling of a wild beast in the quiet air. It was hot when she came, but it was cold on the way back. Song-ge's adrenaline surged, and her back was covered in cold sweat. She didn't dare to stop for a moment. Although there were lights on the car, her vision was blocked at night. She could only follow the route she planned during the day and go directly to the southern path according to her memory. Tong Xiangyu looked back from time to time. She couldn't see clearly without the light, but the monster's approaching cries were even more terrifying, as if they would catch up and bite everything to pieces at any time. Tong Xiangyu shouted in fear, Song-ge, what if they follow us back to Grandma Tian house? These monsters are extremely powerful. They could penetrate the door of the classroom with their bare hands. If they were really led to Grandma Tian house, the consequences would be disastrous. Maybe everyone would die at the hands of the monsters. No! Song-ge's palms were full of cold sweat, but her voice was still steady. The building here was high, blocking the moonlight, and the battery car's headlights were too concentrated, not comprehensive enough. Song-ge held the handle tightly, and felt the wheels run over something uneven, and the whole battery car was bumped. She immediately squeezed the brakes to stabilize the body. And at this moment, Tong Xiangyu screamed in panic. Ah! Song-ge. Tong Xiangyu felt that a monster had hit the trunk of the battery car. Song-ge called, throw the beans. Tong Xiangyu responded in a panic. She actually didn't understand what Song-ge meant by the 3 words, but instinctively tore a hole in the bag of soybeans in her hand. The beans were scattered. The soles of the monster swarming over were smooth, and the front row fell upside down on the spot. The monsters in the back row didn't know how to dodge, and they tripped and fell one after another, and piled up together. This was just a little time. Song-ge's electric car had already entered the deserted alley. The 2 sides were separated. Song-ge heard Tong Xiangyu excitedly say behind her, they fell and didn't catch up. Song-ge is really useful. Song-ge responded, but did not relax at all. She followed the route she remembered and went around 2 intersections, and turned into a new fork in the road at the 3rd intersection in time. The night wind blew past her ears. Song-ge stared at the car lights. They would soon be able to return to the back door of the yard, but at this moment, a black giant covered with hair suddenly jumped past the car lights. Song-ge's neck suddenly felt numb. He almost braked out of reflex. What the hell was that? But the thing had already run over. Song-ge reacted in time. He didn't brake. Instead, he tightened the handlebars of the electric bike and accelerated. He didn't alarm Tong Xiangyu, who knew nothing behind him. He drove the car to the backyard door with a heavy heart. Although he was back, no one was relieved. Until Song-ge quickly untied the rope on the door, pushed the electric bike carrying 5 bags of rice in, and locked the door. Tong Xiangyu's legs went limp. and she leaned against the wall to catch her breath. Song-gu silently pushed the electric bike to park it, picked up 2 bags of rice, and put them on his shoulders, and then picked up another bag. Seeing this, Tong Xiangyu stopped resting. I do it too. Song-gu did not refuse. The two of them took 2 trips, and piled the 5 bags of 20 jin rice they brought back from the supermarket tonight in the corner of the room. Song-gu turned off the flashlight and lit a candle with a lighter. Tong Xiangyu turned her head to look at Song-gu. The candlelight made Song-gu's expression a little cold and serious. Tong Xiangyu saw that Song-gu didn't say a word, and she was afraid in her heart. The situation just now was too dangerous. Fortunately, there was no danger. Tong Xiangyu turned around and went to the bathroom first. Song-gu waited for Tong Xiangyu to leave, and then he lowered his head to check his hands and arms in the candlelight. There were no wounds. Then he touched his neck. There were no wounds either. Song-gu then let out a long, heavy breath, and took off his t-shirt that was splattered with the mucus and rotten smell of corpses when he killed monsters in the supermarket. As soon as Tong Xiangyu came out of the bathroom, she saw Song-gu stripping naked, and was so scared that she quickly hid back. Song-gu changed into a clean short-sleeved shirt, and threw the dirty clothes into the trash can. She sat on the chair for a while, and felt very uncomfortable with the sticky cold sweat on her body, and there seemed to be a strong, rotten and unspeakable corpse odor, and she looked up at the bathroom. Tong Xiangyu hadn't come out yet. Song-gu didn't urge her, and waited patiently for a while. Tong Xiangyu finally opened the door again. Song-gu got up and went in, took off her clothes, poured some water from the bucket to wash her face, hands and neck, and wet the towel again, and simply wiped the sweat off her body. Tong Xiangyu waited for Song-gu to come out of the bathroom, called her, Song-gu. Song-gu said, go to sleep. Tong Xiangyu looked at the cold expression on Song-gu's face, and suddenly felt that the atmosphere between them seemed to become gloomy and stiff. Tong Xiangyu was in a bad mood. She was unhappy. She tossed and turned in bed, and couldn't sleep. She began to think wildly. Song-gu must be blaming me. If she hadn't insisted on getting the rice, she wouldn't have encountered such a dangerous situation. She almost died at the hands of those terrible monsters. Fortunately, Song-gu took the soybeans. Otherwise, the monsters would have caught up with their electric car. Tong Xiangyu couldn't fall asleep. Song-gu fell asleep after closing his eyes. She dreamed that she was chopping with a shovel. The monster neck was broken. But before he walked out of the supermarket door, the headless monster chased him out. It grew a strange head from the broken and rotten neck, and opened its mouth, which was full of sharp teeth. Song-gu resisted with a military knife, but more monsters surrounded him. There was also a black monster covered with hair and pounced on Tong Xiangyu, who was not far away and didn't notice. Song-gu woke up instantly and sat up with sweat all over his head. Tong Xiangyu heard Song-gu's sudden rapid breathing, and immediately sat up in the dark and asked, Song-gu, what's wrong? Are you okay? Song-gu took a long time to calm down, and then he remembered to answer Tong Xiangyu's question and said, I'm fine. Tong Xiangyu listened to Song-gu's flat response and remained silent. But after a while, she could no longer hold back the huge self-blame and grievance in her heart, sobbed softly, and cried again. Song-gu's head was aching slightly, and when he heard Tong Xiangyu crying, he had no time to comfort her, and could only get up and leave the room silently. Song-gu left the room and walked to the door. The soundproofing is good. Sitting outside, you can't hear Tong Xiangyu crying. Song-gu wiped the cold sweat from her face with both hands, leaned against the door, tried her best to calm down, put aside the nightmare, and sorted out everything she encountered on this trip. What concerned her most was the black shadow that jumped out of the alley. It was covered with hair. It should be a stray dog or cat. But it was definitely not a normal domestic cat or dog. There were millions of rotting corpses on the roadside, many of which were dead cats and dogs. Obviously, compared to humans, animals cannot withstand this strange, crazy virus. But the one tonight was obviously still alive. It was just too fast. So fast that even she couldn't see clearly what it was. Song-gu felt uneasy. If pets can also carry the virus, the severity and degree of out of control of the situation will probably increase greatly. However, there is also good news. That is, she knows how to kill those unkillable monsters neatly. Headshot. It seems that this virus also needs to issue commands through the brain to control the limbs. Song-gu blew the hot night wind for a long time, and then she remembered that the timid young lady in the room was still crying. But Song-gu had no choice. Tonight's event was ultimately due to too hasty preparations, and this decision represented danger from the beginning. Even she was scared, not to mention the spoiled young lady, who must have been scared. However, the young lady had a strong self-esteem, and she certainly didn't want to be seen in such a state of embarrassment. Song-gu didn't plan to go back. He decided to sit at the door for the night. But Tong Seong-yu came out. Song-gu heard the footsteps and looked back. Tong Seong-yu was still sobbing. She walked slowly behind Song-gu, choking and unable to speak fluently. Song-gu, you still want to take me away? Of course. Song-gu stood up. Don't you want to leave? Before he finished speaking, Tong Seong-yu had already shaken her head and rushed in. Song-gu was stunned. Tong Seong-yu hugged her tightly, crying and aggrieved. I thought you were angry with me. No, you don't want me anymore. Song-gu stretched out her hands, not knowing where to put them, and heard Tong Seong-yu say this, feeling helpless. How is it possible? Tong Seong-yu sobbed. Because I am very troublesome. No trouble. But, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't be in such danger tonight. You almost died. I made the decision myself. Tong Seong-yu wanted to say something. Song-gu said, Can you stop hugging me and talk? Tong Seong-yu raised her head from Song-gu's chest with tears in her eyes. My tears got on my clothes. Song-gu said, I just changed into this dress. It's my last set. Besides, don't you think I smell? Tong Seong-yu had a stuffy nose and asked with tears in her eyes, What smell? Song-gu, forget it. It's okay as long as you don't smell it. Go back to your room and go to sleep. What about you? I sit for a while. Tong Seong-yu's nose and eyes were red, and she looked at Song-gu pitifully. Seeing this, Song-gu had no choice but to say, Forget it, I go back to the room with you. Tong Seong-yu's mood was at least calmed down. She followed Song-gu, reached out to pinch the corner of her clothes, and whispered to confirm. Song-gu, are we really leaving tomorrow? Song-gu, yes. Entering the room, Tong Seong-yu saw Song-ji close the door and lock it, hesitantly unwilling to let go, and whispered, Song-gu, you should sleep on the bed tonight. No, I'm used to sleeping on the sofa. But I don't dare to sleep alone tonight. Tong Seong-yu was afraid that when she woke up tomorrow, Song-gu would disappear, so she would leave this trouble behind and leave alone. Chapter 32 Farewell. Song-gu recalled everything that happened tonight, and then looked at the young lady in front of him with red eyes. Aggrieved and pitiful, and finally did not insist, and went to lie down on the bed in silence. Tong Seong-yu was still worried, and hesitated for a long time, and asked, Song-gu, can I hold you? Song-gu did not say yes or no and asked, Why? Tong Seong-yu explained in a low voice, I used to have a big plush doll, and I slept with it every night. Song-gu, I'm not used to being held while sleeping. Tong Seong-yu spoke softly, unconsciously with a coquettish tone. Just for a little while, just hold for a little while, wait until I fall asleep before you take my hand away? Song-gu was speechless for a while. Seeing that Song-gu did not refuse again, Tong Seong-yu carefully stretched out her hand, and tentatively placed it on Song-gu's waist and abdomen. Song-gu did not take her hand away. The room was very quiet. Tong Seong-yu thought that Song-gu's waist was really narrow and thin, and then she remembered the scene she accidentally saw when she came out of the bathroom at night, and it seemed that she saw Song-gu's vest line at that time. Song-gu is really good at managing her body. No, Song-gu probably isn't managing her body. She just doesn't eat that well, and it's hard and difficult to live alone. Thinking of this, Tong Seong-yu suddenly remembered what Fan Mingyuan said about Song-gu being a lesbian, and at the same time, the topic that the girls from No. 2 middle school and Ju Lulu discussed during the day also came to mind. Now Tong Seong-yu didn't dare to move at all. She felt that her arms on Song-gu's waist and abdomen were gradually stiffening. After a long while, she moved her fingers slightly. Not knowing what she was thinking, she said softly, Song-gu, I heard your heartbeat so fast. Song-gu was almost asleep with his eyes closed. Hearing Tong Seong-yu's words, he said, If the heart stops beating, it will die. Tong Seong-yu. Tong Seong-yu was a little depressed when she heard Song-gu answer. She thought it was questionable whether Song-gu liked girls. But she definitely didn't like her. If she liked her, how could she say such a thing? That's right. Song-gu opened her eyes. She remembered something, reached into her pants pocket, took out a few bags of braised chicken legs, and handed them to Tong Seong-yu beside her. I brought them for you last night. Tong Seong-yu was stunned when she saw the chicken drumstick. The situation tonight was so dangerous, Song-gu actually remembered such a small thing. Conveniently. Brought her favorite snacks? Tong Seong-yu's heart moved slightly. The guest that she had just rejected revived. Song-gu, how could he leave her behind? Tong Xiangyu's ears were hot, and she felt uncomfortable. She stammered a thank you, but did not reach out to take it, but said, "Put it with you first." Song-gu replied vaguely, "Put it on the bedside table first," and continued to sleep. Tong Xiangyu also fell asleep slowly. She dreamed about the past, before the monster zombies broke out. It was a very ordinary past. They were doing exercises during the break, talking and lining up in the corridor, looking into the classroom through the open back door. She could see Song-gu sleeping alone on the table. Song-gu was not wearing a school uniform or skirt. The head teacher thought that she would affect the discipline of the whole class, so she did not allow Song-gu to do exercises. She saw the sunlight shining in from the window, half of it shining on Song-gu, and the other half shining on the trash cans, brooms and mops behind Song-gu's seat. Later, their monthly exam results came out, and their class's total average score was ranked second again, being surpassed by the class next door. She went to hand in her homework, and heard her class teacher complaining to other teachers outside the office, "Every time I see the average score, I get a headache. It's really like a pile of mud that can't be helped. Even if Tong Xiangyu in our class is the top scorer in every subject, it can't save the mess caused by Song-gu, who has a double-digit score in all 9 subjects." I was surprised. Even if I guessed all the multiple-choice questions, the guess score should be higher than this. Right? There was still the 800-meter test. The physical education teacher blew the whistle and pressed the stopwatch, and all the girls started together. She was doing well at the beginning, but she ran out of energy later, and was panting and having difficulty breathing. She pressed her painful stomach with her hand, and looked up to see Song-gu at the other end of the playground track, and she was half a lap behind her. But Song-gu was not half a lap ahead, but behind. Song-gu could not do exercises, and her academic performance could not improve. But she actually ran very fast. But even if she could run very fast, she didn't want to get the best result. Why? Song-gu seemed to just want to live. She didn't care whether she lived well or not. She was messing with her life and getting by. Tong Xiangyu slowly opened her eyes. Maybe she was not used to sleeping with others. It was still very early when she woke up. Even Song-gu was not awake yet. Tong Xiangyu looked at Song-gu's sleeping face from a close distance. There was a little blue and black under Song-gu's eyes, but her skin was in good condition. She had no acne. Her slightly long bangs slightly covered her eyebrows. Her eyelashes were very long but not curled. There was a small black mole in the middle of her right eyelid. Tong Xiangyu knew that, as long as Song-gu opened her eyes, the mole would be folded into her thin double eyelids and disappear. Looking at her nose again, it was just the right height, and her lips were also beautiful. Without personal feelings, she was a very pretty girl. But she didn't show her emotions, and she couldn't speak well, which made her easy to offend people, which made her seem cold and difficult to approach. Is she a cold person? This is what Song-gu showed. But Tong Xiangyu suddenly remembered something. When a person with a cold personality encounters someone being robbed, would he chase after the thief without saying a word and help catch the thief? Song-gu's eyelids moved slightly, and before she opened her eyes, she said, "Is there something on my face?" Tong Xiangyu was startled, and quickly retracted her gaze and her arm that was still on Song-gu's waist, and sat up in panic. Song-gu opened his eyes, and saw her in such a mess, and said, "What's wrong? Did you do something bad?" No. What bad could I do? Then why are you panicking? Tong Xiangyu paused, looked back at her, and said, "I just suddenly remembered something from the past." What happened? Song-gu also sat up. She pinched her neck. She had nightmares last night, and didn't sleep well. She didn't know if it was because she chopped off the monster head at close range, or because the young lady put her hand on her stomach. Tong Xiangyu said, "You helped an ant catch a thief." Song-gu didn't remember. Looking at her, "Did you?" "Yes. It was the morning of the day when the monster broke out." "Oh." Song-gu remembered and got out of bed. "What happened? Did you see it?" "Yes." Tong Xiangyu looked at Song-gu and said, "After thinking about that incident, I feel that you are actually a very kind person in your heart, but you are hard-mouthed but soft-hearted. So I apologize for what I said before, that you are cold and unsympathetic." "No need to apologize." Song-gu had already gotten out of bed. She stretched her body that was sore from sleeping on the soft big bed and said, "I chased the thief because he knocked my steamed bun off." Tong Xiangyu. Song-gu said, "I thought that if I helped that woman catch the thief, she would at least compensate me for the steamed bun. But she didn't." Really stingy. Tong Xiangyu was shocked by the truth. But she didn't believe it. And asked without giving up, what if the thief didn't knock your bun off? Huh? Will you still help that Andy catch the thief? I'm not a policeman. After Song Ge finished speaking, his eyes darkened for a moment. But only for a short moment. And then he changed his words and said casually, do you think everyone is you? I'm too lazy to help. Tong Xiangyu insisted. And asked, what if it's just a little help? Song Ge, let others do the work. Tong Xiangyu was silent for 2 seconds and suddenly said, when we were doing exercises before, the head teacher said you didn't wear school uniform and didn't allow you to go with us. I was too lazy to do exercises, so I didn't wear it on purpose. Tong Xiangyu said, then you will get more than 20 points in the 9 subjects in the exam. I can't write it. I'm too lazy to write it. Tong Xiangyu sat on the bed and asked Song Ge, are you really that lazy? Song Ge walked into the bathroom. Yes. I won't do meaningless things. When Song Ge went to wash up, Tong Xiangyu also got up. Tong Xiangyu found the paper and pen she used to draw the map last time. Song Ge came out and saw the eldest lady sitting upright at the table writing something. He walked over to take a look. Tong Xiangyu subconsciously raised her hand to cover the content. Song Ge snorted softly. Tong Xiangyu only realized her action. Her face flushed. She hesitated and moved her finger away. Song Ge didn't look at it. Went to pour the bucket of water. And said, still writing a diary. I give you enough privacy. Okay? It's not a diary. Tong Xiangyu turned to look at Song Ge and said, we are leaving, we must tell Aunt Jiang and Uncle Jiang where the rice is. Right? If we tell them in person, they will wonder how we know, and then ask how we got it. Song Ge took a sip of water slowly, and said, oh. Tong Xiangyu, really? Song Ge, yeah, I believe it. Of course, in addition to telling the uncles and aunts where the rice is, Tong Xiangyu also wrote a lot of words of thanks, and those words seemed somewhat hypocritical in Song Ge's eyes. So Tong Xiangyu thought it would be better if Song Ge didn't read it. It would save her from feeling awkward. After Tong Xiangyu finished writing the content, she folded an envelope with other paper and put the content inside. After going up to the rooftop, Tong Xiangyu handed the letter to Dandan very carefully and said, Dandan, sister wrote something very important. You wait until mom cooks dinner to show it to her, and you can't open it before then, okay? Dandan nodded and promised. Okay, I remember sister Yu. So good. Tong Xiangyu smiled and touched her head, and said gently, sister will braid you a beautiful braid. Okay? Dandan said happily, yes. Yes. Ying said hurriedly, sister Yu. I also want a beautiful braid. Tong Xiangyu looked at her and smiled. Okay, I will braid it for Ying too. The amount of rice cooked at noon was still a little small. Tong Xiangyu held the bowl, noticing that Aunt Zhang's eye sockets were sunken, and the dark circles were obvious. It was obvious that she didn't sleep well again. She lowered her head to eat rice. Thinking silently, Aunt Jiang, you don't have to worry anymore. The 2 little girls had beautiful braids. And they kept showing off to others. Lu Qian praised them flatteringly. Because it was too hot on the balcony. She didn't stay long after eating. And took Wu Xinjun downstairs to her room. Several girls from No. 2 middle school wanted to learn how to braid hair. Tong Xiangyu taught them after eating. Fan Mingyuan leaned against the railing, watching the girls gather together from a distance. In fact, he was only looking at Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu was the most beautiful among them. With fair skin, outstanding temperament, and a reserved and cute smile. Thinking of this, Fan Mingyuan felt unwilling. At this time, his fat roommate asked him if he wanted to go down together. What could Fan Mingyuan do? The girls were too close together now, and he couldn't get in at all. He decided to perform well when a crisis occurred in the future, and tried to make Yu change her mind. He didn't believe there was a girl he couldn't get. Fan Mingyuan went downstairs with his roommate. Tong Xiangyu noticed this movement, and while pinching her hair with her nimble fingers to braid a beautiful braid, she said to everyone, you must pay attention to Fan Mingyuan. Although it is temporarily safe here, it doesn't mean it will always be safe. If something terrible happens one day in the future, such as a monster attacking, then you must stay away from Fan Mingyuan. Don't think that boys are reliable just because they are tall and strong. The girls from No. 2 middle school said that they definitely wouldn't. Only Zhu Lulu felt strange. Senior sister, why did you suddenly say this? I just thought of it. Tong Xiangyu glanced at the direction where Fan Mingyuan left, and then said to everyone, Song Ge told me that, many times, you can only rely on yourself. Zhu Lulu smiled and said, Senior, I can be trusted too. If a monster really breaks in, I will definitely protect you with Senior Song. Tong Xiangyu looked at her round face and sincere smile, and her heart moved. She blurted out, Lulu, have you ever thought about leaving here? Zhu Lulu was puzzled. Leave here? Tong Xiangyu knew something bad was going to happen as soon as she said it. Song Ge said that he didn't plan to take anyone away. Since he couldn't take anyone away, why did he ask this question? She hurriedly said, I just asked if you had this idea. Zhu Lulu shook her head. Of course not. Zhu Lulu said, why leave here? Even if there may be danger in the future. At least it is safe now. With enough food and clothing. And many friends. And outside. There is no guarantee of safety at the moment. Tong Xiangyu heard her answer and understood. And said, you are right. The topic was left unmentioned. Song Ge and Tong Xiangyu decided to leave at 1:30 in the afternoon, when the weather was the hottest. But there were the fewest monsters. Before leaving, the two went to say goodbye to Grandma Tian. As early as when they were drawing the map, Grandma Tian knew that they were planning to leave here, and she had been packing things in recent days. She didn't dare to let the two children carry too much, fearing that it would be a burden. But if they carried too little, they would feel that it was not comprehensive enough. When Tong Xiangyu saw Grandma Tian carrying out a large box of things with a hunched back, her nose was sore, and she felt very touched. This came from the kindness of a stranger who saved their lives by chance. Tong Xiangyu hugged Grandma Tian and cried. Grandma Tian smiled, her face was full of wrinkles, and patted Tong Xiangyu back kindly. Song Ge looked through the box, and finally took only 2 stomach medicines that Lu Qian had asked Tong Xiangyu to take before, and took a box of anti-inflammatory medicine and a box of antipyretic medicine. No rice. If you want to bring rice, you have to bring a pot, which takes up too much space, and I don't have the conditions. As for clothes, there are clothes in the bag, so there is no need to bring them. After Tong Xiangyu finished crying, she wiped her tears, and pulled Grandma Tian aside, and embarrassedly begged in a low voice that she wanted to bring a small bottle of shower gel and shampoo. Grandma Tian said she had it, and immediately helped her find it. She thought that the bottle was inconvenient to carry, and she poured it into a sealed bag for her, so that she could seal it whenever she was done with it, and it wouldn't take up space. Tong Xiangyu hid it secretly, and didn't dare to let Song Ge know. She always felt that if Song Ge knew, he would be speechless, and then he would think that she was too delicate and troublesome. But she hadn't taken a bath or washed her hair for a long time. Kitching was out of water, so there was nothing she could do. But when the car drove out of the city and encountered a stream or something like that, she could wash herself. Chapter 33 Escape. Kitching in the daytime is very different from kitching at night. The kitching scene from the rooftop during the day is also very different from the kitching scene up close. Song Ge carried Tong Xiangyu, riding quickly and silently on the empty streets. The sun was high in the sky, there was not a single cloud in the sky, and the moisture in the air seemed to be dried up. Tong Xiangyu hugged Song Ge's waist, and there was only the smell of decay and dust in her breath. The whole kitchen was under the bright and dazzling sunlight. Burned vehicles, blood-stained roads, rotting corpses, rotten meat dragged randomly on the ground. All the destruction was in sight. Song Ge tried his best to avoid the obstacles on the road, but when he passed by a manhole cover, he still startled more than a dozen fluorescent flies that were eating. Tong Xiangyu looked over in shock and found that they were originally surrounding an area where there were 2 overturned trash cans on the ground, and there were more things not far away. Judging from the rotten clothes, it seemed that there were several corpses, and the flesh was rotten and moldy, close to the color of mud. Half of it was dry and stuck to the ground, and the other half was covered with wriggling maggots. There were several huge rats and shiny cockroaches crawling around. Tong Xiangyu felt sick to her stomach and quickly looked away. Even with 2 layers of masks, Tong Xiangyu still felt a strange and pungent smell rushing into her nose. She hugged Song Ge's waist tightly and buried her head in Song Ge's back. Tong Xiangyu had never realized as clearly as she did now. This was an unprecedented, inhumane disaster. Countless people in Kiching died in this terrible disaster. The disaster has already happened, and it won't change. Song Ge noticed Tong Xiangyu movements, and knew she was uneasy. He didn't joke with her to hold him loosely like he did the night before, but whispered, "Don't be afraid." Tong Xiangyu, who was leaning against Song Ge's back, nodded, but felt it was not enough. So she said, Yeah. Song-gu had memorized the nearby routes. And she knew exactly which way to turn at which intersection, and which door to pass, and which fork to enter next. But who knew that when they entered the main road, the 8 lanes in both directions were filled with densely packed private cars. They completely blocked their way. The non-motor vehicle lane was also the same, with various battery vehicles, bicycles, and body parts and rotten flesh scattered all over the ground. This is the hell on earth. Song-gu never thought the scene would be so tragic. Suddenly, a car next to it shook violently and made a loud noise. Song-gu was startled and looked over immediately. The film of the car was very thin. She saw a woman's face covered with corpse spots, dry and rotten in the closed car. Her hair was like dead grass. Her eyes were white. Her teeth were brown and yellow and embedded with rotten flesh. And she looked skinny but very powerful and slapped the car. As soon as the monster made a move, almost the entire street, the cars in the 8 lanes began to shake wildly. Although the monster could not be seen, the scene was extremely frightening, especially when a monster broke the car window and fell off the truck without caring about anything. Song-gu's scalp exploded, and he decisively turned the battery car around and quickly drove away from this main road that was the most convenient way to leave Kiching. This disaster broke out too hastily and suddenly. Out of panic, people's first reaction is to take their wives, children and family members away from danger immediately and flee to a safe city. So it is normal that the main road out of the city is blocked. However, not only the main road is congested, but the small roads are also in bad condition. Families who do not have the conditions or react in time will lock their doors and windows and avoid going out. The car was hastily parked downstairs, blocking the narrow path, and a private car drove in the opposite direction, which directly blocked the road. Even a small electric car could not pass smoothly. The way was blocked again. Song-gu frowned. At this time, a strange cry suddenly came from a residential house next to them. They both looked up. On the balcony was a hunchbacked old man and a middle-aged couple, but they were no longer human. Their mouths and hands were open without any feeling, their eyes were white, their faces were bloody and sticky with the flesh bitten, probably because they found a living thing. They were extremely excited, they shouted, and it seemed that they jumped down from the balcony with their waists up. The surrounding monsters were also attracted by the cry, and they popped their heads out one by one to come down. Seeing this, Song-gu cursed and turned the electric car around again. Tong Xiangyu was panicking, and hugged Song-gu waist tightly with both hands. What should we do? Song-gu. Should we go back? Song-gu's jaw was tight, but he was calm and his eyes were firm. Not yet. Yes, not yet. But if there is no way to escape quickly, the longer you stay around, the more monsters you will alarm. Song-gu turned the car around and returned to the main road again, choosing a new route to leave the city. The scorching sun made people dizzy, and the air was twisted violently. At this time, Tong Xiangyu suddenly noticed a straight road ahead, which was unobstructed. Tong Xiangyu said in surprise, Song-gu, look, there is a road, but no car. Song-gu looked over and saw it, but she was not as surprised as Tong Xiangyu, and her heart sank. Song-gu clearly remembered the nearby road map in her mind. There was no such imaginary road nearby. Suddenly, Song-gu remembered that they had seen a black off-road vehicle when they escaped from the basement. The car was visible, but it could not be caught up. How similar was the scene? Song-gu became alert instantly. Could it be that the monster virus would release some toxic substances that would cause hallucinations? Then he could not stay for long. Song-gu immediately drove into another street. Song-gu? Tong Xiangyu did not understand. Why don't we go that way? Song-gu did not explain. She just stepped on the accelerator. However, when she passed a movie theater, she heard a clearer and clearer bang-bang coming from inside. There was a knock on the door. Unfortunately, the monsters just broke through the door, and then a wave of corpses gushed out. With this number, even if a whole bag of soybeans was sprinkled, it would not work. Song-gu's sweat kept sliding down her cheeks. She twisted the handle of the electric car to the bottom and rushed with all her strength. She hoped that they would have better luck and the car would have more power. But Song-gu's luck was never good. Seeing that the road ahead was in good condition, not so crowded, and could avoid the monsters and corpses, the battery car's power was getting less and less, and the speed was getting slower and slower. It's no good. Song-gu decisively abandoned the car, and pulled Tong Xiangyu to run in that direction. Tong Xiangyu swore last time that she didn't want to run with a mask on anymore. She knew that the battery car must have run out of power. She mustered up the courage to take off the mask. She didn't know if it was because she was too nervous and breathing too fast, or if her olfactory center had unconsciously become tired and adapted to the rotten and moldy smell in the air. Tong Xiangyu didn't feel sick or vomit. She said she wouldn't hold Song-gu back. At the critical moment of life and death, Tong Xiangyu gritted her teeth, pulled back the hand that Song-gu was holding, and rushed forward at full speed with her backpack on her back. "There is a car! There is a car!" Tong Xiangyu's eyes suddenly lit up. She saw a Volkswagen in good condition with the passenger door wide open from a distance. "Song-gu! I saw the car!" Tong Xiangyu accelerated desperately, even surpassing Song-gu. She ran to the driver's seat and opened the door. But there was someone in the driver's seat. No. There was a corpse. A corpse with a seat belt and covered with maggots. Tong Xiangyu screamed in fear, and took several steps back, and almost fell to the ground. Song-gu, who arrived later, supported Tong Xiangyu in time. Seeing the situation in the car, Song-gu unbuckled the seat belt without saying a word, pulled the shrunken corpse from the car to the ground, and then shouted to the panicked Tong Xiangyu, "You get in the car first." "Okay." Tong Xiangyu nodded randomly, and just as she was about to sit on it, she saw that the driver's seat cushion was covered with dried urine, blood, and a large number of maggots and rotten meat that had just fallen from the corpse, which made her feel sick. Song-gu saw Tong Xiangyu stop, noticed her gaze, and pulled out the cushion again, and then pushed Tong Xiangyu into the car with a somewhat rude move. Bang! He closed the car door, and almost at the same time, Song-gu dodged the attack of the zombie monster that was chasing him again, and swung the old man's cane he had just picked up at its head again, just like smashing a watermelon. There was another dent on the rotten head of the zombie monster with a snap. It had just been attacked by Song-gu, and the dent on its head had rotted into a pile, and its skull was broken, but it was still alive. Song-gu knew that he couldn't kill it just by doing this, but he didn't plan to kill it either. It just used the force to kick the monster away, and used the time gained to run to the passenger side of the car. Tong Xiangyu was so anxious sitting in the car, and kept calling Song-gu. Fortunately, Song-gu successfully broke into the passenger side, closed the door, and said to Tong Xiangyu, "Drive." "Okay." Tong Xiangyu turned the car key with trembling hands. She was very panicked, quickly recalling the various formulas she had learned during the driving test. After starting the car, she stepped on the clutch and brake, and released the handbrake. At this time, a monster, bang, hit the car from behind. Chapter 34: Leaving the City. Not just one, but 3 or 4 zombie monsters soon came crashing in. Tong Xiangyu's face was pale. She knew that, once the monsters caught up and surrounded her, they were extremely powerful and they might even overturn the car. She was anxious. Tong Xiangyu immediately lifted the foot brake and clutch. The car suddenly rushed forward an inch, and then stopped. It stalled. Song-gu immediately looked at Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu's nose was covered with fine cold sweat. She immediately restarted the engine with shaking hands, and recalled the key points of starting the vehicle again. But she didn't know what was wrong, or she was too nervous. As soon as she lifted her foot, the car stalled. Tong Xiangyu looked like she was about to cry, and her shaking hands were about to turn the key again. Song-gu saw that although this young lady was excellent in both character and learning, she was outstanding in everything. But at least she was not that good at driving. She might be a novice. The situation was critical. But Song-gu took off his mask and whispered quickly to comfort her, "Don't be anxious. Don't be nervous. Take your time. They can't catch up." Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden clang sound from the car. A strong young monster with a half-rotten face and white eyes rushed to the side of the car and punched the car window with both fists. Tong Xiangyu was frightened by the huge noise. Just as she was about to turn around, she was blindfolded by Song-gu. "Don't look," Song-gu said. "Calm down." Tong Xiangyu couldn't see, but only heard the sound of cars banging nearby. Her heart was in a state of panic. She felt that she couldn't do such a small thing. It was really a problem. Tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. She cried in grievance and collapse. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Song-gu. I can't do it." "Why can't you do it?" Song-gu saw Tong Xiangyu trembling all over, and felt that his palms were wet with tears. He knew that this young lady was really scared to death. But Song-gu looked at the monsters that were chasing more and more behind him, and took a deep breath. There was no time to be afraid now. If they didn't drive away quickly, there would be so many monsters. Once they blocked their way, they would not be able to drive away. It would be a matter of time before the monsters broke the car windows and bit them to death. Song-gu decisively pulled out the car key, put it in Tong Xianyu's hand, and then held her hand, saying calmly, "Little milk tea, listen to me." Tong Xianyu cried miserably, sobbing and trying to calm down to listen to Song-gu's words. "Didn't I tell you that I would take you to find your parents?" Tong Xianyu nodded with tears in her eyes. "I will do what I say. We won't die here. So calm down." Song-gu said, "Try again. You can do it. You have always been my lucky star." Song-gu let go of her hand. Tong Xianyu looked up, looking at Song-gu with tears in her eyes. Song-gu said, "I believe you." Tong Xianyu took a deep breath, nodded vigorously, raised her hand to wipe the tears from her face, and inserted the car key in her hand into the car again. The strong monster was still smashing the car. The car window was bloody, and the whole car was shaking. With a click, the car window cracked. Song-gu immediately looked at Tong Xianyu, but saw that the eldest lady seemed not to hear it at all. Her nose and eyes were pitifully red, and there were tears on her eyelashes, but her eyes were firm. Tong Xianyu held the steering wheel, and with her trembling feet, she pressed both pedals to the bottom again, slowly lifting the clutch. The car started to shake, and she lifted the brake pedal. The car moved forward. It worked! Song-gu was pleasantly surprised, and was about to praise him, when she heard the accelerator bang, and she felt a push on her back, and lost her balance and hit the back of the chair. Tong Xianyu stepped on the accelerator to speed up, and then quickly shifted gears with the clutch. Second gear, third gear, fourth gear, and fifth gear. Her foot was still shaking as she stepped on the accelerator. The car was getting faster and faster. Song-gu held the seat steady and looked back. The monsters hanging on the car fell to the ground one after another like sacks. The zombies were black and dense, and seemed to be chasing them, but they were getting farther and farther away from the naked eye. Song-gu finally breathed a sigh of relief, sat down on the passenger seat, and felt hot sweat all over her body. She turned her head to look at the eldest lady, who was driving the car more and more steadily, and said, "Not doing well." "Wrong." "Ah." Tong Xianyu opened her eyes and screamed, "Car! Car!" She lost her ability to express herself. The road ahead was congested, but they were driving very fast. Tong Xianyu panicked and swerved to avoid it, but they had no experience and didn't know how hard to swerve, so they bumped here and there, and when the car stopped steadily, Song-gu saw that the rearview mirror of the car was completely destroyed, leaving only a few connected wires. Tong Xianyu looked panicked and her hands were shaking. Out, there was a car accident. Song-gu whistled, pulled the seatbelt over and fastened it for himself, and said, "Good driving skills. Little milk tea. Tong Xianyu. Let's go." Continue. After escaping from the pursuit of the monster corpses, they are now safe. Although the car bumped here and there, it did not affect driving. Iron protecting meat is more reliable than meat wrapped in iron. Song-gu opened the map to find their current position. After all, the young lady just drove around in a panic and didn't know where she went. Fortunately, the map was detailed and clear at a glance. Song-gu put on a mask, lowered the car window to compare the buildings outside, but suddenly remembered something and suddenly raised the window again, looking back at the face of Tong Xianyu who was driving. As expected, there was no mask, and asked anxiously, "My young lady, where is your mask?" "I took it off." Tong Xianyu's pretty face still had dry tear marks. With an innocent but honest expression, she replied, "I was chased by a monster at the time, and the battery car was out of power. I couldn't breathe with the mask on, so I took it off and ran away." Song-gu, stop! 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 Tong Xianyu didn't know what she had done wrong, and her heart suddenly became nervous, but she immediately stopped the car as Song-gu said, and looked at Song-gu. "What's wrong?" Song-gu pressed Tong Xianyu's shoulder. "Are you feeling unwell?" Tong Xianyu shook her head in confusion. "No." Song-gu showed her 2 fingers. "What is this?" "2?" Song-gu frowned, turned his head to look at the main road in the distance. "Look ahead. Is there anything unusual?" "What?" "Like the wide lane without cars you saw before." "No." Tong Xianyu shook her head after looking at it, and then suddenly remembered something. "Oh! Song-gu, I remembered something. Do you remember the black SUV we saw on the day we left your basement?" Song-gu's heart sank slightly. "I remember." "What happened?" "We ran for a long time that day. But no matter how hard we chased, the distance from the SUV did not change. It was very strange. Isn't it? Yes. But it's not strange. Because what we see is not in front of us at all. Song-gu frowned. What do you mean? Sit down first. Song-gu sat down. Tong Seong-yu started the car again and asked, how do I get to the front? Song-gu looked from the front, compared the map in his hand, and then said, turn right at the traffic light 500 meters ahead. Okay. Tong Seong-yu paid attention to the road conditions and intersections. The road here was not wide, but there were many vehicles, and the road was still littered with corpses, which was unbearable to look at. But she was not so scared, and she was not too worried about her rusty driving skills. The situation was so critical before, she only broke the rearview mirror, and even Song-gu praised her good driving skills. With confidence, Tong Seong-yu drove more boldly. After turning right at the intersection Song-gu mentioned, Tong Seong-yu said, the black SUV we saw that day and the empty lane without cars we saw today are actually the same phenomenon. Song-gu, illusion? No. It's a mirage. What is it? It's a mirage. Tong Seong-yu patiently explained. It's a virtual image that only occurs in extremely hot weather. Abnormally high temperatures can make the air density different. And the refractive index of light and air of different densities is also different. A mirage is a virtual image formed by the distortion of light. The things we see really exist, but they are not in front of us, and may be thousands of miles away. Although Song-gu still couldn't understand the plain language, she said, okay, it's good that the virus didn't cause us to have hallucinations. Tong Seong-yu pursed her lips and smiled. How could it be an illusion? We shouldn't see the same thing at the same time. After saying that, Tong Seong-yu remembered that Song-gu had just hurriedly closed the car window and asked about the mask. Her heartbeat slowed down slightly. Could it be that Song-gu was worried that she would be poisoned if she didn't wear a mask? Tong Seong-yu's ears quickly became hot. At this time, Song-gu asked, is there enough oil in this car? Is it enough for us to drive out of Kaching? Tong Seong-yu calmed down, looked at the dashboard, and said, the icon of the gas tank on the dial represents the remaining oil. This car still has 4 grids, which should be enough. If it's not enough, do you know how to refuel when you pass by a gas station? I know how to open the gas tank cap of the car. How about refueling? It seems, just unscrew the cap and put the gas gun in? Okay. Song-gu asked again, what is this red bracket? Tong Seong-yu looked again. This is the indicator light for unstable tire pressure. What will happen if the tire pressure is unstable? Tong Seong-yu answered obediently, it will burst. Song-gu choked. Tong Seong-yu immediately said, but it doesn't matter, I drove very slowly. If the tire pressure is only a little unstable, it won't be so easy to burst. Song-gu didn't understand these things either, but since the eldest lady said so, it means there is really no need to worry too much. She looked at the map, and then looked up, and frowned. This road out of the city, why is it so smooth? Yes. Tong Seong-yu also felt strange. Other roads were basically jammed with cars. Only this road. Although there were cars, there was no long queue at all. She guessed, maybe the monsters here exploded faster, and everyone didn't have time to react? Song-gu, maybe. Song-gu turned his head, and looked out the window. Countless office buildings in Kaching stood tall, reflecting the orange sunset. The only difference was the suffocating silence. Song-gu observed the surroundings carefully. Tong Seong-yu suddenly whispered, everyone should be having dinner now. Song-gu asked back, are you hungry? No. Tong Seong-yu responded softly. Her beautiful almond eyes were a little dim. I just don't know what everyone will think after knowing that we left. Song-gu said, luckily there are 2 less people to share food with them. Tong Seong-yu immediately objected, they won't think so. Song-gu looked into the distance silently. After a moment, she sat up and thought about turning on the car music. The list was all English songs. She couldn't sing any of them. Tong Seong-yu saw that Song-gu avoided the topic just now, suddenly tightened her grip on the steering wheel, and said, Song-gu, if we find help outside, can we bring people back to save Grandma Tian and the others? Yes. I'm serious. What am I not serious about? Chapter 35 Forgot. Tong Seong-yu said seriously, if you are serious, you should say a few more words next time when we talk about these things. Song-gu said, don't say it next time. What should I say about what you just said? Tong Seong-yu already knows Song-gu's way of speaking very well. She knows that she is not arguing. After thinking for a while, she said, you're saying okay sounds more serious than him. Okay. Song-gu replied casually, next time. Okay. Tong Xiangyu looked at Songge and was surprised that she had such a proper attitude. Songge couldn't find any songs to listen to in the playlist, so he sat back in the passenger seat and said while looking at the map to see the route, "Little milk tea. Sing a song for me." "Tong Xiangyu, I'm not very good at singing. Just sing one. Little Bunny is fine." "What song is Little Bunny?" "Songge, Little Bunny. Open the door. Open it quickly so I can come in." Tong Xiangyu was very curious. "What is this? A nursery rhyme?" "Yeah. You haven't heard of it?" Songge reacted after saying that. "Oh, right, you rich ladies must have practiced piano since childhood, listening to Chopin and Bach in major and minor," Tong Xiangyu said. "Ah, Songge, you also know Chopin and Bach?" "Songge, I only know these 4 words. I don't know any more words." Tong Xiangyu couldn't help but smile. Songge turned to look at her and said, "Are you not nervous now?" Tong Xiangyu knew what Songge was referring to, and she was a little embarrassed holding the steering wheel. "I really couldn't remember how to start at that time." Songge twitched the corner of her mouth and stopped talking about this topic. She looked at the map, compared the road conditions ahead, and the unfamiliar dim street scene. Songge told Tong Xiangyu that she was going to turn left, and then said, "It will be dark in another hour. Should we find a place to rest in the city, or drive out of the city directly?" "Let's drive out of the city. The city is too dangerous. There are fewer people and monsters outside the city, which is relatively safer." Although she said so, Tong Xiangyu still asked Songge for his opinion. "What do you think?" "I was planning to leave the city today," Songge said. "We have to sleep outdoors. Are you afraid?" Tong Xiangyu shook her head. Songge sneered softly, seeing that she didn't believe it. Tong Xiangyu blushed and argued, "I'm really not afraid." She added in a mosquito-like whisper, "I'm not afraid when you're here." Songge heard it, but didn't make fun of her anymore. Tong Xiangyu's voice suddenly increased a little. "Is the road ahead blocked?" Songge looked, and then sat up straight. "It seems so. Stop the car, I go take a look." Tong Xiangyu stopped the car. There was a bridge in front of them. Under the bridge was the moat of Kaching, which was more than 600 meters wide. The river would eventually flow into the sea. Songge asked Tong Xiangyu to stay in the car. He went to the non-motorized vehicle lane to pick up a bicycle and rode over to see the situation. The unmanned vehicles were stuck on the bridge, stretching to the end, and the wide river under the bridge reflected the shimmering light of the setting sun. Songge looked carefully and found that the shimmering light was not only the ripples on the water, but also a large number of dead fish turning up their white bellies. In addition to dead fish, there were also dead bodies. It was unknown whether the fish died after eating the infected flesh, or whether the fish died early and could not share the corpse. In short, the two piled up together, and the swollen corpse floated in the pile of dead fish. At a glance, the river surface was covered with a green layer, which was already full of corrupt giants. The scene was extremely disgusting. Songge couldn't help but frown, and raised his hand to press the metal on the nose bridge of the mask more tightly. There was a traffic jam on the bridge, and the river could not be crossed. Songge went back to tell Tong Xiangyu about this. "What should we do?" Tong Xiangyu asked Songge. "Should we choose a new way out of the city? I guess every way out of the city should be so congested." Songge said, "This is already the outskirts of the city. Let's ride across the bridge. After crossing the bridge, we can find a car to drive." Tong Xiangyu looked at the bicycle pushed by Songge with a hesitant expression. Seeing this, Songge said, "Why, you can't ride a bicycle?" Tong Xiangyu nodded hesitantly. No wonder. "No wonder what?" "On the day the monster broke out, I asked you to ride your bike to the city center, but you refused. It turns out you didn't know how to ride. I was worried at that time." Tong Xiangyu defended herself. "It is very dangerous to act separately." "Yes. Yes." Songge responded perfunctorily to the eldest lady, but since he had to carry people, Songge went back to pick a better bike. Tong Xiangyu watched Songge picking and choosing from a distance, seemingly not realizing how scary the corpses and rotten meat on the ground were. Strangely, seeing Songge so calm, Tong Xiangyu suddenly felt that she was much calmer. Tong Xiangyu opened the door and got out of the car, not forgetting to pick up her backpack. "This one," Songge said to Tong Xiangyu, "it has lights, and the tires are fully inflated." Tong Xiangyu, "Yeah." Songge rode a bicycle. Tong Xiangyu sat in the back seat and hugged her waist. Tong Xiangyu's eyesight was not as good as Songge, She leaned her face against Song Gu back and looked at the sparkling river surface. She only felt that something was rising and falling on the river surface, thinking it was probably a fish. Ride quietly across the long bridge. The scene in front of Tong Xiangyu also changed. The river surface disappeared and turned into a roadside snack restaurant, but the shops were basically burned down, and some of them seemed to have had a big explosion. There were a lot of glass shards on the ground, and green plants, billboards and cars overturned by the air wave. Further ahead, an out-of-control semi-trailer truck crashed into a 4-story residential building. The building was half collapsed, and half of the sandaled foot was buried under the overturned sand. Tong Xiangyu watched quietly, watching, but her vision blurred unconsciously. She retracted her sight and hugged Song Gu waist tightly. Song Gu thought the situation would be better after crossing the bridge, but he didn't expect that the traffic jam would extend to the provincial road after leaving the city. But there is good news. Most of these cars are empty. Maybe they got out and walked after finding the traffic jam. In short, the terrifying scene of monsters and cars responding to the call of hundreds of people like in the city will not appear again. The disadvantage is that the provincial road is narrow. The 4 lanes were occupied. A slightly larger car would take up extra space beside it, making it difficult for even a convenient means of transportation like a bicycle to pass through. Song Gu got off the car to push it. Tong Xiangyu followed closely behind with a bag on her back. Going further, Song Gu knew why there was a traffic jam. The scene of the accident was so tragic. At the bend in the blind spot, 2 cement trucks hit each other head-on, and 7 or 8 private cars were destroyed in the middle. Some small cars were like cardboard, and were squeezed to the point where their shapes could not be discerned. Even if there were people inside, they would definitely not survive. The railings of the lane on the other side were also completely destroyed. It was obvious that a car had lost control and rushed down. In addition to the serial car accident, Song Gu felt that something terrible must have happened here, because the blood on the ground had dried up, rotten meat was everywhere, and the air was full of mosquitoes and flies. But there was not a single complete body. It was almost exactly the same as the situation in the city. But what was more terrible than the city was that this was basically out of Kaching. Based on the current situation, someone must have successfully left Kaching and sought rescue outside. Once rescued, they would definitely explain the situation in Kaching. In this way, it shouldn't have been a month here. And it's still like this. It seems like nothing has been done. You can't walk far just by walking. And it's getting dark soon. Kaching is on the coast. And if they want to find help, they can only go to inland provinces and cities. So this provincial road is surrounded by mountains and water. And the temperature is more than 10 degrees colder than the city center. Song Gu saw Tong Xiangyu hugging her arms and rubbing them. And he opened an empty car at random. All the food and drinks in the car were gone. Only a woman's coat and a blanket that was probably used to wrap a baby. Probably because it was hot. And they didn't take them away. Song Gu took it out and handed it to Tong Xiangyu. Put it on. Tong Xiangyu took a look at it, and immediately shook her head to refuse. I don't want it. Why? I don't want to wear other people's clothes. I don't want to wear human clothes. I want to wear monsters' clothes. Song Gu stuffed the clothes into her hands, and then took Tong Xiangyu away from the driveway. Tong Xiangyu asked, don't we find a car to stay overnight? Do you want to experience the scene of being surrounded by monsters in the car during the day again? As Song Gu spoke, she saw the road to the provincial highway. She parked her bicycle next to the railing, and with one hand, she climbed over the railing. Tong Xiangyu looked at the railing that was more than half a person's height, then looked at Song Gu, who didn't even look back, looked around, and took great pains to move a stone to tiptoe, and stepped on the stone and barely crossed one leg. There are cars in front and behind, and the cars can't drive away. The monsters are all outside. Song Gu stopped, looked ahead at the whole road, and said, no matter when, you must leave yourself a way out when you encounter danger. As Song Gu was talking, he saw Tong Xiangyu straddling the railing, unable to go up or down. Song Gu walked back quickly, took the young lady's hand, and said, why are you following me? I came to check the road first. Tong Xiangyu was carried down by her, and she felt a little aggrieved. I don't know. Forget it. Anyway, we can go down this way. Song Gu took off the military knife from his waist and cut off a big branch. He walked in front, sweeping the knee-high weeds with a lot of noise, and at the same time drove away possible animals and insects, and also checked the ground under his feet. Tong Xiangyu followed carefully behind, fearful all the way, but fortunately nothing happened. Song-gu found a river bank before it got dark, with a good view, and the stones on the bank were relatively small, making it easy to run away in case of danger. Song-gu picked up dead wood and made a fire. Tong Xiangyu, wearing a lady coat, sat on the stone beach around the fire. Song-gu took the bag that the eldest lady still carried on her back, and took out some food from it. I said, I don't know when I can eat hot food after I come out. It's okay. There's no big bed to sleep in. It's okay. Song-gu smiled, handed the braised chicken leg to Tong Xiangyu, torn open a piece of compressed biscuit, and sat down to eat it with mineral water. The breeze was gentle. The air in the forest was much better than that in Kiching, and sometimes you could hear some faint bird calls and insect chirps. Tong Xiangyu said, What will we do when we go to bed later? Song-gu said, You sleep, I keep watch. Tong Xiangyu shook her head. Let's split the night into the first and second half. You keep watch in the first half, and I keep watch in the second half. Song-gu responded without objection, Okay. Tong Xiangyu looked at her suspiciously. You must wake me up. Yes. The night watch was settled. Tong Xiangyu said, I finally know why the rescue outside can't get in. All the roads are blocked like this. How can they get in? Song-gu said, But the road in the sky is not blocked. That's because of the power outage, and Kiching's internet is down. If the plane wants to fly in, it will be difficult for air traffic control to command. Song-gu looked at the fire, but didn't say anything. Tong Xiangyu ate the sweet and spicy chicken leg while looking at the stream not far away. After struggling for a while, she pretended not to care and said, I wash my hair tomorrow before I go. Whatever you want. It was late at night. Tong Xiangyu lay on a small blanket with her legs bent. Under the blanket were some branches and weeds cut by Song-gu. After being dried by the fire, most of the water had become warm, but it was definitely not as soft as a big bed. Song-gu waited for a long time before he heard the gentle, even breathing of the eldest lady. Song-gu tidied the fire, and at the same time remained alert, always paying attention to the surroundings. Late at night, Tong Xiangyu woke up twice in a daze. The second time, she whispered to Song-gu what time it was. Song-gu said it was only 8 o'clock. He asked her if she couldn't sleep. Tong Xiangyu said no. And then she fell asleep again. When Tong Xiangyu woke up, it was already dawn. Tong Xiangyu sat up in shock and called Song-gu name. Song-gu was not far from the stream, rolling up her trouser legs, preparing a palm-sized fish. She didn't know how to do it, but she just had to scrape off the scales, cut open the belly, and remove all the internal organs. This provincial stream didn't connect to the river or the sea, so the fish were still alive and kicking. Hearing that the young lady had woken up, Song-gu asked without turning her head, Little milk tea, do you like eating fish? Not at all. Tong Xiangyu answered angrily, and she walked to Song-gu angrily. Song-gu, why didn't you wake me up? I forgot. How could I forget that? Then I take a nap later, and I ask you to keep an eye on me then. Tong Xiangyu pouted. Humph. Song-gu looked at her again and asked, do you like fish? This time Tong Xiangyu said, I like it only when it's cooked well. I forgot you're picky. Song-gu put the cut fish on a big rock that was scorched by the sun, and picked up another one to process, and said, eat something and drink some water first, and then didn't you say you wanted to wash your hair? The water quality here is good, you can wash it without worry. Tong Xiangyu looked at the clear stream, her eyes lit up, and her mood improved a lot, but she said, okay. Chapter 36, Outdoors. Tong Xiangyu brought shampoo with her, so she had to stay far away when washing her hair, lest Song-gu see the bubbles and get suspicious. But she didn't dare to stay too far away, in case something happened. Song-gu wouldn't have time to run over and save her. Choose upstream. Song-gu is processing the fish. Choose downstream. Song-gu is also processing the fish. Tong Xiangyu was struggling while eating, but before she could come up with a conclusion, Song-gu had already processed the small fish. Song-gu set up a fire and grilled fish. Seeing this, Tong Xiangyu walked to the stream and found a slightly flat place. The stream water was clear, and the sparkling light shone on the stones in the water. Tong Xiangyu adjusted several times, and finally found an angle to wash her hair, but she had never done this since she was a child. The hot sun shone through her shirt on her back, and she felt her skin was about to be scorched. And the stone she was kneeling on was also hard, and it hurt her knees. Her long black hair floated in the stream, like beautiful and soft seaweed. Song-gu watched the young lady sneakily squeeze out some shampoo, and couldn't help but smile. She lowered her head, and continued to string the fish. There was no bamboo nearby. After catching the fish, Song-gu simply used a military knife to cut 3 wooden sticks instead. It felt so good to wash your hair. Tong Xiangyu smelled the fragrance of shampoo, and her fingers shuttled through the full foam and rubbed it gently. The stream water was cool and refreshing. In her upside-down vision, the water surface was sparkling, as if something was swimming towards this side. Tong Xiangyu had no experience, and thought it was just the reflection of sunlight on the water. But suddenly Song-gu's figure came into view. Tong Xiangyu was startled, and saw Song-gu grab something long in the water, and then threw it away with a smooth movement. Tong Xiangyu realized that it was a snake, and she was frightened and lost her balance, and fell into the stream with a cry of ouch. Song-gu was also startled, and hurried into the stream to rescue her. Tong Xiangyu choked on the water twice, and couldn't open her eyes. But she thought there was a snake in the stream, and she frantically climbed up to Song-gu with both hands. Song-gu, pull me up. Song-gu pulled the young lady out of the stream. Tong Xiangyu coughed for a long time, suppressing the discomfort of falling into the water. She turned her head with red eyes. Song-gu, what just now? Was it a snake? Yes. Did you catch the snake and throw it away? Yes. Just throw it away. Tong Xiangyu was shocked. What if it comes back later? We have already left when you come back. Song-gu said, we suddenly broke into its territory. Do we still have to kill it? Tong Xiangyu muttered, I didn't say that. Tong Xiangyu looked down, and said distressfully and frustratedly, what should I do? My clothes and pants are all wet. Take them off and dry them in the sun. Song-gu said, the sun is so strong, they will dry in no time. Tong Xiangyu glanced at Song-gu after hearing this, and felt hesitant and embarrassed. How could she take it off? Not to mention that Song-gu was there. Even if Song-gu wasn't there, she couldn't get over the mental barrier of stripping naked in broad daylight. Song-gu knew that the young lady was shy, returned to the fire, not looking in Tong Xiangyu's direction, while grilling the fish. She said, call me at regular intervals. Tong Xiangyu couldn't help blushing when she saw her like this, and felt that she was awkward and petty. Tong Xiangyu unbuttoned and took off her shirt. Slender waist, white and glowing skin. After taking off the sports pants, there was a pair of straight and white legs, and a plump and perky buttocks wrapped in expensive silk underwear. Although she had her back to Song-gu, Tong Xiangyu was still shy, and carefully placed her shirt and pants on the stone. The sun was very strong. The moisture on Tong Xiangyu's body dried up immediately. She couldn't stand the heat of the sun, and was ashamed to stay naked on the shore. She wanted to take a bath in the stream, but she was afraid that there were snakes in the water. Tong Xiangyu crossed her arms around her chest. Worried, Song-gu, do you think the snake will come back? What do you want to do? I want to take a bath. You wash it. But water snakes are not poisonous, Song-gu said. Besides, it can't even run away when it sees you. So how can it bite you? But I'm still a little scared. Pay more attention to the water surface. When water snakes swim, the waves are very big and obvious. Won't snakes sink under the water? What if I accidentally step on it? Snakes don't have gills like fish. They will drown if they sink in the water. Tong Xiangyu was half believing and half doubting. Really? Song-gu, yes. With Song-gu's assurance, Tong Xiangyu looked at the upstream and downstream of the stream, and the other side, making sure there were no signs of danger, before she carefully went down into the stream. Unlike the heat on the shore, the stream water was cool and refreshing. It was just not deep. Tong Xiangyu had to squat to avoid being in the cold stream water. After squatting for a while, she saw that Song-gu was not looking over here, so she secretly moved to the shore, and took the opportunity to take the shower gel from her trouser pocket. Tong Xiangyu quickly washed herself. The clothes dried quickly. Song-gu grilled fish was a failure. It was cooked, but it had no taste and a little fishy smell. Tong Xiangyu only tried a small piece and refused to eat it. Song-gu had to eat all 3 by himself. Song-gu said, bring some salt next time. Next time? Do you think we can get to the next province in half a day by bicycle? Song-gu said, there will be at least several more times when we have to stay in the wild. Be prepared. Tong Xiangyu murmured oh. After eating, Song-gu scooped up 2 handfuls of stream water to put out the fire, and then packed up the lady coat and blanket, and put them in the backpack. Tong Xiangyu's hair had dried. She used both hands to fix her hair, trying to tie it up with a hair tie, but she couldn't find a hair tie. She took it off, and put it aside when washing her hair, and when she fell into the water, after being frightened by the snake, the hair tie also fell into the stream and floated away. Tong Xiangyu hair was very long, and without a hair tie, it would be messy. The long hair was thin and soft. Beautiful, but useless. It would be hot if you didn't tie your hair up in this weather, and it would hinder your escape if you were in danger. Seeing that the eldest lady was hesitating to pull the core of the wild grass by the stream, Song Ge handed her the clean wooden stick that he had used to string fish at noon. Take this plate. If you see bamboo, I will make you a bamboo hairpin, which is not easy to break. Tong Xiangyu looked at the wooden stick as thick as her little finger. Ah, but I don't know how to tie my hair. You can't do it? Tong Xiangyu's face was a little hot. I can only use a hair tie to do it. I can't do this. I do it. Tong Xiangyu looked at Song Ge in surprise. You can do it? Yes. Song Ge didn't say why she could do it. She picked up the soft long hair with unfamiliar movements. Although she was very careful, she could still hear the young lady screaming in pain when her scalp was pulled. After trying 2 or 3 times, she finally got the long hair tied up. Tong Xiangyu raised her hand and touched it. It was surprisingly not loose. Xian Zhu Fu. It won't disperse even if you run. Song Ge felt more tired than fighting monsters, and hurriedly said, "Let's go. Let's go." Before returning to the provincial road, the fresh air was filled with the unpleasant smell of heat and decay. Song Ge gave Tong Xiangyu 2 masks. Tong Xiangyu put them on, and asked sullenly, "How long is this traffic jam?" They walked to the driveway, and looked over. There were still vehicles lined up beyond several bins that could not be seen at the end. Most of the vehicles were leaving the city, and some were entering the city. Some private cars were of low quality, and used the road to overtake, which made the already narrow provincial road even less spacious. Song Ge even had to carry the bicycle, and put it down after passing the narrowest place to ride. In this way, the two did not meet anyone along the way. The most they saw were cars, pieces of corpses that were no longer human, rotten meat, green flies and maggots. Tong Xiangyu hugged Song Ge's waist, and sat on the back seat. The road was very silent. They rode bicycles for a long time. The only good news was that there were many parked cars. They could occasionally find some edible and useful things in the cars. Of course, it was rare. The cars were basically looted, and there was very little that could be used. They were more often frightened by the rotten and smelly corpses inside. It was getting dark again. The bicycle was parked on the side of the provincial road. As usual, Song Ge led the way, and Tong Xiangyu followed behind. But this time, Song Ge was lucky. He found a farmland. The crops meant 2 good news. First, if they went a little further tomorrow, there should be villages and towns with residents. Second, they might have something else to eat tonight. Song Ge pulled up a crop with his bare hands, but the roots and tubers were all broken under the soil. After being exposed to such strong sunlight for a long time, the soil was extremely hard, and even cracked. Tong Xiangyu asked what it was. Song Ge said, "You've stumped me." Tong Xiangyu was surprised. "Is there something you don't know?" Although Song Ge had some impression, how could she remember all this? "I don't know." Bad student. Tong Xiangyu couldn't help but purse her lips and smiled. She squatted down, said, "But you still know a lot, and you are very brave, unlike ordinary girls." Song Ge didn't say anything, tried to dig down along the broken roots, and they were lucky, and soon they dug up something the size of a fist. Tong Xiangyu screamed in surprise. "What is this?" "No way. Miss." Song Ge held up the thing in his hand, and looked at Tong Xiangyu. "You don't even know about sweet potatoes?" Tong Xiangyu, "Sweet potatoes? Do sweet potatoes grow under the soil?" Song Ge. Song Ge dug along the roots to the side of the land, and dug out a few more pieces, and said, "Let's eat sweet potatoes tonight." "How do you eat sweet potatoes?" "Raw, simmered. How do you want to eat it?" Tong Xiangyu looked at Song Ge timidly, as if afraid of saying something wrong. "Can sweet potatoes be eaten raw? What kind of way is it to eat them stewed?" Song Ge was happy, and stood up. "I peel a piece for you to try later." Song Ge picked up firewood and built a fire. Tong Xiangyu was a little more relaxed than the night before, but there were only occasional birds and insects around, and everything was quiet. In the dark night, there was only the crackling sound of burning firewood, which was still very creepy. Tong Xiangyu was sitting quietly, and suddenly touched her neck. "Song Ge, what's wrong?" Tong Xiangyu frowned slightly. "I don't know. It hurts a little. It itches a little." Song Ge took a flashlight, walked behind Tong Xiangyu and looked. She gently pulled open Tong Xiangyu's collar. And she knew why the young lady was in pain. The skin covered by the shirt was white and delicate, but the neck was obviously brown and red with a little bump. Song-gu touched it, probably because of the 2 days of traveling. The strong sun caused an allergy, and there was a little peeling, and the remaining rough area was a rash, which should be caused by mosquito bites at night. There was no medicine on hand. Song-gu asked, "Can you bear it?" Tong Seong-yu nodded. "Then bear it." Tong Seong-yu said, lowered her eyelashes, gently took a stick to tidy up the fire. Song-gu saw that she was in a low mood, said, "We should be able to find the next town or village tomorrow, and ask if there is any ointment to apply to you." Tong Seong-yu's pretty face was reflected in the firelight. She resisted scratching her neck, and her voice was still low. "Okay." Song-gu returned to her seat and sat down. She had buried several sweet potatoes in the fire before. There was only one left. She said she would peel it for Tong Seong-yu. She took out a military knife to peel it, and cut it into several pieces. She ate the outer part of the sweet potato herself, and handed the sweet potato core, which was crispy and sweet inside, to Tong Seong-yu. Tong Seong-yu took it, and hesitated to eat it. "Eat it. There are medicines for diarrhea." Tong Seong-yu pouted and said, "I won't have diarrhea." She took a careful bite of the sweet potato. It was crispy and sweet. Her eyes lit up slightly. After eating a piece, she asked Song-gu for more. Song-gu cut another piece for her, and said, "Don't eat too much. Too much sweet potato will make you fart." Tong Seong-yu put the sweet potato meat near her mouth and was about to eat it, but she didn't know whether to bite it or not. She glared at Song-gu angrily. "You are the only one who can talk." Song-gu was at a loss, and looked at her. "What? Did I say something wrong?" "Huh? I won't eat it anymore." Tong Seong-yu returned the sweet potato to Song-gu. Song-gu reacted now, and said, "Everyone doesn't fart, and I don't dislike you." Tong Seong-yu still said, "I don't want to eat anymore." Song-gu, "Really? Really?" Song-gu asked, "Will you eat the stewed sweet potatoes later?" "No." "What if you are hungry at night?" "It doesn't matter, I'm not hungry." "Does that mean I don't need to prepare food for you anymore in the future?" Song-gu glanced at her and said, "Because beautiful fairies drink dew, and don't eat these mortal things?" Tong Seong-yu was amused by Song-gu's words, and scolded her. "You are talking nonsense." "Why are you talking nonsense? You know it yourself." "Oh, little fairy, did I say it was you?" Tong Seong-yu was embarrassed and annoyed. "Song-gu, you." "It's you, of course it's you, who else but you?" Song-gu gave the sweet potato heart in his hand back to Tong Seong-yu. "Eat it with confidence. Little fairy, it's okay with just a little." Chapter 37. There are people. The firewood they picked up was almost burned. Song-gu had no experience, but he thought it was almost done, so he picked the sweet potatoes out of the fire with a stick. Tong Seong-yu looked at the black lumps in front of her, with a questioning look on her face. "Is this burnt?" "It doesn't matter if the outside is burnt," Song-gu said. "It's supposed to be peeled." Tong Seong-yu was skeptical. The sweet potatoes that had just been cooked were still very hot. Song-gu picked them out and left them aside. He let them dry for a long time before picking them up. He didn't peel them, but just broke them in half, under the light of the fire. The sweet potato was burnt on the outside, but golden yellow inside, and smelled delicious. Song-gu gave half to Tong Seong-yu. "You can find it on the street. Roasted sweet potato. Have you ever eaten it?" Tong Seong-yu took it, but shook her head. "Try it." Song-gu peeled off the skin a little, took a bite, and it was probably because the weather was sunny, and there was little rain. So the sweet potato was particularly sweet and soft, and it was delicious. Tong Seong-yu followed suit, peeled off a little of the skin, took a small bite, and it was still hot, but the roasted sweet potato was dozens of times sweeter than the raw one. "Wow!" Tong Seong-yu's eyes flashed with surprise. "It's delicious, Song-gu. Should we dig some to take with us on the road?" "No, it's too heavy. I carry a backpack. I'm not afraid of the weight." "Who's going to ride the bike?" "You." "That's it." Song-gu finished speaking, watching Tong Seong-yu lower her eyes after she said, "Oh," eating the sweet potato in small bites. Song-gu was silent for a moment, and said, "You can take 2 pieces." Tong Seong-yu looked at her. "Only 2 pieces? Not quite enough." 3 pieces? No more." "Okay." Tong Seong-yu said excitedly, "I pick it tomorrow." "Yes." Eating the sweet potatoes, Tong Seong-yu temporarily forgot the pain and itchiness on her neck. But after falling asleep, she couldn't forget it. When she was asleep, She always scratched her neck unconsciously. The skin was thin to begin with, and it was sunburned. After scratching a few times, there were actually blood marks. Song-gu had no choice but to grab Tong Xiangyu's wrist from behind to stop her from scratching. Tong Xiangyu felt very uncomfortable for a while, frowning and groaning in her sleep. But she was exhausted from traveling all day, so she didn't wake up. Later, she felt a little better. The next day, Tong Xiangyu woke up in a daze, saw the dim sky, and realized that Song-gu didn't ask her to get up to keep watch. So she propped herself up and sat up. The fire was still a little lit. Song-gu was sitting by the fire, with several handfuls of leaves on the side. Song-gu lowered his head and was weaving something. Song-gu. Song-gu looked up at her and said, "It's still early. Sleep a little longer." Tong Xiangyu went to bed early the night before, so she wasn't that sleepy anymore. She came to Song-gu's side and asked, "What is this?" "Palm leaves." "Palm leaves? What are you going to do with them?" "Make a hat." It was obvious that the previous attempts had failed, but the one Song-gu had in his hand was already in good shape. He could at least make the brim of the hat bigger, so that this young lady would be less exposed to the sun. "You still have the leisure time." Tong Xiangyu propped up her chin to watch. The hat looked really good. She couldn't help but admire it. "Song-gu, why do I feel like you know everything?" "No, I just made it up." Song-gu finally put the palm leaves into the edge and said, "You can only wear it for 2 days at most. The sun is so strong. If the leaves wilt, they won't have any sun protection effect. Try it on and see." Tong Xiangyu thought it was novel, and she didn't mind that it was a straw hat. She took it and put it on her head carefully. She has a small face, white skin, and a big straw hat on her head, like a model in an advertisement. Especially when she smiles, she looks cute and pretty. "Okay, just wear it like this." "Ah? For me?" "Yes." Song-gu looked at her and said, "If everything goes well today, we should be able to see villages and towns. Do you think there will be people in villages and towns?" "I don't know," Song-gu said. "Let's try our luck." As it turned out, Song-gu's luck has always been bad. They rode all day and didn't even see the shadow of a village or town. As the sun was setting, the day was coming to an end. Song-gu gave up and planned to find a place far from the driveway to rest like he did the previous 2 days. But Song-gu was not unlucky. Maybe it was because he had a lucky lady by his side. Halfway down the road to the farmland, Song-gu saw several people on the farmland not far away. Yes, they were people, not monsters. Some of them were swinging hoes, and some were carrying bags to pack crops. Song-gu? Tong Xiangyu, who was following behind, didn't know yet. Song-gu said, "There are people." Tong Xiangyu looked out in surprise. "Really? Where is it?" "There is it?" Tong Xiangyu saw it, but saw that Song-gu's feet did not move, confused. "Song-gu, aren't we going over there?" Song-gu, "No. Seeing people is one thing, walking over is another. After all, we don't know whether those people are good or bad. Not everyone has the kindness to save people like Grandma Tian. After all, they are just 2 girls, and those people in the field are all adult men. If a conflict occurs, they will definitely be the ones who suffer. So we still have to see what the situation is in that village first. At this special time, we should not have the intention to harm others, but we must be on guard against others, so it is right to be careful. However, since these people have not returned at this time, it means that the village is not far from here." After thinking about it, Song-gu decisively gave up the plan to find a place to sleep outdoors, and took Tong Xiangyu back to the provincial road and continued to ride forward. Sure enough, after riding 2 or 3 big bends, they saw a few scattered residential buildings built against the mountain. Song-gu pressed the brake. She had good eyesight, and saw from a distance in front of the yard of one of the houses, a person in a red skirt was rummaging through something on a bamboo plaque. She looked young, probably a girl of the same age as them. The sun had already set, and although it was still light, it would soon be completely dark. Song-gu looked around. Since there were people living there, there must be a road nearby for people to enter and exit. Soon, Song-gu found a narrow, weed-covered path along the mountain. The road is wide enough for electric vehicles and bicycles to pass. But there is a steep slope on the other side of the road. At the bottom of the steep slope is a small lake covered with moss, algae and water plants. This is a test of skills. Song-gu has been riding for so many days, and she is confident. But she doesn't know if the eldest lady is confident. She asked Tong Xiangyu if she dared to ride. Tong Xiangyu nodded after knowing it, and asked back, why not? Song Gu was about to say that she trusted me so much, but she heard the eldest lady continue to say, anyway, if I fall, I will not be the only one. Song Gu. The angle is strange. Song Gu quickly found the small road that goes down from the provincial road. She sat on the bicycle, hooked up the pedal with one foot and said, get on. Tong Xiangyu sat sideways on the back seat, and naturally hugged Song Gu's waist with both hands. Song Gu said, don't worry, I will definitely fall towards this side of the mountain even if I fall. Tong Xiangyu smiled, her eyes curved and hummed twice, said not to fall and ride well, but soon Tong Xiangyu could not laugh anymore, because she saw a few shoes hanging in the thorny weeds on the steep slope in front of her. Women high heels, men's leather shoes. It looked brand new, but it was covered with blood. Tong Xiangyu grabbed the clothes on Song Gu's waist, and felt that she was thinking too much. Chapter 38 Rejected. The path was blocked. Song Gu found that the road ahead was blocked in the middle when he was halfway through riding. The narrow path was piled high with a pile of broken copper and iron, rusty and sharp. No one would put these on the road, unless they were blocking the road intentionally. But, can they stop the monsters with this? Unless they are not stopping monsters. Tong Xiangyu was worried when she saw those shoes, and then saw Song Gu stopped halfway through riding, and immediately asked nervously, what's wrong? Song Gu? Song Gu did not answer, but raised his voice and shouted to the distance, hey! Yu Yao, who was concentrating on turning over the sweet potato fries on the bamboo plate, was startled and almost knocked over the bamboo plate. She looked up, and before she could see clearly who it was, someone in the house had already rushed out with a big shovel. Yu Yao hurriedly stopped him and said, Dad, don't be nervous. It seems to be a woman. A girl. Woman? Yu Qiuxiong said, the roads in front and behind our place are all blocked by cars. And it has been so long. How could there be a woman? I don't know. Yu Yao looked over and said, I go over and take a look. Yu Qiuxiong took the shovel with him. Yu Yao wanted to say no, but just in case, she followed her father. The residential buildings built on the mountain didn't look bad, but the terrain was high and low. There were farmlands in front of the houses. The path was not paved with cement, and the dirt road was embedded with anti-slip stones, winding and rugged. After walking alone for a long time, it continued to the path close to the mountain. It was already dark at that time. The two sides looked at each other across the scrap metal. In Yu Yao's eyes, there was only a short-haired girl riding on a bicycle, with no expression. Tall and thin, one foot on the pedal and the other on the road. And she looked clean and neat. Yu Yao was about to ask a question when she saw a dark green fresh palm hat sticking out from behind the short-haired girl. Under the hat was a white and beautiful face as big as a palm, with watery almond eyes, a small mouth, and bright eyes and white teeth. She looked like a spoiled city lady who had never touched water. Yu Yao opened her mouth, but she forgot what she wanted to ask after she saw the pretty girl in the back seat. Instead, Tong Xiangyu nodded and said hello first. Hello. Yu Yao reacted and said hello quickly. She looked at the person riding the bicycle, but she didn't even look at her. So she had to look back at the girl in the straw hat and asked, Who are you? Tong Xiangyu said, We are from Keqing. Song Gu let the eldest lady socialize, and he looked at the father and daughter in front of him calmly. Yes, father and daughter. Although the distance was far, Song Gu also vaguely heard the brief conversation between the two. Something unpleasant must have happened here. Whether it was this pile of scrap metal, or the conversation between the two just now. It showed that they were on guard against people, not monsters. Song Gu saw that the girl was wearing a plaid shirt and a red skirt, and her steps were brisk. Although the road she had walked was rugged, she was not uncomfortable, but was familiar with it, and there were no wounds on her arms and legs exposed. The middle-aged man was in his 40s or 50s, and looked simple and honest. He was not tall, had dark skin, and was strong. He should be from a farming family. Judging from this alone, the two should be locals, not outsiders. Moreover, it seemed that they had not experienced any fights. Tong Xiangyu got off the bicycle, walked to the pile of broken copper and iron blocking the road, and negotiated face-to-face with the girl in the red skirt. She told her and Song Gu names and identities, that they were students of Keqing, and also stated her main demands, that they were passing by and wanted to stay for one night, and finally asked politely if it was convenient. Yu Yao asked, Keqing? Did something big happen in the city? Yes. Seeing that she pretended not to know what happened, Tong Xiangyu remembered the blood-stained shoes she had just seen on the slope. She clenched her hanging hands nervously, but forced herself to remain calm, asked with doubt, "Don't you know? There are many monsters that bite people in the city, as if it is infected with rabies virus." "I don't know. You should have seen it along the way. The provincial road was completely blocked. We couldn't sell the ripe sweet potatoes. And the buyer who was scheduled to come to the door didn't come," Yu Yao said, and then quickly asked, "What is the rabies virus? Is it serious?" "Very serious." Tong Xiangyu looked into her eyes, and said word by word, "Almost everyone in the city died." Yu Yao was shocked. "How is it possible?" Song Gu saw that her shocked expression did not seem to be fake, and said, "You live on the roadside. Haven't you seen people? We saw a lot of rotting corpses along the way." "Corpses? Corpses?" Yu Yao's face was panicked, but she quickly calmed down. However, she was fine when talking to Tong Xiangyu. But when she talked to Song Gu, she looked at the other party's calm eyes that seemed to see through everything, and her speech became inexplicably unsmooth. "See, I have seen some. I mean people, not corpses. But it was only in the first 2 days. Maybe because of the traffic jam. They all got off the car to walk." "Lie." Song Gu calmly watched her trying to hide her nervousness, but did not expose her, only said, "If it is inconvenient to stay overnight, forget it. Xiao Nai Cha, let's go." Tong Xiangyu also felt that this place was not good, and nodded quickly. Song Gu picked up the bicycle, and turned the front of the bicycle. But just as the two were about to leave, the sky, which was gradually getting dark, suddenly brightened. In an instant, everything in the world was in an extremely unnatural white light like film exposure. Although it became dark again later, there was still that kind of pale residue on the retina. The next moment, a thunderous sound like thunder rang out from the top of the head. Bang! Tong Xiangyu was frightened and immediately grabbed Song Gu and leaned towards her. Song Gu also frowned. How could it rain heavily without any signs? But it's okay. They can find a car to hide. They haven't encountered anyone or monsters on the road in the past few days. If they hide in the car for a night, they shouldn't be so unlucky to encounter danger. Yu Yao looked at the sky, which was thundering and covered with dark clouds, and then looked at the figures of the two people leaving, and said to her father, "Dad, why don't you let them stay for one night?" Yu Qiuxiong frowned and shook his head at her, as if hinting at something. At this time, a voice came from not far away. "Old Yu, it's going to rain soon. Why are you still standing there?" Yu Qiuxiong turned around. The man immediately shouted again, "What's going on? Someone is coming." Tong Xiangyu hugged Song Gu's arm, and couldn't help but look back curiously. She saw several men standing in the yard not far away. They were wearing short sleeves and rolled up their trouser legs. They were carrying large bags of sweet potatoes on both ends of their shovels and hoes. But at this moment, they all unloaded the farm tools from the sweet potato bags, and walked over here with them. Tong Xiangyu's mind flashed with a few bloody shoes, and she said to Song Gu in a panic, Song Gu, let's go quickly." Song Gu responded and got on the bicycle. When a few people came closer with their tools, the two had already left on the same way. "Why did you leave?" Song Gu heard the loud-voiced man ask. "I just came to ask for directions. Don't mind your own business. Go back." "No. Aren't they two little girls? It's going to rain heavily today. Why don't you ask them to come in for dinner and hide from the rain? It hasn't even started raining yet. Why are you worrying about that? Besides, if they can come all the way from Keqing safely, they must be able to leave safely." "From Keqing?" Yu Qiuxiong immediately squinted his eyes. The loud voice immediately lowered its volume. Let's go back." It was not completely dark yet. Song Gu rode Tong Xiangyu to the provincial road, put the bicycle away, and took out a flashlight to find a car without a dead person inside. She seemed to have not taken the rejection seriously at all, and said, "Although we can hide from the rain in the car, if there is thunder, we won't be struck to death. Right?" Tong Xiangyu was still watching Song Gu's reaction, and immediately retorted, "Of course not. Song Gu, the car is not made of metal. Will it conduct electricity? The car is made of metal, but it is a closed space. Do you know the principle of Faraday cage?" Tong Xiangyu knew that Song Gu must not know it after asking, and without waiting for the other party to answer, she continued, "It means that the cage is an equipotential body. When thunder strikes, the lightning strikes the car. and the car body and tires are connected to the ground. The potential difference in the car is equal to 0. Without the potential difference, there will be no current flowing. At this time, we have to talk about high voltage lines again. For example, if a high voltage line breaks and falls next to you, you must not step over it, because the earth is electrified. Once you step over it, your body becomes a pathway, and the step voltage caused by the different voltage levels of your two legs will kill you directly. You have to jump alone or with both feet together to avoid being electrocuted. Fall next to me? Yes. I am so unlucky? Tong Xiangyu said, no. It's just an example. It's the same if it falls next to me. Song-gu, forget it. Just drop next to me. Tong Xiangyu was stunned, and then realized what Song-gu meant. Her ears felt hot. Just as she was about to speak, Song-gu had already found a very new BMW SUV. Opened the door, and the interior was also very good. Song-gu, get in. Tong Xiangyu forgot what she was going to say, and went over obediently. Oh, I'm here. After closing the car windows and doors, Tong Xiangyu took off her backpack, took out a few sweet potatoes from it, and said, hey, I was thinking of roasting them today. Don't like it when it's raw? Tong Xiangyu looked at her blankly. Can you tell the truth? Song-gu, if you tell the truth, can I hit you? Tong Xiangyu said honestly, it tastes like starch when it's raw. After all, sweet potato starch is made by grinding raw sweet potatoes. Song-gu didn't plan to eat the sweet potatoes that the young lady had carried all the way with great effort, and opened a piece of compressed biscuit and a bag of meat jerky. The two of them tacitly didn't mention the setback they had just encountered. Lightning flashed across the sky again, and thunder rolled. Tong Xiangyu was holding a braised chicken drumstick in her hand, looking out the window, and suddenly became excited, saying, Song-gu, Song-gu, look! Song-gu looked in the direction Tong Xiangyu pointed, and was also stunned. The lights in those residential buildings were all on. Tong Xiangyu was surprised. They didn't lose power? Song-gu guessed, it may be self-generated. Is it so powerful? Tong Xiangyu frowned after asking, and leaned closer. Song-gu saw Tong Xiangyu leaning towards his chest, and tried his best to move back against the seat, and then heard the eldest lady squinting and asking, is that a person? Song-gu turned his head again, and realized that he had only paid attention to the lights in the house, and did not see a figure walking towards him on the path. It was already dark, but the person was wearing a red skirt. It should be the girl just now. Don't move. I go down and take a look. Song-gu opened the car door and got out, and asked Tong Xiangyu to lock the door. Chapter 39 Heavy Rain. Song-gu walked a few steps toward the path. Lightning flashed in the sky from time to time. When it flashed, Song-gu saw that the other party was holding a basket in one hand, and a folding umbrella in the other hand. No weapons. The sky had darkened, especially today with dark clouds. The light was even darker. But Yu Yao had walked this road since she was a child, and was very familiar with it. There would be no accidents. However, when she passed the pond, she lowered her head and quickened her pace. Seeing Song-gu waiting, Yu Yao finally trotted for a while, and when she got closer, she handed the basket to Song-gu. You should have nothing to eat. Right? These are sweet potatoes that haven't been dried much yet. You can just eat them to fill your stomach. Song-gu didn't want to accept them at first. Of course, you have to be careful with what you put into your mouth. But Song-gu noticed that there were traces of rust and scratches on the girl's red skirt. It should be caused by carelessness when jumping over the pile of scrap metal. She came here, not at the instigation of those men. Sure enough, Yu Yao's next sentence confirmed Song-gu's judgment. I wanted to send it to you after dinner, so that I could serve some food, but it's going to rain soon, and my dad might find out if I come out at night. I can only come now. Song-gu then reached out to take it, and said, thank you. You're welcome. After Yu Yao responded, she seemed to want to explain something, but she stopped in the end and said, then I go back first. Take the basket back with you. Song-gu took a few sweet potatoes in his hand, and returned the basket to her. Seeing this, Yu Yao nodded and took the basket, and soon returned the same way. The rain hadn't fallen yet. Song-gu watched the girl carefully jumping over the pile of scrap metal from a distance. At this time, a man walked out of the lighted yard, and shone the flashlight on the pile of scrap metal very vigilantly, and soon, the man asked in confusion, Yao Yao? It's my Uncle Jiang. The strong wind blew the basket here. I pick it up. The wind blew the content of the two people's conversation over. Song-gu saw that the girl landed successfully and returned to the car with a few sweet potatoes in his hand. Tong Seong-yu saw the sweet potatoes in Song-gu's hand and immediately asked, "Are they for us to eat?" Song-gu, "Yes." Tong Seong-yu said worriedly, "Is it poisoned?" Song-gu looked at Tong Seong-yu with a little surprise, thinking that this young lady was not so innocent that she was hopeless. At least she still had the necessary vigilance. Song-gu turned on the flashlight and shone a few sweet potatoes carefully. The sweet potatoes were peeled and cut into long strips. They were soft and sticky when pinched, only slightly hard on the outside. They were dried under the scorching sun, but there were no pinholes and no signs of temporary soaking. In the afternoon, I saw the girl standing in the yard, turning something on the bamboo plate, probably drying these sweet potato strips. After checking, Song-gu turned off the flashlight, glanced at Tong Seong-yu, and deliberately said, "Don't worry, I eat first, you can eat after I'm done with it." Tong Seong-yu's eyes widened. "I'm not reassured at all. What if you've eaten it, and there's something wrong with it?" Song-gu smiled. "Tong Seong-yu, you can still laugh?" Tong Seong-yu was really worried. She told Song-gu not to eat it. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "When I rode past that path in the afternoon, I saw a few bloody shoes on the slope. Some men's shoes, and some women's shoes." The smile on Song-gu's face fell, and he looked at Tong Seong-yu. "Did you notice it?" Tong Seong-yu was surprised. "You saw it too?" "Yes," Song-gu said, "so something must have happened here. But this sweet potato should not be poisonous." "Why? If they really wanted to harm us, wouldn't it be easier to let us stay overnight and then poison our food? Besides, they are many in number, and they are all strong peasants. To subdue two of us weak girls, to put it bluntly, there is no need to poison us." Tong Seong-yu said, "No. No. No." Song-gu, "What do you mean by no? I am the only weak girl, you are not." Song-gu smiled and gave her the sweet potato in his hand. "Will you eat the weak girl?" "Yes." "You said so." Tong Seong-yu took the sweet potato with both hands and asked Song-gu, "What about those shoes?" "I don't know, but it must be related to the fact that they didn't even dare to take in two of us who were weak." Song-gu paused and changed his words. "They didn't even dare to take in two of us girls." Song-gu guessed correctly. Yu Yao was scolded by his father after returning home. It's okay if a broken basket is blown away. Don't go there. Especially at night. Yu Yao answered honestly, without talking back. At this time, the loudmouthed man Jiang Ming in the afternoon said, "Are you really from Kaching? Didn't you ask anything?" "No." Yu Chioxiong said, "They just said that there seems to be some infectious disease in the city, and it will bite people after getting sick." Yu Yao thought they said more, saying that all the people who got sick in Kaching died. Of course this may be an exaggeration. Jiang Ming was shocked. "Biting? That's not the same as..." Yu Chioxiong glanced at the old man at the table, quickly glared at him, indicating that we should not discuss this topic. At the same time, the heavy rain finally came pouring down. Song-gu looked at the rainstorm outside the window. The rain was so heavy that the car windows were flooded with water, and he could not see anything outside at all. Only when there was lightning and thunder could he see the light. Tong Seong-yu was a little scared. Song-gu saw it and said, "The road where this car is parked is very good. There is no mountain in front and behind, so no matter how heavy the rain is, there will be no danger of falling rocks." Tong Seong-yu nodded, but she was still scared. She looked outside the car. "It hasn't rained for a long time." Song-gu, "Didn't it rain before the monster erupted?" Tong Seong-yu thought of that time and murmured, "It rained for 3 days before it stopped." Song-gu said, "Well, but the weather forecast originally said it would rain for next week." Tong Seong-yu was worried and leaned on the steering wheel. "What if it rains for 3 days this time? Or even longer?" Song-gu said, "Nothing to do. Just stay in the car. It's raining so hard, the monsters can't come out to bite people." But Tong Seong-yu was still worried about something else, she said. "But so many people died in the city. So many rotting corpses. The heavy rain will wash them away, the rain will stop and the sky will clear, the water cycle will start, and various viruses and pollution will spread more widely." Water cycle. Song-gu thought of the dead bodies and dead fish floating on the moat, and thought that the cycle had already started, and the spread of viruses and pollution had also started a long time ago. Heavy rain and thunder, all night long. Tong Seong-yu didn't sleep well all night. When she woke up, she vaguely saw the sky was getting light outside the car window, but she couldn't see clearly, because the heavy rain was still falling. What Tong Seong-yu was worried about finally happened. This heavy rain lasted much longer than 3 days. The sweet potatoes sent by Yu Yao were eaten, and the raw sweet potatoes were peeled and eaten. There was still a bag of braised chicken legs, and a few small bags of compressed biscuits and meat jerky left. The remaining food could last for another 2 days. But their car couldn't hold on. When the car leaned forward slightly, Song-gu was very sensitive to the fact that something was wrong. Although the amplitude was very small, it was almost undetectable in the strong wind and rain. Song-gu still decisively opened the door immediately. Tong Xiangyu screamed, "Song-gu, don't go out. It's too dangerous." But Song-gu had already opened the door. Before getting out of the car, the fast and dense raindrops hit her body like bullets. The strong wind blew up the rain and fog, and the only sound she could hear was the dense rain and wind, and her vision was also reduced to a very low level. Song-gu wiped the rain off her face, opened her eyes with difficulty, and when she saw the specific situation, she was terrified. Most of the provincial road ahead had collapsed. Many cars had fallen down. Some were submerged, and some were still halfway in the mud. The collapsed section of the road was only a dozen meters away from their car. If it continued to rain, in 2 or 3 minutes, it would be their turn. Song-gu immediately shouted to Tong Xiangyu in the car, "Come here. Go this way." The rain was too heavy. Even though Song-gu shouted twice at the car, Tong Xiangyu took a while to understand. She hurriedly took the backpack, crossed the center console from the driver's seat, and flipped to the passenger seat. Song-gu grabbed her hand and took Tong Xiangyu out of the car. Tong Xiangyu screamed as soon as she entered the heavy rain. She was hit by the heavy rain and was extremely embarrassed. Song-gu raised his hand to block the rain for her, but it was the same as not blocking it. Song-gu had difficulty seeing things in the rain. Although he couldn't see clearly, it was right to stay away from the collapsed road first. Leading the group to retreat again and again, suddenly kicked something. Song-gu looked down and saw that it was the bicycle she had stored before. It was so windy and rainy. How come the bicycle was not blown away? Looking up again, there was a mountain behind it. There was little mud on the mountain, but a lot of vegetation. The trees almost took root along the mountain wall, with roots all over the place. This kind of rocky mountain rarely has mudslides, and it is very windproof and rainproof. Even if there are falling rocks, the heavy rains for so many days would have washed them away long ago. Song-gu decisively took Tong Xiangyu up the mountain. There were many shade trees on the mountain. Even if it was pouring rain, it was better than nothing. The situation was a little better. At least Song-gu was not so uncomfortable when he opened his eyes. Tong Xiangyu also covered her forehead with both hands to block the rain. Then she suddenly shouted, "Song-gu, look!" Song-gu looked in the direction she pointed. The residential buildings that were originally close to the mountain had been mostly submerged by mud, some even collapsed. Many furniture and firewood were washed out by the rain. A girl in a red skirt was walking towards this side, with difficulty in the wind and rain. The ground she was stepping on was almost unrecognizable as a road. Yu Yao collapsed and cried helplessly in the heavy rain. She still remembered her father's hands gradually getting colder. Uncle Zhang's body was crushed by the collapsed beams, and Grandma Chen tied herself to the pillars of the house for fear that she and her grandson would be washed away by the flood and drowned alive. Yu Yao cried desperately, and her feet slipped, and she almost fell into the pond. The pond was full of water. Yu Yao pried on the muddy and melted path soaked by water, trying to climb up again with difficulty, and suddenly something touched her. She turned her head in the heavy rain, but it was a completely swollen and rotten leg. Yu Yao screamed in fear, and her hand holding onto the path loosened. She was about to slide into the center of the pond. But the next moment, someone grabbed her wrist with force. Chapter 40 The whole story. Yu Yao had not drowned yet, and she looked up in panic in the heavy rain. Song Goodman pulled her to the edge of the pond with all their strength. Yu Yao was also strong, and she quickly climbed out of the pond with her hands and feet. The heavy rain was still falling. Song Gu saw that the pond was a vast expanse of water, and most of the original algae had been washed away. Several bodies that had been soaked beyond human form had no cover, and floated to the surface, and were up and down in the heavy rain. Looking at the clothes on the bodies, they were not those of the farmers before, but more like city people. Song Gu retracted his gaze, took each step steadily, and returned the same way. The wind was strong and the rain was heavy. The dirt road was almost completely soaked in water. It was a miracle that it was not washed away. Yu Yao's red skirt was covered with mud, but when she reached the front of the mountain, it had been washed away by the heavy rain. She followed Song Gu up the mountain. The rain in the forest weakened slightly. Yu Yao left the danger, and after seeing people, her emotions collapsed again. She covered her face and cried desperately. Tong Xiangyu saw her so sad. Her eyes also turned red. Song-gu didn't say anything. She turned her head and looked at the provincial road. She looked for the Mercedes SUV, but couldn't find it. Later, she found that the landslide section had expanded. Their SUV should have fallen down. It took her only 3 to 5 minutes to go back and forth to rescue people. In other words, if she had reacted a little slower, she and Tong Xiangyu would have died. Song-gu thought, or maybe she was even more unlucky. The landslide happened at night. She couldn't guarantee that she could stay alert and sharp in the middle of the night and find out what was wrong and respond in time. Even if it could, visibility is low at night. The situation would be 100 times worse than this. So, it's not bad. Song-gu retracted his gaze. This heavy rain will not stop. Staying on the mountain like this is not a solution. She can hold on, but it would be troublesome if the delicate young lady got sick after being in the rain for too long. We need to build a temporary tree house to shelter from the rain. Song-gu wiped the rain off her face, searched for the target. She wanted to find a tree with lush branches and leaves but not so thick trunks. There were vines on the mountain. She could use the vines to fix the trunks as a frame, and then cut branches as crossbeams between the trunks, and finally lay branches and leaves alternately to prevent wind and rain. Song-gu, what are you looking for? Tong Xiangyu asked. Song-gu was about to tell her what he was going to do. But the heavens seemed to be playing a trick on her. The rainstorm subsided in an instant, gradually until there was not even a trace of wind and rain. The sun was setting, half of the blue sky was dyed red, and a few wisps of clouds floated in the sky like light smoke. If it weren't for the collapsed provincial road, the flooded and destroyed residential buildings, the girl in the red skirt, who was still crying, this heavy rainstorm that lasted for nearly half a month, seemed to be just their illusion. Song-gu glanced down at the crying girl and said to Tong Xiangyu, "Let's find a place to warm ourselves by the fire." Tong Xiangyu nodded hurriedly. At this time, Yu Yao suddenly grabbed Song-gu's trouser leg as he was about to leave, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. "My father, uncle, and the others are still inside." Song-gu's eyes were cold. Still alive? Yu Yao's tears kept pouring out when she heard this, and she was so sad that she couldn't speak for a while. Seeing this, Song-gu said to Tong Xiangyu again, "Let's go." Tong Xiangyu looked at Yu Yao hesitantly. But Song-gu didn't wait for her to say but, turned around and went down the mountain first. The provincial road collapsed into the lower farmland, and dozens of cars were still covered in the renovated mud. The stream not far away surged and rushed, submerging the farmland, but it seemed to be receding quickly. The heavy rain that had lasted for more than half a month finally stopped, which of course made people feel relieved. But the damage caused by the heavy rain made people feel not at all relaxed. It is not easy to find dry firewood for a fire at this time. Tong Xiangyu has also walked down the mountain. She gently tugged at the corner of Song-gu's clothes and shouted softly with red eyes, "Song-gu." Song-gu did not even look at her and said directly, "No." Tong Xiangyu pouted slightly. "I haven't asked yet. You just want to ask whether to take her with you." Song-gu has already thought of something to burn. She walked along the mountain path. The provincial road collapsed and could not go forward, so she could only return to the direction of Kiching. Song-gu said, "No, it's troublesome." Tong Xiangyu said, "But she is left alone." "Who is not alone?" Song-gu said, "It is enough to serve you. A young lady." Tong Xiangyu pouted again unhappily. She remembered the girl who risked walking over in the rainstorm, but Song-gu looked indifferent and ignored her. That was a life. Besides, the girl brought them food that night. If it were not for the sweet potatoes, their food would have been finished. Although the rainstorm stopped today. What if it didn't? Tong Xiangyu asked herself that she couldn't just stand by and watch someone die. If Song-gu didn't plan to go, she would go by herself. Only then did Song-gu sigh, impatiently reaching out to pull her down, and went down the mountain along the path. In the storm, Tong Xiangyu also knew that Song-gu was not familiar with the terrain, so he walked very slowly. But fortunately he made it in time, as the girl almost slipped into the deep pond and drowned. Tong Xiangyu was still nervous and scared when she thought of that scene. Although saving the girl's life was considered as repaying the favor of the food, saving a person is like saving a life. The two of them were on the same journey, and one more person would also be on the same journey. Why not go together? It would give them some company. Tong Xiangyu wanted to persuade him again, but Song-gu suddenly stopped and turned around to say to others, "Don't follow me." Tong Xiangyu looked back. The girl's eyes were swollen from crying, and her shirt and skirt were wet and stuck to her body. She looked really embarrassed. Although Tong Xiangyu knew that she must not be much better, she still went over to hold her hand when she saw the girl wringing her hands helplessly and fearfully. Seeing the scars on her hands soaked by rain, Tong Xiangyu felt very sad. She turned around and looked at Songge pitifully and pleadingly. Songge said, "Don't look at me." "No." Songge walked forward. After a while, she didn't hear anyone following her. She looked back and saw Tong Xiangyu whispering something to the girl. She even raised her hand to wipe the girl's tears. Songge rolled her eyes speechlessly. She was really a little bodhisattva. After passing the landslide section, Songge walked forward for a long distance to make sure that the provincial road was solid and there would be no more collapse accidents. Then she chose a car with no dead people inside and opened it to remove the dry and flammable seat cushions inside. Songge asked Tong Xiangyu for a lighter. Tong Xiangyu took out a lighter from her backpack and handed it to her, and then shouted, "Songge." Songge ignored the girl in the red skirt, who was following Tong Xiangyu with her head down, and walked to the provincial road with a lighter and a cushion. The heavy rain and strong wind overturned several old cars, which also cleared a lot of roads that were originally jammed with traffic. Songge lit the cushion, took off the wet clothes on his body, and put them by the fire to dry. Tong Xiangyu was also afraid that she would get sick if she wore wet clothes for too long. It was not the first time she took them off, unbuttoned her shirt and took it off, only wearing a bra, and squatted by the fire to dry it. Tong Xiangyu said to Yu Yao, who was standing there not knowing what to do, "Take off your clothes and dry them, too, or you catch a cold." Yu Yao immediately glanced nervously at Songge, whose face was reflected by the firelight. Seeing that she was not looking away, and was not looking at her at all, she grabbed the corner of her clothes and gently lifted it up a little, and whispered, "I dry it like this." Songge quickly dried her clothes, put them back on, and took off her pants and shoes. After they were dry, she took down a few cushions to keep the fire going. Yu Yao gradually squatted down, looking at the fire, thinking of what happened. She couldn't help crying again. She wiped away her tears, suppressed the sound of sobbing in her throat, and finally could only bite her arm. Tong Xiangyu saw Yu Yao like this, and turned to look at Songge, who was holding a cushion in his hand and leaning against the car with an indifferent expression. Tong Xiangyu whispered, "Songge." How could Songge not know what this little bodhisattva wanted to say? And suddenly asked, "What's the matter with those bodies in the pond?" Tong Xiangyu looked confused. Yu Yao froze, and even stopped crying. Tong Xiangyu reacted and turned to look at Yu Yao. Songge's tone did not change much, still calm. She must be from Keqing. Yu Yao shuddered again. Only Tong Xiangyu was confused, looking at Yu Yao and then at Songge, and asked, "What?" "Songge, what are you talking about?" Seeing that the girl still did not intend to explain, Songge said to Tong Xiangyu, "When I rescued her, I saw several bodies floating in the pond. If it were not for this heavy rain, the bodies should have been in the pond covered with algae and water plants, and would never be found." Tong Xiangyu, who was squatting to dry her clothes and hair, remembered what she said immediately. She felt a chill down her spine, and moved away from Yu Yao. She looked up at Songge again. "Those bloody shoes?" Songge said calmly. "Yes." Songge looked at Yu Yao. "You killed someone." "No." Yu Yao tears fell. She shook her head vigorously, as if she had remembered something terrible. "No. It's not like that." Tong Xiangyu saw that she had collapsed emotionally, and looked very pitiful. She quietly moved back and asked softly, "What happened?" "You speak slowly." Yu Yao wiped away her tears, choked up and said, "2 months ago, 7 or 8 people from Keqing said they were not feeling well and could not drive at night, and wanted to borrow stay. We didn't have any vacant rooms at home, and my father disagreed, but they didn't stay for free and paid a lot, so my father agreed." In Yu Yao's sobbing words, Songge and Tong Xiangyu quickly understood the whole story. Because several people paid a lot, Yu Yao's father Yu Qiuxiong found Jiang Ming from the same village to discuss, and decided to vacate his room for those people from Keqing to stay for one night. But in the middle of the night, a scream startled the 2 people who had got up early to work. They ran over to see, and found that a man from Keqing had caught the woman he lived with and bit her. At first, they thought it was domestic violence, and didn't want to intervene and cause trouble, until they found that the woman gradually stopped struggling after a lot of blood was bitten, and seemed to be dead. The man left the woman and rushed towards them. Jiang Ming didn't react and was knocked down. He was about to be bitten. Yu Qiuxiong was anxious and hoed the man. The man fell to the ground, bleeding a lot, but he seemed to be alive. He grabbed Jiang Ming's legs and tried to bite him. This time, the two men, in self-defense, raised their hoes and shovels and hammered the man's head, smashing it to pieces. The noise woke up several people from kitchen next door. They came out and saw the scene and screamed in panic. Yu Qiuxiong and Jiang Ming wanted to explain, but they screamed that they had killed someone. The two were afraid that the whole village would hear it, so they were anxious and knocked them to death impulsively. Yu Yao cried and said, "My father said that he and Uncle Jiang buried the body in the pond, and asked me if I wanted to turn myself in. I said of course I would, but there was a sudden traffic jam that day, and all the roads in and out of the city were blocked. At that time, some people wanted to come to our place, but they probably thought the road was bad, so they turned back halfway. My father guessed that something must have happened in the city, and he and Uncle Jiang used scrap metal from home to completely block the road. As a result, the traffic outside was blocked for more than a month." Chapter 41 Allergy. Tong Xiangyu was very moved after hearing this, because she had experienced the monster corpse-tied incident in Kiching. She knew too well how critical the situation was at that time. Once bitten, it would mean death. Tong Xiangyu turned to look at Songge, wanting to see her reaction. Songge concluded without any expression, one-sided statement. Yu Yao hurriedly explained to her, "This is really the case, my father told me." "Songge, your father's statement is not one-sided." Yu Yao was stunned. Songge said to Tong Xiangyu again, "Little moral model, when did you lower your bottom line so much? Her family killed so many people, and you still feel sorry for her?" Tong Xiangyu said, "Wasn't it self-defense at that time?" Songge, "The first time was. And then what about the next time? Afraid of being exposed? Beating the witness to death was also self-defense?" Tong Xiangyu choked. Songge actually didn't think the girl was lying. From the behavior and conversation between the father and daughter that night, it can be seen that the male host was more vigilant and had a stress response. If there was a lie, it was the man who lied to his daughter. And considering the time when the monster in Kiching broke out, it was unlikely that the man lied. After all, if they really wanted to lie, people would instinctively avoid anything that was unfavorable to them, such as knocking several witnesses to death. The man could just say that those people were crazy and biting people, so they had no choice but to beat them to death. But the other party told the truth, which did not mean that she had to bring another trouble for it. Songge put the cushion in his hand into the fire and burned it, turned around and dismantled other cars. Tong Xiangyu saw Songge leaving, and immediately looked at Yu Yao. Yu Yao lowered her eyes, and she began to cry again. Tong Xiangyu didn't know how to comfort her, so she could only say, "Songge is just like that. She is quite straightforward, and she doesn't mean any harm, so don't take it to heart." Tong Xiangyu added, "As for what your father did, I know that he must have been forced to do so at the time, so don't take it to heart. After all, no one cares about that now, and many more people died in Kiching than this." Yu Yao wiped away her tears and looked at her. "You said before?" "Yes, almost everyone in Kiching is dead. I didn't lie to you." Tong Xiangyu said, "Monsters bite people to death, and the people who are bitten to death become monsters. The whole city is full of those monsters, like zombies in the movies. Songge and I escaped to find rescue." Yu Yao stared at Tong Xiangyu in a daze. Tong Xiangyu spoke sincerely. She stood up and stomped her numb feet, turned over the shirt that had been dried on one side, squatted down again, and continued, "Don't think that Songge is difficult to approach. She actually saved me. If it weren't for her, I would have died long ago." When Yu Yao heard Tong Xiangyu say this, she remembered that she had slipped into the pond when she was desperate and thought that she might die. She suddenly grabbed her wrist. Yu Yao looked in the direction where Songge left. Tong Xiangyu said, "I said that everyone in Kiching was dead, but in fact, there are still many survivors." At this point, her eyes darkened. "It has been raining for half a month, and I don't know how Grandma Tian and Aunt Jiang are doing, especially Aunt Jiang and her family, who live on the rooftop. With such a heavy rainstorm, not only will the rooftop be flooded, but water will also flow into the entire building from the rooftop." Although she and Songge had a hard time in the wild, they had not seen those biting monsters since they left the city. Although there were rotting corpses and dead bodies on the road, it was far less horrible than the situation in the city, where rotting flesh and bones could be seen at any time. When it rained heavily, the sewers in the city would be blocked, and the water would fill the road surface and even the first and second floors of the low-lying areas. Now with so many rotting dead bodies, the water pollution is more serious, and there are more bacteria and viruses in the water, which will spread faster. Tong Xiangyu was very worried. Song Ge came back. She kept the fire burning for a while, and then looked up at Yu Yao. She noticed that this person had been staring at her. Yu Yao met Song Ge's gaze and immediately avoided it. Song Ge retracted her gaze. She carefully observed the roadside while removing the cushion. Although the flood flooded many farmlands, the water receded quickly. And because it was a mountainous area nearby, the pollution caused by mountain torrents was definitely less than that of towns. Unlike the moat, it has rained heavily in the past half-month, and the river water has risen sharply. Those giants are probably completely rotten. When they rush into the city together with the rotten fish, the situation in the city will only be more tragic. But at this time, Song Ge has no time to think about what happened to Keqing. Because the most important thing for them right now is that a large section of the provincial road has collapsed, and they need to take a detour to the next city. If they encounter multiple landslides during the journey, they will have to take multiple detours. The journey will be greatly extended. In addition, the roads were damaged, so it was impossible to ride a bike, and it would take more time overall. Song Ge didn't know how far the next city was from here. What she was worried about was that if there were no monsters on the road, and there were rotten corpses and pieces of meat on the road, it meant that the monsters had passed by the road, but were chasing people to the next city. This was as difficult as the virus having an incubation period and breaking out all over the country at the same time. Tong Xiangyu's clothes were dried, and she put them back on, and pulled her hair to try to make it dry quickly. She didn't take off her pants, and squatted to get closer to the fire, and they were almost dry. Tong Xiangyu tried to dry her hair as soon as possible. She just couldn't help but raise her hand to scratch her back, which was a little itchy. Tong Xiangyu's body, which was wet by the heavy rain, was almost dry, but Yu Yao was still wet. Her shirt was wet. Her red skirt was wet, and her long braids. She didn't dare to make big moves here. She just wanted to reduce her presence as much as possible. Her father died, Uncle Jiangming died, and Grandma Chen and the others died. She was the only one alive in the village. She had no idea. Just wanted to follow these two people. But Tong Xiangyu was easy to talk to. And the short-haired girl who saved her in danger obviously didn't plan to take her with her. Tong Xiangyu knew that it might take a little time to convince Song Ge. But since Song Ge tacitly agreed that Yu Yao could follow, it was only a matter of time before she agreed. So she just let Yu Yao follow them quietly. Her hair was dried, and Tong Xiangyu used the wooden hairpin given by Song Ge. She put her hair up. After so many days, she had learned the technique, but it was still a little rusty, but it was enough. Song Ge needed to find a safe place to spend the night. But in this situation after a heavy rain, the mountain might collapse, and there might be flash floods upstream. After thinking about it, it was better to stay on the provincial road they had vacated. At least the landslide would not spread, and the vision was not bad, so they could respond in time. Just then, Tong Xiangyu suddenly screamed. Song Ge was startled and looked over immediately. What's wrong? Tong Xiangyu was sitting by the fire, taking off her shoes. Her shoes were still wet, and she had forgotten to take them off. But when she took off her socks, she found that her ankles and insteps were all covered with red rashes. Tong Xiangyu touched them and felt itchy. She looked up at Song Ge pitifully and helplessly. Song Ge met Tong Xiangyu's gaze, and saw that she also had many red rashes on her face. Seeing her unconsciously raising her hand to scratch her face, Song Ge quickly walked over and grabbed her wrist. Don't scratch. You must be allergic. The rainstorm is not clean, and the young lady has delicate skin. She will definitely be allergic after being in the rain for so long. But it's so itchy. Song Ge. Tong Xiangyu couldn't help it. She didn't know if it was a psychological effect. She found that not only her feet were itchy, but also her face, arms, and body. There was an uncontrollable itch in every part of her body that made her want to go crazy. Ah! She struggled hard to pull her hands out to scratch. Song Ge was just strong, so he could forcibly control her hands. But it was useless to restrain her like this. Tong Xiangyu could no longer bear it, and rubbed her face into Song Ge's arms, but this only treated the symptoms, not the root cause. After rubbing, it became more itchy on her neck, her back, her buttocks. Tong Xiangyu was almost going crazy. Yu Yao stared at this scene blankly, and suddenly remembered something, and said, I know a kind of grass that can relieve itching. She immediately stood up. Wait a moment. This a moment. Took a little too long to wait. Tong Xiangyu was in great agony, her face was red, and she was about to be twisted into a knot on Song-gu. Yu Yao came back panting, holding a handful of emerald green oblong grass leaves in her hand. She squatted down, and pulled the wet leaves off the grass stems, and rubbed them with both hands for dozens of times, and then she was going to stick them on the rash on Tong Xiangyu's face. Song-gu immediately raised his hand to block it, frowning and asking, "What is this?" "Bone-penetrating grass." Yu Yao panted and answered, "We usually use it. It can treat injuries, promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis, and can also relieve itching and detoxify." Song-gu, "Put it on her hand first and try it." Yu Yao, "Yes." Tong Xiangyu was tightly held by Song-gu's wrist, because she couldn't scratch. Her body was leaning on Song-gu's arms, because it was too itchy. She had a hard time enduring it. After applying the grass juice, about 2 or 3 minutes passed like a year. It seemed to work. Tong Xiangyu said pitifully, "It seems to be less itchy." Seeing that it was effective, Song-gu asked Tong Xiangyu not to scratch it. She also picked up the herbs on the ground and began to rub them quickly. Then she turned up the hem of Tong Xiangyu's shirt, and saw that it was all over her body. She applied the grass juice to the rash on Tong Xiangyu's back. Seeing this, Yu Yao said hurriedly, "I'd pick some more." Tong Xiangyu also started to scratch herself. She forced herself not to scratch it. She felt that the itchiness on her body was driving her crazy. So she rubbed the leaves and smeared them on her body. She didn't know if this thing was only a temporary solution, but at least it could stop the itching. This time Yu Yao was away for a longer time. When she came back, she was holding a stainless steel basin in her hand, which was filled with radix patholobi and half a basin of water. This herb has a better effect when boiled in water. Yu Yao put down the stainless steel basin and said, "I found this basin at home." Song-gu, "What water?" Yu Yao hesitated, looked at Song-gu carefully, and said, "Rainwater, because the faucets at home are all broken." Song-gu, "Her rash is caused by being caught in the rain." Yu Yao tried to defend herself, but boiling water can kill bacteria, so it should be fine. Tong Xiangyu tugged at Song-gu's clothes. Song-gu frowned, but could only agree. He picked up a few big stones, lifted the stainless steel basin, and boiled the herbal water. Seeing this, Yu Yao said again, "I go back for a while." Song-gu didn't respond. Yu Yao ran back and soon came back again, this time with a pot and a bag of rice noodles that looked wet and soft. Yu Yao said, "I think you don't have anything to eat. These vermicelli are placed very high, but they have also been soaked in rainwater. But they haven't been in the mud, so they are still clean. They should be edible after they are cooked." Chapter 42. No. Song-gu was not impressed by Yu Yao's advances. She took the backpack next to Tong Xiangyu and opened it. The inner layer of the bag was waterproof, so the things inside were not wet. Song-gu took out 2 packs of compressed biscuits from it and handed one to Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu tried to pretend she didn't see it. Song-gu saw through her and said, "Don't think about eating those messy things. You are allergic to them. If you eat them again, you will have diarrhea. You can see if I can take care of you." Tong Xiangyu pouted and took the pack of biscuits reluctantly. Yu Yao was a little embarrassed by this. She stood with the pot for a long time before quietly putting it beside the fire. The firelight reflected Yu Yao's face, revealing her slightly red and swollen eyes and her depressed and helpless expression. Tong Xiangyu saw it and took the initiative to talk to her. "You haven't told us your name yet." Yu Yao hurriedly responded, "Oh, my name is Yu Yao." "Which 2 characters?" "Yu and Yang Tower." "Yao and Yao Tiao Shuan V. Nice to hear." Song-gu ate compressed biscuits, paying attention to the movements around him. It was already dark, and the loudest sound at night was the turbulent sound of the stream in the distance after it surged. The eldest lady was busy chatting with others, and the rash on her body seemed to no longer itch. Anyway, she was not needed. Song-gu simply sat on the hood of the car, allowing himself to see farther. Tong Xiangyu was going to share half of her compressed biscuits with Yu Yao, but Yu Yao quickly shook her hand and said no, and then looked up at Song-gu in a panic, and found that she was not looking at this side. But Yu Yao still insisted on not saying no. Tong Xiangyu had to take it back, and said, "Then you can cook noodles for yourself. Is this herb already fried?" "Well, it's done." Yu Yao used her clothes to pat her hands to take down the stainless steel basin on the fire, and said, "Wait until it cools down before wiping it." "Okay." Tong Xiangyu looked at the basin of steaming herbal juice, and then looked at Song-gu not far away. Then retracted her gaze, and threw the spare cushions and chair covers that Song-gu had collected into the fire to maintain the fire. Seeing this, Yu Yao also brought the pot of vermicelli to the stone. Tong Xiangyu asked Yu Yao, "Wasn't your house flooded by the flood? Why is there still a pot?" "Well, basically everything was washed away by the flood. This pot was originally built on the stove, and I pried it off." Yu Yao was eating tasteless rice noodles. When she mentioned these things, her expression quickly dimmed. The house is now full of mud. Some of them are piled up to more than one person high. You can't get in at all. Tong Xiangyu looked at Yu Yao's trouser legs after hearing this. The trousers, which were almost half dry, were obviously wet at the knees. The shoes were also wet and dripping. It was obvious that they were covered with mud and then washed. Tong Xiangyu was touched. Yu Yao was already trying very hard to provide something for them. "I haven't thanked you yet." Tong Xiangyu scratched her cheek with her fingertips. "Thank Yu Yao from the bottom of her heart. If it weren't for you, I would be finished." Yu Yao smiled, looked at her. "You're welcome. I'm glad I could help you." Seeing that she was in a better mood, Tong Xiangyu immediately looked in Song-gu direction. Seeing that Song-gu didn't look in this direction, she leaned close to Yu Yao's ear and whispered with her hand covering her mouth, "Don't worry, I will convince Song-gu to take you with me." Yu Yao looked at Tong Xiangyu with joy and gratitude. Tong Xiangyu gave her a reassuring look and couldn't help scratching her itchy cheek again, but soon stopped and coquettishly called to Song-gu, "Song-gu, I'm itching again, come and help me apply the medicine." Song-gu jumped off the hood of the car not far away. Yu Yao used the herbal juice to treat the symptoms, but not the root cause. Even if it was the boiled herbal juice, the rashes on Tong Xiangyu's body, legs, and face were washed, but it still itched every now and then, and even a lot of exudate came out in the middle of the night. Tong Xiangyu looked at her legs and body, and remembered that her face was also like this. She endured the itch and pain, and cried softly, and asked Song-gu if she was going to die. Song-gu frowned. "Don't talk nonsense." Tong Xiangyu hardly slept all night because of the rash. Song-gu was even more so. When it was dawn the next day, Tong Xiangyu finally fell asleep. Song-gu looked at her rash, and it seemed that it had not improved much. He knew that she would not be able to travel for the time being. After a heavy rain, there must be a strong sun. This has become the weather pattern in Kiching in recent years. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the sky was cloudless, and the blazing sun was high in the sky, as if it would burn every inch of exposed skin. And even the asphalt road underfoot was melted by the sun. Song-gu took Tong Xiangyu to hide in the forest. On the way, Yu Yao saw a red-headed and red-legged centipede about 10 to 20 centimeters long, crawling quickly on the hot and humid stones. Tong Xiangyu also saw it, and was horrified. She screamed and hid behind Song-gu. Seeing the centipede coming towards them, Song-gu stepped on it accurately and crushed it to death. It's not easy to stay in the mountains. But this centipede made Song-gu think of some possibilities. Maybe it wasn't the rainstorm that caused the young lady allergic rash, but she was bitten by some snakes, insects, rats and ants when she was hiding in the mountains, and she didn't notice it herself. So when hiding in the mountains, Song-gu cleaned up the weeds and bushes around the big tree, and sure enough, he saw a lot of ants and caterpillars. While Song-gu was cleaning, Yu Yao walked up the mountain alone. Tong Xiangyu saw it, and asked worriedly, "Yao Yao, where are you going?" Yu Yao said she would be back soon. And then her figure gradually disappeared in the distance of the forest. After Yu Yao left, Tong Xiangyu looked at Song-gu and said, "Song-gu, let's take Yu Yao with us." "Okay." Song-gu, "No." Tong Xiangyu couldn't understand. "Why?" Song-gu, "She said it was troublesome. But you also saw that she didn't cause us any trouble at all." Song-gu threw away the weeds and vines he had cut, and said, "Just because there are no weeds now doesn't mean there won't be any in the future. I'm not a bodhisattva, and you alone are enough to give me a headache." When Tong Xiangyu heard this, she immediately lowered her eyes and stopped talking, thinking that she would be delayed by the red rash all over her body. Song-gu did not hear Tong Xiangyu speak, but turned to look at her. Seeing the expression on the young lady's face, she realized that she had just said the wrong thing. She wanted to make amends, but she did not know what to say, so she could only walk to the side to sharpen the military knife. Song-gu did not plan to bring anyone with him, nor would he change his attitude. If you bring someone with you, you must be responsible for the other person's safety. It is not as simple as the young lady thinks. She can take care of Tong Xiangyu, but not another one. If both of them are in danger at the same time, who will she save? Saving her mother-in-law or something? Impossible. But if she saves Tong Xiangyu, if that girl dies for this, wouldn't a kind-hearted lady die of guilt and sadness? So, the way to reduce trouble is to eliminate it from the root. Song Ge never thought of being a philanthropist. You can say she is cold-blooded, selfish and hard-hearted. But she has always been like this. If a lady wants to be disappointed, she will be disappointed. Yu Yao came back, sweating profusely, holding a bunch of red wild fruits in her hands, looking excited, and carefully came down the mountain. Yu, look! Tong Xiangyu looked over. Yu Yao said, this fruit can be eaten. Just peel it. But it has no taste. Just a little sweet. Tong Xiangyu picked up a bunch, the size of a thumb, red like hawthorn. Seeing this, Yu Yao turned her head and looked at Song Ge, who was sharpening a knife not far away. She hesitated for a while, but still wanted to walk over. But Tong Xiangyu was one step faster. Tong Xiangyu walked towards Song Ge. Song Ge, Yu Yao picked some wild fruits and came back. Song Ge didn't even raise his eyelids. Oh! Song Ge, do you think I'm ugly now? That's why you don't even look at me. Song Ge. Song Ge had to stop what he was doing and looked up. Seeing the eldest lady puffing up her cheeks in anger, the originally fair and beautiful face was covered with many red rashes. A pair of almond eyes widened angrily, and her cherry lips pursed, but she was not ugly at all. Tong Xiangyu handed the bunch of red fruits to Song Ge. Song Ge took a look and said, I won't eat it. After thinking for a while he said, if you want to eat it yourself. Yu Yao also came over hesitantly at this time. She stood beside Tong Xiangyu holding the wild fruit and said to Song Ge, Song Ge, you can try it. You haven't drunk water all day. Although it's not that delicious, it can quench your thirst. Song Ge didn't even respond to her. Yu Yao was embarrassed. Seeing this, Tong Xiangyu hurriedly said to Yu Yao, it's okay. It's okay. If she doesn't eat it, we can eat it ourselves. How do I eat this? Do I just need to peel it? Yes, yes. Be careful, there are a lot of fine hairs on the outside. After saying that, Yu Yao looked at Song Ge nervously again. Song Ge lowered his eyes and sharpened the knife without stopping his hands. Tong Xiangyu peeled one and ate it first. It tasted a bit like tasteless grapes and lychees, but it was fragrant, and it really quenched my thirst. She looked at Song Ge and carefully peeled the largest one in her hand and squatted down and handed it to Song Ge's mouth. Here. Song Ge turned away, refusing. You? Song Ge's eyelashes didn't even move. Tong Xiangyu was so angry that she stuffed the fruit into her mouth and ate it in one gulp. She quickly finished the wild fruit in one hand. Yu Yao said, Yu, actually there are more over there, but the location is not easy to pick. I go and have a look later. Tong Xiangyu hurriedly said, no need to go, the sun is so strong. It's too troublesome to go back and forth. Let's sit here and rest. We go down the mountain when the sun is smaller. Song Ge's military knife had been sharpened. She put it away, stood up and looked around. Then she looked carefully. On the distant mountain wall, there was a tree full of red wild fruits. It was the wild fruit that the young lady had just held. However, the tree was not in a good position. The trunk was not thick, and it was on the mountain wall. There were few people around, and it was overgrown with weeds. Song Ge stood up and walked over. Tong Xiangyu saw her walk away and instinctively followed her 2 steps. Song Ge. Song Ge turned around and said, stand here and don't move. The fruits are hard to pick. But because of the bad location, the fruits grow big and beautiful, and the dense bunches bend the thin branches. Song Ge carefully observed the surroundings, then jumped up with one hand hooked on the tree trunk, pulled up, stepped on the rock wall for leverage, and with the other hand broke off a branch and threw it into the grass, and picked up another branch with more wild fruits and threw it into the grass. Tong Xiangyu saw it from a distance and shouted in surprise, but then worriedly shouted, Song Ge, be careful. Song Ge broke off 2 more branches, then he saw the landing point and jumped down lightly, picked up 4 branches full of wild fruits on the ground. Tong Xiangyu jumped with joy. Yu Yao on the side was already stunned. Song Ge handed the large branches of wild fruits to Tong Xiangyu. There were too many. Tong Xiangyu had no idea where to start. She just broke off a bunch of wild fruits from the big branches, and then looked at Song Ge with a smile on her face. Song Ge, you are so amazing. Song Ge didn't say anything, helped the young lady take the rest back to the tree. Tong Xiangyu turned around and handed the bunch of wild fruits in her hand to Yu Yao. This is for you. Then she trotted after Songge. I peel it, I peel it. Chapter 43 Stuffy. The wild fruit fragrance was sufficient. Although Tong Xiangyu also had a rash on her fingers, it did not affect her dexterity at all. She picked one and peeled it, and ate it first. It tasted better than the ones just now. So she could not wait to peel another one and handed it to Songge. Songge looked at her. Tong Xiangyu urged, try it quickly, the fruit of your labor. Songge felt a little helpless, and opened his mouth to eat. Tong Xiangyu asked expectantly, how is it? Songge, not very good. Nonsense, it's obviously delicious, I peel it for you. Tong Xiangyu excitedly picked another one and peeled it. Wild fruits have high water content and have a strong sense of fullness. Songge picked 4 branches in total, and it took him a day to finish eating a handful of wild fruits on the branches. Because the branches were not convenient to carry, Tong Xiangyu picked the wild fruits in bunches, wrapped them with large leaves, and put them in her backpack, and ate the rest that couldn't fit in her backpack. It was around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun finally showed signs of setting. Songge took Tong Xiangyu down the mountain. After walking around like this, Tong Xiangyu rash had been worn out. When she took off her shirt and trousers, the tip of the rash broke the skin, and fluid oozed out frequently, and the wound was faintly bleeding. Songge frowned. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Tong Xiangyu was also a little annoyed. Because it was only a little itchy and a little painful, I thought it was okay. In fact, I was busy peeling fruits to feed Songge at that time. At night, the rash began to itch, so I continued to scrub it repeatedly with the herbal juice of the bone-penetrating grass. It was another sleepless night. Tong Xiangyu finally fell asleep in the second half of the night. Songge saw that the eldest lady was still frowning in her sleep, and thought that this was not a solution. It would be best to find a pharmacy, take anti-allergic drugs orally, and apply anti-itching ointment externally. But when she woke up the next day, Tong Xiangyu allergy symptoms had improved a lot. The bright red swollen rash had darkened, and a thin scab had formed. But she couldn't travel yet. Once the scab was worn off by walking too much, the skin would still break and bleed. Songge did not take Tong Xiangyu to the mountain to escape the heat. He arranged for her to hide in the shadow of the off-road vehicle temporarily. And he went to check the terrain nearby. After more than a day of exposure to the sun, the high water level of the rushing stream had disappeared. And only the riverbed of the stream was obviously much higher than before. There were many mud, stones, and branches left on the farmland. And the 2 small bridges that were seen on the road had long been washed away. The terrain on the other side of the stream was higher, and many farmlands were not damaged. Moreover, it was backed by the shade of the mountain and could not be exposed to the sun, which would be more suitable for rest. In addition, there was a small road against the mountain that seemed to be in the same direction as the provincial road, and it should be possible to borrow it. Songge went back and told Tong Xiangyu about this. Yu Yao, who was sitting in the shadow of another car, also heard it and said, the nearest city upstream is Taiyuan, which should be more than 100 kilometers away. It usually takes an hour and a half to drive there. The two looked over. Yu Yao was a little embarrassed for a moment, but continued, it should take 3 or 4 days to walk there. Tong Xiangyu asked, Yao Yao, do you know how to get there? Yu Yao, well, there is only one road up this provincial road. Oh, when you are close to Taiyuan, there is a crossroad to the right. Just keep to the left at that time. Tong Xiangyu glanced at Songge. Songge didn't say anything. Tong Xiangyu immediately winked at Yu Yao. Yao Yao, are you going to Taiyuan next? Yu Yao received the hint from her eyes, subconsciously looked at Songge's face, and saw that he was still indifferent and expressionless. Her fingers grasped the ground nervously, and said, well, I go too. Tong Xiangyu happily replied, that's great. Let's go together. Songge stood up. Yu Yao was startled, her heart was lifted, and she didn't dare to respond to Tong Xiangyu's words. Tong Xiangyu looked up at Songge. Songge stretched out his hand to her, and said, get up. Let's go to the other side of the river first. Tong Xiangyu frowned. Ah? But in my situation, how can I get there? The sun will soon be shining on my head. I can't hide here anymore. Songge said, get up, I carry you. Tong Xiangyu held her hand. But I'm a little heavy? Songge helped her back with his other hand. I know. Tong Xiangyu? Tong Xiangyu looked at her angrily and said, shouldn't you say you're not heavy at all now? Really? Songge replied, pay attention next time. Yu Yao, who was standing beside him, also quickly stood up. She watched the two of them talking as if no one was around, and she was very envious. She stole a glance at Song-gu. Song-gu's expression was still indifferent, but when facing Tong Xiangyu, he was not cold and indifferent at all. Yu Yao lowered her head. These past 2 days, she would always think that it was Song-gu who saved her. At that time, her life was hanging by a thread, and it was a matter of life and death. It was Song-gu who risked his life to save her in the heavy rain. Yu Yao wanted to prove that she was useful, because she didn't want to be afraid every night to wake up and find that Song-gu and Tong Xiangyu were gone. Song-gu saved her life. She didn't know where she could go if she didn't follow him. Song-gu carried Tong Xiangyu on his back. Will it be uncomfortable? Not bad. Tong Xiangyu lay on Song-gu's back and could feel how thin he was. But she wasn't worried about falling because she knew Song-gu was very strong and would definitely not let her fall. But this feeling was a bit strange. Tong Xiangyu said, "From childhood to adulthood, only my father has carried me." Song-gu held her hips with both hands. "I don't mind if you want to call me Dad." "How is that possible?" Tong Xiangyu immediately said, "You wish." Song-gu laughed, carrying Tong Xiangyu on her back and walking down the provincial road step by step. Because of the flood, the weeds on the road were covered by stones and sand. The road that can be walked is clear at a glance, but there are many stones, which makes it difficult to walk. Song-gu carried Tong Xiangyu on her back, paying attention to every step she took. Yu Yao followed behind with a pot and a stainless steel wash basin. Not far away, she really wanted to help Tong Xiangyu carry the backpack, which could also reduce Song-gu's burden. But she felt that she was not qualified, and hesitated all the way. And in the end, she couldn't speak. The sun was very strong overhead. Tong Xiangyu raised her hand to shade Song-gu. Her white hand with red rashes blocked the scorching sun. But the effect was better than nothing. Seeing the sweat on Song-gu's forehead, Tong Xiangyu said in a low voice, "Just don't throw away the previous hat. Although it is dry, it can still be used." Song-gu said, "Next time there is a palm tree, I will weave another one for you." Tong Xiangyu moved her lips, wanting to explain that I said I could give it to you, but she closed her mouth again and only responded with a hum. They didn't talk on the way, until they got close to the stream. Tong Xiangyu was able to see far away, and shouted in surprise, "Wow, the water is all gone. The riverbed has risen." Song-gu also looked over, and saw only a narrow stream flowing in the cracks between the piled stones. The water was clear, and before the rainstorm, Tong Xiangyu had even taken a bath in the lower reaches of this stream. Next, we had to go up. Tong Xiangyu said, "Song-gu, put me down and walk by yourself. It doesn't matter if it's just a short distance. Stop talking nonsense." "Oh, it will be much cooler when we get to the shade of the mountain." Tong Xiangyu sat on the bank of the field. Song-gu stood on the side. There is definitely a difference between observing from the opposite side and observing in person, because they are all farmland, and the winding path up and down will be much more difficult to walk, but it is indeed along the upstream. They can go this way next time they are on the road, after leaving the landslide section of the provincial road, then see if they are lucky and whether they can ride. Tong Xiangyu opened her backpack and took out the wild fruits. Song-gu went down to the stream again, turned over a few stones with his bare hands, and scooped out a handful of water from the shallow pit. The water was shallow, and the stream water was not cold at all. It was warm and hot to the touch. Song-gu washed his face, and then began to turn over the stones on the side. Yu Yao stood on it and watched for a long time. After confirming what Song-gu was going to do, she also walked down and took the initiative to help move the stones. Song-gu noticed it, and did not say anything. He only moved his own stones until the puddle became bigger and bigger. Song-gu also dug out the sand and stones deposited at the bottom of the puddle and threw them to the side. The stream finally looked like it was before. Yu Yao, who was standing by, suddenly said in surprise, "There are snails." Song-gu looked over. Yu Yao immediately realized that she was too loud and looked a little unnatural, but she still picked up the snail that was attached to the stone. "Snail?" Tong Xiangyu, who was standing on the bank of the field, asked curiously, "Are they the kind of snails that can be eaten?" "Yes." Yu Yao looked up. Because of the sunlight, Yu Yao squinted slightly and said, "Usually stir-fried with peppers, you can also make soup, it's very fresh." "Oh, yes. It can also detoxify and eliminate carbuncle, and it may be good for your rash." Tong Xiangyu, "But we can't fry it." "Why not?" We grow peppers in our fields. Don't you need oil? You can cook it if you don't have oil. Yu Yao originally had a healthy complexion, but now she was standing in the hot sun, her face was sunburned red, with the enthusiasm and frankness of a farmer. First put it in a stainless steel basin filled with water to let it spit out the mud and sand, then cut off its butt, and then you can roast it. Tong Xiangyu's eyes lit up. And she stood up eagerly. Great. Did I want to come down and catch snails too? Song Ge frowned and looked at her. Just be quiet. Tong Xiangyu stopped immediately. A little aggrieved. Song Ge looked at the snail in Yu Yao's hand. Yu Yao noticed, and hesitantly tried to hand the snail to Song Ge. Song Ge was not polite, and took it to observe. Yu Yao was slightly happy, and hurriedly introduced, there is also a kind of pointed screw in the stream, which is black and slender like a screw. That kind cannot be eaten. Only this round and fat gray-brown one can be eaten. Song Ge responded and gave it back to her. Yu Yao was even more excited and happy because Song Ge responded to her. She said, you can take the sample. I know it. But after the flood, I thought there would be no snails. Why didn't they wash away? Song Ge didn't say anything. He bent down and turned over the stone. Yu Yao was looking for it excitedly on the side. Soon she said she had another one. She walked to Song Ge and handed it to her. Tong Xiangyu stood on the bank of the field and watched this scene. She felt a little sad for some reason. She sat down, supported her face with her hands, and watched the two people looking for snails while walking up. Tong Xiangyu snorted and looked away. The sky was high and the land was vast, and the mountains and plains were all unfamiliar. Tong Xiangyu was suddenly enveloped by a feeling of loneliness. She retracted her gaze, watching Song Ge's figure gradually go away, but she could still hear Yu Yao's enthusiastic voice. Tong Xiangyu lowered her eyes, and pulled up a piece of weeds and thought, it's actually okay if Song Ge doesn't want to take Yu Yao with him. After realizing what she was thinking, Tong Xiangyu was suddenly startled. Oh my god, how could she think like that? Song Ge didn't go too far, first because it was too hot, and second because the person next to her was really noisy. She quickly turned around and walked back, but saw the eldest lady lowering her head, and poking the red spots on her legs with a wild grass stick. The red rash had turned darker, making her legs look even more dazzling like white jade. You are trying to make trouble for me again, Song Ge said. Tong Xiangyu looked up in surprise. But when she saw Yu Yao following closely behind Song Ge, she muttered and lowered her head. You are back, Yu Yao said. Yu. I also picked some peppers, look. Tong Xiangyu looked over and saw a handful of red and green pointed peppers in Yu Yao's hand. Tong Xiangyu responded and smiled. That's great. Yeah, I didn't run far. We usually plant them on the corners of the ground. For peppers, you can grow a lot if you sow some seeds. Yu Yao took a stainless steel basin and scooped up half a basin of water. Sweating on the tip of her nose, she said excitedly, so Song Ge dug stones to save stream water. I didn't know it before. Tong Xiangyu listened to Yu Yao chattering. Song Ge took out a mineral water bottle from his bag. The bottle was filled with green bone-penetrating herbal juice. You seem to have a lot of free time. Do you apply it yourself? Tong Xiangyu thought, you and Yu Yao just went out for a trip. You didn't even apply the medicine for me? Tong Xiangyu took the bottle sullenly and said in a low voice, I apply it myself. Chapter 44. Is it fun? Song Ge picked up some dead branches to make a fire, turned around, and saw Tong Xiangyu still rubbing the rash on her legs with her fingers dipped in herbal juice, tapping here and there with her fingertips, and looking at her expression. Her mouth was pouting so high, you could hang a bottle of oil on it. Song Ge patted the dust off his hands, walked over. I help you wipe it. No need for you. Can you see your back? My back will heal itself without rubbing it. Who has offended you again? You? Me? Yes. How did I offend you? Song Ge picked up the bottle, poured some herbal juice on her hand, and lifted the hem of Tong Xiangyu's shirt with her other hand. Looking at the dark red scabs on her thin white waist, she tried to apply them carefully bit by bit. Tong Xiangyu snorted loudly, didn't say anything, but her pouting lips never dropped. Song Ge really didn't know how he had offended this young lady again, helped her back and neck, and said, it's much better, the scabs have darkened. Tong Xiangyu pouted and turned to face her. Song Ge continued to apply medicine to the rash on Tong Xiangyu's face. Tong Xiangyu raised her eyes and looked at Song Ge secretly. Seeing that she was concentrating on applying the medicine without any other expression, she withdrew her gaze. She was still unhappy. After a long while, she asked, is it fun? Song Ge, what is fun? Tong Xiangyu hesitated and whispered, catching snails. Song-gu now knew why this young lady was angry. It turned out that she blamed him for not letting her come down to pick up snails just now. So he said, "Snails are not for catching. Its meat is attached to the stone. Just pull it off." "Oh," Tong Xiangyu asked persistently, "is it fun?" "Song-gu, how can it be fun? The sun is so hot, the stones are hot and heavy, and there are not many of them. I can take you to look for them next time when it's cloudy." Tong Xiangyu snorted. "I don't want to." "Oh, then I saved myself the trouble." Tong Xiangyu ears turned red with anger, glared at her. "Song-gu, you did it on purpose." Song-gu smiled. "You've wiped it, sit back." Yu Yao watched Song-gu talking to Tong Xiangyu from the side, envying their good relationship, unconsciously stirring the snails in the stainless steel basin with her fingers. Suddenly thinking of something, Yu Yao immediately picked up the basin and walked over. "Yu, let me show you. This is what snails look like." Tong Xiangyu took a look at it first, and then quickly took the whole basin. Tong Xiangyu frowned and lowered her head, looking very close to the water surface. Yu Yao wanted to remind Tong Xiangyu not to get so close. Snails also have a fishy smell, but the next moment she saw something falling into the basin with a clatter. Yu Yao was startled, and immediately looked at Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu tears fell, and she choked with sadness, but did not cry out loud, and just returned the basin to Yu Yao. Yu Yao was panicked. Yu, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying suddenly?" Song-gu was just holding 2 stones up, and was also stunned when he heard this, and looked at Tong Xiangyu. "What's wrong?" Tong Xiangyu bit her fingers to wipe away the tears from her eyes, and shook her head. But at that moment she felt more wronged. She sobbed and looked up at Song-gu, and then looked at Yu Yao, and then burst into tears. Song-gu asked Yu Yao in a bad tone, "What did you do?" Yu Yao was completely panicked. I didn't, I just brought the snails to you to see." Song-gu looked at the dozen snails in half a basin of water, frowning. "Take it away." Yu Yao felt very wrong for a moment, but she couldn't argue. She grabbed the basin tightly and said sorry, and hurried to the middle of the ridge closer to the fire. Song-gu squatted down to look at Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu immediately turned away, covering most of her face with her hands as she wiped her tears. And she was so sad that she sobbed. Seeing that she didn't want to talk, Song-gu didn't ask any more questions. It's best not to guess what the young lady is thinking. What if she just couldn't bear to think of cruelly killing the snails to eat? Although it's outrageous, it's not that outrageous after all. Song-gu moved a few more stones, making sure that they were enough to build a pot around the fire at night, wiped the sweat off his face, and turned to climb up the mountain. There was a bamboo forest on the mountain. Song-gu picked an old bamboo that was not that thick, cut it up and down with a military knife to make a notch, stood on a high place, and stepped on the notch to break the bamboo, then dragged the bamboo that was more than 10 meters long all the way down the mountain, and picked a lot of beautiful wild flowers on the way. Tong Xiangyu finished crying. She covered her face with her hands slightly, watched Song-gu dragging the bamboo back, and didn't know what she was going to do. Song-gu glanced at the eldest lady, put the wild grass and flowers next to Tong Xiangyu, and broke off some thin branches from the bamboo for her. Tong Xiangyu looked confused, and looked up at Song-gu. Song-gu said, "Why are you looking at me? Don't you know how to make a wreath?" Tong Xiangyu shook her head. Song-gu, wait for me to make it for you. Song-gu tied 2 thin bamboo branches together like a hemp rope, and then inserted some flowers and plants into the gaps. During this time, he looked up at the eldest lady. Her eyes were red, but she was staring at her intently. "It's done." Song-gu finished, and put the wreath on Tong Xiangyu's head. "It looks good." However, Song-gu failed to coax her this time. When Tong Xiangyu heard the word beautiful, she remembered something. Her eyes turned red again. She took off the wreath and said she didn't want to wear it. Seeing her like this, Song-gu had no choice but to drag the bamboo away. If you can't do something, then don't do anything. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make, Song-gu said before that. When he saw bamboo, he would carve a bamboo hairpin for Tong Xiangyu. Bamboo is more durable than wood, and Tong Xiangyu's hair is shiny and soft. It's not appropriate to use a wooden skewer that was used to skewer grilled fish as a hairpin for 10 days, or half a month. The timing was perfect this time. There were no monsters chasing behind. There was no sun shining overhead. The next city had not yet arrived. There was a bamboo forest, and Tong Xiangyu was allergic and couldn't hurry. If I didn't find time to whittle now, when would I? When the sun was at its hottest, even the back of the mountain couldn't protect it. Song-gu could only find a shady corner for Tong Xiangyu to hide in, and when hiding, he had to pay attention to whether there were insects and ants around. When he was hungry, he ate compressed biscuits and wild fruits. Yi cooked the chili snail soup by herself. Because she accidentally made Tong Xiangyu cry, Yi clearly felt that the relationship between her and Song-gu had returned to the freezing point. After struggling for a long time, Yi finally mustered up the courage, and took the clean bamboo tube filled with soup and a few snails, and walked to Song-gu. Song-gu. Song-gu looked at her. Yi handed her the snail soup. Would you like to try it? I think it tastes okay. Tong Xiangyu watched Yi cook the soup and then attentively gave it to Song-gu, and lowered her eyes, and pulled up a handful of weeds rooted in the field. Song-gu picked up the snail meat with a bamboo stick and took a bite. It tasted spicy, and the taste was hard to describe. Yi saw Song-gu frowning, and felt uneasy. No. Isn't it delicious? Song-gu didn't respond, and said to Tong Xiangyu, who was sitting not far away, "Little milk tea. Come here." Tong Xiangyu pouted. "I don't want to go over there." Song-gu stood up, handed the bamboo tube and the cut bamboo chopsticks to Tong Xiangyu. "Can you eat snails?" Tong Xiangyu looked at the floating red pepper segments and the snails sinking to the bottom, and her expression was quite complicated and tangled. "I seem to have only eaten the cut snail meat." Song-gu thought that she was worthy of being a rich lady. She pierced out the snail meat and pointed it out to Tong Xiangyu. "Bite off the meat here and leave it alone. You can eat the meat in the front. Try it." Tong Xiangyu hummed and carefully leaned over to take a bite. The next moment, Song-gu saw her face wrinkled up, and she quickly turned around to spit out the snail. She opened her mouth and fanned herself with her hands. "Ah! It's so spicy. So spicy. So spicy." Song-gu immediately handed her a handful of wild fruits. Tong Xiangyu took it, peeled it, and stuffed it into her mouth to relieve the spiciness. Yi was panicking and at a loss. "I'm sorry. I didn't know you couldn't eat spicy food." Tong Xiangyu saw her like this, and didn't even eat the wild fruit, and tried to comfort her against her will. "It's okay. It's still delicious. Just a little bit spicy, and lacks some seasoning." "Yu seasoning? I go home and look for it." Tong Xiangyu saw that she was about to leave, and hurriedly stopped her. No. No. Yao. The sun is so bright now, and it's still so far away. And didn't you say that everything in the house was washed away by the flood? It's even more impossible for these things to be left. Let's wait until we get to the next city. There will definitely be delicious food by then. Yao's heart cleared up a little, nodding. Yeah. Song-gu saw that the two of them became so close again, really couldn't understand the friendship between girls, and went back to continue cutting bamboo hairpins. Yao picked up a lot of mushrooms from the fallen leaves at the foot of the mountain in the afternoon. Because it was at the foot of the mountain, there was not much movement. Tong Xiangyu also actively responded and participated. The sun was setting in the west. The fire was burning high. Because it was close to the mountain, the low and high insects kept chirping in the mountain. The mushroom soup was ready. Song-gu took the bamboo tube and deliberately asked Tong Xiangyu, "Little milk tea, the mushrooms you picked are not in it, right?" In the afternoon, when the eldest lady picked the first mushroom, she was very happy and excited, and ran to show off to her immediately. Song-gu saw that the mushroom was big and beautiful, the kind that you would never have the next meal after eating this one. Tong Xiangyu was immediately angry. Yao didn't know that Song-gu was joking with Tong Xiangyu, and hurriedly explained, "Yu later also picked a lot of edible mushrooms. I picked out the poisonous ones, and threw them away. Don't worry." Tong Xiangyu, "That's right. I didn't know that at first." Seeing her smug look, Song-gu couldn't help but laugh. After eating, Song-gu applied medicine to Tong Xiangyu. I have to say, it healed really quickly. The day before, Song-gu thought that it would not work without medicine. After only one night and one day, even the scab became firm. That night, Tong Xiangyu didn't complain of itchiness and fell asleep early. Song-gu sat by the fire, carving a pattern on the head of the bamboo hairpin with a military knife. It was not known whether she was not good at drawing or not, but the thing she carved was weird. In the end, Song-gu simply shaved the pattern flat. Tong Xiangyu was sleeping soundly, and suddenly felt something cool falling on the back of her hand. She slowly opened her eyes, and saw a gray little frog in a daze. She was so startled that she sat up. Song-gu looked at her immediately after hearing the noise. What happened? Tong Xiangyu was still in shock. Looking around, the sky was just getting light. The fire was burning, but it was not that big anymore. It's okay. It's okay. Tong Xiangyu felt that the wet and disgusting feeling was still there, and she patted the back of her hand. As a result, she used too much force, and a scab of a rash on the back of her hand was knocked off. It hurt a little. Tong Xiangyu touched it gently, and the skin was smooth, and the wound under the scab was obviously healed well, but Tong Xiangyu frowned, and looked closer, and found that it was not her eyes that were blurry. Although the scab fell off, there was a black thing left on it, like a birthmark. It was pigment residue. Chapter 45. Seeing Tong Xiangyu staring at her hand, Song Gu asked, "Does it itch?" Tong Xiangyu hurriedly replied, "No, it doesn't itch." After answering, Tong Xiangyu put down her hand and lay down. Her fingers touched the warm and furry touch. It was the swaddling blanket that Song Gu found for her on the day she fled kitchen. It was hot during the day, but a little cool at night. Sleeping with this blanket, you don't have to worry about getting dirty or catching a cold. And it also helps you sleep. But Tong Xiangyu closed her eyes, but it was impossible for her to fall asleep. When Yu Yao brought her the snails, she saw her face in the water. Her face was covered with red rashes of different sizes. She couldn't believe that the person was herself. Ugly and disgusting. She couldn't imagine that she had been talking to the two people in such a terrible way for the past 2 days. No wonder Song Gu refused to stay with her. Her face would give her nightmares if she looked at it for a few more times. Tong Xiangyu comforted herself that it would be fine after it healed. But what if the scabs fell off on every place where the rashes had grown, leaving a black pigmentation? What should she do? Tong Xiangyu secretly wiped her tears with her fingers. But the more she thought about it, the more wronged and scared she felt. Finally, she couldn't hold back her tears and sobbed softly. Song Gu walked over to her and squatted down. "Did you have a nightmare?" Tong Xiangyu emotions broke down when she heard Song Gu's voice. She covered her face with her hands in grievance, sobbing and shaking her head. Song Gu turned around to look around. The sky was white, and the mountains and fields were quiet. Even the noisy insects were silent. Logically, nothing could scare this young lady. Considering the way Tong Xiangyu suddenly sat up just now, it could only be a nightmare. But since Tong Xiangyu didn't want to talk, Song Gu didn't ask any more questions. Song Gu just remembered that Tong Xiangyu also cried suddenly during the day. Are the 2 times related? Song Gu didn't go back, but sat down next to Tong Xiangyu and said, "I be here. Don't be afraid." Tong Xiangyu didn't want her to stare at her scary face, so she sobbed and whispered, "You go back." Song Gu didn't hear clearly. "Huh?" "You go back. Don't sit here." "Oh." Song Gu got up and walked back to his original position. But Tong Xiangyu was still awake until dawn. The sky soon brightened. Yu Yao had actually woken up a long time ago, but she pretended to have just woken up until she heard the noise from Tong Xiangyu's side. Yu Yao told Song Gu that she just remembered that her family had a field on this mountain, and that they had not dug the sweet potatoes in the field in time. If the road up the mountain had not been destroyed by the flood, they would have something to eat today. Song Gu asked, "How far?" Yu Yao said excitedly, "It will take about half an hour to walk there." "No." Song Gu refused without a second thought. It would take half an hour to get there, an hour to go back and forth, and it would take even longer to dig sweet potatoes. Yu Yao would lead the way, so Tong Xiangyu would have to be alone. Song Gu would never let Tong Xiangyu be alone, even if he hadn't seen any monsters on the road these days. Tong Xiangyu didn't put her hair up today. Her soft black hair fell on her back like a waterfall, and then hung down in front of her. She sat, lowered her head, writing and drawing with a small wooden stick, very quietly, and did not participate in the conversation between the two. Yu Yao was rejected by Song Gu, and was obviously a little disappointed. But she quickly said, "It's okay. I can go alone. I will try to dig more for us." Song Gu was about to refuse again. Tong Xiangyu said sullenly, "Song Gu, you go with Yao Yao. I'm fine alone." Song Gu looked over, but didn't see the face of the eldest lady, but only saw her slender figure sitting sideways. Song Gu said, "You're fine alone? A bigger cat can take you away." Tong Xiangyu still said sullenly, "It would take a cat as big as a tiger to carry it away." "Really? You think too highly of yourself." Song Gu responded, and then looked at Yu Yao. "Don't worry about me and her, I find a way." Yu Yao was stunned. She didn't know what she had done wrong. They drank mushroom soup together last night, and they separated so clearly today. Yu Yao said awkwardly and incoherently, I don't mean anything else, but the situation is so special now, and everyone has nothing to eat. I just want to. And you saved me in the heavy rain, and I haven't even said thank you yet. You're welcome. Song-gu said, I didn't mean to save you. When Yu Yao heard this, she was completely stunned. Song-gu said nothing more, and walked to the bank of the field. All the villagers died in the rainstorm, and the nearby farmland was ownerless, and you could dig any crops you saw. It was just that the heavy rain destroyed a lot of farmland, and the low-lying farmland near the riverbank was completely wiped out. No one spoke, and the atmosphere became very strange. Tong Xiangyu turned around to look at Yu Yao, who was silent for a while. Using her long hair as a cover, Tong Xiangyu saw Yu Yao clenching her fists and about to cry. Song-gu words were so direct and hurtful. Tong Xiangyu felt the same way. Although Tong Xiangyu was feeling even more upset, she suppressed it for the time being and said to Yu Yao, Yao Yao, come here. Yu Yao felt like the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. Nothing could be more shameful and painful than this. She unconsciously walked to Tong Xiangyu's side, but couldn't hold back her tears when she squatted down. Tong Xiangyu wiped away her tears. Don't be sad. Song-gu way of speaking is just like that. Yu Yao shook her head and raised her arm to wipe her tears. Tong Xiangyu looked up at Song-gu and saw him walking along the road beside the mountain. He didn't care how hurtful his words were. Tong Xiangyu whispered, when she saved me, she was like this too. Every word and every punctuation mark was full of thorns. Yu Yao looked at Tong Xiangyu with tears in her eyes and sobbed. But she is good to you. Very good. Tong Xiangyu, that's because we have been together for a long time. Tong Xiangyu said. You don't know yet. Right? Although Song-gu and I are classmates, we have never spoken to each other before. Yu Yao paused for a moment, and was very surprised and puzzled. On the day when the monster virus broke out, we were all in school. It happened to be the break time. There was a commotion outside in the playground. Some students said they were fighting. And then, they said they went crazy and bit people. When things got out of control, everyone went back to the classroom and closed the door. Tong Xiangyu said softly, but those monsters grew exponentially, and soon broke the doors and windows and broke into the classroom. The scene was very chaotic, with blood and biting monsters everywhere, just like the scene in a horror movie, or even more terrifying. Everyone was in a panic. Only Song-gu was calm. She took down the curtains and escaped through the window. She encouraged me to jump down. It was the 3rd floor at that time. But she said she would catch me. She really caught me. We escaped from the school and lived in Song-gu basement for many days. But there was no rescue. The internet, water and electricity were cut off. After realizing that it was not possible to go on like that, Song-gu decided to take me out of the basement. When I fell, I really thought I was dead, and my mind was blank. Tong Xiangyu said this. But Song-gu actually came back to save me. You know, although she and I are classmates, before the monster virus broke out, we really had no intersection, and we only spent a dozen days together in the basement. Tong Xiangyu asked Yu Yao, if it were you, would you save someone you only knew for a dozen days? If you knew that you might die if you saved someone? Yu Yao was stunned and couldn't say a word. Tong Xiangyu said, so, don't blame her for saying hurtful things. In fact, Song-gu just doesn't get along with others very often, and doesn't know how to do it. She has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Yu Yao nodded. Tong Xiangyu's voice was thin and soft. She spoke of the past slowly and gently. Yu Yao calmed down and felt that she was right. She should not be crushed by Song-gu words. No matter how much a person says, it is not as convincing as actions. No matter what Song-gu said, Song-gu saved her. He risked his life. Maybe Song-gu just doesn't like to be thanked by others, or he is not used to it. Yu Yao looked at Tong Xiangyu. Because her mood became cheerful, her attention was also diverted. Yu, why don't you tie your hair today? Tong Xiangyu knew that she might look like a female ghost with her hair disheveled like this. But it was better than having scars all over her face that would scare people into nightmares for 3 nights. Tong Xiangyu lowered her eyes and said sullenly, I don't want to comb my hair. Yu Yao, I help you. Thank you. But no. Just leave it like this. Tong Xiangyu declined Yu Yao's kindness and changed the subject. I told you so much, because I don't want you to be sad. And I don't want you to misunderstand Song-gu because of a word. When you gave us the sweet potato fries, I was worried that you might poison them. But Song-gu insisted that they were not poisonous. She believed you very much. Yu Yao's eyes lit up when she heard this. And she looked at Tong Xiangyu. Really? Tong Xiangyu was slightly stunned when she saw her bright and happy expression. She paused for 3 seconds before she said, Yes. It's true. Yes. I know. Yu Yao said happily, Thank you. You? Tong Xiangyu lowered her eyes, and her voice became softer. You're welcome. Soon. Song-gu returned with a full bag. Song-gu held the hem of her t-shirt with her right hand, and her pocket was full of clothes. When she passed by the young lady, Song-gu waved something in her left hand in front of her. Do you know what it is? After a quick glance, Tong Xiangyu exclaimed softly, Hedgehog? Ha. Song-gu was amused. I really didn't disappoint you. College bully. Tong Xiangyu looked at her in confusion. Isn't it? Of course not. Song-gu poured the full bag on the ground and started a fire. Tong Xiangyu walked over and picked up one. Now she recognized it. Hazelnut. Song-gu said, Chestnut. It tastes good when eaten raw or cooked. It's easy to carry, easy to fill the stomach, and easy to store. This is a chestnut, that one. Tong Xiangyu walked over and gently touched the gray, thorny ball-shaped object. Song-gu looked at it and said, Be careful not to prick your hand. That is a chestnut. But you need to split the thorns. So that's how it is? Tong Xiangyu was curious, turned her head to look at Song-gu, and saw her take out a folding military knife, and suddenly remembered something and said immediately, Song-gu, let me use your knife. Song-gu thought the young lady wanted to split the chestnut thorns, and didn't intend to give it to her. Don't be so curious, you will prick your hand. I don't split chestnuts, I have other uses. What for? Tong Xiangyu didn't say anything, but asked Song-gu for the military knife, then turned around, carefully cut a hole in the hem of the shirt, reached out and pulled it, and soon tore off a whole circle of the shirt. Song-gu watched. Tong Xiangyu covered her face with the torn cloth, tied it behind her head, and turned her head to meet Song-gu's eyes. Song-gu, what are you doing? Tong Xiangyu covered the curtain, and said in a low voice, There is no mask in the backpack. Song-gu said, I mean, why do you have to cover your face? I am happy to. Why do you cover your face? Tong Xiangyu thought Song-gu did it on purpose, and refused to answer. She wanted to fold the military knife and return it to Song-gu, but she failed after trying so hard, so she could only return it to Song-gu in the same shape as before. Song-gu took the knife. It was impossible to guess what the young lady, who was thinking 60 things in a minute, was thinking. But when he saw Tong Xiangyu raising her hand to comb her long hair, Song-gu suddenly remembered something. He reached into his trouser pocket, paused for 2 seconds, and took out the bamboo hairpin he had shaved. Use this. Tong Xiangyu looked at it. The bamboo hairpin was smooth all over, and there was a star on the top. Tong Xiangyu was very surprised. Give it to me? Yes. Wow. It's so beautiful. Thank you. What's beautiful? I just shaved it casually. Song-gu hummed softly after saying that, lowered his head to peel chestnuts, and suppressed the slightly raised arc on his lips. Yu Yao looked at the bamboo hairpin in Tong Xiangyu's hand, wondering, didn't she see Song-gu shave the top flat before going to bed? Chapter 46. You look good. Use a knife to cut a small hole on the side of the chestnut, and throw it into the fire, so it won't explode. The cooked chestnuts are sweet, soft and sticky, and leave a lingering fragrance. It's just a bit troublesome to peel the shell. Tong Xiangyu finished eating one, and was peeling the second one carefully, when she suddenly saw Song-gu standing up and walking towards her. Tong Xiangyu stopped and looked at him with some confusion. Song-gu walked in front of Tong Xiangyu and carefully took something from the end of her eyebrow. Tong Xiangyu looked at it and saw a small black piece. Isn't that the black scab on the rash? Tong Xiangyu was stunned for a moment, and then she took a few steps back after she realized what was happening, and turned around and ran down to the bank of the field. Song-gu didn't understand what happened to Tong Xiangyu yet, and was about to say that she got better very quickly. But the next moment, he heard Tong Xiangyu screaming. Song-gu was startled, and quickly ran to the edge of the field to ask what happened, and saw the young lady sitting on the stone beach. But she was fine, and the cloth covering her face had been taken off. She looked up, and the scabs on her face had obviously fallen off. Look at your legs. Tong Xiangyu lifted her trouser legs with tears in her eyes. The scabs on her calves were the same as those on her face. They had almost all fallen off. If she shook, a dozen scabs would fall out of her trouser legs. Song-gu said, Come on. Take off your clothes and pants. Tong Xiangyu sobbed softly in grievance, and took off her shirt and pants while listening to Songgu. Round shoulders, slender waist. Even if it was not in the sun, her fair skin seemed to be glowing. The rash no longer bulged or oozed, and the thick black scabs fell off, and the skin became smooth again. Songgu didn't know if this recovery speed was normal, or maybe it was because the herb was effective. But he was relieved anyway. If the young lady had been unable to move, it would have been itchy all over. And even worse, it would have been really difficult in this remote wilderness. Hearing that Tong Xiangyu was still crying, Songgu said, "You're all right now. Why are you crying? So ugly." Tong Xiangyu raised her hand to wipe her tears, sad and aggrieved, sobbing. "It's all spots, so ugly. Sika deer also have spots, so cute. But it's white. What about the leopard? The leopard is so ugly. Wow. Tong Xiangyu burst into tears sadly. Songgu knew he was wrong, shut up, focused on patting off the scabs on the clothes and pants, returned them to Tong Xiangyu, let her put them on, and then said, "It's really not ugly, you are the most beautiful girl in Kizhong. How could you become ugly with a few marks? It's not a few. It's like pockmarks." Tong Xiangyu thought of her face in the pond. Her lips pursed. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she was about to collapse again. Songgu asked, "What's wrong with your feet?" Tong Xiangyu didn't have time to cry. She looked down with tears in her eyes. Her right ankle was already swollen. She said, "Oh, I twisted it when I fell just now." Songgu was speechless. "You don't tell me about this. But you cry first?" Tong Xiangyu choked with grievance. "It's just ugly. Ugly." Songgu sighed, squatted down and gently pinched Tong Xiangyu's ankle. Just as he was about to ask, "Does it hurt?" he heard her curling her feet and screaming in pain. Songgu said, "You can't walk like this. You need to rest for 2 days." "No." Tong Xiangyu's eyelashes were stained with pitiful tears, and she said stubbornly, "I can do it. Just give me a branch as a crutch." "Songgu, don't worry about it." Tong Xiangyu cried again, sobbing, "I don't want to stay here anymore. Woo. I want to go to the city to find ointment." "Okay. Go to the city to find ointment." Ointment. The last resort was for Songgu to carry Tong Xiangyu. The nearby mountain roads were easy to walk on, so he would push forward for a while. He couldn't stay in such a place forever. The conditions were harsh, and it was hot and sweaty. His clothes were almost rotten. If Tong Xiangyu hadn't been allergic and couldn't walk, Songgu would have led people through this collapsed provincial road 2 days ago. The heavy rain lasted for half a month. There must be floods all over the country. Disaster rescue will lead to more scattered rescue forces. They must arrive at the next city as soon as possible to join the main force. If the people in Taiyuan City are evacuated, their situation will be even more difficult. Tong Xiangyu still covered her face with clothes, revealing only her forehead and a pair of watery, slightly red almond eyes. She lay on Songgu's back and whispered, "I can really walk by myself. My feet don't hurt anymore." Songgu was too lazy to say anything more. Tong Xiangyu said again, "Songgu, am I very heavy?" Songgu raised his lips and said, "No, you are not heavy at all." Tong Xiangyu pouted slightly, but then it turned into a smile. She put her arms around Songgu's shoulders and put her face against his shoulders. The rugged green mountains slowly and steadily retreated in the field of vision. Tong Xiangyu felt very stable and at ease. The paths along the mountain are not always smooth, and there are often sections that are flooded or collapsed. At this time, Tong Xiangyu walked on her own, trying not to exert too much force on her sprained right foot, and Songgu supported her. After passing the collapsed point, Songgu carried Tong Xiangyu on his back, leaving the mountain road, walking on the stream road filled with sand, rocks and branches by the flood. Tong Xiangyu suddenly noticed Yu Yao, who had not spoken a word and had a low sense of presence all the way. She secretly looked at her and found that Yu Yao had phoenix eyes, a straight nose, lips that were neither thin nor thick, and healthy skin. She was warm and friendly when she smiled. Tong Xiangyu withdrew her gaze sullenly. "Songgu. Say it." Tong Xiangyu whispered in Songgu's ear, "Do you think Yu Yao is pretty?" "Songgu?" Songgu answered perfunctorily, "I don't know. How could I not know? She's pretty. Isn't she? What does it have to do with me whether she's pretty or not?" Tong Xiangyu pouted. She thought Songgu's words were an admission that Yu Yao was pretty. Tong Xiangyu asked quietly, "Then, Do you think she's prettier or I'm prettier? Song-gu. Tong Xiangyu heard Song-gu's silence and felt a little unhappy deep down. She asked, "Is this difficult to answer?" "Of course you are pretty." Song-gu was looking at the road and asked casually, "Who can be prettier than you?" Tong Xiangyu pouted, "But my face is so ugly now." Song-gu, "It will be fine after applying the ointment." Tong Xiangyu insisted, "What if the ointment doesn't get better? Then will I be pretty?" Song-gu, "Yeah." Tong Xiangyu, "You are lying." Song-gu finally chose a route with more shaded areas. Although the road was not very flat, and it was a long detour, it could avoid the heat. Avoiding the heat was the most important thing. Otherwise, under the scorching sun, one would definitely get a heat stroke if exposed to the sun for an entire afternoon. She was not talking about herself. She was talking about the delicate young lady on her back. Tong Xiangyu did not hear Song-gu answer, and asked again, "Song-gu? Song-gu?" Song-gu was not impatient. Tong Xiangyu, you haven't said yet. If these marks don't disappear even after I apply the ointment, will I still look good?" Although Song-gu responded casually before, it does not mean that he has lost his memory. "Didn't I say I was pretty?" "Really?" "Yeah." "Do you think I am pretty or Yu Yao is pretty?" "You asked this before." "Answer me again, and answer me again." "You are pretty." "Hee. Are you happy?" Song-gu couldn't help laughing. "Is this thing so important?" Tong Xiangyu almond eyes curved like a crescent moon, and her covered cherry lips curled up. But she hummed softly, and did not answer Song-gu. The cool route is on the side of the mountain, and is also the deepest part of the stream. Of course, it is now piled with large and small rocks and dead branches. The road is uneven and difficult to walk. Tong Xiangyu saw that Song-gu was sweating profusely, and said, "Song-gu, let's take a break." Song-gu thought she was uncomfortable, so he stopped on the spot, squatted down slightly, and put her down. "Watch your feet. Don't twist it again." "No. No." Tong Xiangyu stood firm, looked at Song-gu's sunburned face, and her t-shirt was soaked with sweat. She pursed her lips, took off her backpack with her backhand, and took out the wild fruits that she had not finished eating. Fruits are not easy to preserve once they are picked from the tree, especially in such a hot summer. More rotten fruits are eaten than eaten, and there are not many left. Tong Xiangyu took out the last few, peeled them carefully, and called, "Song-gu." Song-gu turned around and said, "Eat it yourself. I'm not thirsty, you are more tired." Tong Xiangyu pressed Song-gu back with one hand, and put the other hand around Song-gu's other shoulder, and stuffed the wild fruit into her mouth, and then she felt a little thirsty, and said, "It would be nice if there was stream water." Song-gu said, "There is water over there." "How do you know?" "I heard it." Song-gu couldn't actually guarantee it. After all, this was originally a stream, but it was submerged by rocks. If it was deep down and couldn't be dug out, it would be a false alarm. She said, "I go over and take a look." Song-gu saw from a distance that it was indeed a pool of water. Because it was at the corner of the mountain torrent, it was escaped. Song-gu turned around and carried Tong Xiangyu on his back. Tong Xiangyu said that her feet didn't hurt so much anymore, and she could walk by herself. She looked back at Yu Yao and shouted, "Yao Yao! There is water here. Xianzhu Fu." Yu Yao followed far behind. She was already a little unable to walk. Clearly the pot and wash basin were not as heavy as a person. She didn't know why Song-gu could walk so fast with Tong Xiangyu on his back. Besides, the sun was so hot, Yu Yao felt so thirsty, so dizzy. She was about to give up. But Tong Xiangyu suddenly called out. Yu Yao regained her spirits and quickened her pace. The pool was not big, it was dark green. Tong Xiangyu sat down, reached out, and gently touched the water surface. Because the water was in the shade, the sun could not shine, it was cool and comfortable. Tong Xiangyu raised a handful of water with both hands. But she saw something. She looked at it carefully, then screamed and fell backwards. Song-gu hurriedly helped her up, and frowned and looked at the pool. "I saw a body that was smashed to pieces at the bottom of the pool." Chapter 47. Give in. Yu Yao didn't hear Tong Xiangyu scream. She saw the pond and couldn't help but speed up the last few steps. She dropped the basin and pot in a daze, and was eager to drink the water, but was stopped by Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu saw that Yu Yao's face was sunburned red, except for her pale and peeling lips. Tong Xiangyu took out the last few wild fruits in her backpack and gave them to her. "Eat this, Yao Yao. The water is not drinkable. A bad situation has occurred." The water source is polluted and cannot be drunk. What's worse is that the mushroom soup they cooked last night was made with the water from the lower reaches where the corpses were soaked. Tong Xiangyu was silent for a moment, then turned around and vomited. But this was just the beginning. The further up they went, the more and more body parts they found on the exposed riverbed and stone beach. It had only been 2 days since the sun exposure, and some bodies had been dried. Some were pierced through branches. Some had broken bones, sunken skin, corpse spots all over, and some were rotting in piles, full of maggots and surrounded by a group of flies. Tong Xiangyu had seen more cruel and disgusting scenes in Keqing before, so except for the sudden shock she got from seeing them in the pond, she would frown and look away when she saw them again. Yu Yao had never seen this before, so she vomited all the way, and finally fainted. Tong Xiangyu suddenly heard the sound of pots and pans falling to the ground from behind, and looked back, and found that Yu Yao had fainted. She hurriedly pushed Song-ge, who was carrying her. Song-ge. Song-ge. Stop for a moment. Yu Yao has fainted. Song-ge did not stop, and continued to move forward. Song-ge? What can I do if she fainted? You want me to carry 2 people by myself? Tong Xiangyu said. You carry her? I can walk by myself. Song-ge did not speak, but kept walking forward. Tong Xiangyu was anxious, looking back at Yu Yao, who was lying on the ground and motionless, getting farther and farther away. She raised her voice and said, Song-ge, don't forget that Yu Yao will lead us. Song-ge, no need to lead. We can find the next city by following the provincial road. Tong Xiangyu paused and asked, Song-ge, are you serious? Song-ge heard the different tone of the eldest lady, and finally stopped. She put Tong Xiangyu down, turned around and said to Tong Xiangyu, you have 2 choices. I will save you, and I will go alone. Second, put away your compassionate heart. Let's hurry up and get on with our journey. Tong Xiangyu was a little anxious, and she argued with her loudly. Why? Song-ge, you were not like this before. I have always been like this. Song-ge looked at her and said, didn't you notice those corpses? Dry, living spots, bite marks. These corpses may have floated down from upstream, or the monsters are nearby. Tong Xiangyu was so frightened that she was stunned. Her eyes quickly turned red. Looking back at Yu Yao, who did not stand up again, she said with a crying tone. But Song-ge let out a long sigh. There won't be a next time. Song-ge pointed to the shaded area ahead with a wide view and no unusual movement. Can't you walk by yourself? Go over there and wait for me. After saying that, Song-ge turned back. Song-ge patted Yu Yao's face hard. Hey, wake up. Yu Yao reluctantly opened her eyes. Song-ge asked, can you still walk? Yes, yes. Yu Yao tried to prop up her body weakly, but her whole body felt as heavy as if it was filled with lead, and she couldn't move at all. Song-ge sighed, grabbed one of Yu Yao's arms and wrapped it around his neck, and ignored the pots and pans. He supported Yu Yao all the way under the scorching sun to the shade where Tong Xiangyu was waiting. Tong Xiangyu carefully looked at Song-ge's face. Song-ge didn't look at her. He put Yu Yao on the ground and pulled his clothes to cool down. Seeing this, Tong Xiangyu immediately limped over and fanned her with her hands. Song-ge glanced at her feet and said nothing. After Tong Xiangyu helped her fan, she went to Yu Yao again, squatted down and shook her gently, and asked worriedly, Yao Yao. Yao Yao, are you okay? Yu Yao was a little speechless. Her face was as pale as paper. Well, it's so uncomfortable. Song-ge, she has heat stroke. What should we do? Tong Xiangyu looked back at Song-ge anxiously. We don't have any anti-heat medicine. Song-ge said, Gua sha. Tong Xiangyu was at a loss. Gua sha. Song-ge sighed, walked to Yu Yao's side and squatted down. Song-ge pulled open Yu Yao's collar with one hand, took out his folding military knife with the other hand, and used the knife handle to scrape Yu Yao's sweaty shoulders and back of the neck. After a few times, purple-red bruises appeared on the skin. Song-ge expanded the scraping range. Soon, Yu Yao's shoulders and neck were all purple and red. Seeing that the sha was almost gone, Song-ge grabbed Yu Yao's clothes and wiped his military knife clean, then put away the knife and sat aside. Tong Xiangyu was shocked to see it from the side. When Yu Yao's face seemed to be better, she asked carefully, Does it hurt? Yao Yao? Yu Yao shook her head weakly and looked at Song-ge. When Tong Xiangyu saw that Yu Yao was fine, she walked to Song-ge's side hesitantly. Song-ge didn't raise his eyes. Tong Xiangyu squatted down to fan Songge, smiling flatteringly. You've worked hard. Let's rest here for a while before continuing on our way. Songge said, It's not possible here. The rocks are big, the road is uneven, and the terrain is difficult to run. Tong Xiangyu said, In fact, I don't think the monsters are still alive. It has been raining for so many days, and they won't hide, so they definitely can't resist. Even if they are really still alive, didn't you say that the monsters have a poor sense of balance? In a place like this, they definitely can't catch up with us. Songge pursed his lips, disagreeing. No. Keep going. The sun was scorching, making people dizzy. Songge always felt uneasy, because they had hardly seen any corpses downstream. But they saw them after only walking for half a day, and there were more and more. Until now, looking around, broken clothes, exposed bones, and smelly rotten meat can be seen everywhere on the riverbed. Songge turned his head to look at the completely collapsed provincial road. The collapsed road section was at least 2 or 3 kilometers long, and in the center of the collapse, there was a towering mountain with dense forests. A strip of earthy yellow soil was peeled off where the rocks rolled down from the mountain. There was no trace of the heavy rain for half a month. Only the desolate scenery left after the heavy rain. Songge said to keep walking, but he still rested for a while. Yu Yao had shot and recovered from the heat, and after a short rest, she was much better. And there were no pots and pans to carry, so it was much easier to just walk. Songge looked at Tong Xiangyu. She was still limping when she walked. Songge, don't force yourself if you can't walk. No, Tong Xiangyu said. I really feel much better. Songge didn't believe it at first, until Tong Xiangyu lifted her trouser legs, and there was only a clear purple patch on her ankle, which was originally swollen like a bun, and it really didn't look so scary. So Songge gave up and let her walk by herself. The air gradually exuded a foul smell that made it hard to breathe. Further ahead, the river and fields were completely submerged by the collapsed provincial road, and some car shadows could still be seen from it. Tong Xiangyu couldn't walk anymore. Sweat kept flowing from her forehead into her eyes, but she didn't even have the strength to wipe it off. She just lifted her feet, which felt like they were filled with lead. She felt that she could hold on for a while longer, but her throat was so dry that it was difficult to swallow. Yu Yao soon discovered that something was wrong with Tong Xiangyu and shouted in panic, Songge. Yu seems to have had a heat stroke too. Songge, who was walking in front to explore the way, looked back and saw that Tong Xiangyu had collapsed on Yu Yao. When Tong Xiangyu woke up, she found that her mouth was sweet, and the original thirst and dizziness of nausea and vomiting disappeared. She opened her eyes and saw the starry sky in the night, and there was a flickering fire in her peripheral vision. Tong Xiangyu propped herself up and sat up. Yu, you're awake. Yu Yao hurried to her side. Tong Xiangyu glanced at her, then turned to look at Songge, who was silent and motionless on the other side of the fire. Tong Xiangyu didn't know why her nose felt sore. Songge thoughts were interrupted, glanced at her. Eat something when you wake up. Tong Xiangyu thought there was something else to eat, and then she saw a chicken on the fire. She thought she had seen it wrong, blinked her eyes, and the roasted chicken was still there. You fainted. Songge said you were seriously dehydrated. He went to the mountains to find wild fruits, and happened to catch a pheasant. Yu Yao said. Tong Xiangyu didn't bother to answer her, and looked at Songge across the fire. Tong Xiangyu knew that Songge must be angry because of Yu Yao incident in the afternoon, but she didn't think she was wrong. So she pretended to be uncomfortable, and didn't call Songge. But when she woke up, and saw that Songge ignored her, Tong Xiangyu felt wronged again. Tong Xiangyu felt that it was just a matter of convenience to bring Yu Yao with her. She didn't know why Songge was so opposed. However, if she had to choose between Songge and Yu Yao, she would certainly choose Songge. Songge took the roasted chicken. The roasted chicken was almost cooked. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and it was fragrant and oily. Songge directly tore off a pheasant leg, smelled it first, then took a bite, and chewed it slowly in his mouth. After a while, nothing unexpected happened. Songge swallowed it, then stood up and walked over to hand the chicken leg in his hand to Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu whispered to her, Songge. Songge said, Eat. You will have the energy to continue to be angry with me after you are full. Tong Xiangyu's eyes were hot. I am not angry. Then why didn't you say you were uncomfortable? Tong Xiangyu didn't say anything. Her eyes blinked slightly, and tears fell down. Songge stopped talking, stuffed the chicken leg into Tong Xiangyu's hand, asked her to take it, and went back to tear off another chicken leg from the pheasant and started eating directly. Tong Xiangyu lowered her eyes, and tears fell on the roasted chicken leg one by one. She could give the chicken leg in her hand to Yu Yao beside her, because it was conceivable that Song Ge would not take the initiative to send food to Yu Yao, but after pinching with her fingertips, Tong Xiangyu finally cried and took a bite of the bland, tasteless chicken. Seeing Tong Xiangyu doing this, Song Ge finally said to Yu Yao, "Come and get it yourself." Yu Yao felt embarrassed and a little flattered. She walked over and tore off some meat from the hot pheasant. Then she heard Song Ge say again, "Don't follow us when we get to the next city." Yu Yao was stunned. Yu Yao looked at Song Ge in panic. Song Ge said, "It wasn't me who wanted to save you that day. It was her who asked me to save you. You gave us sweet potatoes, and we saved you. It's even. But since it's even, I have no obligation to protect you anymore." Yu Yao stammered nervously, I don't need your protection, I can protect myself, I just want to follow you, otherwise I don't know what I should do. I don't know what to do." Song Ge looked at her coldly without any expression. "Your family members are dead. If you don't want to die, then live." Yu Yao was stunned. Song Ge said, "It would be best if there is a rescue team in the next city. If not, you should find a way out by yourself, and don't follow us anymore." Yu Yao looked back at Tong Xiangyu helplessly, hoping that she would speak for her. But Tong Xiangyu lowered her head and avoided her gaze. Yu Yao then understood, but she could also guess that it was Song Ge who had been making the decision. Yu Yao clenched the chicken bone in her hand, lowered her eyes and said, "I know." Yu Yao looked at Song Ge again, "But I have to thank you for saving me anyway. It's not something that can be easily settled with half a bowl of dried sweet potatoes." Song Ge didn't say anything, but glanced at Tong Xiangyu, and then retracted his gaze. The night was quiet. Song Ge sat by the fire, pretending to doze with her face propped up. She was traveling during the day and keeping watch at night. She was not an Iron Man, and of course she could not hold on, so she took a nap whenever she could. There was a sound of dead branches being stepped on beside her. Song Ge immediately opened her eyes alertly, but she saw Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu sat down beside Song Ge. Song Ge closed her eyes again. Tong Xiangyu stretched out her finger and gently hooked Song Ge's little finger. Song Ge withdrew her hand. Tong Xiangyu was not discouraged, and hooked her again. Song Ge did not dodge this time. He let the bored young lady hook his little finger, propped up his face, and continued to take a nap. He soon fell asleep. After dawn, the three of them set off again. The collapsed section was almost over. They could already see the intact provincial road, and the long queue of private cars in the distance. No matter what, it was a good thing. Even if there might not be bicycles and electric vehicles on the provincial road, at least the road was flat and easier to walk on. The scorching sun began to shine brightly from 7 o'clock. Tong Xiangyu tied the cloth covering her face on her forehead as a sweat guide to prevent the sweat from flowing into her eyes. After one night, her ankle sprain had healed. She followed Song Ge closely, not forgetting to bring Yu Yao with her. The speed of advancement was not fast, but not slow either. Song Ge suddenly stopped. She stopped, and the other two stopped too. Song Ge looked in the direction of the sound. Tong Xiangyu asked, "What's wrong?" "Hush," Song Ge said, "you stay here. I go over and take a look." Yu Yao hard moved slightly. She was happy that she finally became one of the you in Song Ge mouth. But soon she felt disappointed that they were about to separate. However, separation was a matter for the future. Yu Yao watched over Tong Xiangyu, lest she followed him out of curiosity. Song Ge came back a few meters after they walked out. Tong Xiangyu asked what it was. Song Ge, "Nothing." Tong Xiangyu looked in the direction Song Ge came back. And indeed, she didn't see anything. The group continued to move forward. But after walking for a while, Tong Xiangyu suddenly heard a faint movement, like the sound of something calling. She turned her head again, looked carefully, and suddenly saw a small white head next to the boulder. "Puppy!" Tong Xiangyu eyes lit up, pointing over there. Song Ge, "Look! There's a puppy!" How could Song Ge not know? She had just walked a few meters when she found it. It was a skinny white pet dog. It was very dirty, and its hair was all tangled. The barking sound from the puppy's throat always made her feel uncomfortable. Fearing that the young lady would be full of sympathy again, Song Ge deliberately said that there was nothing. Tong Xiangyu said, Song Ge, let's take it with us." Song Ge, "Why take it with you? You still want to keep a dog in this situation? But if you have a puppy, You won't have to work so hard to keep watch every night. Tong Xiangyu said excitedly, and she was already walking over there. Song-gu saw that the little bodhisattva didn't listen to his advice again, sighed, and then quickly followed. Tong Xiangyu quickly approached the puppy, and before she could do anything, she noticed something else in her field of vision. Tong Xiangyu looked over, and then pointed to a small truck buried in a landslide not far away with great surprise. Although she only saw the color of one corner, she recognized it. Isn't that a courier truck? Chapter 48 Delivery Truck. The large delivery truck was almost completely buried in the soil. Song-gu didn't think there was anything left inside. When people are at their wits' end, they will do everything they can to bring useful things with them. For example, in the first section of the road, they could only find coats and blankets in the car, and no water or food. A delivery truck full of supplies, in this special situation, and on a road section with no village or store in sight, would definitely become the first target of people's robbing. Song-gu thought it must have been looted long ago. Tong Xiangyu was optimistic. What if it wasn't looted? Song-gu, even if it wasn't looted, it has been raining heavily for half a month. The things inside must have been soaked. This is just a landslide area. It's still a long way from the river, and it was buried by the soil immediately. How could it be soaked? This kind of car is said to have good sealing. It's hard for water to leak in. Tong Xiangyu said, and looked at Song-gu eagerly. Song-gu, let's dig a little, okay? There is no harm in trying. Song-gu walked over to see how to dig, but responded, how can there be no loss? It just delays the progress. Our progress has been delayed a long time ago. Tong Xiangyu walked over to her. Just think that I am not allergic yet. Song-gu laughed angrily. You can still think that way. Tong Xiangyu saw that Song-gu was not really angry, knowing that she had agreed, happily folded up her sleeves, full of energy. Okay, I'm going to start. What are you starting? Song-gu pushed her away. Stay aside. Tong Xiangyu. No, I want to dig too. Come on. Just use your hand. The two discussed digging the delivery truck. Only Yu Yao asked, Yu, what should we do with this puppy? The dirty little poodle is very aggressive. Now it is in an attacking posture, making a threatening sound in its throat, maybe because it has been wandering in the wild for too long. Its voice has long been hoarse, and every bark sounds weird. Moreover, Yu Yao didn't know if the puppy was sick, and its eyes looked gray. Tong Xiangyu said to Yu Yao, let's dig the car first. If it runs away, forget it. If it doesn't run away, we can take it with us. When we leave. Yu Yao heard this, and gave up confronting the puppy. Okay. Then I dig it too. The sun was still ridiculously hot, making people dizzy and sweating. The digging project was forced to stop halfway through. Several people hid in the shade. Tong Xiangyu's face was covered with sweat. Her face was red. She covered her face with her hands and looked up. The sky was clear, without a single cloud. Tong Xiangyu said depressedly. The surging stream water was quickly drained and evaporated. Logically there should be a lot of clouds. Yu Yao didn't understand. Maybe the clouds have drifted to other places? Oh, yes. Tong Xiangyu said, that's possible. They rested until the sun was about to set, and the scorching temperature dropped. Song-gu built a fire near the landslide where the express truck was buried. Several people continued to dig dirt and rocks. Strangely, the skinny little poodle kept wandering around the boulder, barking at people when it saw them. Tong Xiangyu was a little tired, and stood up, supporting her waist with the back of her hands, watching the hoarse barking puppy from a distance and guessed, maybe its owner is buried underneath. Song-gu picked up another big rock and threw it away, saying casually, can you help it dig? Yu Yao suppressed a laugh. I'm not stupid. Tong Xiangyu wrinkled her nose and said, the one who is pressed down must be dead. What if he is not dead? Little Bodhisattva? Tong Xiangyu pouted and did not answer. She continued to squat down and dig the soil with a board. She wanted to use her hands directly. After being scolded by Song-gu, she found this tool for digging. The progress was very slow. Although it was slow, at nearly 12 o'clock, they still successfully dug out most of the express truck. The glass of the cockpit had long been shattered into pieces, and the front of the car was filled with mud and buried. So it was impossible to see if there was a rotting corpse inside. Judging from the way the vehicle was buried, the front of the car was on top, and the car compartment was on the bottom. Song-gu came to the rear compartment, and the latch of the compartment was locked tightly. There was no sign of opening or prying. Song-gu raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking, is the eldest lady luck really that good? But it is not certain now. Song-gu studied for a while, and then used a military knife to unscrew the rusty screws one by one, then pulled out the iron rod, and finally opened most of the door of the express truck. When the carriage was opened, Tong Xiangyu and Yu Yao on the side were so nervous that they held their breath unconsciously. As soon as the door of the carriage was opened, a lot of cartons poured out. Wow! Tong Xiangyu couldn't help but hug Yu Yao excitedly, and the two cheered loudly. Songge didn't know what expression to use, and he was very happy for this ridiculous luck after all the difficulties. After Tong Xiangyu cheered, she immediately ran to the side, picked up a courier box, and asked Songge for a military knife. Songge picked up a stone with a sharp edge and gave it to her. You think the knife is too heavy? Use this. Tong Xiangyu was puzzled. How do I open this? Songge picked up a courier and demonstrated. The sharp edge of the stone pressed against the tape and gently pressed and scratched it. The tape was torn open. The courier box in his hand was very light. Songge opened it and saw that it contained several packs of puff snacks. Songge gave the stone to Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu was worried at first, but later she found it was too easy. The tape was torn open in a flash. She opened it excitedly and saw that it was a pair of men's sneakers. Wow! Tong Xiangyu said, it's useless. Tong Xiangyu put the shoes aside and went to get another box. Yu Yao picked up the sneakers and compared them to her feet, then changed her mud shoes that were already dirty and put on the new sneakers. They were a little big, but she tied the laces and tightened them, and they seemed to fit just right. Tong Xiangyu was so excited, experiencing the joy of opening the blind box. There were a lot of express deliveries. It looked like she couldn't finish opening them in one night. Songge looked at the increasing piles of cartons and express bags on the ground, and then looked at the eldest lady, who was still enjoying it, and said with a smile, okay, we will open the rest tomorrow. Eat something and go to bed first. It's very late. It's okay. I'm not sleepy at all. Tong Xiangyu was working hard. How could she be sleepy? She even said, I think we should sleep during the day and travel at night, so that we can maximize efficiency. There are no monsters on the road anyway. Songge was slightly stunned. Tong Xiangyu just said that casually, and opened another express bag. It was a white printed t-shirt. Not a brand name, but a very good quality. Tong Xiangyu handed it to Songge. This is for you. Songge took it, and the t-shirt on her body had become rotten after being soaked in sweat day after day. She took it off, tore off the tag and put it on. Tong Xiangyu picked up another pink dress and put it in front of her to try it out, smiling with curved eyebrows. Then I wear this. Songge took a look. If you are not afraid of mosquitoes biting you, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. When Tong Xiangyu heard her talk about mosquitoes, she took the mosquito repellent from the express box and sprayed it in the air several times, which made Songge sneeze. Tong Xiangyu stopped and said, with this, there are no mosquitoes. There were also oranges in the express. The navel oranges were as big as fists, and they looked intact, not rotten at all. Songge broke it in half, took a bite, and handed the remaining half to Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu peeled off the skin bit by bit, took off a slice and ate it, and it tasted fragrant and sweet. Tong Xiangyu couldn't help but be moved, and whispered, oh, I really miss this taste. Songge picked up 2 more oranges and peeled them. Are there any seasonings? Ah! Yes. Yes. I've seen them. Tong Xiangyu rummaged through the unpacked cartons and bags, and took out several bags of salt, chicken essence, cumin powder, chili powder, and hot pot ingredients. Tong Xiangyu said, I just saw spicy chicken and chicken popcorn. Can I eat that tomorrow? Songge, look for a pot. Yes. 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 Can the inner pot of a rice cooker be used? Yes. I also found some water. Tong Xiangyu used all her strength to take out a large bucket of water and put it aside. She grasped the lid with her palm and twisted it hard, but failed. Songge saw that the eldest lady was as excited as a hard-working little ant all night, handed the peeled orange to Tong Xiangyu, unscrewed the lid of the large bottle of mineral water. Do you want to drink it? Tong Xiangyu shook her head. Songge lifted it up and drank a few sips himself. With so many supplies, of course, there was no need to rush on the road. Yu Yao fell asleep after opening several packages the night before. When she woke up the next day, she found that the world had changed. Tong Xiangyu was still sleeping, but she was not wearing a swaddling blanket, but a large cashmere sheet that looked soft. She was holding a pink plush pig in her arms, and there was a huge parasol above her head. There was even aromatherapy on the side. No wonder she slept so soundly. looking at Song-gu. He was also sitting under the parasol, eating beef jerky, while watching over the fire. The fire was surrounded by stones on 3 sides as a stove, and there was a steaming pot on top. The faint aroma of food could already be smelled. Yu Yao was so hungry. Song-gu heard Yu Yao's hungry voice, and told her to take some snacks over there. It would take a while for the meal. Yu Yao walked over, and found that there were more snacks than there. There were so many kinds of snacks, more abundant than in the supermarket. Yu Yao took a box of biscuits and a bottle of drink. When she sat back under the umbrella, she couldn't help but sigh in a trance. It's like camping. At this time, a green-headed fly flew over. Yu Yao frowned and drove it away. Then she followed the fly's flight path, and saw a rotting corpse in the distance. Yu Yao choked and retracted her gaze. Song-gu didn't say anything, just studied the pre-made meal package in his hand. There were also semi-finished products such as popcorn chicken and spicy chicken fillet that the young lady said she wanted to eat last night. Tong Xiangyu woke up from the soft princess bed in her bedroom and started a beautiful day. The driver took her to the school gate. As soon as she got out of the car, she saw Song-gu carrying a school bag not far away. Tong Xiangyu smiled and shouted, "Song-gu." Song-gu turned around and looked at Tong Xiangyu. The young lady raised the corners of her lips in her sleep and slowly opened her eyes while holding the pink pig. Tong Xiangyu watched the jagged rocks and mountains gradually become clearer. She was stunned for a moment, and then she remembered the cruel reality. She sat up, looking a little lost. Song-gu handed her a piece of beef jerky. "What did you dream about?" "A very real dream." Tong Xiangyu looked at the beef jerky, stretched out her hand to take it, but then remembered something and stopped. She turned around and took out the toothbrush, toothpaste, tooth cup and towel that she had unpacked from the express box in the middle of the night. Song-gu. Song-gu stuffed the torn piece of beef jerky directly into his mouth. Tong Xiangyu said, "I dreamed that the monster virus did not break out. We met at the school gate, and I called you." "Song-gu, this doesn't sound realistic." "Why?" "You won't call me in reality." Chapter 49 Arrival. When Tong Xiangyu heard this, her depressed mood was swept away. She smiled and said, "I didn't notice this bug at all when I was dreaming." After getting the supplies, her situation and mood changed completely. After washing up, Tong Xiangyu walked to Song-gu to eat beef jerky snacks together, but with her other hand, she picked up a bag of chicken popcorn curiously, and then frowned and said, Did it have such a strong smell last night?" "Song-gu, didn't you put it in the foam box?" "It was originally in the foam box, but I didn't smell such a strong smell last night. It's all stinky." Tong Xiangyu's face wrinkled up, and she picked up the bags of semi-finished products. They all smelled sour and stinky. The ice packs had melted and were warm. Tong Xiangyu said, No, these can't be eaten. I throw them away." Song-gu stood up and said, "I throw them away." As he said that, Song-gu picked up the box. Tong Xiangyu saw that Song-gu was about to walk under the scorching sun, and hurriedly said, "Wait a minute." Tong Xiangyu took out a long bottle from the storage box, shaked it up and down, and then said to Song-gu, "Close your eyes." Although Song-gu was puzzled, he still closed his eyes. Tong Xiangyu sprayed Song-gu's face and neck carefully twice, and said, "Okay." Song-gu opened his eyes. "What is it?" "It smells good and cool." Hee, sunscreen spray. Tong Xiangyu found this treasure when she opened the blind box in the early morning. She also has a storage box, which is just enough to put all these things in, very convenient. Song-gu said, "I don't need sunscreen." "How can a girl not use sunscreen? The sun is so strong." "You don't need sunscreen if you don't have the conditions, but you must use sunscreen if you have the conditions." Song-gu couldn't argue with her, so he took the box and left. Tong Xiangyu watched Song-gu leave, holding the spray, closing her eyes, and spraying her face fiercely. Then she ran to spray the sunscreen spray on Yu Yao, who was busy unpacking the package, and said, "Please help me check if there is any scar removal ointment or small brown bottle to eliminate pigmentation." Upon hearing this, Yu Yao looked at Tong Xiangyu's face, but her eyes widened in surprise. "Yu, the dark spots on her face seem to have faded a lot." "Really?" Tong Xiangyu's eyes lit up. She touched her face, and turned to find a basin to look at her face. Yu Yao handed her a small magic mirror. "Really? Look for yourself." Tong Xiangyu looked in the mirror and found that the rash marks on her face had indeed faded a lot. But she was not sure whether the sunscreen spray just now had a whitening effect. So she lifted her trouser legs to look, and saw that the dark spots on her legs were basically only gray marks, which was completely different from the dark appearance of the day before. Tong Xiangyu was also surprised. This fades so quickly. Yu Yao didn't understand. She just stared at Tong Xiangyu's thin white legs, and said enviously, You are so white. Don't you usually bask in the sun? Ah, I feel that I am much darker now. Tong Xiangyu put down her trouser legs, and was also diverted by Yu Yao, saying, Why don't we move the package under the parasol to open it? Yu Yao, but that would be very troublesome. Tong Xiangyu, no trouble. No trouble, I move it. Then I go with you. The delivery truck is too big. Sometimes if one is taken out from outside, one or two will fall out from the truck. If there are too many, they will fall down like a mountain. There is a big object. Tong Xiangyu opened it, and found that it was a foldable table. The two of them moved it under the parasol together. At noon, the three of them sat together to eat. Tong Xiangyu excitedly raised the AD calcium milk in her hand. I didn't expect that we would have such a day. Cheers to our good luck. Yu Yao smiled and clinked glasses with Tong Xiangyu. Cheers. Only Songgu picked up some food. Tong Xiangyu urged Songgu, Songgu, come and clink glasses. No. Why? Don't you think this is something worth celebrating? Because it's childish, Songgu thought, but he also felt that if he really said that, the eldest lady would definitely have a lot of endless words. So he also picked up a bottle of AD calcium milk with a straw inserted next to it. Tong Xiangyu raised her glass again, with a strong sense of ceremony. Cheers to good luck. Yu Yao was happy. Cheers. Tong Xiangyu looked at Songgu. Songgu raised his drink and clinked it. Cheers. Then Songgu asked, who inserted the tube? Tong Xiangyu immediately took credit. Me. Me, no need to thank me. Songgu, I didn't want to thank you. I like to drink water. Huh? Yu Yao smiled and looked at the two of them. What do you think? Will there be other express delivery trucks on the road next? Not necessarily. Tong Xiangyu said, it depends on luck. Just like we didn't see any express trucks along the way. When Songgu heard what Tong Xiangyu said, he remembered that after turning around the half-moon-shaped pool, there were a lot of monsters and corpses upstream. Almost everywhere. The two places were not far apart. But the situation was very different. This shows that something must have happened at that time. Could it be that, after the traffic jam, everyone got off the car to walk, and the sudden outbreak of the monster virus caused everyone to die? But in this case, the monster will not stay in the same place, and the weather is so hot, the corpse will quickly turn into rotten meat and corpse water like in kitchen, and there will not be some corpses that look relatively complete and have not been dead for a long time, like the one in the pond. Everything is unknown. Maybe the corpse is the victim of the upstream city. Tong Xiangyu didn't know what Songgu was thinking. She ate the braised pork, thinking that the vacuum-preserved pre-prepared dishes were really precious. They could eat such delicious dishes in such a hot day. If they had to travel next, they would rely on these to improve their happiness. After dinner, Tong Xiangyu took some leftovers, and went to the little white dog. Bye-bye. Come and eat. The dog barked at her vigilantly. Tong Xiangyu didn't dare to get too close, and retreated after putting the small plate. Despite this, the dog only stopped barking after seeing her retreat, and didn't go up to eat those. Because of the supply truck, several people stationed in the same place for several days. During this period, Tong Xiangyu tried various ways to feed the little white dog, but all ended in failure. The puppy didn't eat anything. It didn't run away when people approached it, but just kept barking hoarsely. Tong Xiangyu thought it didn't eat leftovers at first, and was very happy when she took out the pet dog food from the express delivery. But the puppy didn't eat the dog food either. A few days later, the skinny little white dog lay motionless on the stone. It was dead. Tong Xiangyu couldn't bear it, so she picked a solid, better quality express box to cover it, because they had to leave here today and continue their journey. Have you said goodbye to your puppy? Songgu confirmed that the little white dog was just a pet dog on the day he dug up the delivery truck. It was skinny from hunger, small in stature, and hoarse in its voice. It was probably because of long-term exposure to the sun, so its eyes looked bad. It looked aggressive, but it never left its small piece of land. Since there was no danger, Songgu let Tong Xiangyu go. Tong Xiangyu was unhappy. The puppy is dead. Songgu raised his eyebrows, but he was not surprised. Yu Yao felt very sorry, and looked at Tong Xiangyu worriedly. Yu, are you okay? Yeah, Tong Xiangyu said in a depressed mood. Actually, I expected it. Bai Bai refused to eat because its owner died. And its heart died too. Yu Yao patted Tong Xiangyu's shoulder to comfort her. Song Ge asked Tong Xiangyu, do you have anything else to take? Tong Xiangyu pursed her lips and angrily glared at Song Ge, who was completely inhumane. Many packages were unpacked from the express box. The branded bags looked good, but were not practical. The most practical ones were backpacks. Tong Xiangyu picked a pink backpack for herself. The bag was already full of things: sunscreen, toothpaste and toothbrush, thermos cup, skin care products, mirror, shower gel, shampoo and even nail clippers, a mobile phone without a card and not activated, a parasol, a few new underwear she had washed specially, and a set of t-shirts and trousers for changing, and finally the indispensable sanitary napkins and tissues. Although she hadn't had her period for almost 2 months, since the monster zombies broke out. Compared to Tong Xiangyu pile of not very practical things, Song Ge backpack was mostly easy to store food and water. And then, there were common medicines, and some tools such as flashlights, iron picks, iron nails, compasses, disposable raincoats, life ropes and other supplies. When they set out again, they were completely different from their previous embarrassed and tired appearance. New clothes, new shoes, and a new set of equipment. Although there were still many collapsed places on the provincial road that required a long detour. And corpses, limbs, snakes, insects, rats and ants were often seen. But on the one hand, the supplies were sufficient. And on the other hand, they gradually got used to it. And the journey was not as difficult as imagined. Moreover, Song Ge was inspired by a remark made by Tong Xiangyu. He no longer looked for a place to camp and rest when it was getting dark. Instead, he continued on his way and rested when he was tired. There were fewer and fewer landslides on the road, and the provincial road was getting easier to travel. They were advancing more and more smoothly. In fact, as long as there were no monsters, there would not be too many risks along the way. 2 more days passed. Finally, the intersection of the provincial road was seen from a distance. Song Ge saw that the road signpost marked with Taiyuan and Jinju was not crooked by a truck. And the intersection was a horrible chain of car accidents. Tong Xiangyu didn't notice these. She was holding a parasol. The sun was high in the sky, and she was so exhausted that she could hardly walk. Even though Song Ge helped her carry her backpack in the second half of the journey, Tong Xiangyu let out a long sigh and wanted to ask Song Ge to rest on the spot. Yu Yao said, "It's Taiyuan. We've arrived at Taiyuan." Where? Where? Tong Xiangyu looked immediately. And when she saw the blue road sign in the distance, she felt that all the fatigue in her body disappeared instantly, and turned into the excitement of reaching the destination. Ah! We're here! Song Ge! We are here! Song Ge, yes. Yu Yao paused after saying that, and her expression became lonely. Tong Xiangyu did not rest, and walked in front. Song Ge followed closely behind. Song Ge was not as excited as Tong Xiangyu, but his mood was not too heavy, because he had expected that Taiyuan would also be an empty city. If there were fewer vehicles on the provincial roads close to Taiyuan, or less bloody scenes such as body parts and dismembered bodies, Song Ge would have a little more hope. Unfortunately, no. Song Ge didn't tell Tong Xiangyu, but he had already made the worst plan in his heart. However, it wasn't that bad. At least the bloodstains and various rotten corpses on the road looked very old, and the closer to Taiyuan, the calmer the wind and the sea, and there was no destroyed farmland or mountains at all, which showed that there shouldn't have been the terrible heavy rain that lasted for half a month. The city didn't suffer from floods, so at least there was no need to worry about supplies. Song Ge was worried that supplies would be washed away by the heavy rain, and the roads would be filled with various dried mud, garbage and obstacles, and then there would be monsters that might not have left Taiyuan yet. It was directly epic difficulty, from one fire pit, and after going through hardships and trekking through mountains and rivers, he entered another fire pit. Chapter 50 being targeted. When they reached the intersection, Tong Xiangyu saw how bloody and horrible the scene was. The cars were smashed to pieces, the iron frames of more than a dozen cars were burned, the ground was littered with broken arms and limbs, the rotten meat was crawling with maggots and flies, and the fat rats came out to look for food in broad daylight. Tong Xiangyu immediately covered her mouth and nose. The excitement of arriving dropped to the freezing point at this moment. Their worst guess came true. There would be no rescue here either. Yu Yao's reaction was even greater. Looking at the empty and quiet city that exuded the smell of death and decay, she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. She couldn't imagine that such a big city would be an empty city in such a situation. Tong Xiangyu looked back at Song-ge. Song-ge had already walked past her, and said calmly, "Go into the city and find a place to rest first. And always pay attention to the surroundings." There were no signs of monster activity near Taiyuan. But there was no guarantee that there were no monsters in the city. Tong Xiangyu moved her lips, but couldn't say anything. After walking behind Song-ge for a while, she asked in a panic, "Song-ge, what do you say? Will the situation really reach the worst point? If the monster virus breaks out all over the country at the same time, the country will not have time to respond. All cities will fall at the same time. They may not find rescue." Although Tong Xiangyu did not ask a complete sentence, Song-ge knew what she wanted to ask, and said with certainty, "No. If the virus broke out all over the country at the same time, no one would deliberately suppress several hot searches related to Kuching on the day of the incident. They would have been too busy to take care of themselves. No matter what virus it is, there is always a source. And then it spreads rapidly around the source. This monster virus is probably too evil, and the government cannot find an effective response for the time being. It can only let it spread, and wait until it is almost stable, or after there is a breakthrough in virus-related research, and then intervene and control it to the best of its ability. In this way, they are not going to these nearby cities, but to the capital to find a temporary shelter established by the country. The journey was long and dangerous. It was best to gather other survivors to act together. After all, there is strength in numbers. But this method was directly ruled out by Song-ge. No matter before or after, she tended to act alone. There might be strength in numbers, but there would definitely be more trouble. She even thought it was troublesome to bring Yu Yao with her, let alone act with others and let others hold her back. The few of them walked for a long time before they entered the outer ring of Taiyuan. The provincial roads were no longer congested. Private cars were more likely to crash into trees or into shops in the form of car accidents. The situation on the streets was as bad as in Kuching. Corpses were everywhere. The stench was overwhelming. Old blood was splattered everywhere. Body parts were dragged into the stinking ditch by rats, and even heads with hair were rolling in the middle of the road. The sun was gradually setting. The shadows of the 3 people were stretched very long. The quieter it was, the more Song-ge felt something was wrong. She was alert to the monsters that might rush out from any direction at any time. At this time, a mummy with the lower half of its body missing in the middle of the provincial road attracted people's attention. It didn't look like it had experienced a car accident or explosion, but was torn and dragged into 2 parts. The ground beside it was bloody and fleshy. It looked more like it was dragged down alive, and each part was eaten to pieces. The scene made people uncomfortable. Song-ge frowned and looked away. The stale and stagnant smell of decay in the air became stronger as people walked. Tong Xiangyu didn't dare to make too much noise. She gently pulled Song-ge's arm, pointed to a supermarket on the street, and whispered, "Song-ge, look over there." Song-ge looked over. It was a convenience supermarket. Almost all the things on the supermarket shelves were gone. Some of the shelves were overturned. Some collapsed. The orange light of the setting sun shone into the interior of the supermarket with broken windows. There were horrible bloodstains on the walls and the ground, and there were corpses lying in all directions. Going further, he found that the situation was similar. The supermarket, the grain store, the fruit store, and the drugstore were almost all gone, while the gold shop and clothing store were intact. Monsters would not search for these things. It seems that there are still survivors in Taiyuan. There are quite a few of them. Maybe the monster outbreak in Taiyuan was not as brutal as that in Kuching, so they were on guard. Or maybe the monsters were more brutal. It is more likely that all the monsters are dead. After all, a month has passed since they left Kuching and arrived in Taiyuan. Before Song-ge finished thinking this, he immediately looked to the right, and almost at the same time, Tong Xiangyu beside him screamed in fear. Song-ge reacted very quickly, and kicked the rapid attack. The thing that came over was kicked away. The dirty ball rolled on the ground for several rounds, and finally stopped, and then let out a thin howling cry. Tong Xiangyu was startled, and she ran over quickly after reacting. The one kicked down by Song-ge was a child wearing ragged clothes and trousers, dressed like a beggar on the street, with dirty hair tied into knots, and the exposed hands and feet were covered with dirt, and the original skin color could not be seen. Tong Xiangyu wanted to help the child up, but Song-ge grabbed the collar and forced him to stand up. Tong Xiangyu, Song-ge? Song-ge pushed Tong Xiangyu back slightly, then frowned and looked at the child in front of him, whose face was covered by hair, and was crying in grievance. After just one look, Song-gu said to Tong Xiangyu, "Let's go." "Why go?" Tong Xiangyu staggered when Song-gu pulled her. She was concerned about the child who was kicked. It was just a kid. At first, they thought it was a monster. "Song-gu, what kind of place is this? What's the situation now? How could a child like him suddenly run out? Is it reasonable?" Tong Xiangyu was speechless. Yu Yao obeyed Song-gu's arrangement unconditionally, and quickly followed, but she couldn't help but look back at the crying child sitting on the ground. "Song-gu, do you suspect there is a problem? We might not survive if we met a monster. How could a child like him?" Song-gu said, and he ran out alone. Besides, the speed at which he rushed out, it was obviously trained. Or it was not the speed of a 3- or 4-year-old child at all. Perhaps they were being watched as soon as they entered Taiyuan. This thought made Song-gu's hair stand on the back of her neck. But she soon realized that it was not the thought that made her hair stand on end. She paused, stopped Tong Xiangyu and Yu Yao, and looked at the alley in front of her right. After a while, accompanied by increasingly obvious footsteps, a team of 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, appeared in front of them. Song-gu also noticed that the child behind her stopped crying, and he stood up on his own, dragging his dirty and messy clothes towards the few people. Tong Xiangyu hid slightly behind Song-gu uneasily. After the 6 people met up, the leading man looked at Song-gu and the other 3, and then asked politely, "Where are you going?" Song-gu didn't buy it, and asked, "Does it have anything to do with you?" Hearing Song-gu speak, the man immediately laughed. "It's a good thing that the little girl is vigilant. You don't sound like a local Taiyuan person from your accent. Where are you from?" Tong Xiangyu replied, "Uncle, we are from Keqing." Song-gu frowned. "It's Keqing." The man looked concerned. "How is Keqing? Is he okay? Has the rescue team gone?" Tong Xiangyu shook her head. "No, we came to Taiyuan to seek help." "Come to Taiyuan to seek help?" The woman next to the man suddenly sneered angrily. "The world-destroying disaster has come. The first thing the national government did was to trick us and abandon us. You still want to wait for rescue? Only if we unite ourselves can there be a way out." The man looked around. "This is not the place to talk. Let's go to our place first." Tong Xiangyu was about to agree. Song-gu said first, "Don't bother. We are just passing by." "Passing by?" The man looked at Song-gu in surprise. "Don't you know? The sun will set soon. Once it gets dark, the zombies will come out to hunt. There are millions of zombies in Taiyuan. If you run into them, you will be killed." The man said, "No matter where you are going, come to our place to rest for a night first, and leave tomorrow." Of course, Song-gu would not trust a strange organization casually. At this time, the child who had attacked Tong Xiangyu earlier whispered, "Don't be afraid, we have food, we have food." Tong Xiangyu looked at Song-gu. Song-gu calmly analyzed that. There were 5 people on the other side, 3 men and 2 women. At least 3 of them had fighting power, and among the 3 of them, the eldest lady and Yu Yao were basically a burden. In addition, they were completely unfamiliar with the nearby roads, so they would not get any advantage if they fought hard. Song-gu said bluntly, "I don't believe you." The man was slightly stunned when he heard this, then smiled, turned around and told the woman something. The woman nodded and turned to walk into the alley. And soon, she brought out a large group of people, men and women, old and young, at least 20 to 30 people. Song-gu saw it, and was unmoved. What can this prove? These people are together, which does not mean that they will not harm them together. Tong Xiangyu, however, completely let down her guard in fear after seeing so many people, especially when she saw that there were old people and children in the team, which reminded her of Grandma Tian and Aunt Zhang's 2 daughters. Tong Xiangyu tugged at Song-gu, and whispered, "Song-gu, I think it's okay." Tong Xiangyu believed that human nature is good, but Song-gu didn't. The woman next to the man saw that Tong Xiangyu agreed, and came over enthusiastically to hold Tong Xiangyu's hand. But Tong Xiangyu looked at Song-gu's face, and at least she didn't let her pull away. Song-gu grabbed the woman's wrist and shouted coldly, "Let go." Song-gu was very strong, and the woman screamed in pain and quickly let go. The man frowned and walked up immediately. "Nana." The woman turned around and said to him, "I'm fine." Zeus. Song-gu. Tong Xiangyu was worried that Song-gu would confront them directly and suffer losses. After all, the other party was an adult, and they were just students. If it really didn't work out, They could stay overnight. But they would not eat any food given by the other party. Tong Xiangyu knew what Songge was worried about. Songge always thought the worst of things and human nature. Tong Xiangyu didn't plan to change Songge overnight. But she hoped that Songge could gradually become less pessimistic and trust others occasionally. Otherwise it would be very tiring to always rely on oneself. After all, it's just an outbreak of a terrible virus that we haven't seen before. It doesn't mean the end of the world. Besides, if these people were bad guys, they wouldn't have taken in so many old, weak, sick and disabled survivors. Songge knew that Tong Xiangyu was worried, and looked at the man expressionlessly. "Can I go see your shelter?" The man said, "Of course." Tong Xiangyu eyebrows widened. She breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately hugged Songge arms happily. Chapter 51 Base. Songge noticed that the woman named Nana brought out mostly old people and children, but according to common sense, when the monster corpses broke out, these two types of people would be the least able to resist. Unless, these people were only a part of them. But if there were already so many old people and children without labor, it was hard to imagine how many others there were. Songge made a note of the path and direction he had taken while guessing. After turning many corners, Songge vaguely heard some voices, and soon, they came to the outside of a residential area. The community looked like it had been rebuilt with red bricks and cement. The wall was covered with dense wire mesh, leaving only the main gate for trucks to enter and exit, and a huge loudspeaker fixed on the gate. The gate slowly opened. Songge looked over and saw two young and strong men opening the door. "Master!" they shouted respectfully to the man in the lead. "Zeus. Zeus, yes." The woman waved her hand, and the two waited until everyone had left, and then they immediately closed the door, and put on a heavy and sturdy bolt. "Leader?" Songge had a bad feeling in his heart, but he didn't show it. He walked into the community calmly. What he saw was a long-lost ordinary scene. Rows of 5- and 6-story self-built houses, countless men, women, old and young, a thriving scene. The cement floor in front of each house had been pried off, turned into fields, and it looked like a lot of vegetables had grown in the fields. When people in the community saw Zeus and his group, they would respectfully and enthusiastically call him leader. Tong Xiangyu also expressed doubts at this time. "Master? Look over there." Nana pointed. Tong Xiangyu looked over. And there was a flag in the community. The flag flying on the flagpole was yellow. The yellow flag fluttered in the wind. And people could clearly see that it was a fist holding a knife. And the knife was stained with blood. Nana explained, because more and more survivors were taken in. "We formed an organization in accordance with everyone's wishes, called Chaeyong's Self-Defense. At the same time, because there were so many people, we had to divide the work carefully. After all, it was too difficult for Zeus and I to take care of everyone. We chose reliable and trustworthy people to assign tasks, such as taking turns to guard, going out to collect supplies, rescuing lone survivors, including base expansion, material distribution, and medical and R&D teams, and give extra rewards to those who contribute their labor." Tong Xiangyu was a little shocked. "Do you have so many people here?" "Of course. Do you think it's just those 20 or 30 people just now?" Nana smiled, kind and enthusiastic. "I've seen no less than 100 people along the way. In fact, almost all the survivors of Taiyuan are gathered here. There are currently 6,321 people registered. This community has 20 buildings, each building has 10 households and 6 floors, and one building alone can accommodate at least 600 to 700 people, or even up to 1,000 people." Tong Xiangyu felt more and more reliable the more she listened. "I heard there is a research and development team. What are they developing? How to deal with those monsters?" "Monsters?" Nana said. "Oh, you mean zombies. Do you call those infected zombies? They are not infected. They are corpses that have lost all the rationality, consciousness, and even life that humans should have, and only have the ability to move." Nana said. "Just like in the movies, it's just a sign of Doomsday." "Doomsday?" Tong Xiangyu disagreed. "There must be other countermeasures. It is impossible that the whole country will fall once the outbreak occurs. Maybe it has not fallen," Nana said, "but the country and the government have abandoned us who have no power, no influence and no background." Tong Xiangyu was surprised. "How is it possible? How is it impossible?" Nana said. "Since the outbreak of zombies, the government has been emphasizing that everyone should not panic, stay indoors, don't go out, wait for rescue, and also talked about various defensive measures. Do you know what happened? We were in a beauty salon with dozens of people. When the boss heard about this, He immediately closed the store door and the back door. But the next day, the zombie virus broke out from the inside, and only Bebe and I escaped alive out of dozens of people. Tong Xiangyu was stunned. Nana's eyes were red, and said, "The country abandoned us." When the whole city was in chaos, the planes and helicopters came and went, carrying those high-ranking government officials away from danger, and then abandoned us. You don't know how horrible it is to watch people being eaten by a group of zombies. You don't know how many people starved to death after hiding at home for half a month. You don't know how many people chose to jump off the building because they couldn't bear the despair. Zeus looked at Nana with a sense of feeling, and comforted Nana. "I'm fine." Nana sniffed and smiled, then looked at Tong Xiangyu and said, "It was really hard at the beginning. This kind of hardship was not to face countless terrible zombies, but to think that the country that always claimed to be our solid backing actually abandoned us without hesitation at the first time when the crisis came. I felt a suffocating despair from the bottom of my heart. Fortunately, we have survived now. You see, we have taken in many survivors now, and with more people, there are more talents in various fields. For example, although there is a power outage outside, we have electricity here, there is solar power generation on the balcony, and a small base station has been built, so everyone can use mobile phones to communicate within a certain range near the base, which greatly reduces a lot of inconvenience." Tong Xiangyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow!" Nana glanced at Songge and Yu Yao, and asked Tong Xiangyu, "Are there only 3 of you in the group?" "Yes." Nana was surprised. "How did you escape from Keqing surrounded by zombies?" "As far as I know, Keqing fell earlier than our Taiyun." "Lucky." Tong Xiangyu said, "It's mainly because Songge is very powerful. We encountered a heavy rain on the way, but it seems that it didn't rain here." "Nana, it didn't rain." Nana asked again, "How long did it take you to get there?" "Almost a month." Tong Xiangyu briefly told Nana about everything that happened from the outbreak of the virus to the beginning of the journey, including taking Yu Yao with her, and seeing the express truck when she was at her wit's end. "Then you are really lucky." Nana sighed, and then said, "After we Taiyuan people knew that the government had completely abandoned us, many terrible things happened, such as rape, looting, burning, killing, and robbing. For a bite of food, humanity was completely annihilated. Even now, there are still many people doing evil outside." Tong Xiangyu's eyes widened when she heard it, and she couldn't believe it. "But don't worry. This kind of thing will definitely not happen here," Nana assured. "We have sufficient supplies, reasonable distribution, and strict order, and it is absolutely safe." Tong Xiangyu nodded, looked up at Songge, and saw that although she looked calm, her lips were slightly pursed, and she was obviously not relaxed at all. Zeus sent the 2 men and 1 woman away, and together with Nana, he took Songge and the other 2 to the first building of the first faction in the community. There was a lovely young girl sitting inside reading a book. Judging from the environment, it looked like an office. When the girl saw someone coming, she immediately put down the book and stood up, and called out obediently, "Master." "Sister Nana." "Register," Zeus said, "from Keqing." "Okay, are there 3 of you?" The girl took out 3 forms from a notebook on the side. "Please fill them out here." Tong Xiangyu walked over first, and saw that there was indeed electricity in the office as she walked. A desktop computer with a screen on, the desktop was full of shortcuts to various things, and the screen was reading lyrics one by one. The girl asked Tong Xiangyu to sit down, and then handed her the form and pen. "Fill it out yourself, name, age, occupation, place of birth, ID number, and here is your parents' information." Tong Xiangyu asked, "Do I need to fill in my parents' names as well?" Girl, "Yes, this will help us find your parents. If they have unfortunately died in this terrible disaster, then please be patient and just fill in deceased." Tong Xiangyu replied, "Yes," and was about to fill in the name, but just before the first dot of the word Tong fell, the pen was taken away. Tong Xiangyu looked up and saw Songge. Songge looked at the man named Zeus. "We don't plan to stay here. Didn't you just invite us to rest for 1 night?" Zeus was stunned, but soon smiled and said, "Yes, yes. Let's do this. I let Nana take you around our base." He glanced at his watch and said, "I have something else to do. See you later." After that, Zeus told Nana, "These are my guests. Please treat them well. Have dinner with me." Nana said respectfully, "Yes." Songge put the pen steadily on the table. After Zeus left, Nana took Songge, Tong Xiangyu, and Yu Yao to the base's warehouse for storing supplies. It was also a residential building, but it was a separate building. The entrance was locked with an iron lock and surrounded by barbed wire outside. Unlock and go in. The room is stacked against the wall with bags of rice, flour, noodles, cooking oil, boxes of canned food, dried meat products, bottled water, pre-made vegetable packs, seasonings. At first glance, there are more than most supermarkets. After Nana and the others finished looking, she took them upstairs and introduced. In addition, we also have various fast-growing seeds, pesticides, fertilizers and farm tools. 3 fish ponds have been opened at the back of the community, which are raised by professional fishermen. Whether it is vegetables or meat, they can achieve complete self-sufficiency and sustainable development. The second floor is seeds. The third floor is the medical warehouse, where regular medicines are placed in boxes, including cold medicine, antipyretics, antibiotics, allergy medicine, anti-hypertensive medicine, quick-acting heart-saving pills, alcohol hemostatic cotton gauze, masks, and syringes. We have everything. We have many professional doctors and professional infrastructure and medical equipment here. Nana said with a smile, if you feel uncomfortable, you can see a doctor at any time. Chapter 52. There is a problem. Nana introduced it in detail, and her brows were full of pride when she spoke. But she noticed that only Tong Xiangyu and Yu Yao showed continuous exclamation, and the girl with short hair had a calm expression and did not react at all. Nana had no choice but to smile and lead the few people to their residence. The first 10 buildings are basically full. You can stay in building 11 tonight. We have special people responsible for sanitation and cleaning. Nana led the 3 people all the way to building 11. Song-gu noticed an old lady holding a broom nearby. She must be the cleaning staff the woman mentioned. There was some scattered garbage in the dustbin nearby, and when he went up the stairs, he saw half a bucket of dirty water nearby, with a rag soaked in it. Grandma Yin, is the room cleaned up? The old lady called Grandma Yin stopped sweeping the floor, kept her head down, and answered respectfully, it's done, Deputy Leader. Nana smiled, and said to the others, let's go upstairs. When Song-gu went upstairs, he glanced at the strict woman with his peripheral vision. He saw her head hanging down and gently shook, and he could faintly hear a sigh. Nana found that Song-gu did not catch up. Song-gu had already squatted down to tie his shoelaces, and when he noticed the woman's gaze, he naturally tied his shoelaces and stood up to catch up. There was no sign that anyone lived in building 11. Nana said, we open the lower floors first. The first floor is a garage, although it has been converted into a room. The conditions are poor after all, so I decided to arrange for you to live on the second floor. The floor is low, but there is no need to worry about the lighting. In this kind of weather, the high floors are hotter. Right? If you are not healthy, you can turn on the electric fan. By the way, if you are not in good health, you can come to Xiaowei to register, that is, the girl in the first building just now. After registering with her, you can get Huixiangjingqi water and Xiaoshu granules, which can be used as a preventive measure. The key was inserted in the door. Nana opened the door, and a clean, tidy and simple residential building appeared in front of them. Because of the large windows, the lighting is very good, but the building looks a bit old, and the decoration is rustic. It is far from being comparable to Grandma Tian's small villa with a garden and swimming pool. Nana turned on the power first, then showed them one by one, and said, there are 3 bedrooms. These 2 large ones face the sun, and this one doesn't, but it has windows for ventilation. But it's a little smaller. The bedding and beds have been allocated long ago, and Grandma Yin has taken them out for you. Originally, such a floor is planned to accommodate about 10 people. But now there are not many survivors in Taiyuan, and there is no contact with the outsiders. So you can use it as you like. We can discuss and allocate 1 room per person. This landline is usable. Nana picked up the receiver, and a beeping sound came from it. Nana said, as mentioned before, we have built a base station. If you have any needs, you can dial 001 to our management department. As for drinking water, I will ask someone to send bottled water over later. Tong Xiangyu was surprised and curious. How can you be so organized? Don't mention it. It was really difficult at the beginning. Nana said, when we first came to this community, we were cleaning up the dead almost every day and night. Most of the houses here were either filled with the stench of rotting corpses and urine, or were covered with blood and piles of rotten meat. It took a long time just to disinfect and purify the air. Song-gu glanced at Nana. Nana sighed. It took a long time to prepare in the early stage. But then Nana said, fortunately, Zeus is a very capable and reliable leader. He is smart and farsighted, kind and humble, and considerate in every aspect. Let us who follow him feel safe. All the Chaoyang self-defense people. As long as they see him, feel reassured and have a backbone. And feel at ease. Nana found that Song-gu didn't look at her, so she looked at Tong Xiangyu and Yu Yao, and emphasized, in this terrible situation where zombies are rampant, and they are ruthlessly abandoned by the country, and can only wait for death outside in despair all day long, it is really not easy to have such a warm and peaceful haven. It is the manifestation of God. Song-gu's eyes swept through every corner of the room calmly. No matter what he saw, he didn't stay for half a second. Hearing what the woman said, he didn't look over. Tong Xiangyu nodded after hearing Nana's words. Compared to the outside, it's really good here. Is it? Nana smiled even brighter. Outside, even a bite of food is a problem, but here, your personal safety can be completely guaranteed. By the way, there are clothes in the closet. Nana opened the closet to show them. These are seasonal clothes and skirts. You will definitely be able to wear them. Now that we have enough supplies, the leader is already planning to stock up on winter clothes. After all, we have to survive here for a long time. Okay, then I won't say much. You just get familiar with the environment and take a rest. Nana said, I will call you when dinner is ready. Okay, thank you, Sister Nana. Tong Xiangyu smiled and saw her off to the door. Nana asked her to go back. Tong Xiangyu watched her go downstairs and leave before returning to the house. With only 3 of them left, Tong Xiangyu relaxed a lot. No longer reserved, and even seemed a little excited. Song-gu, this place is much better than Grandma Tian. Song-gu looked at her. We will help you find your parents. Right? Yes. Yes. Tong Xiangyu smiled and said, it's obvious that this place was planned and deployed by very powerful and professional people. They have strong coordination ability and take all aspects into consideration. It's simply impeccable. That's right. Song-gu went along with the words, contrary to his usual behavior, and then stood up to look at the bedroom. How do we allocate rooms? Yi Yao took the initiative to say, I will live in this small bedroom without sunlight. And you can live in the other 2 rooms. If you are afraid of heat, you can also switch with me. Then I will live in this room. Tong Xiangyu chose the room on the right. Song-gu looked over and said, okay. Then we will live in this room. Tong Xiangyu was stunned and looked at Song-gu. Song-gu didn't even raise his eyelids to look at Tong Xiangyu, and walked straight into the room facing the sun on the right, and said, why? Didn't you say you wanted to sleep with me? Tong Xiangyu was stunned, and hadn't reacted yet. How could I say that? Forgot? As a college tyrant. Do you have such a bad memory? Tong Xiangyu then remembered that she had said that before, and her ears suddenly turned red, and she whispered in defense, that was in the past, when it was very dangerous outside. And it's very safe here. Song-gu corrected, not outside, at your grandmother Tian place. Tong Xiangyu choked. Song-gu sat on the bed, and put down the 2 backpacks. Tong Xiangyu trotted over, took out a small electric fan from her pink backpack, turned on the switch, and held it in front of Song-gu's face, blowing Song-gu's sweaty bangs. Song-gu said, the wind is too strong. Tong Xiangyu laughed, reached out to help her tidy up her bangs. Yu Yao stood at the door of the bedroom, saw the scene, hesitated for a while, turned and walked to the small room next door. Song-gu held Tong Xiangyu's wrist. Okay. Stop making trouble, go to sleep. No. Tong Xiangyu said. Aren't you tired from the journey? Song-gu pulled Tong Xiangyu to the bed. Go to sleep, we have dinner later. Tong Xiangyu saw that although Song-gu was talking with a smile, his eyes seemed to convey something. So she did not insist. Put the small electric fan on the bedside table, and then got on the bed. Seeing this, Song-gu got on the bed and lay down beside her, and casually pulled a thin blanket over himself and Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu was about to ask why they were still covered with blankets in such hot weather. But the next moment, her hand under the quilt was held by Song-gu. At that moment, Tong Xiangyu felt that her heart skipped a beat, and her breathing became unnatural. The bedroom suddenly became very quiet. The weather was already very hot, and she was covered with a quilt, and Song-gu was holding her hand. Tong Xiangyu clearly felt her palm sweating. Tong Xiangyu fingertips trembled unconsciously, and then Song-gu held her hand tighter. Now Tong Xiangyu whole face was burning. Tong Seong-yu slowly remembered that Song-gu seemed to have liked her for a long time, but he had never said it. Did Song-gu want to break the window paper now? Or was Song-gu so pent up that he wanted to let loose? So Song-gu didn't agree to bring Yu Yao because he didn't want a light bulb to disturb the two of them? Tong Seong-yu was thinking wildly, feeling shy, and panicking. But I don't know what's going on when girls are together. The heartbeat was getting faster and faster. Tong Seong-yu finally couldn't hold on any longer, turned to look at Song-gu, whispered Song. Song-gu interrupted with his eyes closed. Don't talk, sleep for a while, I'm so sleepy. Tong Seong-yu's cheeks were flushed and her breathing was trembling. Seeing that Song-gu was stubborn and didn't mention it, even though she felt her heart was about to jump out of her throat, and her palms were sweaty and slippery, she could only pretend to be ignorant and close her eyes nervously. Tong Seong-yu closed her eyes for a while. And then she felt a slight itch in her palm. It was Song-gu's fingertips. Tong Seong-yu's heart was beating wildly. She didn't understand what Song-gu was doing. Was he teasing her? Or seducing her? Or hinting at something? Hint? Tong Seong-yu's confused and anxious heart suddenly calmed down. She felt carefully and found that Song-gu's fingers were not scratching randomly. It seemed that he was writing. Song-gu wrote several times on Tong Seong-yu's palm. Yes. Words, and paused every time after writing. When he finished writing for the third time, Song-gu's slightly open palm received a response, not words, but a symbol with obvious direction from the young lady fingertips. Question mark. As expected. He is a primary school bully, and reacted so quickly. Song-gu pretended to be asleep, while continuing to write slowly in Tong Seong-yu's palm. Her movements were very small, only the tip of her index finger was moving, so it was impossible to see her movements from the quilt. This time, Tong Seong-yu only read it once, and knew the 3 words written by Song-gu. There is a problem. There is a problem? What problem? Tong Seong-yu gently tapped Song-gu's fingertips, indicating that she had received the message. In this silent environment, the two secretly made small moves under the quilt, which could not be seen from the outside. Tong Seong-yu was both curious and excited, and uneasy and nervous because of what Song-gu wrote. In the same community, Zeus, who said he had something to do, was sitting in a room with no lights on and all curtains drawn. The light from the computer screen fell on his face. Nana raised her hand and knocked at the door. Zeus looked at her and gently hooked his hand to signal him to come in. Nana walked to Zeus and leaned into his arms, with a frail and boneless figure. She looked at the computer screen with Zeus. There were only people in 2 of the 3 rooms on the screen. Yu Yao lived in the smaller room. She put her backpack on the bed, walked around the room twice, then walked to the bed, sat down and lay down. In the other room, 2 girls were already lying on the bed, sleeping soundly and motionless. Although there was no movement, Zeus did not turn off the surveillance screen, but asked the woman in his arms, "How is it?" Nana said, "The 2 long-haired ones seem to be fine, but the short-haired one is a bit troublesome. If there is trouble, then deal with her first." Chapter 53 Abnormal. Monitoring. Control. Tong Seong-yu closed her eyes and recognized the 2 words written by Song-gu on her palm at once. Tong Seong-yu's eyes moved slightly. Song-gu was concise and to the point. He probably wanted to tell her that there was a surveillance camera in this room, monitoring their movements in real time. But where was the camera? How did Song-gu find it? Tong Seong-yu wanted to draw a question mark on Song-gu's palm. But before she could, as soon as her finger moved, it was held by Song-gu. In this special situation, Tong Seong-yu's heart was a little nervous, thinking that this was another signal. But after waiting for a long time, there was no follow-up. But Song-gu light and even breathing sound came from her side. Tong Seong-yu. Song-gu made her nervous. But he fell asleep? Song-gu did fall asleep quickly, although it was much easier to get supplies after digging out the express truck. Song-gu never dared to let down his guard. When Tong Seong-yu and the others slept, Song-gu would be responsible for guarding the post whether it was day or night. In this way, he rushed on the road and kept watch at night. So of course he didn't sleep well, and his rest time was very trivial. Now there will be more difficult and unknown situations to deal with. How can we not take the time to rest and recharge our energy? Since those people have carefully arranged these things and prepared dinner, it means that they will use courtesy before force. After all, everyone likes to get the desired results without bloodshed. Now should be the safest moment for them in this base. As for why she told Tong Seong-yu about the surveillance, it was because this innocent and naive young lady, who always believed that human nature was good, was too relaxed. She was very satisfied with this place. She was completely stupid. Like a person who was sold but still helped count money. Song-gu simply reminded her to be on guard. But didn't say much. In case she didn't know how to disguise herself. If her performance was too different before and after, it would definitely alert those people. And then the situation would get out of control. Song-gu's sleep efficiency was very high. After a quick and short sleep of 2 hours, she was refreshed. When she woke up, it was not even dark yet. Her shoulder was warm. Song-gu turned her head to see that the young lady was hugging her arm and sleeping soundly. She was still wearing the pink skirt she had picked up and had been reluctant to throw away. Because her legs were bent, the hem of her skirt was lifted up to her snow-white thighs. The thin blanket that had been covering her had of course been kicked away long ago, half sliding to the ground. Song-gu carefully pulled out his hand. Tong Seong-yu was not awake yet. Her breathing was still long and even. Song-gu helped her pull the hem of her skirt up to cover her legs, then walked to the window and pulled up some curtains. When they met Zeus' group, the sun had already set, but after a nap, there was still afterglow in the sky. Song-gu glanced at his watch. It was already 7:30 in the evening. The days were getting longer and longer. Song-gu? A dazed voice came from behind him. Song-gu lowered the curtains and looked back to see Tong Seong-yu half sitting up. The spoiled young lady was different. Even if she sat on the bed with her legs bent and a blank expression on her face, she looked cute and lovable. What a perfect little lamb, Song-gu thought. At least in the eyes of that group of people. That was the case. Song-gu said, I woke up just in time, they are coming. Tong Seong-yu was sleepy. She said, huh? In confusion, asking how you knew, and then there was a polite knock on the door. Song-gu, I just saw them coming by the window. This was said deliberately, because you can tell without seeing. If they wake up, the people in front of the surveillance will definitely know, and of course they will arrange someone to call them. Song-gu said, wash your face, I go open the door. Yeah. Tong Seong-yu nodded hurriedly, turned off the small electric fan on the bedside table, and got out of bed. Before opening the door, Song-gu deliberately closed the bedroom door. Nana saw Song-gu opening the door, and was not surprised at all, but asked with a smile, did I wake you up? Song-gu, no. I just woke up. Song-gu turned sideways, let the woman named Nana in, and closed the door himself. When Nana passed by, Song-gu smelled a different strong perfume on her body. It is unlikely that they would tamper with the smell. But Song-gu still frowned and held his breath. The smell was too pungent. Song-gu closed it, and at the same time saw from the corner of his eye that the woman named Nana walked straight to the small room where Yu Yao lived, completely ignoring the other large room facing the sun. This further proved that there was indeed surveillance here. Sien Jufu. I'm coming. Yu Yao responded, and ran to open the door happily. She looked energetic, and obviously had a good sleep. Zeus blames me for not asking you about your taste. Nana stroked her hair, and the perfume smell became stronger. But she obviously didn't notice it. She smiled and looked at Yu Yao, and then at Song-gu who was walking over, and said, but I remember that we have a chef who has been in kitchen for several years. So I asked him to cook tonight. He will definitely not let you down. Song-gu saw that when the woman lifted her hair, a fresh red mark was revealed behind her ear. A long and thin line. A bit like the shock caused by scraping. Song-gu didn't know what it was, but his eyes didn't stay on it for half a second. At this time, Tong Seong-yu opened the door and poked her head out. She was brushing her teeth. The pigmentation left by allergies on her delicate and beautiful face had long disappeared. At this moment, her cheeks were stained with water drops, and her face was white and rosy, and it was so soft that it could be blown away. Tong Seong-yu blinked her round almond eyes. Very happy, took out her toothbrush, and praised in a vague way, you have a chef from kitchen here? That's great. Song-gu looked calm, but he thought that this young lady might be so stupid that she forgot the information he had revealed to her after a good night's sleep. Nana was particularly enthusiastic when she saw Tong Seong-yu, and said with a bright smile, we have many good places here. You will find out slowly if you stay here. Nana led a few people downstairs. While talking about the dishes, Tong Seong-yu suddenly asked curiously, Sister Nana, are we all eating together? How is that possible? Nana couldn't help laughing. We have more than 6,000 people here. Even the banquet hall of a 5-star hotel can't accommodate this number of people at once. Nana said, everyone usually eats their own food. This community is originally composed of residential buildings. Each apartment has a kitchen. They just need to collect the food for the day on time. However, every day, all the survivors of a building will take turns to have dinner with Zeus. That's why Zeus specifically ordered you to be arranged at his table. You are Zeus' very important guests. Look, Nana said, pointing to a completely dark residential building not far away. Tonight it's the turn of the people in Building 6. Tong Xiangyu looked up and found that it was true. Except for Building 6, which was pitch black. The lights were on in Buildings 10, 9, and 8. People could be heard talking and laughing, which was full of life. Tong Xiangyu looked at these and felt a little dazed. Is this really the peaceful scene after the monster zombies broke out? It's like a paradise. Tong Xiangyu sighed. Nana smiled and said, it's all thanks to Zeus. Without him guiding us in the direction of life and seeking hope for our survival, we would have been torn to pieces by zombies long ago. After all, in times of crisis, the country we trusted chose to abandon us at the first opportunity. This place is not like a paradise on earth. It is clearly a real paradise on earth. Tong Xiangyu agreed after hearing this. Yes. As she spoke, street lights suddenly lit up on the dim roadside. Tong Xiangyu looked over and exclaimed, oh my god. There are streetlights. Yao Yao. How long have we not seen streetlights? Yu Yao also nodded excitedly and looked around curiously. Nana laughed and continued the topic of streetlights to other places. Songge walked with his hands in his pockets, not saying a word. But Songge had already understood what was wrong with this young lady. It was not that she was stupid, but that she was too defensive and nervous, so she acted so exaggeratedly. But at such a young age, and so beautiful, it was normal for her to be excited after experiencing the terrible escape, and it would not arouse any suspicion. They arrived soon. From a distance, Songge heard the particularly lively voices of people, and smelled the fragrance of food in the air. The same residential building, except for the load-bearing walls, was opened up, and turned into a bright banquet hall. There were 6 round tables in each hall, and more than 10 people sat around each table. At first glance, there were really as many as 600 people as Nana said. However, Songge noticed that although there were men, women, young and old at the scene, there were mostly elderly people, children and women, as if they were carefully selected. No, not like, but clearly carefully selected. According to the woman named Nana, the operation here requires a lot of managers and labor providers, just like the 2 gatekeepers are young and strong men. But now, at a glance, to put it bluntly, almost all of them are old, weak, sick and disabled. There is only one purpose for arranging this, to gain trust. After all, the elderly and children are the least threatening people. The more natural, innocent, and happy they are, the more safe outsiders will feel here. For example, the kind-hearted eldest lady. Songge suddenly felt lucky that he had given Tong Xiangyu a heads up in advance. The main table was at the back. Nana led them in, and a child pointed at Tong Xiangyu and called her beautiful sister. Tong Xiangyu looked over, and although she was nervous, she still gave the little boy a gentle and friendly smile. The child blushed immediately. The old man at the side immediately pressed down the child's raised hand, and told him not to talk, and put a chicken leg in his bowl. Nana led Tong Xiangyu and the others to the main table, but Zeus was not there. Nana asked the man, Ayu, where is Zeus? The leader is toasting inside, and will be back soon. The man called Ayu was very young, looking less than 30 years old, 1.7 meters tall, with a crew-cut, wheat-colored skin and a healthy body. After answering Nana's question, his eyes moved to Tong Xiangyu and others. After a bold look, Ayu was obviously very satisfied, walked to Tong Xiangyu with a smile, pulled out a chair for her. Sit first. Sit first. Don't stand too close. Tong Xiangyu slightly moved away, but smiled and sat down with her skirt gathered. Thank you. You're welcome. It's my honor to serve you, little beauty. Ayu smiled and looked at Tong Xiangyu, and when she didn't look at him, he went to pull a chair for Yu Yao. Yu Yao was a little embarrassed and hurried to thank him. When Ayu was about to move a chair for Songge, he found that Songge had already sat down next to Tong Xiangyu to eat. Ayu looked at Songge for a while. At this time, Zeus came back. Zeus' face was red. Obviously he had drunk some. He laughed heartily. Here you are. Hey, everyone be quiet. Zeus' voice was not loud. He raised his hand and made a slight gesture, and the whole banquet hall was so quiet in just 3 or 4 seconds that you could hear a pin drop. Zeus said, let me introduce our new guests from Chaiyang Self-Defense. 3 beautiful girls from Kaching, namely Miss Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu lifted her skirt, fully politely, and bowed to everyone, receiving warm applause on the spot. Zeus said again, Yue Yao. Yue Yao bowed like Xiangyu, although it was inappropriate, but it also received warm applause. Zeus and Songa. Songa did not stand up. She had chopsticks in her hand holding food. Seeing Zeus looking over, Songa raised her eyebrows. Must I stand up? No, of course not. Zeus laughed, looking very approachable and considerate. Although Songa did not stand up, others still gave her warm applause. After Zeus finished his introduction, he told everyone to eat and drink well. The scene was lively again, as if the play button had been pressed. Zeus held the wine glass in one hand, walked behind Songa, put his hand behind Songa's chair, bent down, and said, I specifically asked the chef to make Kaching's special dishes. Try it, and see if it suits your taste? Songa said in a low tone. Please stay away. Your saliva is spraying on me. Zeus' expression froze. Tong Xiangyu, who was sitting next to Songa, was shocked, knowing that there was a problem. How could Songa offend this man so directly? Chapter 54, Be on guard. I didn't notice it, haha. Zeus was not angry, he stepped down, and then sat down next to Songa, recommending, Xiaoge, you guys try this sweet and sour fish. You must have not eaten any hot food during the long escape. This is the authentic taste of Kaching. Xianzhu Mansion. Songa, I'm not from Kaching. Zeus was stunned. Really? Looking at Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu explained, we are from Kaching, but Songa is not a native of Kaching. So that's how it is. Zeus said with a smile, it seems that uncle was not thoughtful. I should have asked Nana to ask you about your tastes in advance. Songa was too lazy to talk anymore. On the way here, she remembered the several Kaching dishes that the woman repeatedly emphasized to Tong Xiangyu. When she picked up her chopsticks, she deliberately avoided those dishes and picked up other dishes to eat. After tasting them, she picked up another chopstick and put it in Tong Xiangyu bowl. Tong Xiangyu knew that Songa's action of helping her pick up dishes must have a special meaning, so she didn't take the initiative to pick up other dishes, and only ate the dishes in the bowl. Zeus, who was standing by, looked unhappy. He turned his head and glanced at Nana. Nana immediately understood what he meant and went to get 2 bottles of drinks. She walked around Songa and walked to Tong Xiangyu in a friendly and enthusiastic manner. I forgot to get the drinks. Xiaoyu, do you like orange juice or milk? Of course. If you want beer or red wine, we have it too. Tong Xiangyu first said thank you, Nana, and then turned to look at Songa. Songa didn't say anything, but took out a bottle of calcium milk and a straw from his pants pocket and put it next to Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu was a little stunned, not knowing when Songa hid the milk. After Songa gave the calcium milk, he looked up at the woman and said, hot water. Thank you, Zeus said in a deep voice. Go and pour some hot water. Okay, right away. Nana came back to her senses and quickly poured some hot water. Songa took the cup and put it next to the bowl. The others looked at Songa, waiting for him to drink the water, but Songa just didn't pick it up. Zeus said, why don't you drink it? It's almost cold. Songa, I like to wait until it cools down before drinking. Zeus and Nana both choked. At this time, Zeus was already a little angry, but he was still kind and patient on the surface. Xiaoge, do you have any misunderstanding about me? Tong Xiangyu put a straw in the calcium milk. Hearing this, she took the initiative to explain, Uncle, don't misunderstand, Songa speaks like this, it's easy to offend people, so I usually don't let her speak. Songa did not refute, obviously agreed. So that's how it is. Zeus laughed in response, seeing Songa repeatedly reaching for a dish of pickled taro, said, Nana, ask the kitchen to bring another plate of taro, it's all cold. Okay. Nana played the role of a waiter, and soon she brought a plate of steaming hot pickled taro to replace the original plate on the table, but after this dish was served, Songa never reached for that plate again. Zeus looked unhappy. Tong Xiangyu was standing by, and said with a confused and puzzled look, Uncle, Nana, you guys are eating too, why are you just watching us eat? I just drank some wine, I'm not very hungry. Although he said that, Zeus still asked Nana and Ayu to sit down and eat together. Later, a few old people came to the main table and sat down. Zeus was very kind to them, but they were more respectful and reserved to Zeus. This is the main table, the dishes will not pass by here. But Song-gu found that many people were still deliberately passing by and looking at them. It was normal for the people in the base to be curious about outsiders. But Song-gu was sure that these people were not diners at the banquet. Even if she didn't have a photographic memory. These men, from their attire to their height, would definitely attract attention if they were placed among the old, weak and disabled. They should be the managers of this base. What are they doing here? Why is this zoo so secretive? Song-gu was on guard. But he didn't look at it. Later in the meal, 2 more main dishes were served. One was meat soup, and the other was steamed buns. Because she didn't eat rice, Tong Seong-yu wanted to eat a steamed bun to fill her stomach. But Song-gu didn't give her one. She didn't dare to eat it herself, in case it was poisonous. Come on. Porridge and steamed buns. They are just right when they are hot. This time, Zhu stood up and picked up a big spoon, and first served a bowl to each of the 3 girls. Song-gu watched his movements of serving porridge without making a sound, not missing a single detail. Zeus was very frank. After serving the dishes to several people, he also served himself a bowl, picked up a steamed bun and sat down to eat. He also frequently touched the dishes on the table, as if he had just regained his appetite. Yu Yao was not good at dealing with such a situation. She was just learning what Tong Seong-yu did. She would carefully pick up a piece of whatever Song-gu served to Tong Seong-yu, so as not to be rude and make a fool of herself. At this moment, she saw the host serving the hot meat soup, and she hesitated to look at Song-gu and then at Tong Seong-yu. However, she was so hungry that she picked it up and drank it first. Song-gu didn't touch the 2 staple foods and the glass of water until the end. Tong Seong-yu was the same. When dinner was over, Zeus didn't seem angry at all, and he chatted with them with a smile, asking if they were leaving tomorrow. Tong Seong-yu thought Song-gu didn't like staying here, so he should leave tomorrow. But Song-gu said, "You have food and drinks here, which is pretty good. We want to stay for 2 more days." Zeus put his hands in his trouser pockets, and was a little suspicious of Song-gu's sudden change of attitude, but he didn't really take the 3 girls seriously, and said with a smile, "That's really welcome. I hope you can join us, so that our harmonious and beautiful family of survivors can have 3 more beautiful golden flowers." Nana was beside him, and she echoed him at the right time, and said with a smile, "Then it's better to register with Xiaowei, so that we can subsidize and distribute daily consumables and medicines. Otherwise, we go out frequently, and it would be bad if we miss some and fail to entertain them well." Song-gu no longer resisted leaving information like he did during the day, and said, "Okay." After agreeing, Song-gu turned to Tong Seong-yu and Yu Yao and said, "Then let's go back and rest." Nana immediately said, "I take you there." "No need, we know the way." Song-gu said, "Besides, there are so many of you here that you can't leave." "Okay," Zeus said, "when you have time, go around and have a look around. If you encounter difficulties or need anything, go to Building 1 to find Xiaowei and ask her to help contact Nana." Tong Seong-yu smiled sweetly, "Thank you, uncle." "Then Sister Nana, we go back first." Nana also smiled. "Okay, be careful on the road." Watching them leave, Nana immediately asked Zeus, "Master, why don't you let me follow them? If you follow them again, they will get suspicious." Zeus said, "That Song-gu is very alert. She looks thin, but Xiangzi said she seems to have some skills." "What skills can an 18-year-old female student have? Otherwise, how do you think they fought their way out of Kuching surrounded by zombies, and came to Taiyuan intact?" Nana was slightly stunned, then ashamed. "Master, you are really thoughtful." Zeus touched her face lovingly, then turned back and went in, saying, "Notice that all homework for the next few days will be suspended. Whose little saint will be the one tonight?" Nana's eyes flashed with jealousy, but she still answered in a low voice, "Liang Jinger from Building 7. Zeus thought for a while, and said, "I don't like it. I want someone with short hair." Nana hid her jealousy. "Yes, master. Don't be sad." Zeus pinched her. "You come with her. The Lord will not forget to bless you." Nana smiled again and pushed him tenderly. After leaving those people's sight and making sure there was no movement around, Song-gu asked Yu Yao, "Are you feeling unwell?" Yu Yao looked confused and surprised. "Uncomfortable?" "No." "Why do you ask?" Song-gu, "Nothing." Tong Seong-yu thought that Yao Yao drank meat soup and ate steamed buns tonight, and she picked up the dishes randomly by herself. If she was not feeling unwell, Tong Seong-yu looked around, and then asked Song-gu in a low voice, "Song-gu, are we overthinking?" What do you suspect about this place? You said there is surveillance. Where is it? What surveillance? Yu Yao was startled, and asked Song Ge sideways. Song Ge immediately frowned and asked Yu Yao to speak in a low voice, and asked her to walk normally, and not pretend to talk to him. Yu Yao hurriedly did as he asked. Song Ge then whispered, that woman came to knock on the door at night, and went directly to the bedroom where Yu Yao lived, but I didn't say who lived where, and how the rooms were divided. Tong Xiangyu was slightly stunned. Song Ge added, and when that woman came in the afternoon? She had a different scent on her body. She must have been with someone for a long time. Tong Xiangyu thought about it, and said, she used the same perfume. The smell is completely different. Song Ge was very sure of this. Oh! You should be talking about the top and bottom notes of the perfume. Right? Tong Xiangyu said, when we first arrived at Taiyuan and met them. The scent on Sister Nana was the bottom note. But when we were eating, it was the top note. I don't understand. Why is there a difference? Because I just sprayed perfume. Song Ge, how many times a day do you girls spray perfume? Usually once, but you have to spray it again after taking a shower. Tong Xiangyu responded, and thought to herself, are you not a girl? You asked this question. Song Ge frowned and recalled, the woman's clothes were neat, and she didn't sweat. Why did she take a shower in the afternoon? Then he remembered the long rose-red mark. There is a light red mark, like scraping behind her ear. Song Ge remembered the skin coloration, and said with certainty, "No." Tong Xiangyu asked, "Scraping behind the ear?" "No, it looks a bit like a mosquito bite." The two discussed seriously at this time. Yu Yao hesitated and said, "Is it a kiss mark?" Chapter 55 Medicine. Both of them looked at it at the same time. Hickey? Yu Yao ears. Schwa. Turned red. I just guessed. Song Ge asked, "What does a kiss look like?" Tong Xiangyu looked at Song Ge. Song Ge noticed Tong Xiangyu eyes, looked back and said, "Why, do I look like someone who should know?" Tong Xiangyu hurriedly shook her head and nodded. Song Ge? It's outrageous that this young lady nodded. Tong Xiangyu said honestly, "The basement you live in seems to be full of mixed people." Song Ge, "But I am chaste." "Oh, what about you?" Song Ge asked back. Song Ge wanted to ask Tong Xiangyu if she knew what a kiss mark looked like. Tong Xiangyu misunderstood and immediately blushed and said, "Of course I am the same. I have never dated a man. I have never dated anyone." Tong Xiangyu turned her eyes away after saying this, and secretly regretted in her heart. Why did you change your words and deliberately blur the gender? Tong Xiangyu secretly looked at Song Ge, but found that the other party seemed to have not noticed this at all, so she pouted a little unhappy. Song Ge was not surprised that this top student had never been in a relationship. He asked Yu Yao again, "What does a kiss mark look like?" "Actually, I don't know either." Yu Yao blushed with embarrassment. "I just guessed it after hearing your description. Because I had a heat stroke and had Shaw on my neck. When I returned to school, people always laughed at me and said it was a kiss mark. If that was really a kiss mark." Song Ge speculated, "So, did she sleep with someone else in the afternoon?" It was obvious who the person was. It should be the man named Zeus. But didn't Zeus say he was busy? Busy with such things in broad daylight? There were too many details that were wrong. But Song Ge still couldn't figure out what the purpose of this group of people was. Song Ge thought he must have missed something, so he started to think back from the time he stepped into Taiyuan, not missing any details. Yu Yao saw that Song Ge was thinking about something, and didn't dare to disturb him, but she had a lot of questions in her heart, so she went around to Tong Xiangyu and asked her what was going on in a low voice. Tong Xiangyu said to Yu Yao in a low voice, "Song Ge said this place is wrong. Remember to lock the door when you go to bed at night." Yu Yao's eyes widened with fear, and she nodded hurriedly. We arrived at building 11. The community was so big, but it was only this side that was dark. Song Ge walked in front, Tong Xiangyu, and Yu Yao followed behind her. The voice-activated lights in the stairwell lit up. Song Ge took out the key to open the door, and turned on the lights in the house according to her memory. She had only seen 2 small cameras in the living room this afternoon, one in the potted plant in the kitchen, and one in the socket high up in the living room. Now she must not look at those 2 places anymore. These surveillance cameras can definitely record. Song Ge suddenly said, "Why don't we watch the TV? I wonder if it can still be used." As he said that, Song Ge went to pick up the remote control on the coffee table in the living room, and pressed the power button on the TV. The TV did not respond at all. Song Ge was puzzled. Yu Yao saw it, and couldn't help laughing and said, "Song Ge, you have to turn on the TV first." As he said that, Yu Yao wanted to go and help Song-gu turn on the TV, but halfway through, the whole person shook slightly. It felt a bit like the dizziness of hypoglycemia. Yu Yao stood there for a moment and waited for her strength to recover before continuing to turn on the TV. This time, Song-gu pressed the remote control again, and the TV came on. Yu Yao looked at the snowy screen on the TV, and her eyes felt a little blurry. She raised her hand to rub her eyes, and yawned again. I feel a little sleepy. You guys watch me. I go to sleep first. Tong Xiangyu looked at Yu Yao. Didn't I just sleep in the afternoon? Why are you sleepy now? And you were fine on the way back. Tong Xiangyu was a little surprised. Yao Yao. But she was interrupted by Song-gu before she could ask. Song-gu said, Yu Yao, I have something for you. Yu Yao looked back at Song-gu, wondering, is there? But Song-gu had already walked to Yu Yao's side while he was talking, and raised his hand to hug her shoulders. It seemed like he was just hugging her casually, but he was actually helping Yu Yao to stabilize her body. Yu Yao was already shaky, and seemed to be about to fall asleep at any time. Song-gu said, I take it now. Tong Xiangyu couldn't help but curl her lips when she saw Song-gu holding Yu Yao in that position. She picked up the remote control and randomly pressed the TV. The screen was full of snow. Seeing Song-gu and Yu Yao enter the small room, Tong Xiangyu shouted, Song-gu, the TV is useless. Song-gu, if it's useless, don't look at it. Song-gu helped Yu Yao to the bed, and then picked up Yu Yao's bag. There was also a surveillance camera in this bedroom. Song-gu could not show any doubt about Yu Yao's physical condition. Once he had any doubt, it would alert the enemy. Song-gu only took something out of the bag and put it in his pocket, and said to Yu Yao, I take it away, you go to sleep. Yu Yao didn't remember Song-gu leaving anything here with her, but since Song-gu said he took it away, she didn't ask, pulled the quilt over her, her eyelids were heavy, and she fell asleep quickly. Song-gu walked out of the bedroom, closed the door, and concluded that Yu Yao had been drugged. Tong Xiangyu, who was sitting in the living room, looked up at Song-gu. What did you leave with Yao Yao? Song-gu did not answer, but asked Tong Xiangyu, I remember when you opened the package. You found a microphone that can be used for singing? Tong Xiangyu heard this. Her eyes immediately dodged, and she said guiltily, well, but you didn't ask me to bring it. So I didn't bring it. You brought it. No. To be honest, I won't scold you. Tong Xiangyu thought for a while between you peeked into my bag? And why don't you scold me? She looked at Song-gu. Why do you suddenly ask this? Didn't you say that thing is useless? It is useful. Song-gu said, you said that songs are the spiritual sustenance of human beings. Tong Xiangyu nodded. Yes. Song-gu went to turn off the TV with no signal and full of snow screen. Sing some songs. Song-gu said, let me sustenance my spirit. Tong Xiangyu. The karaoke arena has many functions. Not only can you sing, but you can also record. There are several familiar accompaniments, which are enough for you to record and play repeatedly for your own enjoyment. Song-gu originally wanted to use the sound of TV programs to cover their voices, but the TV didn't work, so she used this. Tong Xiangyu was a little hesitant when she took the arena out of her bag. Seeing that Song-gu didn't look angry, she flipped through the recorded songs and picked a song that she was more satisfied with. Song-gu took the microphone and turned up the volume to the maximum. Tong Xiangyu was slightly stunned. Song-gu sat on the bed, lowered his head, and seemed to study the microphone, and suddenly said, do you think I'm overthinking it? There's nothing wrong here? Tong Xiangyu was surprised and was about to look at Song-gu. Song-gu said first, don't look up. Tong Xiangyu immediately understood Song-gu's intention to listen to the song at the maximum volume. Song-gu said, tell the truth. Tong Xiangyu was silent for a moment, and said softly and seriously, yes. Because even if there are surveillance cameras here, they are not installed temporarily. But every household has them. This may be a protection measure taken by Zeus and others for everyone. And it is a responsible performance. After all, the monster virus may break out from the inside. And it is safer to have surveillance cameras. As for the mark behind Nana's ear, let alone the possibility that it is really a bug bite. Even if it is a kiss mark, what can it prove? Song-gu did not speak. Seeing this, Tong Xiangyu continued to whisper, Song-gu, it is good to be vigilant. But you can't always think about things in a bad way. Look at tonight. So many people are having dinner together. There are old people and children. Everyone is having a good time. They get along so well with Zeus and Nana. How can they be bad people? How can they be bad people? Song-gu was so angry that he wanted to laugh. What is the basis for you to judge whether a person is a bad person? Tong Xiangyu thought for a moment, and just when she was about to answer, she heard Song-gu say, "Put a note on your face saying I am a bad person?" Tong Xiangyu realized that Song-gu was just laughing at her, and didn't really mean to ask, and she was a little annoyed for a moment. Song-gu said, "Wouldn't it be bad people who would set up an organization and claim to be the leader or vice leader?" Tong Xiangyu was still sulking, and was stunned when she heard this. Song-gu said again, "That woman also said that God appeared. What kind of spirit, what kind of God, is this something a normal person would say? Also, every time she said that this place is good and Zeus is good, she would first lay out a lot of things about the country not rescuing, and everyone being abandoned. Is this kind of repeated brainwashing normal?" Tong Xiangyu was speechless after being asked by Song-gu. "You said there are many old people and children at night, but such a large base, with only old people and children who have no labor force, how can it survive? Where are the core members of this shelter?" Tong Xiangyu guessed, "Maybe they are all busy?" "No, they all came to see us tonight," Song-gu whispered when we were eating. "People passed by one after another, and they all looked at us in many batches. Didn't you notice?" "Is there?" How could Tong Xiangyu notice it? Because of Song-gu words, it was already difficult for her to maintain normal performance tonight. "Song-gu, but I still don't know why they take turns to visit us." Song-gu frowned. She had thought about it all the way when she came back, but she still didn't figure out the reason. What is certain is that they definitely have bad intentions. It's not as simple as taking in survivors. If they want to take them in, they don't have to send people to test us. Even after saying this, Tong Xiangyu reacted quickly. "Are you talking about that little boy?" "Song-gu, it's not a child. It should be a man with dwarfism. Because I found that I can't remember his specific appearance. His face is always hidden behind his hair. Since the conditions here are so good, he shouldn't look like a homeless beggar. Unless it's for disguise." Tong Xiangyu tried to recall, and found that she was the same. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember the specific appearance of the child. She was immediately horrified. Song-gu said, "The clues are still scattered now. We can only stay vigilant. Cooperate with them. And don't alert the enemy." Song-gu dared to guarantee that if they insisted on leaving tomorrow, they would have been locked up by now. After Tong Xiangyu knew that there was really something wrong here, she asked with a worried look, "What about Yao Yao?" She suddenly said she wanted to sleep. "Is she feeling unwell?" "Yes," Song-gu said. "She must have been drugged. When I helped her in, she couldn't stand steadily. She fell asleep as soon as she touched the bed." Tong Xiangyu took a breath. "Is it the meat soup and steamed buns?" "Song-gu, it's possible. What else did she eat at night?" "I didn't pay attention." Tong Xiangyu was tense the whole night. She didn't even remember what she ate. How could she pay attention to what Yu Yao ate? But if Yao Yao ate the drug food, she would have felt unwell a long time ago. Chapter 56 confirmed. Yes, so it should be the meat soup and steamed buns that are the problem. Song-gu thought. It just doesn't make sense. Yu Yao ate it, we didn't eat it. Aren't they afraid that we will get suspicious after seeing Yu Yao abnormality? Tong Xiangyu looked at Song-gu after hearing this. Seeing that Song-gu was really confused, she couldn't help but say, "Whether they did this or not, aren't you always suspicious of them?" Song-gu raised his eyebrows. "That's true." Tong Xiangyu was speechless when she saw Song-gu was so calm, and asked in confusion, "Song-gu, since you are sure that they have problems, why do you deliberately make trouble for Zeus?" Song-gu asked back, "Or else you can be a soft persimmon for people to take advantage of you." "No. At this time, you should keep a low profile. You should hide your shortcomings, so that they can let their guard down, and we can catch them by surprise." "Okay. I know you are good at Chinese." Tong Xiangyu saw that Song-gu was still in the mood to joke, and she felt a little anxious. "I'm serious. If you offend him like this, in the future," Song-gu interrupted. "I wish it would." Tong Xiangyu was stunned when she heard the 3 words Song-gu, and looked at her. Song-gu said, "Let them know that I'm hard to mess with, so that even if they really want to attack us, they will target me first. I can resist it better." Tong Xiangyu looked at Song-gu in a daze, and saw that Song-gu said this in a casual and calm tone, as if this was something very ordinary. After she reacted, her heart accelerated, but then she became worried and angry. "What can you bear? You are our only fighting force. If you fall, won't we just become fish on the chopping board? What can we do?" Song-gu smiled and looked at her. Who made our innocent and kind little milk tea believe everyone and insisted on entering this wolf's den? Tong Xiangyu looked at Song-gu's smile. And when she heard this, her nose suddenly felt sore and tears fell. Song-gu was originally joking. But seeing Tong Xiangyu crying without any signs, he was startled and subconsciously raised his hand to wipe some of her tears. Why are you crying? Can't you hear that I'm joking? It's all my fault. Tong Xiangyu sobbed, wiping away tears with grievance and self-blame. How could it be your fault? I was just talking nonsense. Song-gu said, there were so many of them at the time. They just used courtesy first and then force. Even if you didn't agree, they would have forced us to come. Tong Xiangyu stopped sobbing, looking at Song-gu with tears in her eyes. Really? Yes, Song-gu responded, thinking that if he had escaped immediately at that time, it was not completely impossible to succeed. But there was no need to say this. Song-gu changed the subject and said, as for what you said. At this moment, a song ended. Song-gu stopped talking and handed the microphone to the tearful young lady. How do I press it? Tong Xiangyu looked down. Her vision was blurry. She wiped her tears, then pinched Song-gu's index finger with her wet white fingers and placed it on the button of the little dome. Press this. Song-gu pressed it. A gentle lyrical song sounded. It was not suitable to cover up the sound of their conversation. Song-gu pressed the opposite button without thinking, and it returned to the previous song. The prelude of the cheerful popular love song sounded again. Song-gu continued, as for you asking me to pretend to trust and act weak, that won't work. The first time we met, the dwarf should know how strong I am. Then what should we do? Tong Xiangyu looked at Song-gu with a worried look on her face. What should we do? Song-gu said, when the enemy comes, we will stop him with our generals. Besides, everything is just my guess. In the end, there is nothing to gain from the three of us. Unless Zeus recognizes you as the daughter of the richest man in Kiching, and intends to use you to threaten and blackmail your father. Tong Xiangyu didn't know why Song-gu said so many things about this, but ended with just guessing and retorted, my family is not the richest in Kiching. You don't have the final say. Everyone says so. The minority obeys the majority. Song-gu saw that Tong Xiangyu's attention was diverted, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, richest lady. Brush your teeth and go to bed. The song of the little arena was played twice, but the performance had to be complete. While Tong Xiangyu was washing up, Song-gu studied how to use the microphone, and then sang a popular song with loud accompaniment. Although Tong Xiangyu had never heard of it, she had a good sense of pitch. She wore a headband, revealing a fair and beautiful face, and hummed the chorus that Song-gu had hummed. After discovering that the tune of Song-gu's second singing was completely different from the first, she came out of the bathroom brushing her teeth. Song-gu, you're out of tune. Song-gu glanced at her, but he sang more and more excitedly with the microphone. The man sitting in front of the surveillance camera took off his headphones immediately after hearing this voice and complained in disdain, damn! How can this tone-deaf person have the courage to sing? It is totally different from the previous one. In the middle of the night, everything was quiet. Tong Xiangyu, who had been tossing and turning and couldn't fall asleep, finally fell asleep at this moment, but her hand was still nervously holding a piece of Song-gu closed tightly. Song-gu closed his eyes and lay on the bed, but he remained awake and didn't fall asleep. The eldest lady next to him finally settled down, which allowed Song-gu to continue to sort out the doubts. That Nana said, when she first came to this community, she was cleaning up the dead and the room almost every day and night, and it took a lot of time to disinfect. There are two doubts here. First, before entering this community, how could these people confirm that the community and the room were absolutely safe and there were no monster attacks? Second, at a critical moment, it was already a great honor to have a safe place to hide, but they actually cleaned up the house and even did disinfection work immediately. It would be more credible to say that they were doing security consolidation. Song-gu drew two conclusions from the doubts. The first is that these people are very ambitious and want to take advantage of the chaos to establish an organization that runs counter to or even completely opposes the country. So they found this community after it was a little safer, set up camp, and recruited soldiers. Second, this place has been the base of their organization since the beginning. There are surveillance cameras in every room, so they can clearly know which house has monsters and which does not. But no matter which conclusion is drawn, Song-gu doesn't know why these people forced them to stay. They have the advantage in numbers and strength, but they didn't force them. Instead, They invited them warmly and politely. It's impossible that they just wanted to add 3 insignificant followers. There are more than 6,000 people here. Would they be short of 3 women who can't provide much labor value? Wait. Labor value? Song's heart sank instantly. Women can provide more than just labor value in society. They give birth to offspring, and are an indispensable carrier for the reproduction and inheritance of life. More often, women are also a kind of resource. Song recalled everything he saw at night. The dinner table was basically full of old people and energetic children. There were very few women, even middle-aged women. As for the backbones who came to see them later, they were all men. Could this be a coincidence? Will it? Song thought of the marks behind the woman's ear again, and her heart sank deeper and deeper. Not to mention the current special situation of social order collapse. Even in normal times, there are often bad news such as imprisonment and sex slavery. Song thought of the old woman who swept the floor when they moved into this building. At that time, the old woman shook her head, obviously knowing a lot of inside information. Song found a breakthrough, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But her tricks were not good, so she had to let the eldest lady do it. At dawn, Song woke up first. But she didn't get up, but waited with her eyes closed. At a little after 7, Tong Xiangyu also woke up. Similarly, she didn't open her eyes and get up immediately, but tentatively touched Song's hand. Song touched back immediately. Okay. The code was right. The two of them communicated tacitly under the quilt. You right. I guess. When Tong Xiangyu found that Song had written the words fertility tools, she frowned, thinking that she had made a mistake, and replied to Song with a question mark. Song rewrote the other 2 words. Sex slave. Now Tong Xiangyu could no longer pretend to sleep. She sat up immediately, ran into the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth, but her hand holding the toothbrush was shaking slightly. Imprisonment? Reproductive tool? Sex slave? For girls like them, there is nothing more terrible than this. Tong Xiangyu and Song went downstairs to find Yanpa, but there was no one downstairs. Other places were bustling. The sun was high in the sky. Someone was already fertilizing and watering the farmland in front of the house. Someone was carrying a basin full of dirty clothes to wash, and the children were playing in front of the hall outside the building. Although there were far fewer than 6,000 people, there were quite a few. Tong Xiangyu didn't know if she was affected by Song's words. She found that almost all the people she saw were men, with only a few women. Moreover, the women expressions were all numb, cold, tired, without a smile, and they were all suffering. Seeing this, Tong Xiangyu turned her head and looked at Song reluctantly. However, as soon as Song met Tong Xiangyu's gaze, he knew what this little bodhisattva was thinking, and said, "You are already a mud bodhisattva crossing the river, and you are still thinking about others?" Tong Xiangyu whispered, "If they are really that kind of bad guys, why don't they gather all the oppressed and plagued women here to find a way out together? At that time, there will be strength in numbers." Song said, "Have you ever thought about it? What if I guess wrong?" Tong Xiangyu asked, "Will you guess wrong?" "Basically not, but just in case, I still need to find a way to confirm it." "Confirm what?" "Confirm whether the mark is a kiss mark," Song said, looking at Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu looked confused. "How can I prove it?" "Actually, I tried it myself." Song showed his arm to Tong Xiangyu. There were already 2 slightly red marks on it, and the shape was very strange. "I don't know how the hickey came out. I pinched the sha twice, and it's not this kind." "Pull the sha?" "Hickeys. Hickeys. They are definitely not pinched. They are kissed." "Kissed?" "Yes. So this one is pinched, and this one is kissed. They don't look like either." Tong Xiangyu was confused by Song. "So that's not a hickey?" "No." Song looked behind Tong Xiangyu ear thoughtfully. "I've thought about it, and I think we should reduce the variables and kiss the same place." Tong Xiangyu was stunned, and reacted after 2 seconds. Her cheeks suddenly turned red. "No. No. No. No." Song looked at her and said, "I haven't said anything yet." Tong Xiangyu pretty face flushed, and she covered her hot ears with her hands, and turned her face away in shame, not daring to look at Song. "Don't kiss me." Chapter 57 confirmed. Song thought so too. The young lady was shy, and she would probably find it very strange. But Song was not familiar with Yu Yao, and said, "Why don't you go and talk to Yu Yao?" Tong Xiangyu, "What? Tong Xiangyu eyes widened and looked at Song Ge in disbelief. You want to kiss her? Song Ge had only mentioned it briefly, but after hearing Tong Xiangyu question, he imagined the scene at that time, and could not help but frown. No, she didn't want to. What Tong Xiangyu saw was that Song Ge did not deny it, and she instantly went from being embarrassed and shocked to being very angry. Song Ge, are you crazy? Song Ge looked at her. Why are you crazy? You? Tong Xiangyu was so angry. She couldn't say anything. Anyway, you are too much. Song Ge was confused. But don't try to guess what the young lady is thinking. Song Ge knew he couldn't guess, so he didn't argue with Tong Xiangyu. Okay. I am too much. Tong Xiangyu was even angrier after hearing Song Ge's admission. She was so angry and anxious that she stomped her feet and ran upstairs. Song Ge watched Tong Xiangyu disappear at the corner of the stairs, stood for a moment, and suddenly turned around and walked in another direction. Seeing the situation was not good, the child behind the tree turned around and ran. But she was not fast enough, and Song Ge grabbed her collar from behind. Song Ge lifted her up in the air. The little girl was scared, struggling and kicking. Song Ge, peeking? I didn't. The little girl face turned red, and she was very anxious and scared. She didn't dare to look at Song Ge, and wanted to call for adults in panic. At this time, Tong Xiangyu ran downstairs again. Song Ge looked back. The girl took the opportunity to pull back her collar, and ran away in 3 turns. Tong Xiangyu was upset for a while, because Song Ge didn't follow her. Although she felt embarrassed, she decided to compromise a little bit. She ran downstairs, and saw Song Ge talking to someone. Tong Xiangyu thought that Song Ge would not come to find someone to verify the kiss mark. Right? Even if she thought about it for a second longer, she knew it was impossible. However, Tong Xiangyu was already in a state of panic, so she couldn't think about that. The little girl ran away, and Song Ge watched Tong Xiangyu run closer. Song Ge asked, "What's wrong?" Tong Xiangyu stopped in front of Song Ge, looked to the left, and asked quietly, "Who were you talking to just now?" "No one. Just now a child was hiding behind a tree and peeking at us." Song Ge asked, "Why did you come down?" Tong Xiangyu was puzzled. "Child? What child?" Song Ge, a girl of 6 or 7 years old, with almond-shaped eyes, very thin, dirty face, crooked braids, and ill-fitting clothes. The top is small, and the pants are big, and the fabric looks like it was made by altering the clothes of an old man. "Why did you come down?" Tong Xiangyu looked around, but didn't see the figure Song Ge mentioned. "Where is the girl?" Song Ge saw that Tong Xiangyu didn't want to answer, and put his hands in his pockets. "She ran away." Tong Xiangyu was puzzled. "Why did she run away?" "I don't know," Song Ge said. "She was probably scared away by you." "Tong Xiangyu?" Song Ge saw that the eldest lady was shocked and confused, and couldn't help laughing. Tong Xiangyu realized that Song Ge was teasing her, and snorted, and said unconvincedly, "I think she was scared away by you." Song Ge did not comment, and asked again, "Is Yu Yao awake?" Tong Xiangyu's heart skipped a beat when she heard Yu Yao's name. She turned away unnaturally, and lied softly, "Why are you looking for her?" "I just asked Yao Yao, and she said she didn't want you to kiss her." As she spoke, her fingertips kept gently scratching the crotch of her pants. Song Ge didn't notice. "Oh, then you go back first. I go around." In fact, after Tong Xiangyu disagreed, Song Ge had already given up the idea of confirming it. At that time, he mentioned Yu Yao purely to find a way out. Fortunately, Yu Yao didn't agree, so he didn't lose face. Tong Xiangyu didn't want to go back. Seeing that Song Ge didn't react to Yu Yao didn't agree, she followed Song Ge closely. "Where are you going now?" "Where to go?" "Of course, during the day when the view is good and there is no one watching around. Go to check out the location, understand the layout of the base and the number of guards in each place, and plan the escape route." To Song Ge's surprise, there was no one guarding the wall of the community. The wall looked renovated and reinforced, with red bricks 4 or 5 meters high. There were wiring connections and switch boxes on the wall, but it was obviously not to protect the inside, but to supply electricity to prevent monsters from invading. Song Ge remembered that the community wall was surrounded by dense barbed wire. Seeing this, Tong Xiangyu couldn't help but say, "The security here is indeed very good. No wonder they would rather be forced to stay here. It's so dangerous outside. They have no ability to protect themselves. Once they encounter a monster, they will die." Song Ge said, Who said they were forced? Tong Xiangyu was stunned. Isn't it you? Song-gu, I'm just guessing. Although it's almost right. But it doesn't matter. Song-gu doesn't care whether those women are willing or not, or whether they are forced or not, and she doesn't care what those people's purpose is anyway. It's easy to get in but hard to get out. It's already an iron barrel formation. A strong dragon can't defeat a local snake. Here, no matter the number of people, strength or terrain, from all aspects, they are completely at a disadvantage. Before escaping, any alerting the snake is dangerous. They must escape quietly. Because if you fail, the consequences will be disastrous. The tolerance rate is too low. So you must be fully prepared. Monsters are terrible. If you encounter them, you will die at most. But if you fall into the hands of a demon, you will be in endless hell. Following the outer wall to the backyard of the community, Song-gu and his friends saw the self-built fish pond that Nana mentioned. Coincidentally, there was a pond that was releasing water to catch fish. A dozen fishermen were in the mud, and there were children covered in mud. This scene, actually, was quite joyful. But there was still no sign of the woman. Song-gu stood by, calmly memorizing the terrain, and then his eyes fell on the fish pond. The drained fish pond was several meters deep. An aluminum telescopic ladder was placed there. If it was pulled out, the length should be enough to climb over the wall. But the telescopic ladder would make a loud noise when it was retracted and extended. If I used this. Song-gu was still frowning and thinking. Tong Xiangyu had already followed the scent into a house. Tong Xiangyu felt strange. According to Nana, the first 10 houses were occupied by the survivors, and the 11th house was specially vacated because of them. In this case, there should be no one living in the house so far back. The woman busy in the kitchen had obvious fear in her eyes, and she was relieved when she turned around and saw Tong Xiangyu. It smells so good. Tong Xiangyu smiled. She was beautiful, and her smile was very contagious. She asked curiously in a gentle voice, "Sister, what are you cooking?" "Breakfast. Pumpkin porridge," the woman said briefly, brushing up the hair around her ears, turning to look at Tong Xiangyu again, making sure she had never seen her before. "Are you new here?" "Yes," Tong Xiangyu said. "My name is Yu, and I and 2 friends arrived at Taiyun yesterday. We met Zeus, who kindly took us in and let us stay here for a few days." Hearing this, the woman lowered her eyes, silently opened the lid of the pot, and stirred the porridge with a spoon. "Sister, what's your name? Have you been here for a long time?" Tong Xiangyu was sweet-mouthed, calling her sister all the time, and then said, "Sister, I haven't had breakfast yet. Can I have a small bowl of porridge?" The woman replied with a low hum, and silently served Tong Xiangyu a bowl of porridge, while looking at her twice. Hesitant to speak, Tong Xiangyu held the porridge and looked at her. "Sister, what do you want to say? How old are you?" The woman hesitated but still asked. "I am a senior high school student. I am 18 years old." Tong Xiangyu smiled. Her smile was pure and innocent, but her heart was full of thoughts, thinking about how to get some useful information. Tong Xiangyu stirred the porridge in the bowl, and soon stopped smiling, and said dejectedly, "Alas, who would have thought that? This terrible disaster that I have only seen in movies would actually happen in reality, and I almost died on the way to escape. Luckily I came here." The woman saw that Tong Xiangyu was dressed cleanly, young, innocent, and beautiful, and she slightly turned her head to look at the camera in the corner, gritted her teeth, turned around to face the surveillance camera, and whispered to Tong Xiangyu, "Do you know what's going on outside now? Is there really no rescue?" "Not yet," Tong Xiangyu said, seeing the hope in the other party's eyes extinguished in an instant after hearing this. Her face was ashen. Tong Xiangyu felt sorry, and said, "But don't worry. Sister, help will come soon." The woman seemed to laugh in a low voice. Her eyes were dim, without any hope. If the whole country fell, where would the country save first? When the zombies first broke out, the government also said not to panic, hide in the house, help will come soon, you will receive countless warning messages in a day, and then... As she spoke, the woman choked up. Tong Xiangyu stopped eating her porridge and hurriedly took out a tissue for her. "Sister, don't cry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that." The woman shook her head and reached out to take the tissue to wipe her tears. The loose sleeves fell down, revealing her thin and pale arms. Tong Xiangyu was stunned for a moment, looking at the bruises on her arms, and suddenly asked, "Sister, is your hand injured?" "Ah." The woman realized it, and hurriedly pulled her sleeves to cover it up in panic. "It's okay. It's okay. I accidentally bumped it when I was cooking yesterday." Tong Xiangyu was very sure. The marks were not caused by bumps, but more like pinching. Circles and circles. Thinking of women being used as objects and being abused, Tong Xiangyu felt very uneasy, and even taking a breath made her feel uneasy. Do you want some sugar? The woman calmed down, and got up to get the sugar. When she came out with the sugar, Tong Xiangyu had disappeared. Song Ge asked, Are you sure? I'm sure. Tong Xiangyu nodded vigorously. The wounds on that sister body must have been caused by a man. She is so concerned about the situation outside. She must want to leave here as soon as possible. Song Ge thought that if this is really the case, it would be good. There are people in the base to support them, and the risk of their successful escape is greatly reduced. But they can't take risks. Just like Tong Xiangyu said before, there are dangers everywhere outside, and at least it is safe here. Song Ge walked back while thinking. During the period, they passed by a residential house that was not occupied yet. It was quiet around them. There was no one around. Tong Xiangyu saw Song Ge walking forward and couldn't help but grab the corner of Song Ge's clothes. Wait a minute. Song Ge. Song Ge turned his head to look at Tong Xiangyu, but he was still thinking about something. Tong Xiangyu lowered her eyes. She could feel that Song Ge was looking at her. Her ears gradually turned red. She whispered, I was scared before. I think it's okay for you to try. After all, we are all trying to escape. Xianju Fu. Song Ge, what? Tong Xiangyu face flushed, just about to say. Song Ge quickly reacted. Seeing Tong Xiangyu pretty face was red and steaming, he laughed, thinking that the young lady was really scared. Song Ge said, No need. There is no need to confirm whether they are all the same, they just need to escape as soon as possible. Chapter 58 Anxiety. But Tong Xiangyu didn't expect this. When she heard Song Ge's refusal, her first reaction was that Song Ge must think she was hypocritical and fickle. Then she thought that Song Ge might decide to go find Yu Ya to try. Tong Xiangyu let go of her hand with a pale face. But Song Ge didn't notice Tong Xiangyu's abnormality. Song Ge was slow to begin with. After she agreed, she continued to think while walking. When she finished thinking, she found that Tong Xiangyu didn't catch up with her, and was far behind her. Then she realized something was wrong. Song Ge walked back. What's wrong? Tong Xiangyu shook her head. Song Ge looked around. Nothing could offend the young lady. So he thought of himself. Song Ge said confidently, I just said the wrong thing again. Tong Xiangyu still shook her head. But she had already digested the complex emotions. And after hearing Song Ge's words, she came back again. Her heart seemed to be stabbed by something, and her eyes were sore. Song Ge knew too well the ability of this emotional little princess to cry. And seeing this posture, he hurriedly said, Let's talk about it. Don't cry. But Song Ge was not experienced enough, and he didn't know that such things couldn't be coaxed. Once he coaxed her, Tong Xiangyu's tears started to fall. Song Ge. Song Ge held his forehead helplessly, and saw that there was no one around. The sun was blazing above his head. Song Ge said, Okay. If you want to cry, go to a cool place to cry. After that, he took Tong Xiangyu's hand and went to an uninhabited residential building. The two stood in the shade. Song Ge watched Tong Xiangyu cry from the side. Seeing her crying so sadly and aggrieved, his heart was inexplicably uncomfortable, and he turned his eyes away. After a long while, Song Ge heard Tong Xiangyu crying subsided, and then promised, Don't be afraid, I will definitely take you out. There was nothing around that could scare Tong Xiangyu, and he didn't say anything wrong, so it could only be that this young lady was worried and afraid of the situation. Song Ge naturally thought so, and comforted her in this way. Tong Xiangyu sobbed and wiped the tears from her face. Then, do you still want to see the kiss mark? No. Tong Xiangyu's mouth drooped, and she was about to cry again. Song Ge hurriedly said, Look. But you don't want to? Tong Xiangyu whispered, I am willing now. Song Ge saw that she looked like a wronged young wife, and he had no choice but to say, Don't force it. It's not important anymore. No matter what the trace is, our purpose will not change. No. Tong Xiangyu said with a nasal tone. Her eyelashes were wet with tears, and she looked at Song Ge with wet eyes. You must prove it clearly. Song Ge looked at Tong Xiangyu in silence, wondering why this young lady suddenly became stubborn. Seeing that Song Ge didn't say anything, Tong Xiangyu asked sadly, Song Ge, do you think I'm troublesome? Song Ge sighed. I have said this to you many times. Of course not. Song Ge really regretted saying this at the beginning. This young lady is too good at bringing up old things. Tong Xiangyu sobbed. But I can't do anything. I can only cause trouble for you. And I don't cooperate with you. Why don't you know anything? Songge said to Xiao Naicha. Can you be reasonable? Who said soybeans were useful when we went to the supermarket to get rice at night? Then I took them, and we escaped death? Who drove the car when we left Kiching and broke through the siege of monsters and escaped successfully? And when we were about to starve to death on the road? Who found out that the express truck had useful food and drinks? Tong Xiangyu pouted. Songge, oh? It turned out to be me. Tong Xiangyu sniffed. And looked at Songge with red eyes. Songge said, could it be you? Tong Xiangyu was tense for a while. And then burst into laughter. Seeing her smile, Songge couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. And finally he breathed a sigh of relief. And said, see? Who dares to say you are useless? But I don't cooperate with you. Songge already knew what Tong Xiangyu meant. Of course. We have to refuse unreasonable requests. I am very happy that you don't do what I say. I didn't consider your feelings about that matter. Now that you know it's not necessary, don't take it to heart. Tong Xiangyu looked at her and asked softly, really? Really? Then? Will you try with Yu Yao again? What? Songge reacted as soon as he asked. And said immediately, of course not. I'm not familiar with her. And it's weird to do this with her. Tong Xiangyu ears slowly turned red when she heard this. It was weird to do it with Yu Yao. But it wouldn't be weird to do it with her. But Tong Xiangyu twisted her fingers and didn't say it out loud. When they returned to Building 11, Tong Xiangyu had been completely coaxed. Tong Xiangyu followed Songge upstairs, but suddenly noticed something. She turned around and saw a little girl of 6 or 7 years old hiding behind a tree. Her clothes didn't fit her. She was dark and thin, and her braids tilted to the right. It was the little girl Songge had mentioned before. Tong Xiangyu glanced at Songge and found that she didn't seem to notice. Tong Xiangyu smiled kindly at the little girl, and saw that she was biting her fingers awkwardly, and didn't run away. So she tried to walk over. How could Songge not have noticed the child? Songge walked into the building, stopped and looked back, and saw Tong Xiangyu squatting in front of the little girl, and holding the child's hand. She is really a social expert for all ages. Tong Xiangyu asked the little girl what she was doing here. Grandma fell down. The little girl seemed to have some intellectual problems, and her speech was not very clear. Tong Xiangyu immediately asked, where did you fall? On the ground, on the ground. Tong Xiangyu turned around and happened to meet Songge gaze. Tong Xiangyu said how could Songge not have noticed it, since she had already noticed it. Tong Xiangyu stood up and led the little girl over. But the little girl was obviously afraid of Songge and hid behind Tong Xiangyu. Tong Xiangyu told Songge about it. Now Rich. Songge asked the child, is your grandmother Yinpa? The child hid behind Tong Xiangyu and bowed his head and refused to speak. Whether it is or not. Let's go and take a look first. Tong Xiangyu said, the old man falling down can be a big deal or a small matter. The two followed the girl to Building 9. In the most remote house, the windowless garage on the first floor was transformed into a small room of more than 10 square meters, which contained a single bed, a gas tank and a stove, a pile of dirty clothes, a toilet, and many rags, wash basins, mops, etc. The old man in a loose white vest fell to the ground, and I don't know what happened, and there was no movement at all. Tong Xiangyu hurried over. As soon as she got closer, she heard a low ouch. She squatted down to look. The old man kept crying in pain. But as long as he was alive, it was fine. Tong Xiangyu didn't dare to move the old man. She looked around for a landline phone, but found that there seemed to be none. Tong Xiangyu, we have to contact a doctor quickly. Songge didn't say anything. Tong Xiangyu looked back at Songge. Songge, go back and call the doctor. Dial 001. Remember? Songge frowned. It's really troublesome. Tong Xiangyu, go! Songge, got it. The doctor came quickly, but when he saw that it was Granny Yin who fell, he suddenly lost his sense of urgency. The two of them lifted Granny Yin to the bed together. During this period, Granny Yin's screams of pain became louder, but they didn't care. They measured her heart rate, left 2 boxes of medicine and left. Tong Xiangyu, who stood in the corner and witnessed the whole process, was shocked. Is that all? What else do you want? The doctor turned back impatiently, and when he saw that Tong Xiangyu was so beautiful, his attitude changed instantly, and he smiled. It's okay. Granny Yin was born with flat feet, and she would fall every 2 or 3 days, and she would be fine after taking some medicine. Tong Xiangyu frowned. But, you, on the other hand, don't look very well. The male doctor walked up to Tong Xiangyu, stretched out his fingers, and wanted to touch her face. Are you feeling unwell? Go to our clinic for a checkup. Tong Xiangyu tensed up, wondering if she should resist if the other party really touched her. But the next moment, the man was grabbed by Song's wrist. Song said, she has her period. Do you have motherwort and brown sugar water? Upon hearing this, the doctor suddenly felt disappointed and lost interest. He took back his hand and said, yes, go to Xiaowei to register. And then go to the warehouse to get the medicine. Song said thank you in a flat voice. The two doctors left. Tong Xiangyu breathed a sigh of relief after seeing them leave. She immediately walked to the bedside to check on the old lady. She bent down and asked, Grandma Yin, are you okay? Grandma Yin couldn't even speak, and just looked at the little girl. Tong Xiangyu pulled the little girl to the bedside. Grandma, the little girl shouted. Grandma Yin looked at her granddaughter. Her old eyes were filled with blurry and turbid tears, and then she looked up at Tong Xiangyu, and her mouth opened and closed, making some unclear sounds. Tong Xiangyu leaned over to listen, but still couldn't hear clearly. Tong Xiangyu asked Songge, what did Grandma say? Songge put his hands in his pockets. If you can't hear clearly, how can I hear clearly? No, Songge heard clearly, the old woman said. Run away. I don't know if it was because she was about to die, or if she wanted them to take the little girl with her when they ran away. But the old man only said it twice and stopped talking. Probably he knew that it was unlikely for the two of them to escape. Let's go! Songge called Tong Xiangyu. Ah? But, Songge, if the doctor doesn't save her, will she get better if you stand here? Tong Xiangyu glanced at the old man, feeling sorry, but also knowing that Songge was right. She stood up to leave, but her clothes were pulled. Tong Xiangyu turned around and found the little girl looking at her. Sister, Grandma will get better. Tong Xiangyu bent down and touched her head, speaking gently. Please stay with her more, okay? The little girl nodded and released her hand. Tong Xiangyu followed Songge out of the small room, and the scorching sun outside instantly dispelled the coolness. Tong Xiangyu was unhappy. They took in the elderly and ignored their safety, which is really better than singing. Songge, they took in the elderly and children, originally just to deceive other survivors. Tong Xiangyu wanted to say something, but suddenly heard a familiar laugh. She turned around and saw Yu Yao walking towards this side, talking and laughing with a boy. Tong Xiangyu almost thought she saw it wrong. Yao Yao? Yu Yao looked over, laughed and shouted, Yu. Tong Xiangyu looked at Yu Yao. Where have you been? I suddenly woke up with a stomachache this morning, and found that you were not there. When I went downstairs to look for you, I ran into Brother He, Yu Yao said, turning her head to look at the boy next to her. The boy looked older than them, with regular features and a kind and honest look. The boy said, Hello. My name is Gao He. Brother He took me to get the painkillers, Yu Yao said, her face blushing shyly. Tong Xiangyu saw her shy look, and her heart sank. But she asked first, Are you okay now? Why do you suddenly have a stomachache? Nothing. Yu Yao's ears were red, and she said vaguely, It's just a little period pain. Tong Xiangyu hasn't had her period for 2 months. But Yu Yao is on time. Tong Xiangyu turned to look at Songge. Songge didn't care at all. Tong Xiangyu said, Songge, let's go. Yu Yao asked, Where are you going? Go get the medicine. Tong Xiangyu said, I'm having my period too. Yu Yao laughed when she heard that. Sure enough, it's because of the hard work of traveling outside that your period is irregular. We've only been here for 1 day, and you're all having your period. Tong Xiangyu knew she had to laugh, but she couldn't quite do it. Gao He said to Yu Yao in a gentle tone, Yao Yao, I take you upstairs? Yu Yao nodded, blushing and whispering, Thank you, Brother He. Songge walked beside Tong Xiangyu, knowing that he was not going to get medicine. Sure enough, after walking a few steps, Tong Xiangyu said anxiously, It's over, Songge. You don't think Yao Yao doesn't want to leave, right? Songge, maybe. Tong Xiangyu immediately looked at Songge. Why aren't you in a hurry at all? It's so dangerous here. That Gao He looks like a decent person, but who knows what kind of beast and devil he is behind the scenes. Songge, little bodhisattva, let go of the complex of helping others, and respect the fate of others. Okay. Tong Xiangyu, Yao Yao is not someone else. Songge, have you forgotten what you promised me before? Tong Xiangyu was silent for a while, but soon said, even if we have to separate, you can't leave Yue out here alone. I got her into trouble, so I must take her out. We have to separate. And we have to separate outside. But you also said that she doesn't want to leave anymore. That's because she doesn't know what the hell this place is. She has only met Gao He once. What kind of feelings can she have? I will explain the seriousness of the matter to her when I get back. Say it under someone else's surveillance? Let's say it downstairs. Songge sighed. Tong Xiangyu looked at Songge and asked, Songge. Just this time. I promise it will be the last time. Okay? What can Songge do? Yeah. Chapter 59 Stealing. Songge thought he was going back after talking, but Tong Xiangyu was still walking forward. Songge, are you giving them some space to get along? No. Go register to get medicine. Tong Xiangyu said, you told the doctor that I have my period. If we don't go to get medicine, we might be suspected. And Yao Yao has a stomachache. I see she doesn't have medicine in her hand. She should have just taken ibuprofen. Let's take a bag of motherwort powder back to give it to her. Songge raised his eyebrows, put his hands in his pockets, and looked at this young lady with some respect. In fact, Songge originally planned to send Tong Xiangyu back to her room and then go through this procedure himself. Tong Xiangyu had her own selfish motives, but she didn't dare to say it, mainly because she was afraid that Songge would not agree. The two walked to the first residential building in the community. The round-faced girl Xiaowei was still sitting in front of the computer. But this time, there was a woman standing next to her and talking to her. Xiaowei nodded, writing something quickly in her hand. After a while, the girl stood up and handed a book to the woman. The woman took it, bowed gratefully to her, and then walked out of the office with the book in her arms. When Songge saw the woman coming out, his eyes calmly swept over the book in her arms. The upper part of the title was covered by her arms, and only the bottom half of the word could be seen. Law. Tong Xiangyu stood by the office door and raised her hand to knock on the door. Hello. Xiaowei looked up, and when she saw Tong Xiangyu, her calm expression immediately became enthusiastic. Miss Tong, it's you. Is there anything I can help you with? It's like this. Tong Xiangyu looked a little embarrassed, raised her hand, and gently covered her lower abdomen. I have my period, and my stomach hurts. The doctor said that I can come to your place to register and get the motherwort. Right? Yes. Xiaowei took the book on the table that was still open and registered for Tong Xiangyu, writing down her name, age, temporary residence in building 11 and room number, as well as the time to receive the medicine, and the amount of medicine required. Songge's eyes fell on the registration book. Xiaowei asked, you only need motherwort, right? Do you want ibuprofen? Tong Xiangyu heard her ask this, and hurriedly said, Xiaowei, the grandmother in building 9 fell down. Is there any medicine she can take? Xiaowei paused while writing, and turned to look at Tong Xiangyu. You just went to the doctor for Granny Yin? Yes, didn't Songge tell her? Xiaowei, she didn't say anything. The call from building 11 just said someone fell down and needed a doctor to come. Tong Xiangyu. Songge. This unreliable guy. Tong Xiangyu turned around and glared, but found that Songge deliberately looked away and looked at the office. Don't worry about Granny Yin. Xiaowei continued to register and said, we will send someone to treat her soon. At this time, Tong Xiangyu just needed to say thank you, but she was worried in her heart and couldn't help asking one more question. Are they still the same 2 doctors? The attitude of the 2 doctors was really not flattering. No, you can rest assured. Granny Yin will get better soon. After Xiaowei finished writing, she opened the drawer and took out the keychain, and stood up. Let's go. I take you to the warehouse to get the medicine. Tong Xiangyu was puzzled as to how Xiaowei could be so sure that Grandma Yin's injuries would heal quickly without even seeing them. But it would be impolite to ask again. So she had to ask, you take us there? Is it okay for you to leave? Tong Xiangyu saw that she was the only one in the office. Xiaowei, it's okay. I'll be back soon. When she left, she only closed the door, but did not lock it. Tong Xiangyu and Songge followed Xiaowei in silence. Xiaowei took the initiative to say, if it was other medicine, I would just write you a note and ask you to go to the infirmary to get it. But we don't use motherwort very often, so we didn't put it in the infirmary. Tong Xiangyu was puzzled. Why don't we use it often? Doesn't anyone have menstrual cramps? Xiaowei smiled at Tong Xiangyu mysteriously. You will know soon. The sun was scorching overhead, and the temperature was high. Tong Xiangyu was frightened by Xiao Wei's smile. Tong Xiangyu looked at Song Ge. Song Ge put his hands in his pockets and did not respond to that. Xiao Wei opened the warehouse and took the two to the third floor. There were medicines everywhere, most of which had never been opened. Xiao Wei asked the two to stand at the door and went in to find motherwort, but she didn't know where it was piled, and there were many medicines piled in the room, and she couldn't find it after searching for a long time. It was hot and stuffy upstairs, and there was no air conditioning. Xiao Wei soon became sweaty. Tong Xiangyu stood at the door and asked politely, "Can you find it? I remember putting it here." After sorting out the medicines and other supplies several times, Xiao Wei actually forgot where she put them. She searched everywhere, and finally she was so tired that she turned to Tong Xiangyu and Song Ge and said, "Come in." Most of the medicines here were not opened. Everyone was wearing cool and thin summer clothes, and they couldn't take anything away. Tong Xiangyu walked into the medicine warehouse. Nana took them in here yesterday, but at that time, they only saw the ordinary medicines on the outermost edge. Now they walked in and found that it was just a drop in the ocean. The shelves and walls were densely packed with unpacked and unpacked medicines. The large number and rich variety were amazing. Tong Xiangyu said, "Have you stockpiled all the medicines from all the pharmacies in Taiyuan? It's the end of the world now. The situation is different. There is no pharmaceutical chain, so we can only stockpile medicines for the time being." Xiao Wei flipped through a few boxes again, but none of them were there. She supported her waist breathlessly and gestured to Tong Xiangyu and Song Ge about a range. "It should be here. Check all the stacked boxes. I haven't opened them. I remember there are some." Tong Xiangyu said, "Okay." Song Ge was not as cooperative as Tong Xiangyu, and stood in front of the shelf with many medicines to look at them. Xiao Wei turned to look at Song Ge. Tong Xiangyu noticed Xiao Wei's gaze and immediately shouted, "Song Ge, don't just stand there and do nothing. Come and find me. I have a stomachache." Song Ge replied, "Yes." Song Ge walked to the cardboard box. She was strong. Although the box was full of medicine, she could move it easily. Xiao Wei saw that she didn't have to do it herself, so she gave instructions with confidence. The medicine warehouse was very quiet. Xiao Wei gave instructions to Song Ge, and from time to time she also glanced at Tong Xiangyu, and saw Tong Xiangyu wearing a light blue corseted long skirt and leaning gently on the shelf, with her hand covering her stomach. She is really beautiful, with fair cheeks, delicate features, and an innocent girl who has never suffered from hardship. Xiao Wei retracted her gaze. Song Ge moved the box in his hand, and suddenly saw that on the row of cartons on the left, the middle carton had the words "Motherwort Granules" faintly printed on it. Song Ge pretended not to see it, and kicked the cartons neatly to cover the words. Tong Xiangyu was bored waiting, and also turned to look at the medicines on the shelf. Looking at them one by one, his eyes suddenly stopped on a small box. It is a liver enzyme inducer. Liver enzymes can promote metabolism and reduce the pharmacological effects of most drugs. Tong Xiangyu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated a lot. She pretended to look back naturally. Xiao Wei was still talking to Song Ge about which box to move. Tong Xiangyu retracted her gaze. With a pounding heart, she quickly stole a box and put it into the collar of her skirt. Song Ge suddenly asked, "Is this the box?" Tong Xiangyu froze with fear. Xiao Wei, who was about to look at Tong Xiangyu, walked to Song Ge's side after hearing the words. Tong Xiangyu heard footsteps, and immediately shook her collar, letting the medicine box fall down, and then straightened her dress. Xiao Wei walked to Song Ge and said no, saying that the box was printed with the words "Motherwort Granules," and then turned back to look at Tong Xiangyu. "Miss Tong?" "Ah." Tong Xiangyu turned around and looked at Xiao Wei with a smile. "Have you found it?" "Not yet." "What are you looking at?" "Just looking around. I've never even heard of the medicine here." "Really? I heard that they moved the shelves together." Xiao Wei smiled, seeing Tong Xiangyu's face flushed and sweating, and asked, "Miss Tong, are you hot?" She didn't help, and she was sweating so much. "Well, I'm afraid of heat, and it's so stuffy here." Tong Xiangyu raised her hand and fanned the air. "I'd better wait outside. You guys take your time to look." Tong Xiangyu fled out of the drugstore, her ears full of a violent heartbeat like a drum. This was the first time Tong Xiangyu had stolen since she grew up. But Tong Xiangyu didn't have time to adjust her mood, and a thunder suddenly sounded in her heart. "It's over." She forgot that even the residences in this place are equipped with surveillance cameras. If there are warehouses, Wouldn't there be even more surveillance cameras? Thinking of this, Tong Xiangyu was flustered and anxious. If she had been caught stealing by the surveillance cameras just now, those people might have rushed here to catch her and Song-gu. Before Tong Xiangyu could think more, Song-gu had already walked out. Seeing that Tong Xiangyu had left, Song-gu certainly would not waste time in there anymore, and let Xiaowei find the box of medicine in time. Xiaowei opened the box on the spot and handed a bag to Song-gu. Song-gu took it and walked out without saying a word. Xiaowei was unhappy that Song-gu was so rude, so she closed the box and followed him out of the warehouse. As soon as she went out, she saw Tong Xiangyu waiting outside with a nervous expression, and her hands seemed to be shaking. Xiaowei was puzzled. You? Tong Xiangyu's hands were shaking. Her lips were shaking. But she reacted quickly, and immediately leaned on Song-gu, covering her lower abdomen with her hands. Hurry up, Song-gu. My stomach hurts so much. Xiaowei looked at Tong Xiangyu's face again, and it was indeed extremely pale and covered with sweat. Xiaowei thought to herself that she was really delicate, and turned around to lock the door of the warehouse. Song-gu half supported Tong Xiangyu, and asked with his head down, "Do you want me to carry you?" Tong Xiangyu hurriedly shook her head, and slightly bent over. Her thin white neck was covered with cold sweat. She thought that as she was carried on her back, the medicine box would be exposed, and it would be over. I am really grateful for the push-up bra that I took out of the express box, which can completely hide the whole box of medicine in the ditch. Tong Xiangyu said weakly, "Just help me." Song-gu, yes. Xiaowei locked the door and said, "Ms. Tong, you have such severe dysmenorrhea. Is there something wrong with your body?" The doctor said it's uterine coldness. I'm used to it. It comes in waves every time, and it will be fine after it passes. Maybe it's because the weather is too hot, and I was stuffy inside just now. Tong Xiangyu made up a story in a panic. Xiaowei didn't doubt it. Then go back and take medicine. Tong Xiangyu, under Xiaowei's gaze, was supported by Song-gu and walked down the stairs. Xiaowei looked at Tong Xiangyu, who was walking away slowly, and snorted, thinking that people in Kaching were delicate. But they wouldn't be delicate for long. Song-gu held Tong Xiangyu's hand and didn't let go. After they walked a long way, Xiaowei also left. Song-gu asked, "Do you want to carry me now?" Tong Xiangyu, yes. 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 Song-gu half squatted. Tong Xiangyu leaned over. She felt so nervous that her palms were full of cold sweat. But after being carried by Song-gu, she found that her legs had become as soft as noodles. Song-gu could still laugh, and praised, "You have a good mental quality." Tong Xiangyu's mind went blank. Song-gu had seen it long ago. Although Song-gu was moving the medicine box in the corner, she kept an eye on the surroundings, and the movements of Tong Xiangyu behind her. The eldest lady's sneaky and panicked eyes and movements were all clearly reflected on the metal shelf. If she hadn't spoken out in time to cover up, she would have been discovered. Chapter 60 Suspicion. Song-gu wanted to ask Tong Xiangyu what medicine she stole, but the young lady had a high moral bottom line, but a thin skin, and if she continued to ask, she might be embarrassed. So Song-gu planned to change the subject. But Tong Xiangyu had already reacted. After Tong Xiangyu knew that Song-gu saw her stealing things with his own eyes, her pretty face instantly turned red, and she felt extremely guilty. But the next moment, Tong Xiangyu's face turned pale again, and she asked Song-gu nervously in a low voice, "Song-gu, tell me, was it seen by the surveillance camera?" Song-gu said, "There is no surveillance in the warehouse. Maybe they think it is unnecessary. Otherwise, Song-gu would have warned Tong Xiangyu when she wanted to steal the medicine, and would not let her be so rash as to alert the enemy." Tong Xiangyu finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Song-gu said. She was relieved and leaned on Song-gu's shoulder, but was hit by the medicine box on her chest. Tong Xiangyu took out the medicine box, opened it, and took out the pills inside. Song-gu could ask at this time, "What medicine?" "A liver enzyme inducer." Tong Xiangyu looked at the instruction manual, a long and dense list of words, under the sunlight, various chemical molecules. The words were smaller than ants. After reading it, she felt a little wronged, crumpled the instruction manual and tore up the medicine box, said, "I hope I don't need it." Song-gu certainly didn't know what liver enzyme inducer was. She didn't understand, and didn't ask much, but asked Tong Xiangyu, "Did you see what book that woman took away just now?" "Book?" Tong Xiangyu asked back, "You said that when we went to find Xiaowei, the ant was talking to Xiaowei?" Song-gu, "Yes." Tong Xiangyu, "I didn't notice it." Did she take the book? The Supreme Compassionate Dharma Tong Xiangyu frowned. What book is this? Songge, I have another question for you. As a knowledgeable and talented university bully, do you know what book it is? Judging from the title, it should be a Buddhist book. I haven't heard of it. Tong Xiangyu thought seriously, and then said, it shouldn't be a Buddhist scripture. Buddhist scriptures are basically scriptures, such as the Heart Sutra and Diamond Sutra that we are familiar with. Although these are abbreviations, their original names also end with the word Jing. It's not a Buddhist scripture. After hearing what Tong Xiangyu said, Songge's guess was confirmed. But he didn't say it, fearing to scare the young lady on his back. Songge didn't continue the topic, but instead said, when you registered just now, did you notice the book Xiaowei used to register? Tong Xiangyu thought about it. It's just an ordinary book. What's wrong? All the people registered on it have received things today, including that woman. She received the book, and the registration record is above yours. The note on the book was no way. Songge looked carefully in Xiaowei's office, and found the book title Supreme Compassion Dharma that matched the note. However, Yu Yao's name was not on the notebook. Tong Xiangyu asked, why is Yu Yao's name on it? Didn't she come to get medicine? Songge said, according to Yu Yao, Gao he brought her here to get medicine, and her name should have been left here that day. Tong Xiangyu, maybe they went to the infirmary to get it. Impossible. Songge said, have you forgotten what I said about your period? He asked you to come to Xiaowei to register. And Xiaowei also said that the original procedure was to write you a note to go to the infirmary to get it, but because the infirmary did not have motherwort, I had to take you to the warehouse to get it. Tong Xiangyu understood, but she asked Songge in confusion, what does this mean? Songge decisively, Yu Yao is lying. Lying? Tong Xiangyu frowned, disagreeing. Why did Yu Yao lie? Maybe she just expressed it wrong. The painkillers were not obtained from Xiaowei, but Gao he happened to have them? Songge said, it is possible. Tong Xiangyu immediately curled her lips. Right? Songge, but the possibility is very small. Why is it small? I think it is quite big. Tong Xiangyu said, you don't know Yao Yao. She looks a little introverted, but she is actually a very brave and kind girl. Otherwise, she would not have braved the heavy rain to give sweet potatoes to us two strangers. Songge was helpless when he heard the eldest lady bring up the past. What can a little favor represent? Nothing. Tong Xiangyu continued, she can't lie. Even if she did, there must be a reason, such as being forced to do so. We must first understand the situation clearly. We can't just wrongly accuse her. She has been with us all the way. We know each other well, and have shared hardships. If she knew that we suspected her, wouldn't she be very sad? Songge did not express his opinion. Tong Xiangyu insisted that Songge speak. Is that right? Yes. Songge replied. I'm going to check it out again in the afternoon. I go with you. We're running from the back of the community. Right? Yes. Songge said. The residential buildings in front are all full. Whether that Zeus is exaggerating or not, there are at least 1,000 or 2,000 people here. If not 6,000. We can only run from the back, there are fewer people, and less noise. Back to building 11. Tong Xiangyu walked down by herself. Songge walked in front, opened the door and went in. Gao he was not there. Only Yu Yao was there. Yu Yao was sitting in the living room, holding a book and reading it intently. Songge had good eyesight, and he saw the title of the book at a glance. It was the Supreme Compassion Dharma that the woman had taken away with gratitude. Songge's heart sank. If Yu Yao did not take the medicine, where did the book come from? When Yu Yao saw the two of them, she put down the book in her hand very naturally, without any guilt or unnaturalness, and greeted them, saying, you are back. Tong Xiangyu shook the big bag of granules in her hand and handed it to her. We got some motherwort. For you to eat, thank you. Yu Yao took it with emotion, looked up at Tong Xiangyu, and saw that her cheeks were a little red from the sun and sweaty, and quickly took out a tissue for her. Wipe your sweat. It's so hot outside. Don't get a heat stroke. Tong Xiangyu took the tissue and wiped the sweat off her neck. Is Gao He gone? Yu Yao's cheeks flushed slightly when she heard her mention Gao He, and nodded. Brother, he is very busy. He sent me upstairs and left a short while later. Tong Xiangyu just spoke well of Yu Yao in front of Songge, and she did not forget to ask Yu Yao for confirmation. By the way, Yao, you said you got the painkillers? Where did you get them? Brother He's house. Yu Yao changed her words after saying that. Not really. It was the building where he lived. There were a lot of people there. Brother, he took me to see a kind auntie. And the auntie gave me a painkiller. See? Tong Xiangyu turned to look at Song Ge, but saw that he didn't even look at her. Song Ge walked straight to the table and picked up the book that Yu Yao had just put down. Yu Yao saw it, but did not stop Song Ge. She explained earnestly, I asked He Ge for this book. He Ge lives in the building in front of us. Building 8. When I went downstairs in the morning, my stomach hurt so much that I couldn't walk. Fortunately, He Ge took me back to his residence and drank hot water and took painkillers. I felt much better now. Song Ge was flipping through the book and asked without raising his head, Why are you walking around when you are in so much pain? Yu Yao's face turned pale when she heard this. She looked at Song Ge and Tong Xiangyu respectively, then pursed her lips and lowered her eyes, twisting her fingers nervously. I was afraid you would leave me. You said before that you would separate from me when you arrived at Taiyunhui. So I was anxious and wanted to go downstairs to find you. Tong Xiangyu felt a little sorry for this, and sat down next to Yu Yao to comfort her. Song Ge continued to ask, Can't you open our room to see if the backpack is still there? Yu Yao felt wronged. I didn't think about it at the time, because I was in a hurry, and I don't know why. I felt dizzy and nauseous when I woke up in the morning, as if I didn't sleep well. I called you outside the door, but no one answered, so I thought you might have left, and I ran downstairs in a hurry. Tong Xiangyu saw that Yu Yao was about to cry, and hurriedly told Song Ge not to ask any more questions. Yu Yao was a good friend who had been with them all the way, so how could he ask in such a questioning and doubting tone? Tong Xiangyu comforted Yu Yao and said, Yao Yao, don't worry. Although we said we would separate from you in Taiyun, it's not now. This place is very dangerous. Before Tong Xiangyu could continue, Song Ge coughed loudly. Tong Xiangyu subconsciously looked at Song Ge, but saw that she was still holding the Buddhist book. Watching, without even lifting her eyelids, Tong Xiangyu watched, and reacted immediately, with a shudder of fear. It was a close call. She actually forgot that there was a surveillance camera in this room, and almost said it directly. Song Ge closed the book at this time, looked at Yu Yao and said, This place is so nice. Didn't we agree to stay for a few more days? How can we leave? Tong Xiangyu nodded. That's right. Tong Xiangyu took the motherwort granules from Yu Yao's hand, and put on a full show since she dysmenorrhea. After getting the motherwort, you must drink the medicine under the surveillance camera. Zian Sufu. She opened 2 bags and soaked them, and got up to pour hot water, 1 cup for Yu Yao, and 1 cup for herself. Song Ge asked Yu Yao again, Why did you ask Gao He for this kind of book? Brother, he has no other books. Yu Yao said, I think this book is very profound, and what it says makes sense. After reading a few pages, I decided to borrow it back to read. Brother, he also praised me for my affinity with Buddhism, and my strong understanding. Song Ge raised his lip corners in an ambiguous way, put the book back, and then looked at Tong Xiangyu, thinking that there was something wrong so obviously, you wouldn't be able to see it. Right? Tong Xiangyu innocently blinked her beautiful almond eyes at Song Ge, and she really couldn't see anything, sipping the hot powder in small sips. At noon, Nana asked someone to invite them to have lunch together. It was still the same banquet hall, but there were not so many people, only a few tables were set up. When Song Ge, Tong Xiangyu, and Yu Yao arrived, Nana came out to greet them enthusiastically, but Nana was particularly enthusiastic towards Tong Xiangyu before, but now, there was another Yu Yao. Yu Yao was very flattered to be arranged by Nana to sit on the left side of the host's seat. Song Ge raised his eyebrows. Soon, Song Ge knew the reason. Gao He came. It turned out that Gao He was a senior executive of his security base. He was usually responsible for searching for survivors and transporting supplies. He was highly valued by Zeus. Yu Yao didn't know Gao He had this identity before. Now she heard it, she was surprised and happy. During the meal, Gao He was very considerate and thoughtful to pick up food for Yu Yao. He remembered that she couldn't eat spicy food during her period. Yu Yao was shy, and her face was flushed. Song Ge looked at her and made up his mind. Yu Yao must not be taken with him on this operation. The risk was too great. Not only that, Tong Xiangyu must not let Yu Yao know that she was going to escape. This place was too dangerous. If she took a wrong step, she might be doomed. Because this so-called safe house was a cult base. The country has always been cracking down on banning, preventing and punishing such organizations. It was unknown whether this cult existed before the outbreak of the monster virus, or whether it was newly established by taking advantage of the outbreak of the monster corpse tide. No matter which one, the result would be the same. They could not stay any longer. Tonight, or tomorrow. They had to leave as soon as possible. The sooner the better.